Araji Kai just comes off as the most laid-back and totally chill dude in his class. He never draws any attention and always tries to stay completely off the radar. A lot of his classmates actually hate his guts just because he straight up ignores anyone trying to talk to him. Big mistake. This angry bully tries slapping him while he sleeps, but with eyes dead shut, Araji grabs his arm. The trash gets absolutely stunned while Araji casually asks if the dude needs something. The bully yanks his arm back, calling him a total weirdo. The rest of the class tells the guy to just touch grass and ignore a loser like him. But what these clueless NPCs have zero idea about is his double life. By day, he hits the books, but by night he works as the absolute most goated assassin in the city. His name is Araji Kai, just an ordinary 17-year-old high schooler. On a totally boring day, just like any other, a massive magic circle suddenly drops right under their classroom. The whole room completely freaks out, and before anyone can even blink, they all teleport to some totally different place. While some kids are literally crying and others try to coordinate, Araji Kai is out here serving pure Sung Jin Woo aura for absolutely no reason against a wall. The chaos gets cut short real fast when a woman dressed in pure white and some old dudes show up. She introduces herself as the saint who totally summoned them here. Araji Kai just quietly switches spots to farm more edgy aura on a completely different pillar. The classic cliche plays out. The model student steps forward, trying to figure out what is happening. This saintly woman, who I honestly wish would heal me right now, explains they got invited here to be world-saving heroes. Suddenly, that hot-headed bully tries punching the old dude, actually thinking he stands a chance. But one simple dodge later, he gets brutally flicked in the forehead. The saint warns everyone they better sit down and behave. Yes, ma'am, I am totally behaving, but wait, why though? You are totally just exposing your belly button out here. Then she dumps lore about some demon king, and Araji thinks this setup is way too basic. The hot-headed guy still refuses to chill, but the saint drops a quick healing spell on him, instantly patching up his bruised ego and wounds. A few students get super hyped and shocked, and she reveals this is actual magic handed out by the system. She literally walks student to student, unlocking their hidden OP abilities. Some kids pull out swords, others get pens. The hot-headed dude unlocks an explosion spell, and the whole class totally celebrates. Right as the saint tries dipping out, our sleepy Araji calls from the back, "Hey, you completely skipped over me." She finally activates his power, but the skill he pulls is basically useless trash. He can literally only check out other people's stats and abilities. And that is exactly when he scans Eleanor Adares. The saint is legally 18, meaning we are totally clear, chat. Nobody's going to jail today. He feels relieved since the skill is super straightforward, but suddenly he senses something approaching his side. Naga literally punches him right into the dirt. The bully smirks and taunts him. "Hey loser, what did you think of my sick explosion magic, huh? What exactly did that weird little red eye of yours see?" The other kids start cracking up just because of his red eye. They keep treating him like absolute garbage. Wait, do these guys seriously want to pick a fight with our goated aura farmer? Naga says that is what he gets for acting special and grabbing his talent last. Araji honestly cannot fathom why they act so hyped up. They barely have enough info to know which skills are actually meta here. Plus, this divine protection feels super sketchy, like borrowed power. It could get snatched away anytime, and he already knows 100 physical ways to unalive someone. The saint cuts through the noise. Now that everyone has their shiny new buffs, it is time to grind and figure out how to wipe the Demon King. She just tells everyone to rest up today. Later that night, everyone gets escorted to their dorms. Araji, though, he decides it is time to clock in for the real night shift. He starts gathering some actual intel. Outside, a few guards patrol the castle walls, totally complaining, "Damn, why the hell are we pacing around out here?" Another guard sighs, "It is because those so-called heroes just dropped in and nobody can let them escape this place." Honestly, the guard heavily doubts those kids can even throw a punch. How is a bunch of trash supposed to solo the Demon King? The saint definitely has some sneaky trick up her sleeve. Naturally, Araji is literally right there, eavesdropping on everything. He also clocks that the saint is purposely buffing the castle defenses just to keep a super tight leash on the class. He activates his busted little talent. One guard is named Jin, rocking a basic level 1 in fencing. Then he literally Naruto runs out of there, knowing they cannot engage him while his skill is active. He maps out the crazy castle layout and sees the insane heavy fortifications. 2 massive soldiers block a giant gate. Breaking out of this tutorial zone is going to be way harder than he figured. While sneaking through the grass like a total ninja, he spots 3 girls just hanging out in the dead of night. A brunette on the right acts super nervous. Maybe they should stop before someone gets mad. But the girl on the left insists it is totally fine. They are only practicing a tiny bit. One girl summons her flames, saying they all really need to understand the stakes. Nobody can sleep anyway, and a late-night training session is definitely a solid way to farm up their new powers. Pretty soon they pop off. Fire plants and water flying everywhere while I just quietly watch. They flex their divine protection, and I am hyped to see it in action. But suddenly something blurs right past me, giving me a super sketchy vibe. One of the girls glances over, completely clueless about that weird noise. Before they even figure it out, an absolute unit of a beast bursts out the bushes. The three freeze up in pure confusion while I wonder what kind of lizard this is. Never seen this species in my life. I use my power and learn it is a 4-year-old lizard named Val. Super aggressive but zero special abilities. The real problem here is that its stats totally gap the girls. The monster rears back, takes a breath, and unleashes a massive roar. The girls bolt, but the creature charges right after them while I just observe from afar. Its pure aggro nature makes it attack without any hesitation. It moves fast, but only rushes straight ahead. Zero strategy, zero brain cells. I decide it is time to test out its skin durability, so I chuck a knife. It connects but only leaves a totally shallow cut. The beast pauses and I note the throw worked even if the wound is weak. The trio sprints in absolute panic until Magus completely eats dirt on a rock. She scrambles to get up, but the lizard is already closing in fast. Seeing it up close, she screams desperately, but the creature is already swinging a claw. She raises her arms screaming for help when suddenly, boom, the beast drops dead right in front of her. She is totally shook as the others pull her up. They wonder who just carried. Either way, they better touch grass and get moving before more monsters spawn. I stand off to the side, farming aura. Honestly, I had zero reason to save them, but ignoring it completely would have totally wrecked my conscience. So yeah, monsters actually roam this world for real. Things definitely are not going to be as chill as I thought. Right then, I sense something sketchy and duck behind the dead lizard, just trying to figure out if somebody else is lurking around. Realizing I need to bounce back to my room, I quietly slip away. But behind a pillar, some hooded dude steps up. He steps on the lizard and mutters about how he thought these heroes would be a massive letdown. Turns out, one of them carries the exact same scent as him. Later on, the monster carcass is sprawled out, leaving everyone completely shook. Gagas tells the whole squad this creature was found super close to the castle. The group zones out while some other student is literally crying in despair. The old knight explains the Demon King drives monsters completely insane, making them crave human flesh. These are the exact try-hard creatures we actually have to learn to fight. Then the blonde kid inspecting the body speaks up. He claims it looks like some kind of crazy magic was used to finish this thing off. Probably some local got super interested in hero powers after hearing the candidates dropped in. He straight up uses the word sorcery, making me wonder if that hits different than magic. Maidu jumps right in, demanding to know what this crazy business is all about. Monsters being controlled by the big bad. Blondie explains that high-tier demons use servitude magic to control weaker mobs. Basically, he is saying the Demon King is super busted and controls literally everything. But the old man quickly cuts him off, telling us to ignore that total weirdo. Knowing exactly who to ask for intel helps. Still, the whole idea of this monster being mind-controlled has me pretty stressed out. Checking the monster stats earlier makes sense now. That exact status condition was right there, so the math is mathing. That insane killing intent I felt earlier, definitely from a demon. I seriously need to stay frosty. Just a split second is all I needed to catch that presence. Whoever it was could literally be hiding among us right now. Suddenly, I feel eyes burning into my back. A random voice whispers that all this fear is just going to get me killed. I am pretty shook. Meanwhile, Arashi loudly declares that nothing has changed, he just wants to speedrun, killing these demons and go back home. For once, the whole class actually agrees with him. They know they have to level up because fighting is their only real option left. These poor side characters are literally trembling. They know they are basically just cannon fodder. I realize the dark reality is finally sinking in for everyone. Then Leonora steps right up and tells the squad to drop the fear. All they gotta do is stop panic spiraling and learn their own powers. We got chosen as hero candidates, meaning our XP growth rate totally gaps the locals here. Anyway, a whole week of grinding goes by. Flipping through a book, I mutter to myself, well, at least I can easily read all this text. Honestly, the fact we can even communicate so easily is kind of sus. I check the window and see everyone just having a blast. Looks way more like a theme park trip than actual heroes in training. At first, I legit thought my divine protection, the Eye of Judgment, would carry in battle. But reality check, it is totally useless right now, and they only let me chill out in this library. The Sink had even taunted him, how about you read a book, boy? And of course, the whole class burst out laughing at him. He thinks to himself that he really should have let those girls bite it back then, but something still doesn't add up. This whole thing feels way too suspicious. If they are so terrified of monsters, why is there zero history of demons in their culture? Watching the training, he notices that just like Leonora claimed, everyone is leveling up at an insane pace. The heavy hitters are Narumi, Arashi Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas, but one guy is shooting past all of them like a total anomaly. Suddenly, a sword spins through the air, sticking dead into the dirt as a soldier instantly surrenders. Naturally, it is Midu thanking everyone for their advice and acting like they are the secret to his massive power trip. Arashi checks his stats real quick, and Midu is already rank A in attack with a level 8 divine protection. Araja thinks it is completely wild since his stats were trashed just a week ago, making him look like a genuine genius among prodigies. But could divine protection actually alter way more than just raw power? His classmates strut right up to the protagonist to sneer. Look at the total loser. Get lost and go read your little books. Aragi just sighs internally, realizing they are as predictable as ever, trying their hardest to humiliate him for no reason. With these new powers, they are getting way too cocky, and one guy even reaches out demanding to know why he is being ignored. But something clips his foot, sending that absolute fool spinning upside down. Muda, you trip for literally no reason. You good, bro. The poor guy has absolutely zero clue what just went down. That is when Arashi steps up, telling the squad to chill out because company is coming. The saint suddenly appears, watching everyone. She hypes up their progress, saying they leveled up way faster than she thought. So now it is time to push the main quest forward. Narumi immediately speaks up. You crazy saint, do not tell me you want us to pack up the Demon King already. She shoots that down fast. No way she is taking it that far just yet. She just wants them to touch grass and start grinding some local monsters. The group is low-key stressing. Nobody wants to actually risk their lives. Arashi looks way more freaked out than the rest, but honestly, he probably will not even need to throw hands. Dude needs to chill. Moving on, they get the rundown on how this forest combat exercise is actually going to work. The zone is packed with obstacles, meaning massive parties are a no-go. Because of that, everyone is getting split into duos or trios. Right away, the fangirls swarm Muda. They are all begging to party up with him, and obviously, the dude says yes. He has girls literally clinging to his arms. The harem is basically building itself. Meanwhile, poor Arashi is totally stuck with a total sausage fest. Narumi flexes his pretty boy Riz to score a purple-haired teammate. The Saint beams with pride, hyping up their squad formations, but there are still two people awkwardly standing off to the side. The blonde girl admits it totally looks like nobody wants her on their squad. Apparently, everyone is just straight up terrified of her. She tells Arashi they are fresh out of options, so they are just going to have to duo this thing. He plays it cool though. Internally, he finds it wild being stuck with Kanzaki Rin. She is super confident, but her vibe is undeniably dry. On top of that, she has a massive ego, the exact type who steamrolls anyone blocking her way. She glares right at him, asking what the loser is staring at. Arashi just slightly turns his head and says it is nothing important. She looks away too. Honestly, watch these two closely. They already give off goated duo energy. Then the Saint drops a surprise side quest. Whoever racks up the most monster kills scores sick loot. The test officially kicks off. Deep inside the forest, Arashi trails behind. Kanzaki flexes that her skills are totally busted, telling him to just hang back and avoid feeding. Arashi just shrugs. All right then, go off, strong girl, handle business. She looks kind of offended, asking if he seriously has zero pride left. But internally, he literally could not care less. He is just hyped to sit back and analyze her actual combat mechanics. After all, he is already locked onto 4 sketchy auras surrounding them. Suddenly, a totally trash-tier goblin spawns in, and Kanzaki questions if this is really the mob they have to fight. The thing pushes forward, but she just extends her hand and commands it to kneel. Instantly, it faceplants into the dirt. Arashi is honestly impressed. Her crowd control is just straight broken. Basically, any order she drops directly hacks the target's physical actions. But Arashi points out they still have company. She forces the goblin to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back. Pretty fast, though, she starts sweating bullets, and Arashi asks her what is wrong. Looking completely gassed, she admits she cannot spam this blessing for long. Arashi totally gets it that skill must drain an insane amount of mana. Arashi warns her to just execute that mob right now because a whole new wave is incoming. But Kanzaki hesitates. She says the monster looks way too human, and the thing is literally crying its eyes out in pure terror. Our boy calls her out, saying that is a crazy take considering the thing literally just tried to gank them. It is obviously an enemy, meaning zero reason to spare it. She admits she already knows that deep down. Arashi thinks her stats are goated, but her mental game is weak. She is too used to peace in hardcore moments like this. Freezing up just gets you clipped. And right on cue, 3 more mobs spawn right in front of them. Calmly tossing a stone, Arashi tells her company is here. She snaps back that she knows, spams her word magic again, and all 3 hit the dirt. Arashi does not even flinch. He just asks her what exactly her next move is. She yells at him to stop AF King and actually do something to help. But he fires back, wait, were you not the one who told me to do absolutely nothing? Realizing she is totally contradicting herself, she says fine, she will just handle it herself. She commands the monsters to snap their own necks, and insanely enough, it works. Arashi expected some resistance where she would have to clutch up, but nope, instant KO. Even he is genuinely impressed. You can really force a command that brutal. She admits she can, but it is way harder and the success rate drops. Feeling the backlash, she knows spamming this will not be easy. Arashi reminds her these mobs are active enemies trying to end their run. Whether they are monsters or other players, they have to drop anyone targeting them unless she is actually cool with getting a game over. Kenzaki scowls, demanding how he is staying so chill without a single power to his name. He brushes her off, tells her staying completely unbothered is basically his best trait. Then he hits her with a question. So what now, you want to head back because you are scared? Kenzaki freezes for a second. She turns away, completely denying it. You're absolutely moving forward, she insists. Araji figures since she is this hyped, maybe their little squad will actually survive after all. They both start wondering how the rest of the class is doing. Narumi is currently booking it through the woods in absolute panic alongside the only girl who agreed to party up with him. He screams for a plan. She admits she has zero clue. She totally thought these mobs would be weaker. Suddenly, Narumi stops, declaring it is do or die. He instantly unleashes a massive burst of wind. She fires off a rock bullet. They combo their skills together, hurling one giant beefed-up boulder. But when that boulder smashes into the beast, it literally does zero damage. Narumi stumbles back, absolutely shook by what they just aggroed. Turns out they pulled an armored bear. That is just foul, throwing basic side characters at a boss like that. Meanwhile, Kenzaki is hyping herself up. She has to go all out to survive, get back to her world, and see her grandpa again. She knows he has to be missing her like crazy. Araji, however, ruins the vibe, asking what the actual game plan is here. Feels like we are totally lost right now, right? She snaps back, telling him to chill out. They're walking in a straight line, so they just need to keep pushing and then backtrack. But Araji warns she is severely underestimating this biome. She tells him to shut his mouth. Araji immediately realizes her biggest flaw: she is way too cocky for her own good. He tells her to quit glaring at him. Then suddenly, a wild scream echoes out. Kenzaki instantly clocks it as Hashimoto yelling. Araji asks what the move is, and she declares they are going to save her. He finds this super weird. Why is she suddenly acting like a saint? She tells him to stop complaining and hustle. Deep in the woods, Hashimoto gets slammed hard into the dirt, looking incredibly wrecked. Narumi screams out her name. She answers back, begging him to just run away. He grabs onto her, claiming there is absolutely no way he is ditching her. Cute speech, but seeing that massive armored paw dropping down makes him nearly wet his pants. Then out of nowhere, crazy power locks the beast in place. It is Kenzaki dropping her command skill. Narumi asks why they are here, and she warns the stun will break soon. Araji checks the stats and realizes obviously her debuff scales poorly against high-level mobs. He asks if Hashimoto can walk. Narumi admits she is super banged up, but at least she is still breathing. Araji tells him to carry her out of there immediately. Narumi insists on helping them fight. Our guy snaps back, staying here is just throwing her life away. That reality check hits hard. Narumi hauls her onto his shoulder. Thanks, man. He yells, I am out. Catch you later, bear. Now this whole mess falls squarely onto Araji. He pops his Eye of Judgment skill. The system shows this thing rocks an A-rank defense. Thick for busted armor, and get this, it is actually a rare mutant variant. Kenzaki struggles, warning her skill is breaking. Araji stays chill. That is fine, he says, we are dipping too. But the second she turns around, her legs give out completely. Her mana tank is sitting at 0. The massive bear starts stomping closer. Araji realizes he has to step up. Out of nowhere, our boy casually pulls out a literal smoke grenade. Seriously, where does a high schooler even loot that? He chucks it forward, totally blinding the beast, then grabs the empty casing and tells her to relax. I will handle this. He gestures for her to stay totally silent. She covers her mouth, super confused about that crazy smoke bomb. He smoothly claims he crafted it while everyone else was doing drills, but that is absolute cap. The real truth, he always shows up to class strapped. Combat knives, backup blades, explosives, the whole armory. Kenzaki actually apologizes, calling him a stereotypical American civilian, leaving him totally confused. She admits she talked a massive game about carrying the team, but she ended up needing a rescue instead. He tells her to drop it, but she blushes, insisting she needs to thank him properly. He waves it off entirely, calling her way too soft-hearted for this place, which is probably why she is so popular. She starts to reply, but he shushes her again before that boss monster paths back to them. She asks if they should make a run for it. Absolutely not. He whispers that bear is patrolling nearby, they will just catch aggro instantly. Sure enough, the armored beast crashes straight into the path of our fake protagonist squad. And honestly, Em really did assemble a whole harem already. Very first quest, and we are doing this. He activates his edgy evil slaying sword and rushes in. Well, he tries to. The dude freezes up in panic for a second before finally charging. The bear lunges forward for a massive bite. M dodges, grips his blade tight, and hacks at its arm. He actually lands a solid hit past the armor, but the base defense is way too high. Then Naga hurls a blazing fireball right at it, screaming for the mob to drop dead. The spell hits hard, straight up tearing into the beast's flesh. Girl definitely came in hot. M hypes her up, but the bear unleashes a raw roar that totally extinguishes her fire. The beast locks onto her with a dead stare. She's straight up stammering, asking how this is even possible. Midu tells her to chill out and touch grass. Her attack totally landed, and that huge bear is definitely lagging now. If they just keep jumping it together, they've got this in the bag. She nods, and the goated trio gets back to grinding. But lurking in the shadows, some sharp-toothed creep is watching. He mutters, "It is just a matter of time." Meet Delphus, the veteran assassin. But check this out, there is no way that Armored Bear actually wipes this squad. Their crazy fast level-ups are wild to watch, especially the kid. This was supposed to be a basic patrol quest, but plans change. Time to wrap this up. Midu swings his blade again, and the giant bear gets absolutely shredded to pieces. He yells out that it is game over and straight up buries his sword into the monster. Meanwhile, Delphus quietly talks trash, saying the kid is about to get packed up. The sketchiest part of any boss fight is when you think you've already clutched the W. He gets ready to jump in, but suddenly a blade is shoved right in his face. Dude completely freezes. Pure death vibes start creeping over him. Araji steps out looking sick as hell, aura popping off, claiming his folks taught him a major rule. Never assume your target is actually dead. The assassin awkwardly drops his weapon. He thanks Araji for the pro tip, promising to remember it. Mentally, he is totally shook. How did this kid sneak up? Even worse, he wasn't even supposed to be aggroing anyone right now. He desperately needs an escape route. But that option vanishes the second a blade slices his calf, dropping him instantly. Araji casually walks up, warning him not to scream. One sound and he gets deleted faster than planned. Araji says it is quiz time and this guy better drop some honest lore. Cap even once and it is a wrap. First question, who is he? Instead, Delphus just snarls back, asking who the hell this kid is. Araji drops the most super edgy line ever. Just a guy living in the shadows from a whole different world. Delphus is heavily rattled by this dark energy. Araji keeps pushing, asking if the dude he packed up earlier was just this demon stalking them. He totally knew he had a stalker, but he never expected the guy to out himself this easily. That is exactly why he used Midu and the squad as bait to pull some aggro. Delphus is mind blown that this kid orchestrated the whole thing. Araji points out he is just a noob in this world, so he needs hard info. He is about to milk every last drop of demon lore from him. Delphus laughs, saying he won't snitch, but immediately starts screaming in pure agony. Araji is totally ruthless. He already wrecked his knees, and now he slices the arm tendons, hard CCing the guy so he cannot move. He flat out tells the demon to start spilling the tea unless he wants a one-way ticket to hell. Frothing with rage, the guy spits back that this punk is underestimating his stats. Then some nasty purple juice starts leaking out of his mouth, eyes, and nose. Araji realizes instantly the dude had a poison capsule ready so he wouldn't leak info. Looks like the Demon King's guild is going to be way more sweaty than expected. Suddenly, a system general appears. Kenzaki steps right up alongside her, spotting the mess and asking if that is literally a dead body. Araji definitely wanted to keep his OP skills low-key. He instantly demands to know how long she was lurking. She admits she saw everything since the demon got floored. So Araji drops the truth, this dude was a Demon King assassin, and that wild buff on the bear was totally his doing. Kenzaki asks if he is seriously saying this guy was trying to wipe them out. He replies that it is super obvious. Of course, they got aggro. They are the literal hero candidates. Did she think this was some cozy slice of life anime? She admits she was being totally naive, but asks how he spotted the assassin so cleanly. Surprisingly, Araji decides to just leak his backstory, revealing his whole family were legit assassins. That is exactly why sensing other stealth users is basically child's play for him. The flex is so wild that Kenzaki is completely stunned, calling him straight up crazy. Araji just shrugs it off, her believing him does not matter at all. All that matters right now is the literal corpse resting at their feet. On top of that, he warns her to keep her mouth shut. The whole class is already going to be traumatized over Hashimoto's bad condition. Kenzaki agrees to keep the secret. He actually seems like a pretty chill guy, and she never guessed he cared this much about the squad. He pulls his hood back. He totally gets that these guys aren't tryhards like him who are used to combat. Now the strategy clicks. He's only leaking his stats to Kenzaki because she might actually be a useful party member later. The whole squad regroups somewhere deeper in the woods. Their healer Shiori, who just unlocked her skills, starts casting her magic. She tells her friend to just hold on while a warm golden light spreads completely over her. Everyone is locked in. Narumi nervously asks if Hashimoto is going to make it out of this. Shiri nods, yeah, but warns it will take at least an hour to completely patch her up. He drops a huge thanks, calling Midu an absolute legend. Midu just brushes it off like it is nothing. He claims he just had a goated squad backing him up. Meanwhile, Arashi stands on the sidelines trying to figure out why Kenzaki is straight up glaring a hole through him. Right on cue, the saint rolls up with the old knight, casually noting that everyone somehow survived. The crew says what's up to Leonora, but Narumi demands to know if they were being watched this entire time. Gaze steps up. Obviously, they were. Did these kids actually think they just dipped? They were monitoring the whole sick showdown. The blonde snaps back then, why not jump in sooner? His friend was literally at death's door. The old knight bluntly states it was an elite training opportunity. Gaze claims he would step in before things went fatal. Midu pushes back immediately, saying that logic is super weird. Hashimoto was basically dead on her feet. How could they guarantee a clutch save? Gaze flatly tells the group they better get used to it. Real military boot camp means putting your life on the line. The battles ahead are going to be 100 times more ruthless than this. Midu steps up again, completely missing the point. He argues they were promised only low-tier fodder monsters in this specific zone. Leonora takes the floor, casually dropping that a demonic assassin was behind this. Naturally, the entire squad is just left scratching their heads. She spells it out, armored beasts do not spawn here naturally. That assassin was definitely testing their stats as potential hero candidates. Gaze chimes in with a grim fact: if that is true, the assassin is still lurking somewhere nearby. Leonora nods along. They seriously need to buff their defenses, but she actually tries spinning this nightmare as a total win. They either level up fast or they are all getting wiped out. The trainees exchange seriously, panicked looks. How are they supposed to grind any harder? They are already sweating blood every single day. Midu finally snaps and tells her to drop the act. Pushing them this hard is straight up toxic. The squad is completely rattled. Leonora shrugs, maybe it is harsh, but staying weak equals instant death. Obviously, this totally pisses off the self-proclaimed hero. He realizes this woman does not give a single damn about their actual lives. Right then, Arashi steps back into the spotlight. He screams at Leonora for dragging them out here just to serve as monster bait. In a blink, Gaze teleports in front of Leonora. He growls at Arashi to watch his mouth when addressing the lady. The whole room suddenly gets it. Keep talking trash and the night will completely wreck them. Midu tries to play peacekeeper, but Arashi is seeing red. He accuses Leonora of having a death wish, then roars at Midu to stop acting so chill. They're just disposable pawns. But the hero finally states the painful truth. Going rogue against these leaders means fighting the whole damn nation, a totally unwinnable boss fight. Gaze smirks, telling the kids to take notes from the hero's logic. Yeah, they are just pawns, but highly valuable ones. Play nice and they get the VIP treatment. Arashi does not care at all. He actually grins, hyped to take on the whole nation single-handedly. His aura is already flaring up. He looks totally ready to nuke the place, aiming a literal explosion right at the old knight. Smoke floods the room. Arashi cackles out loud, calling the old man completely pathetic. But you know how this goes. Gaze phases right through the smoke and in a split second backhands Arashi straight across the jaw. Just one nasty pinpoint strike sends the kid rocketing flat onto his back. Gaze stands over him, calling their current stats an absolute joke. He warns that tomorrow's grind will be pure hell, so they better gear up. Arashi pushes himself up with a twisted grin, quietly swearing he will absolutely kill that bastard. Cut to the next day. After surviving those brutal bootcamp trials, Steady steps up to brief them. He casually asks if yesterday's wounded players have fully respawned yet. Hashimoto nods. Yeah, she took massive damage yesterday, but the healing magic fixed her right up. Steady pivots, asking about the hothead who caught a fist to the face. Arashi stays silent, but he is clearly up and running. The researcher smirks. They are incredibly lucky to have divine protection carrying them. Now it is time to drop the details on today's raid. They are chilling in his private lab and he is rolling out live monsters for combat practice. Midu points, asking if the targets are locked inside that creepy building. Steady taps his eye, claiming a visual demonstration will explain it perfectly. The heavy iron doors slide open. Crammed inside the cages are these absolutely exhausted, beaten-down goblins. Man just put them out of their misery. It is just sad to look at. There is a starving lizard and great one incredibly angry ogre. It is basically a max security prison for monsters, and the squad just walks around taking it in. Steady casually brags that he bioengineered every single one of these beasts for his own twisted experiments. Yeah, this dude is throwing off massive red flags. Leonora introduces Steady's lab, claiming his brutal setup is perfect for grinding up their combat stats. He laughs, saying he is just happy to collect the data drops. But Midu's instincts are already screaming that something is horribly wrong here. Pretty soon they are standing dead center in the arena, and the monster exams officially kick off. Up above, Araji watches, noticing everyone is surprisingly chill. They are basically forced to fight, but yesterday's insane forest run definitely toughened them up a bit. Still, watching Naga hit the dirt proves they are absolutely terrified deep down inside. She gets back up, totally gassed, while the massive ogre staring her down moves like a weird puppet. Huge, deadly, but barely moving at all. Midu complains to Steady, saying this absolute beast is way too much for him. Steady just flashes a grin, telling him that is definitely not true. Plus, Leonora ordered him to keep the training totally hardcore, and Midu is dead wrong. With their divine protection, there is absolutely no way they lose to a mob like this. That is when Naga completely snaps, yelling she is so done with this garbage. She summons a massive fireball, screaming that sheer willpower wins fights. Steady agrees completely, saying that is exactly why nobody can ever hesitate because second-guessing yourself means instant death. Maidu asks if they honestly stand a real chance. The blonde guy shoots back, yeah, obviously they do. Thanks to that divine protection buff, they can unlock crazy new skills and upgrades. Right then, Araji walks past and Midu asks if he's doing okay. Araji explains that his Eye of Judgment shows the dude totally unlocked a new skill, something called Divine Attack of the Kamikaze Monster Protection Level 1. What an absolutely trash name, he thinks. Midu is completely hyped to test it though. Steady says he will prep a fresh target. Soon enough, Midu stands perfectly square with a literal orc in the arena. He activates his sword ability plus the new skill, and honestly, the guy is barely warming up. And he is already summoning massive swords the size of a skyscraper. Even the poor little orc who spent his whole life caged up is completely shaking in his boots at this insane flex. But Midu steps up without skipping a beat, saying he cannot afford any mercy. Not gonna lie, I almost feel bad for the orc. The poor thing tries getting up, but Midu just cleanly slices its arm off. The beast writhes in pure agony right before Midu delivers one final strike that sends its head rolling away. Watching from afar, Araji realizes that with goated power like that, the armored bear they fought before would have been completely wiped out. Now he is totally hyped to see if his Judgment Eye will eventually unlock some sick new abilities too. Glancing around, he notices Midu is not the only guy getting buffs. Arashi has fully awakened the landmine protection skill. Not that Araji is super pumped to help him, but at least he knows now that divine protection powers actually evolve. Meaning everyone is just going to keep leveling up, so he cannot just rely on old meta knowledge from his past life. Night drops and the squad packs into Arashi's room. Narumi asks if he is dead serious, and Arashi confirms the plan to assassinate Gaius. Right after that, they will tie Leonora up and force her to spill how they can get back home. Honestly, their odds of pulling this off are basically zero. But it is not a completely trash plan since this world is clearly out to get them. The squad gets totally hyped, yelling that the strat is flawless and they should just take everyone out. Arashi asks Narumi to jump in too, figuring he must be sick and tired of these instructors. Narumi just asks if they actually have a real shot. Arashi admits he has no clue but swears that grouping up as a party definitely boosts their odds. Narumi is totally terrified of dying, but he knows these daily quests are practically suicide anyway. After sweating it out, he agrees to back the play. Next chapter, the grind continues. Midu flexes his massive sword while everyone else actually practices normally. Araji literally cannot stop watching. He's thinking about how hard the guy grinds. Total beast mode. Midu claps back that he is still weak and needs major leveling up, but Araji calls Cap, pointing out the dude could already clap half the knights in the entire country. Midu says that is nowhere near enough. To beat Gaia, he needs absolute destructive power, the kind of goated strength to protect everyone, period. Araji asks what he thinks about Leonora and Gaze. Midu says it is painfully obvious they are just treating them like pawns. Still, he actually believes they were not lying about keeping everyone safe, as long as they obey. Araji asks the real question, so you are going to risk your own life to kill the Demon King for them? Midu does not even flinch. He says yes, his mind is made up, but he plans to be the only one throwing hands. He will become the main hero and solo the Demon King completely alone. After that, he negotiates so everyone else can just touch grass in peace. Araji calls it a seriously noble idea, but highly doubts Leonora would ever greenlight that. Midu fires back then, I will just keep swinging my sword until she agrees. Right on cue, Leonora herself pulls up out of nowhere beside Gaze. Steady greets her instantly. She tells him to hold the fort and babysit everyone while they are gone. Nice blurts out, wait, where are you guys going? Singh jumps in saying they are heading somewhere super sick and will be offline for a few days. Until then, Steady is totally in charge. With zero extra context, she dips out. But look at that smile. The vibe is crazy heavy right now. You just know a massive cliffhanger is brewing. Inside the ride, Gaze asks if this is actually a smart play. Leonora just sips her tea like a boss, asking what he means. He says it is painfully obvious. He is totally certain Araji is cooking up some sketchy plot. She takes another sip completely unbothered and casually admits they are definitely planning a rebellion. Gaze begs for the actual game plan, but she straight up says she has zero. She is honestly just hyped to see how they try to pull this off. Plus, Leonora thinks letting them scheme and grind offline while she is away is absolutely goated. Gaze points out they are still leveling up. Super unlikely, but just maybe. She shuts him right down, nothing is happening. They could never challenge her face to face. Some kind of overpowered contract has to be guarding her. Gaze ends up agreeing and she tells him to just treat this whole mess as content, like an artist sketching out the final details. She is absolutely dying to binge watch this little social hierarchy form between them. If they actually spark a rebellion, even better. She will utterly break them and delete their willpower. Plus, she has caught wind of other sus activities, so she is letting them run wild for now. Meanwhile, in the woods, Araji is already sprinting, outplaying massive monsters. He whips out a blade and yeets it straight into a beast's skull, one-shotting the thing instantly. He triggers the Eye of Judgment and checks his stats. His skills totally evolved. Wiping out that demon earlier before the poor dude even knew what hit him seriously boosted his XP. Out of nowhere, he senses heavy aggro. Something huge swings hard at him. He easily dodges saliva flying from the monster's jaws. Araji draws 3 daggers and lets them rip, but this absolute tank's armor is way too thick. Staying ice cold, he pops his eye skill, spots the main weak point, vaults behind the monster, and buries his blade. The beast totally folds. Right then, the system notification drops. Bro unlocked a new skill. He can perfectly target the weak spot on the neck now, explaining the insane critical damage. Pretty sick, honestly. Still nowhere near Midu's broken power level, though. He knows he needs way more utility to survive this crazy world. The grind for raw stats never stops. A swarm of absolute Walmart goblins rushes him. His eye highlights their heads and hearts as weak points. Kind of obvious, but totally lethal. He fires off his knives, hitting perfect headshots, and the mobs get deleted. He thinks to himself, well, yeah, no kidding, those are the weak spots for humanoids. Against some wilder boss monsters, this ability is pretty useless. He needs different targets where this hack actually shines. Suddenly, movement in the bushes. The glow of a lantern totally slices through the pitch black. Oh, fantastic. It is Kenzaki again. You obviously want something but do not know how to actually ask. Stalking me in the literal woods at midnight, he asks what the hell she is doing out here. She fires back that she came looking for him. You ghosted the dorms, so she figured he was farming XP. Good guess, he says. Now go. The woods are super dangerous. She shoots back that he is the one who needs a warning. Araji reminds her he practically lives in the dark and demands she goes back. She snaps right back, telling him to shut up and spill what he is actually grinding for. He admits he is testing his brand new divine protection. That totally surprises her, but she remembers Steady talking about that stuff. Super curious, she asks which buff he scored. Absolute savage move, he drops half a secret, which is literally worse than nothing. He just refuses to tell her. She complains that he cannot gatekeep like this, especially after she came all the way out here sweating over his safety. He asks if she is seriously that into him. Turning bright red, she stammers out that it just sounded weird out loud. He turns away, telling her to go touch grass and head back. He is fine solo grinding. She insists on staying, but then her entire face suddenly drops. She spots massive flames over the forest line. Through the trees, a building is burning while goblins straight up jump the locals. Or maybe other students. Is this actually the first real game over? Someone is getting wrecked, but not today. Mid-Shanji suddenly charges in, swinging his massive buster sword. The girl sighs in pure relief, thanking him. But the mob of goblins immediately swarms him, only to get completely blasted by a massive fireball. Naga steps up, looking super annoyed, muttering about her ruined beauty's sleep. So what is happening? Arashi says it does not matter. They have absolutely zero time to stand around complaining. Only time to step up and fight. With the fire raging, our main guy and his partner sprint forward, trying to figure out who nuked the dorms. Mobs are spawning everywhere, and Narumi lets out a huge sigh of relief seeing those two survived. Araji demands some answers. Like, bro, he was gone for 10 seconds and now the whole zone is blazing. What the hell actually happened? Nobody has a single clue. Araji, though, already suspects some player is totally griefing them right now. They have to track this guy down immediately. Suddenly, a voice echoes out praising his sharp judgment. It is Steady, totally called it. Honestly, guys never trust the overly nice blonde dude. No sane person runs a sketchy underground monster lab. Araji asks if these are the exact creatures he had been farming. Steady smirks, admitting these are the little cuties he was prepping all along. Plus, he fed them meds to buff them up, otherwise they'd be total dead weight. Araji presses him hard, bro, why are you doing this? Trying to wipe out the hero candidates, Steady just shrugs, explaining that sadly those were orders straight from the top. Man was told to completely delete the candidates even if it meant throwing away his entire career. He swears it is nothing personal against anyone here, but this is his main quest and he has to clear it. Kenzaki is super confused. She asks if that snake Leonora gave the order. Steady actually scoffs. Nope, this came straight from the Demon King himself. Now the squad is shook. Like, honestly, how does he even know that guy? Steady says the math is pretty simple. He scored a sick gig as the Demon King's lead researcher, which honestly pays way better. Araji calls him out for totally selling his soul and backstabbing the crew just to run some twisted experiments. But Steady just throws his arms wide. He yells that normies will never get how beautiful these creatures are. He literally lives to study their goated nature. Meanwhile, flames are roaring, absolute chaos is spreading, and this dude is just striking a pose. Then he drops the attack order. The goblins absolutely rush them. Araji shouts for Kenzaki. She instantly pops her ability, freezing the mob in place and commanding them to aggro on Steady. But the villain just laughs, completely useless. One command from him and her mind control gets entirely wiped. The man is a literal scientist. Obviously, he knows how to patch a monster rebellion. These discount Walmart goblins swarm in. Araji pulls his blade, telling Kenzaki to step back. A slash to the neck, then another and another. 3 instantly drop. Steady starts clapping, totally hyped, bragging he has infinite spawn rates. Another massive wave of mobs barrels straight at him, but Araji does not panic. Stomach/head stab, easy claps. A massive golem sneaks up behind him, but Araji just pivots and delivers a totally brutal kick. The beast locks up and faceplants into the dirt. This kid is literally hard carrying the whole lobby. Even the monsters are getting totally shook now. But wait, where's Arashi, the so-called overpowered hero? Literally nowhere to be found. No one knows how cracked Araji actually is. Even Steady is baffled, wondering how his mobs are getting packed up by a kid with 0 buffs. Araji pops his eye of judgment, straight up scanning Steady's stats. His offensive specs are complete trash tier. But then Araji spots it, the dude is a half-demon with a domination skill. That completely explains why Kenzaki's hacks got nerfed. Suddenly, Steady sighs. He really did not want to sweat this hard, but he has 0 choice. He blows a sharp whistle. Araji squints hard, demanding to know what the hell he is doing now. Steady flashes a smug grin, you will see soon enough. Out of nowhere, Araji flinches and completely dives out of the way as a massive fireball nukes the ground. And just like that, holy crap, the dude spawned a literal dragon. The beast inhales, charging up another fire blast. Steady flexes on them, bragging about his red dragon, his ultimate trump card. The creature violently charges and bulldozing through houses and sending rubble flying everywhere. Kenzaki completely freezes, yelling that dodging is impossible. But Araji reacts insanely fast, like borderline hacker speed. Just one clean sidestep and he avoids the area damage. He checks on her, then tells Narumi to guard her while he solo targets the boss. But seriously, you guys seeing this, where is this fake hero? Did he actually log out? The dragon locks onto Araji, ready to secure the final kill. Then Araji sees the glowing hitbox right under its neck. Finally, his busted eye ability is actually paying off. As the monster zooms past, he ducks and slashes the exact spot, but his garbage starter dagger completely shatters on impact. The dragon crashes down hard. Araji quickly does the math. His current damage output is way too low to solo this raid boss. Right when he is trying to strategize, Arashi finally drops in with maximum edge. He dive bombs from a roof, punches the dragon right in the jaw, and sticks a superhero landing. He grins, asking how the overgrown lizard like that. The dragon replies by breathing straight fire into his face. Insanely enough, instead of turning into ash, he just gets slightly toasted. Dude is smoking, but totally fine. Watching this, Araji admits to himself, okay, this toxic guy actually rolled some god-tier stats. He is an absolute tank. Arashi smirks, bragging about the scratch. But before his ego gets too massive, Araji steps up, hey, listen to me. They literally have to co-op right now to clear this boss. Naturally, Arashi scoffs, asking why a goat like him needs a noob's help. Araji stays completely chill, explaining he can see the exact weak points but lacks the raw damage to exploit them. Arashi just sneers back. Sounds to him like the scrub is literally begging for a carry. He is totally not interested, but Araji just yells out an incoming attack warning. And right on cue, they both jump clear, just as that massive tail hitbox sweeps through. But midair, the beast is already charging another breath attack. This time, Arashi totally face tanks the entire blast. He gets absolutely cooked, health pretty much zeroed out. Araji asks flat out if he really thinks he can solo this. Surprisingly, Arashi doesn't cap. He admits he needs the exact weak spot. Araji explains it is right under the neck scales. Hit that precise target and the damage multiplier goes crazy. Stack that with his explosion and the beast drops. Arashi nods fine, he will actually trust him this time. From far back, Steady yells out, totally clueless why his dragon froze. Then he screams like a UIO tryhard, demanding the beast crush him. The red dragon roars, the sheer wind pressure knocking everyone back. Sparks absolutely fill the air. Araji slides sideways, tossing throwing knives to grab aggro and set up the perfect opening for Arashi. The dragon snaps hard, but he keeps dodging right out of range, forcing the beast to chase him. Meanwhile, Arashi flanks the neck, sliding in with a cocky smirk, saying he knows exactly the assignment here. He drops low, triggers his massive explosive buff, and slams the hit square into the weak point. The beast screeches in pure pain before wiping out completely. Steady is absolutely shook, his goated monster fell. Arashi grins, bragging it was free. Arashi just sighs, telling him for a dude who almost got cooked, he talks way too much trash. Then he faces Steady, asking if he really wants the smoke now that his main carry is dead. Steady swears he has a million summons left. But get this, guys, he looks around and realizes every single mob is already laid out. And obviously, our missing hero Midu finally drops in, not from fighting, but just chilling, surrounded by 4 different girls. He smirks, pointing out the only loser left is this guy. Steady immediately tries to dip, but Narumi steps right up to him, letting him know he is completely trapped. Spook the total clown trips over himself, but a quick water spell grabs him. He looks up and there is a blade right in his face. Araji glares hard. He complains this absolute scrub ruined their entire night of sleep just to force a completely useless boss fight. Steady completely loses it, begging them to chill and promising to drop all the lore if he survives. Suddenly, his eyes flash red. Nobody gets what is happening until weird purple tears stream down his face. And just like that, he is deleted. Araji guesses the guy was under some kind of heavy curse. Midu figures it activated because he almost leaked the intel. Meanwhile, Araji keeps thinking about the Demon King. The enemy never quits, always sending assassins. The next day, somebody complains the whole mess is unreal. It is Saint Leonora playing the victim, saying she is super stressed this went down while she was away from keyboard. Narumi claps back, telling her to take the L since she literally put Steady in charge of the whole operation. Leonora just giggles, saying it was simply a tiny misunderstanding. She claims she never expected such a low-tier demon tamer to cause major problems. Her real attitude is pretty obvious here. Nagi straight up asks if she knew he was a mole and still let him cook. Leonora just repeats her warning, saying the grind was getting harder and this was part of the plan. One student totally snaps, calling her toxic and yelling that they almost got wiped out in their sleep. Gagas interrupts, telling the kid to chill out and blaming him for lacking awareness. Araji knows it is toxic, but he kind of agrees. He reacted super late to the mob spawn, only jumping in when things were actually doomed. The saint then pivots to the real news. They are taking a road trip straight to the royal capital. Midu asks why. She explains there is a massive parade hyping up the new hero candidates, and they are the main event. Night drops and Gagas tells the guards to sleep. They are already on the road setting up camp. Arashi scouts ahead, counting 30 dudes total. But honestly, most of these guards look like total NPCs. One of his boys brags he could easily one-shot any of them. So what is the play? Arashi says it is obvious time to launch their crazy master plan. His buddy nods. 30 guards stuck in an open field. They are totally getting disrespected right now. Nobody expects a full-blown rebellion tonight. They just need to ping Narumi's squad and get into position. But Araji watches quietly, knowing the real truth. The squad is completely ready for a fight. Leonora and Gagas have zero fear, certain they can flex on any threat. Right then, Araji pulls Midu aside. Meanwhile, hiding out in the dark trees, Arashi's gang prepares to strike. He figures the clueless guards are already snoozing, making it the perfect opening. Narumi agrees, dropping the green light. But the second they push forward, Midu and his crew pull up. He steps right up and drops a bomb. He totally heard their sick little plan to zero out Leonora and Gas. Arashi immediately snaps, demanding to know which snitch leaked the tea. Midu plays it cool, claiming he just overheard it. Naga jumps in, asking if they are seriously plotting something this utterly unhinged. Sure, Leonora and Gas are annoying, but this is totally crossing the line. Arashi fires right back. He says the real crazy ones are them for actually thinking they should keep playing lapdogs for those two. Midu admits the vibe is pretty garbage right now, but he firmly insists they need another way out. Arashi bites back immediately, daring him to drop a better strategy. Then Midu straight up says his master plan is getting goated enough to solo the Demon King. In exchange, he will demand absolute safety for the whole squad. Arashi just laughs in his face. He tells him to touch grass like Leonora would ever entertain that delusion. But Midu doubles down. He argues that once he secures that kind of wild power, he will automatically have the leverage to negotiate. Arashi shuts that down fast. It is completely off the table. He refuses to have some wannabe hero playing his bodyguard. He tells Midu to back off because he is not taking a single word back. Just like that, it is officially throwdown time. Midu gives him one last warning: you want this fade, you gotta run through my entire crew first. But honestly, his people do not look rattled in the slightest. Arashi charges right in, promising Midu will regret this, and brutally drives a knee into his gut. Midu goes flying backwards, completely shook by Arashi and his absolute freakish speed. But honestly, Arashi is just as stunned because Midu somehow managed to partially block the hit. Right then, a few soldiers rush over, asking exactly what is going on. Midu plays it off, claiming they are just handling a disagreement with some friendly sparring. The guards tell them to chill because it is way too late for this foolishness. Realizing things will only go sideways if he keeps pushing, Arashi literally spits in annoyance and declares he is totally done here. He storms off, dropping that it is completely pointless dealing with such massive scrubs. Nobody there is even worth his breath. Okay, moving on, we finally hit the capital of Durist. The streets are popping with merchants and celebrations, and that goofball Narumi is completely starstruck. Hashimoto whines about the massive crowd, but Naga just shrugs it off. She claims this is basically empty compared to the hype of her own concerts. The vibe entirely shifts. Meanwhile, the locals are heavily side-eyeing them, whispering and trying to confirm if these are really the guys. Gage hypes them up, yelling for everyone to clear a path because the hero candidates just dropped in. The crowd throws their hands up, screaming out, "These are God's chosen ones." They're straight up incredible. Team 1 just stands there looking completely clueless during the hype, except for Midu, who is acting like an edgy tough guy again. Honestly, his whole main character syndrome is getting super old. Strutting around with his arm up like he owns the server, dude is seriously begging for a reality check. Obviously, Arashi is not amused. The protagonist catches on that these locals have crazy high expectations for the candidates. Kanaki, on the other hand, gets majorly stressed realizing how many literal lives are riding on their squad now. Meanwhile, Arashi spots the massive castle towering overhead. Way up at the top, Reigns welcomes the whole crew, telling them to finally chill after that brutal grind of a journey, which they gladly do. Half the squad faceplants into bed while others head out looking for some action. Later that night, they throw an absolute banger of a feast, and by sunrise, Midu is already back on his grind. As usual, our protagonist is out there quietly farming aura and scouting the local lore. He spots a crazy secure gate, realizing sneaking through this castle is basically hard mode. And hey, quick fact check, when I called Reigns the king earlier, I was totally capping. He is actually a high-tier holy knight. And Arashi quickly clocks that this dude holds serious clout around town. He spies on him pressing the guards, asking exactly where the hero candidates are. Reigns plays it completely cool, saying the kids are just crashing in their rooms. But the soldiers are stressing, asking if these guys are legit the creator's chosen ones. Reigns confirms it. He says he already noticed their stats are way too cracked for normal kids. The knight admits he knows they are OP, but he is paranoid about the Demon King's cult. Parading the heroes straight into the capital is practically begging those cultists to pull up. Some dude with a mustache completely agrees, claiming the vibe has been ultra sketchy lately. They really need to stay on guard. Overhearing all this, Arashi just gets even more intensely suspicious. But Reigns tells them to chill out. He is super confident the candidates will protect the capital and just wrap this entire mess up fast. The meeting wraps up and everyone scatters. Still super curious, Arashi decides it is time to hit the streets and dig for some real intel. Later that night, inside a local pub, the whole place is incredibly loud with drinking and laughter. Somebody rolls up to the old bartender ordering a literal bucket of whatever top-tier food they have. The old man eyes the kid and just gives a firm nod. Easy work. Meanwhile, some wasted guys at the bar are shouting, "Hey, did anyone see those absolute clowns pretending to be heroes today?" They call them a bunch of stupid kids. But some blonde dude immediately snaps back, "Do not trash talk them. Bro, we have got to trust the saint. Unless you want the church breathing down your neck, right? Makes sense. The church is basically goated around here. People actually fear the church way more than the king or nobles." The old guy slams a drink on the counter, serving him up. Araji takes his shot to ask some questions. Plays the noob card, says he just spawned in this country and needs the rundown. He keeps hearing rumors about the Demon King's followers. So who exactly are these guys? The old dude scratches his ear. Tells him, "Look, you already know the country is fighting the Demon King, right? Apparently that boss is absolute nightmare fuel. He has crazy powers that tempt greedy humans, so tons of people end up totally corrupted. Word on the street is even some high-tier nobles are secretly working for the Demon King." Araji plays along, saying that is truly awful, but mentally, he realizes this place basically has a massive undercover terrorist organization. Walking through the city, he sees the hype is real. Everyone genuinely believes the heroes will totally wreck the Demon King. That blind faith plus the shady cultists is exactly why having the hero around makes everybody so incredibly restless. Suddenly, Kenzuki pops up bragging that she found him again. Seriously, this girl must have radar or something. Only logical explanation. She asks what his whole deal is right now. He claims he is just gathering intel. New map, new rules, it is basic survival. She hesitates getting it, but warns him that soloing this area is super dangerous. Plus, if he ever needs a carry, he can literally just ask her. You can totally tell he is just stringing her along for his aura farming grind. He waves her off, "Nah, I am fine. Seriously, just go chill with the other students." But she insists he stay right there. Looks like she refuses to touch grass. She really pushes him to just take the help. Araji sighs, fine, he will accept it. He has been speedrunning his info gathering on the royal capital anyway. Why not let her do the heavy lifting with the NPCs? The poor girl completely falls for his bait, humming happily as she leaves. Meanwhile, some hooded guy nearby quietly chuckles. Back at base, he realizes his intel haul was basically trash, but he did uncover a brand new enemy faction. Right then, absolute chaos breaks out. He wonders what the big deal is this late, heading to the hall where all the candidates are stressing. He asks, "What is up?" They drop the bomb. Kenzaki is missing. Ronia noticed first since they are roommates, and now the whole squad is searching. Araji realizes nobody even noticed his own away from keyboard status except Kenzaki. Seriously, zero respect for our guy, but whatever. That is when Midu steps up, asking if he has a clue what went down. He plays dumb. Says unfortunately he does not know a thing. Bro claims he was just snoozing in his room. Midu looks super bummed. tells the group she is obviously not in the castle. With dawn dropping soon, they need to start the search party. Honestly, they should be out there searching right now in the dark. Kenzaki could be taking massive damage right now, and they are literally waiting for sunrise. Nevs agrees with waiting. Our boy knows that is a guaranteed game over. Still, he gets that half the server is asleep right now. But deep down, stalling is the absolute worst play they could make. So he heads out to handle it himself. Tracking back to where they met, he spots her student ID card just chilling on the dirt. The second he bends down, 4 guys pop out of nowhere. A total ambush from all sides. Araji dodges the first attack and death stares the guy. The dude panics, so Araji grabs his arm and yanks him into his buddy, making them slam together hard. Spinning around, he kicks another guy right in the face and drops him to the floor. A total brawl kicks off, and within seconds, the last dude standing is visibly shaking. Araji straight up tells them they are trash, spies, and awful soldiers. Plus, they look like completely basic humans, so what exactly are they doing in here? The guy hesitates, but Araji warns him to spill the tea right now. Meanwhile, somewhere else in town, Kenzaki is tied up with her arms stretched out. She is completely livid while her captors just mock her for being feisty. Judging by her glare, she is totally ready to throw hands. She tells them her answer is never going to change. She refuses to drop a single detail. The guy teases her to stop being so cold, claiming they just want some intel on the candidates. And honestly, standard anime villain behavior right here. What do they actually do? They immediately go for the threat, asking how long she can actually keep quiet. But while they plot, Araji is already watching from the pillars. He notices these guys are totally basic humans, making it crazy that Kenzaki even got caught. The counterattack is sick. 2 knives fly out and nail both their skulls. Their bodies drop dead to the floor while she just sits there stunned. And our goated protagonist steps up asking if she is alright. Still totally shaken, she starts apologizing. But he just tells her to keep quiet, stay low-key, and get out before they attract a crowd. She thanks him again, but right on cue, Araji catches that weird vibe again. He stands up and checks the pillars where something is definitely creeping closer. In a flash, a knight steps out and slams the ground hard. And wait, is that Reigns? The dude stands up, calling his dodge pretty impressive. Of course, it is that absolute menace declaring that Araji has to die, calling him way too dangerous to live. Araji puts it together, this guy really is from the Night Order. What is he doing here? Reigns totally owns it. Yep, he is. Or honestly, calling him a general of the Demon King's army is way more accurate. Araji braces himself, realizing this whole cursed capital is just crawling with ops. This country is literally falling apart. Reigns tells him to give up, claiming it is game over because all the candidates are getting wiped out. As Reigns readies his weapon, Araji activates his eye. Reigns Walter, 28 years old, and as always, the vibe is off. He doesn't have any stats hinting at demonic possession. Plus, all his stats sit at B rank. Definitely not some mob to sleep on. Reigns glares and charges in swinging his blade. Araji dodges, but mid-jump, Reigns locks eyes with him, pops a magic circle, and blasts 3 fireballs straight at him. Our guy definitely did not expect this dude to pack magic too. He leaps away from the blast, completely caught in midair. Reigns rushes in, declaring that it is wraps for him. Araji tries tossing another knife, but the guy just sneers. He sparks an eternal flame on his sword and announces that the candidate is cooked. He raises his weapon for the final blow when suddenly, boom, Araji whips out a literal Glock and shoots him straight in the forehead. Reigns tried to cast a magic circle, but our boy just hit him with that American breathing technique instead. The dude drops dead on the spot. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot he kept that piece in his pocket. Araji mutters that Reigns actually managed to surprise him. He really did not want to waste ammo, but floating midair meant dodging was impossible. Honestly, he desperately needs to learn some new combat mechanics if he wants to survive this crazy world. Still hyped that after 20 chapters, this kid actually invoked the Second Amendment. Kenzaki is totally shook, asking if he really just shot a guy. He casually shrugs, calling it standard assassin gear. She admits it is terrifying, realizing her classmate packed heat all along, but her face turns bright red. She asks if he came just to save her. He shuts that down, fast, pure coincidence, you idiot. Besides, where is your domination power? She explains the ambush started the second they slapped those heavy shackles on her. From that exact moment, her skills were totally nerfed. Super weird. But it is obvious to him now that those cuffs have some seriously broken anti-magic properties. He tosses his jacket over her shoulders and tells her to get moving, but she is not having it. She looks at him. Shinjo, those ops are going to hunt down everyone in our class, right? He nods, confirming they are likely targeted by half the city, especially since that guy he just clapped was the night captain. Then the scene cuts back to a bit earlier, right when he was interrogating the mobs who tried jumping him. The guy was literally begging for his life, but Araji told him his survival depended on the tea he spilled. The dude drops to his knees, crying about just following orders, claiming everyone said the candidates were enemies of the Demon King and they just had to wipe them out. Araji presses the guy hard. Did they kill Kanaki? The dude spits back that she is totally still alive. The plan was to keep her locked up as bait to aggro the other heroes and milk them for intel. That instantly tips the protagonist off these cultists are swarming everywhere in massive numbers. Their numbers are straight up multiplying, which is exactly when the rest of the squad would start hardcore searching. Thank God Araji pulled a night mission and completely clutched her rescue. The protagonist also clocks something wild. This snitch actually does not drop dead from some crazy curse like the last guy. Kanaki realizes these freaks are straight up Demon King simps even without a drop of demonic magic. She honestly thought everyone in this world was on their team, but Araji hits her with a reality check. She seriously needs to touch grass and stop getting played. The literal only reason those goons managed to slap cuffs on her was because she totally left herself wide open. Super embarrassed, she admits they were just answering all her questions. She got hyped to learn about the world and totally zoned out, and she snaps telling him to chill with the nagging. She only lost focus for like a split second, but right then a voice calls out to them. It is Mido rolling up late as usual, but he is totally relieved to find them safe. He gets all goofy and asks if Shinjo was the one who tracked her down. The protagonist says they need to talk, and Mido instantly catches the bad vibes. Araji breaks down the whole Demon King cult situation. A bunch of regular humans practically fanboying over the exact boss they are meant to raid, which obviously puts a massive target on their backs. Mido admits things just got crazy complicated. Since these are normal humans with zero magic, spotting them in a crowd is going to be a massive headache compared to regular mobs. Araji completely agrees. The difficulty level of this run just spiked hard. Mido says he has got to report this up to Leonora to buff their overall defenses. But Kanaki cuts him off. She's dead sure that woman will just tell them to solo the problem like always. Mido takes a beat, thinks, and admits she's spot on. She is absolutely not going to carry them, so they are better off partying up and calling the shots themselves. Meanwhile, the entire class is still out there, grinding the search for Kanaki, but their chat gets interrupted by a massive explosion rocking the entire city block. Smoke rises up in the distance, and they instantly sprint toward the chaos. Suddenly, they are completely surrounded. Hooded creeps are everywhere just chuckling. Mido clocks it. These are the exact toxic players they have been hunting. Araji sighs, saying they are totally out of options and tells the squad to prep for combat. These NPCs do not stand a chance anyway against the three strongest hitters. At the exact same time, Arashi and Nagas are getting jumped by their own mobs. Totally doomed, honestly. They will probably get squad wiped, though Arashi must be insanely hyped since that dude lives for a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, the protagonist hits them with a quick stat scan. Totally hostile, but absolutely zero demonic buffs. Most are sitting at trash D and F tiers, but strangely, Araji mutters they are a legit problem. These guys are actually trained fighters. Maybe it is not a huge deal, but we will find out. The call drops and the whole enemy group rushes them. Check out this combo. The protagonist shouts for Kanaki and she pops her skill, freezing 5 goons solid for a hot second. He chucks 5 knives with aimbot accuracy and it is game over. So much for tough guys. Mido is hyping them up like crazy. But wait, what the actual hell, guys? These are just humans. You cannot just go around speedrunning real people like that. Araji straight up does not care. A hostile mob is a dead mob. Mido is out here trying to roleplay the classic White Knight, screaming about saving people from darkness. Suddenly, another attacker tries to gank from behind, forcing Araji to parry. Still totally stuck in good guy mode. Mido screams, "Why do this? We are all human here. Why the hell are you boosting the Demon King?" The cultist just laughs, saying they would literally do anything for their master. Kanaki tries to step in, but the protagonist aggressively holds her back. He wants Mido to solo this one. Mido strikes hard, literally shattering the dude's weapon into pieces. Mido warns the guy, "Drop that broken trash and surrender, or you are about to get absolutely folded." The psycho just cackles, screaming he would never bow down to some filthy hero. He goes all in for another crazy lunge. Blood sprays everywhere. "Are you seeing this?" Mido actually tanked the hit just to avoid killing the idiot. The attacker laughs like an absolute maniac. Then Mido finally snaps. "You son of a gun." He lands a clean, heavy gut punch. Totally fed up. "Is that what you wanted, you absolute bastard?" There he goes, completely wrecked on the pavement. But some absolute weirdo on the sidelines starts begging for more, yelling that it is not enough. Araji tells Mido to finish the job. Mido pushes back, asking if they can just leave the trash mob to bleed out on the floor. But the protagonist drops a cold reality check. "This world is brutal. You have to double tap and eliminate threats permanently." The attacker is shook. How is a random student talking this cold? He is supposed to be human too. The protagonist just sighs. It is a choice. And right now, their classmates are probably catching hands from these guys all over the server. Wait, is he really about to ditch this dude and risk wiping the whole party? Someone forces Mido to choose what is more important, the guy on the ground or their classmates. This villain is literally playing mind games with the hero. Mido accepts the dark reality and just sinks his blade in. He swears he will save his squad, refusing to let anyone else get packed up. Meanwhile, the city is an absolute bloodbath. These mobs try ganking Araji, but the dude is straight up thrilled. He is just ragdolling everyone, farming intel with a massive grin. Boom, he gets all the drops he needs. The informant screams at him to die, blasting him point blank in the chest. The dude gets absolutely scorched, dropping like dead weight while the heroes celebrate. Cut to this totally wild spy scene. Nagi is swinging around just spamming fireballs and roasting everybody in sight. This is way too easy. There has to be a boss coming they cannot tank. She has zero clue why the mob spawn rate is this insane. She yells at her squad to actually do something instead of just spectating. But they are totally freezing up. Wait, they are human. We cannot kill human NPCs. Nagi completely snaps, asking if they have a death wish. Suddenly, one gets kicked from behind and another gets sliced open. She literally cannot understand why her two teammates are completely nerfed by their own morals. And pulling the strings, the Saint is sitting back wondering if the noobs will actually pass her sick test. Big yikes. Now this little 5-girl squad is completely surrounded. Out of nowhere, the Saint drops in. Well, maybe everyone already passed. I thought those thugs were part of her setup, but they are actually furious. They start screaming that the damn Saint finally showed her face. She calls it super messed up to attack the folks she wants to protect. Obviously, she has to step in and save everyone. The attackers call it the perfect chance to jump her since she pulled up with 0 escorts. The Saint just laughs right in their faces. She finds it hilarious that these Demon King Sims actually think they stand a ghost of a chance against her. They scream at her to shut up and rush in. Everyone is about to stab her, but the Saint stays totally chill and just smiles. She pops her prostrata power, basically a flex stance, and instantly everyone hits the floor. She struts through, mocking how they thought her skill would get stopped so easily. Her sick aura floods the zone. She flexes that her domination is completely goated. The spies are totally lost, asking why she saved them. The Saint fires back that she already said everyone passed the test. Sure, handling it themselves would be better, but it was still a solid save. Nagaki thanks her, but the Saint brushes it off. No thanks needed. Watching over her subordinates is literally just her job. A dude on the floor grabs her clothes, begging for attention and demanding answers. The Saint just glances down, calling it a real shame. She didn't realize he was breathing. Fine. She orders the girls to execute them. Her domination totally hijacks the girls. They lose all body control, freaking out over what is actually happening. The Saint literally forces one girl to raise her sword. The guy on the ground begs for mercy, but she has zero choice in this. She drives the blade down hard. The Saint is being merciless, but these girls seriously need to learn to kill. The whole city wants them dead, plus a demon king exists. You cannot keep playing the good guy forever. The fools are bawling while Araji points out the insane power of a level 3 domination. Kenzaki realizes it is way stronger than hers within massive range. Araji knows they need a solid counter fast, or else they will just be stuck at her mercy forever. That night, 12 hours post Demon King attack, the whole squad gathers at the castle. Araji notices Nagaki looking totally rattled. A girl asks about the group, and Nagaki admits everyone is doing awful. Hashimoto totally gets it, while Narumi demands to know why they are mind-controlling people and forcing them to off humans. It is totally messed up. Instead of hating the disciples, they are actually furious at the Saint for forcing those grounded kills. Narumi agrees it is straight up inhuman, asking if Nagaki is okay. She claims she is chill, just a bit bothered, but knows the others will definitely struggle to cope. Oh, you sweet little heroes. You guys are going to get clapped like this. Good thing Araji is here to balance things out. 1 headshot, 5 stabs. He does not hesitate for a second. Midu is over there sobbing, hating himself for not pulling up sooner to stop the suffering. The squad tells him to stop stressing because he is not to blame. Kenzaki chimes in, saying if she arrived earlier, she could have restrained them all. Araji shuts that down, calling them idiots. None of them had the stats to resist Leonora's commands. Back when they grouped up with Midu, they split up to help the squad, but obviously could not save everyone. Plus, Araji knows this is definitely not their last run-in with that Demon King cult. With their general packed up, they finally get a short breather. But there is something way more important right now. He pulls Kenzaki aside to talk. She follows him, blushing like crazy. What exactly does she think he will ask? He looks dead at her and tells her to dominate him. She completely short-circuits, asking what he means. Wait, is this a duel? Obviously not. Honestly, guys, I really wanted to see that wild request play out, but whatever next chapter, they are just celebrating, wiping out part of the Demon King's army. The hype is unreal for the heroes returning. Everyone is completely mind-blown by their stats since they actually survived that insane last battle. Now the capital is welcoming them back with massive cheers, while the whole crowd just stares. But Araji finds this whole vibe incredibly sus. It seriously feels like this whole PR stunt was Leonora's master plan for public approval. If true, she is way more dangerous and playing 4D chess on a crazy level. Sometime later, the squad gathers up at the castle gates. Leonora tells them to hit the Alpha City Temple. Kenzaki is confused, but Araji reminds her that is exactly where they first spawned in. Midu asks if Leonora is going to tag along. She claims she has leftover business, so Gaia will babysit them for now. Nagaki reminds the group they are acting totally foolish. Did they seriously forget their dorms got completely nuked? She also notices the other girls are still physically shaking. She checks on Narumi, but the girl looks absolutely traumatized, sporting a black eye and a dead stare. The saint asks if there is some kind of problem. Naomi flinches and just drops to the ground like a total noob, forcing her friend to catch her. Navas tries calming her down while the saint simply turns away. She announces the beef is settled and dips. But the absolutely shaken girl demands she stay put. Her friend immediately tells her to shut up instead. Seriously though, all the saint did was split a skull with her sword. Get over it already. They are in a magical world where the whole point is killing the Demon King. Touch grass, Naomi. Honestly, I am totally rooting for this goated saint and her exposed midriff. She is the real deal. Mito, on the other hand, is definitely not vibing and just keeps glaring. Araji notices that Arashi is hyped and totally itching for a fight. Right then, Gaius announces it is time to head out. Night falls and they set up camp in the forest. That little squad gathers behind the trees again. Just like Araji suspected, they are definitely cooking up a scheme. Kanzaki guessed the exact same thing, but our guy confirmed it. Obviously, they are plotting. Leonora is nowhere around, leaving only about 30 soldiers. Most of them are absolute fodder compared to the actual heroes. Talk about the perfect chance to jump Gaius. Under these conditions, Araji is absolutely not stepping in. He just plans to grab popcorn and watch it unfold. Deep in the woods, Gaius asks if that dragon-looking monster is actually nearby. Narumi tells the old man to follow him. He claims he spotted something super sketchy around here. Is Gaius falling for the bait or just playing totally dumb? The knight warns that this road leads straight to the royal capital. If a dragon actually lives here, things could get ugly. Right on cue, Narumi screams in fake panic, yelling the beast has appeared. Is this the trap? When Gaius turns to check, Arashi is already right behind him. The kid unleashes a massive explosion that looks like a totally direct hit. Narumi buffs his legs and flies clear. Gaius barely dodges, but his head gets scorched and his forehead is bleeding. Arashi just laughs, finding the whole thing hilarious. Even his maxed out explosion was not enough. This guy is an absolute tank. Still, judging by that nasty burn, he is clearly nerfed right now. Dropping tough guys is Arashi's favorite hobby anyway. Gaius stumbles backward right onto a sick landmine Arashi planted earlier. He gets totally swallowed by flames from the ground. Arashi brags about leading him into a trap. He warns the old man that wherever he steps, he is getting blown up. Even using mana to defend those cheap hits are definitely doing real damage. Gaius admits he totally did not expect them to use such cheap toxic tactics for an ambush. He seriously misjudged Arashi. Out of nowhere, he spreads his arms wide and actually thanks them. Thanks them very much. His only real goal here is killing them anyway, so all these dirty tactics just make his job way easier. Right then, the rest of those Walmart adventurers pop up behind him. Gaius stands tall, touching his sword to his forehead. Arashi orders everyone to push forward. This old man is getting packed up today and absolutely nobody is showing mercy. Gaius just replies that stopping them seems completely impossible now. He reaches straight into his pocket, pulls out a tiny blue sphere, and casually tosses it into the air. It bursts like a firework. Mito and Kanzaki are super confused while Araji thinks Arashi completely fumbled the bag. At the camp, soldiers spot the signal and look around, wondering if their guide just ghosted them. Assuming he's under attack, they sprint over to check. But right at that very second, Araji slides in and cleanly slashes a guy's throat. One dude tries fighting back. Araji simply gets close and whispers that it is nothing personal. Unfortunately, they just have to die. Damn, our guy is really getting his hands dirty. The attackers scream and curse at him. He casually dodges another strike, delivering a totally brutal uppercut right under a chin. He throws one body onto another guy. While the survivor scrambles to catch his friend, Araji simply stabs him under the armpit while walking past. Panicking attackers cannot figure out why the candidates are doing this. Araji coldly replies, "This is definitely not the time for questions." Such an absolutely brutal sequence. Back in the forest, Gaius is completely surrounded. Everyone jumps him hard from the sides. He blocks a wild straight attack and tanks a heavy punch from another dude. Narumi spawns a sick wind spear and chucks it, taking a man completely out. Meanwhile, another kid spams buffs, channeling power into his allies to boost their stats. Gaze realizes this trap is way too dangerous and backs off to dodge, but another kid instantly rushes in to hammer him from the flank. Ayaz calls the kid slow. The attacker just laughs, shouting that speed does not matter. His sword slams straight into Gaia's chest and practically shatters. The veteran knight cannot believe these divine buffs are actually this overpowered. Suddenly, he senses something sketchy coming from his left. Arashi lands another explosive punch, completely sending him flying. He blocked it, but his arm is looking pretty cooked right now. Arashi laughs. This old man is way too persistent. Narumi acts cocky, sure that signal was just a desperate call for help to buy time, But Gay smiles, no need for help anymore. Look who finally showed up. The absolute boss herself appears. The midriff saint strolls up, teasing that Gaius looks totally cornered. Oh boy, these kids are cooked. Back at the main camp, everyone else is already tied up. Mito asks what on earth they are doing. Turns out, Kenzaki helped our guy, claiming she is just following orders. Mito is confused. Maga admits this is wild. Kenzaki usually just ghosts people. Then Arashi rolls up, dropping the heavy news on Midu that Kaki is following his orders. Midu is shook. Kenzaki chimes and she bags 7 of them, though a few dipped. She tells him to chill. The rest are totally handled. Right on cue, Midu steps up, asking what exactly she means by handled. Arashi just shrugs it off. Yeah, he wiped them all out, except those soldiers over there. None of the others are even breathing. Kenzaki points out his usual zero-mercy policy, while Midu demands to know why. The protagonist explains Arashi's squad was facing down B, so to help out, he decided to sweep the floor with the easy targets. It finally clicks for Midu why Arashi was totally missing in action all night. Magus warns this rebellion might blow up into something way more serious. Is he seriously going all in on a wild plan like this? Arashi just tells her to look around for the answer. Midu's totally lost. Why on earth is he teaming up with a guy like Arashi? He thought they were solid allies. The protagonist just shrugs. He has a job to do. If Midu wants to vent, he can go yell at Arashi. Stop bothering him. The hero admits Midu is right, but they have zero time to talk. He orders them to move out. They need to stop this lunk squad. The midriff saint smirks. She is wildly impressed that Gaze actually took a massive loss. He admits it is totally shameful. No escape. His time is straight up done. From above, Narumi asks what their game plan is. Arashi shoots back, no other options. He is absolutely not tucking his tail to touch grass after making it this far. The others hesitate hard. They know she can mind control people. The saint herself casually brags that her ability does have a few limits. If a target has crazy high mana, even she struggles to control them. But these scrubs just spam divine protection and barely even know how their own mana works. Absolute failures. That is why she can easily puppet everyone here. Arashi calls her a massive coward. If she actually tried to fight him one-on-one, she would get completely wrecked. The saint just laughs off his cheap taunts. Since he wants smoke, she decides to step up and snap those little claws of his. Even Gaze looks terrified now, begging her to keep that enslavement magic locked away. Using it right now would be way too toxic. The midriff queen tells Gaze to take a chill pill. She is the saint, after all. God literally loves her way more than these losers. Arashi charges straight and yelling at her to bring out the big guns. Gaze is shaking, but the saint simply reaches out. She calls the earth and something violently erupts from the ground, blasting him square in the chest. He starts writhing. She calls the wind next. It slices from every single direction to form a massive cyclone. Narumi rushes to help while everyone else panics over Arashi. The saint commands fire, straight up vaporizing a guy. Then she calls the water, trapping another dude in a bubble where he absolutely cannot breathe. One guy fully blacks out. Everyone else freezes. The saint asks if they are done. Someone says no. Arashi snaps, absolutely not. She better not think she already secured the win. Midu's squad finally rolls up. He orders Arashi to stand down, demanding to know what he actually thinks acting like this will achieve. Arashi fires back. Anyone trying to stop him better be ready to throw hands. He absolutely hates pacifists just as much as anyone else. Midu asks if the rest of the crew seriously feels the same way. Narumi apologizes, but they just cannot trust the saint and her sketchy squad. The hero stews on it while Magus totally backs Narumi. Since things are already this hyped up, maybe everyone should just commit to the cause. Hashimoto tries to argue that violence is definitely not the play here. The saint finds it hilarious that they are still debating right now. She thinks they are totally delusional for assuming they will not get punished. The vibe is straight up cursed. Trust me, nobody is escaping this. The saint stretches out both arms, ordering the savage wind to completely wreck her enemies. Narumi yells that he is not letting that happen, desperately summoning his own tornado to counter. But looking closely, the saint's storm is just massively overpowered. He gets thrown around like a rag doll, spinning helplessly with everyone else. Midu steps back. The whole dorm crew is floored. He asks if they are okay. Arashi tells Midu to chill out. Nobody is dead yet. If he actually wants to help, he needs to throw hands instead of just spectating. He raises his sword, admitting there really is no other choice left. Someone in the back totally agrees. Naga says she is completely sick of holding on to her patience. Hashimoto chimes in, looks like this really is their only valid play. With that, everyone gets battle ready. The saint smirks, fine. Today, she will physically show them the insane skill gap between them. Behind a tree, Kenzaki asks Arashi what their next move is. Leaning casually with his arms crossed, he explains the strategy. The second she drops that enslavement magic, they crash the party. Until then, they just have to trust the squad. This epic showdown is about to pop off when suddenly a voice calls out to Leonora. It is Gaze. Even though he's absolutely battered, he swears he is still her knight. The saint tells him to chill, she will hit him with a healing blessing. In a flash, he is fully restored to 100%, arm perfectly healed. They gear up to face the heroes, leaving Narumi completely shook. They went through all that trouble to pack Gase up, and boom, he is totally fine. Nagas tells Midu not to sweat it. The whole squad is here, they got this. Honestly, I cannot stop staring at the saint's exposed stomach right now, but she says they can pull up any time. In Leonora's eyes, this battle is the perfect ultimate test. If they cannot beat her, they are never going to become goated heroes. Midu charges and asks for cover fire and goes for the very first strike. Gaius steps up, blocks the hit, and they clash swords, but Midu's blade is straight up slicing right through his. Gaius gets forced back. The kid is overpowered. Meanwhile, Leonora calls on some ice magic, shaping it into spears to skewer them. She launches them right at Midu, but Nagas forms a massive fireball, intercepting them midair. Leonora just laughs, says that is nowhere near enough. The icy shards keep flying. Midu tries slashing them down, but a few impale him. Narumi yells out, telling him to brace himself. Right then, Hashimoto summons boulders, vowing she will not let the saint touch their leader. Turns out she has some sick telekinesis. Narumi channels his wind magic to slice through those stones, and together, they launch an insane combo. But the belly button queen literally just stands there. The attacks land point blank and do absolutely nothing. The rocks crash down while she claims she is loved by God. All that divine protection, zero effect on her. Watching from afar, our main character realizes this has to be her special protection. Even if her defense stats are kind of mid, she does not care. Any physical attack gets blocked by Gaius anyway. Right on cue, Arashi charges in for a kick. Gaius blocks it easy. Where did the power go? Is the boy getting tired? Arashi snaps back. He does not need his best moves for some old man. He tells Midu to hold off the saint while he solos this guy. Midu agrees, but he is low-key sweating. How do you kill a girl totally immune to divine power? Even his energy blade should be completely useless here. Suddenly, a normal sword lands right in his hand. One of the guys says it will serve him better. He tosses back a thanks. Leonora watches totally hyped, saying things are finally getting exciting. Looks like these two are about to go one-on-one. Midu tells her straight up, yeah, people are depending on him, and that is exactly why she has to catch this loss. He rushes her. She keeps smiling casually, throwing slashes like Street Fighter half-moons. Midu dodges them all. From the backline, Nagas is stressing over how they can even help. Their blessing powers are basically nerfed to 0 right now. Hashimoto agrees, saying it is super frustrating, but they just have to stand there and watch. Like, no, you guys are throwing. The saint is immune, sure. Just chuck rocks at Gaz to free up Arashi. Man, I am basically just pointing out plot holes right now. Arashi dodges, slips past another strike, and absolutely decks the old man. Knocked right back. Our boy stays super flexible, comboing into a kick that forces Gaze back, then absolutely buries a solid punch into his gut. The sheer impact sends Gaius flying. Arashi starts trash-talking, asking why the old guy is lagging. Guy's healed up, but he definitely has not regained full health just yet. The old knight claps back. Arashi is at his limit too, and he cannot just lean on that divine protection anymore. Meanwhile, Leonora spams 3 fireballs at Midu, forcing a dodge roll. At this pace, it is game over. Not a single attack is landing. He desperately needs another strategy to beat Leonora. After dodging again and facing off, she smirks, says this is exactly what she expected from him. Hardly anyone could evade that much spam. Midu knows dodging will not win this, but the whole matchup feels insanely one-sided. He has to close the gap, but her attacks, they literally never stop. His squad is useless, since they only attack from afar. He has 0 choice here, gotta risk it all, full send and close in. Leonora actually looks shook as Midu suddenly speed dashes forward. He summons spears behind him, his body launching like a lightning bolt. She slams her hand down instantly, turning the ground into quicksand beneath his feet. Before he can even process it, she sparks up some flames and completely scorches our boy's head. Naga screams his name. Leonora suddenly realizes Midu was charging his ultimate this entire time, just waiting for the perfect opening to drop it. His talent is terrifying, but she is built different. The kid completely collapses. Over with Arashi, he is still locked up with Guy, sweating how to win without explosions. Guy gives him 0 breathing room, calling out his hesitation. A nasty slash connects, blood sprays. Arashi stumbles back, having a total reality check about how he ended up here. He beat him before. Why is he getting diffed now? Gaze casually rests his sword on his shoulder, says the boy is still just a total noob. This is what happens when trash loses divine protection. But Arashi isn't having it. He doesn't need explosions or some divine buff. He's already goated. He forces himself upright, sword literally wedged right into his shoulder. Goss is absolutely stunned. The blade sits lodged deep inside his collarbone, yet he still stands. Shocked, Gas barely reacts before Arashi throws another massive punch. This one smashes square into his face. The old knight gets launched backwards, spitting up blood. Did he actually just get knocked out cold from that hit? Looks like that strike was strong enough. Arashi just grins, declaring he finally beat the bastard. Meanwhile, Midu thinks things shouldn't end up this way. He needs to be the one protecting everyone. His friends are suffering right now, and he absolutely refuses to watch anyone else go through that pain. The kid rises up again, lightning aura crackling wildly around him. The saint is completely stunned by his resilience. He says enough time to go all out. She shoots back that he lacks any real chance of reaching her, but in a total blink, he is already at her side. As she turns around to look, his heavy blade strikes, sending her flying backward. Blood pours from a fresh cut on her arm. She wonders if she actually let her guard down. In one more split second, Midu is already right at her back. She spins around, summoning a thick ice barrier, but his strike shatters it instantly, driving her back yet again. Right then, she finally realizes this has nothing to do with dropping her guard. This guy was actually managing to close the gap in a literal instant. She knew this was the earth-shrinking ability, a sick power only given to those favored by the gods. Midu says the only thing he ever asked for was something to help him protect his people. In that very same second, he drives his sword right for her neck. The saint warns him that is still not enough to beat her. She triggers Prostratus again, and Midu slams face first into the dirt. She just smiles, telling him he made his choice. Now that her trump card is fully burned, Arashi announces it is finally their turn to make a move. Poor Midu is literally kissing the dirt while the saint actually blushes. She admits she totally did not expect to need that technique, yet low-key impressed with Midu. The dorm crew starts advancing on her, but the saint tells everyone to freeze in a heartbeat, and suddenly nobody can move a single muscle. She tells them they did a genuinely fine job and everyone officially passed the test. She just never expected Gas to fall quite so fast. Apparently, as a knight, he could be replaced super easily. Everything would remain perfectly under control as long as these candidates stayed trapped under her power. Narumi realizes right from the start this was always a fight they could never win. Midu knows the brutal truth. If they cannot stop that broken ability, they have zero chance. The saint admits she was the one who performed the summoning. Therefore, she can control them absolutely whenever she wants. Otherwise, they would become way too huge a threat to the world. Suddenly, 3 daggers come flying out of nowhere. She quickly raises an earthen barrier to defend herself. The throwing knives clatter loudly against the dirt. The saint smirks, saying she had been wondering where this boy was hiding himself. She knows perfectly well her dear subordinate was killed by him. Arashi steps out, totally impressed that a completely simple guy like him actually caught her attention. The saint replies he has been super strange since the very day he arrived. He received an utterly worthless divine blessing like that, and yet he stayed unnaturally calm about it. He did not seem like someone lacking information. She's pretty disappointed he carelessly threw himself into an unwinnable battle. Arashi smirks, saying if this comes down to winning or losing, he is the one deciding. The saint tells him to just prove it immediately, freezing his entire body. Arashi stays completely chill, noting this must be that crazy subordinate type ability she used. The saint asks if he finally understands how her technique actually works. Boom. A heavy shot hits the arm and then another strikes. The soldier goes down hard, leaving the saint completely baffled. Arashi, meanwhile, is genuinely impressed. She actually protected her vital areas. She desperately wants to know how he is still moving around. She used that broken subordinate technique on him. But our goated protagonist goes all out, landing another brutal hit right to the leg beside her midriff. What the heck, wrecking the girl's look now. The saint fiercely demands to know what sick power makes her defenses so useless. Our guy casually mentions this is a deadly little piece straight from Bork. He really hates using it often, so she had better start obeying his commands. The saint forces herself to calm down, going right back on the offensive. He might ignore her techniques, but she can still attack him head-on. She sends a blast of fire to burn him alive, mocking that he totally let his guard down. Her expression drops when she realizes the only thing left burning on the dirt is his shirt. Arashi stands right behind her, warning her not to move. Classic anime logic. He saw from Midu's fight she lacks real physical strength. She relies way too much on that subordinate technique, so she really needs to give up. The saint still demands to know how this is possible. He tells her she probably never imagined a trick like this working, but it absolutely did. Then we flash right back to that hilarious moment when he asked Kenzaki for a bold favor. He brings her inside, telling her to just dominate him. She turns totally red. She asks what he means since she never did this before. Are they starting right now? She is totally confused. The actual truth. He had been binge-reading all the info on this world's techniques, and he never found a single thing about this weird subordinate business. But Araji actually stumbles on something pretty sick. Here is the cheat code: if 2 domination spells hit one guy, the first one cast wins. Kenzaki gets it instantly. If she brainwashes him first, nobody else can hijack his mind. Araji says that might work, but there is a catch. If her divine buff is completely weak, the other spell still totally overrides it. She quickly points out the saint's power is absolutely goated. Araji claps back that it is all about skill levels. Kenzaki is rocking a level 1 domination while the Saint is level 3. Kenzaki admits she definitely could not grind her skill up that high, but Araji drops a major plot twist. Back when they fought, Steady, that dude did not even have divine domination. He just had basic monster mind control, and yet the Saint could not override him. His skill was low tier, but since he cast it first, she was completely locked out. Divine skills play by those exact same rules, the Saint might be totally blocked. Araji says, bet, let's test it out. Meanwhile, the Saint swears Kenzaki is the culprit. Our boy with the Glock asks if she finally cracked the code. She totally did. He was already under mind control. The Saint bites her lip completely tilted and Araji announces game over. He catches the Glock. You would think he is out of ammo, right? Nope. He slaps the exact same power-sealing shackles onto her that nerfed Kenzaki. The Saint is completely blocked now. Araji casually mentions he looted them off the demon cult. The Saint demands to know what his master plan is. He offers a trade, send them back home, and she gets unbanned. But she drops a huge reality check. Her only trick is summoning. Going back to Earth requires a completely different skill tree. Araji realizes she is not capping. Her stats do not show any teleportation hacks, so he asks why she promised them a free ticket home after defeating the Demon King. She explains that pulling humans across dimensions drains an insane amount of mana. All she actually did was spam her prayer ability, and God basically handled the rest. She genuinely thinks that divine connection is their ticket, beat the final boss, and God automatically unsummons them. Araji gives her a serious side-eye and asks if she is certain. She nods, saying she has dragged countless players here. The one massive problem, everyone else got wiped out before reaching the Demon King. Araji asks why these past heroes are completely unheard of. She casually drops that most got packed up and the survivors just went off the grid. Araji finally gets why the tutorial skipped the lore dump. The endgame looks straight up toxic. The Saint asks if they really plan to just touch grass here forever. Eventually, the Demon King pulls up and it is a forced boss fight. Turns out they are totally soft-locked without a choice. She claims their only survival strat right now is to actually save this kingdom. She even promises to forget this whole hostage situation if they just let her go. Araji says, tough luck, you have to get deleted, and raises his knife. But Mid actually grabs his arm and yells stop. Araji demands to know why he is defending her. He thought Mid finally dropped his naive little hero complex. Mid fires back saying he only agreed because he thought she had a fast travel option home. Now he realizes they cannot execute her or they risk getting their hero candidate buffs permanently wiped. Araji straight up announces they already started a rebellion. Right then, the Saint herself admits Midu is spitting facts. She totally lost her mind earlier, but they still need her to keep their powers active. Araji admits that logic tracks, but no shot he is letting a woman this toxic just walk away. Their scheme would never work twice. All she gotta do is pack up Kenzaki, and she is basically untouchable again. Midu starts coping hard though, insisting they just need to force the Saint into an oath to treat them better and then they can let her go. Predictably, the rest of the squad agrees, whining about how they aren't even fighters. Plus, if they catch a criminal record, how are they supposed to pack up the Demon King? Even Nagas agrees it is better to keep her friendly than hostile. Just force the oath. But on the flip side, Narumi says absolutely no way. He refuses to trust this walking red flag. She is way too dangerous and needs to get deleted. Midu says he knows she is a hazard, but if they clap her right here, it is game over for the whole lobby. Araji figures Midu is only white knighting because he is sweating over the entire class. Our boy, on the other hand, knows damn well he can solo this world easily, though at the same exact time, he knows playing solo is super reckless and ignores the long game. Suddenly, those lone wolf thoughts turn into straight-up action. Bang! He shoots the Saint. Just like that, the belly button queen is completely wiped out. Her head smacks the floor while everyone absolutely panics. Shooter screams, demanding to know what Araji just pulled. Araji just goes goblin mode, tosses down a smoke grenade, and tells them to catch him outside. Absolutely wild. He really is unhinged. What a perfectly goated headshot. Bro really chose violence. Of course, Midu is raging. Hashimoto starts yelling that the absolute madman clapped her after they already settled things. Nagas totally agrees, saying Araji only ever thinks about himself. Narumi wants to know why his bro would do this, calling him toxic too. Kenzaki is just standing there utterly shook, unable to process she is really dead. You gotta love this. Everything went exactly how our boy predicted. Let us flash back a second to when he laid out the actual master plan. The main strat was always to capture Leonora and figure out some warp point back to their own world. If they figured out she had zero fast travel home, they would just end her. Leonora actually agreed to this, and Araji knew the second they hit a dead end, Midu would try playing the hero, so he would kill her anyway and just dip. Kanzaki asked if he planned to tank the blame for killing her completely alone. Araji said that is exactly why he let the NPC soldiers run so they could leak the stats on who actually pulled the trigger. While he catches a criminal ban, the rest of the lobby stays perfectly safe. Soft-hearted MC right here. Bro cooked up a literal five-head strategy just so his class could avoid catching any serious drama. Everyone except the belly button queen, of course, who literally caught a bullet with her forehead. Kanzaki really does not think it will wrap up that nicely, though. He claims if they hit bad RNG, they can just use their hero candidate status to talk things out with the rest of the entire nation. Seems that whole rumor about losing their buffs if the saint died was major cap, since our guy did not hesitate to pull the trigger for even 1 second. And now Kanzaki is just standing away from keyboard, wondering if Araji can actually carry this whole massive burden by himself. The scene cuts to a dark castle chilling under a blood-red moon. Someone asks for a status update on those Isekai candidates with the god-tier blessings. The blonde dude up front confirms they spawned in and his guys are trying to wipe them out, but sadly, they keep taking massive Ls. Lounging on the throne, the big boss tells him not to even sweat it. When those heroes inevitably push this zone, they will clap them easily. And finally, things will get pretty heavily entertaining. This absolute unit is the Demon Army Supreme General Winberg, which means this is not even the final boss Demon King yet. Crazy. Back in the forest, our boy is out here doing a solo survival run, slurping river water. Rip to the belly button queen gone too soon. He lost the only waifu who was actually simping for him. Now all he can do is keep grinding forward. Oh snap, he spots a little town up ahead. Pushing up at night, he figures since it is super late, stealthing into a starter village like this should be incredibly easy. He hits the outer wall, totally yeets a grappling hook, climbs up, and starts brainstorming how to farm some quick gold. The loot he scammed off those soldiers is enough for a short-term run, but definitely not enough to thrive. He spots a tavern, perfect spot to pick up a side quest. Everyone is vibing and having fun when suddenly the whole lobby goes dead silent and some random asks what he wants. Araji just strolls right up to the counter and orders a drink to refill his stamina. Some dude next to him demands to know his whole backstory. A rogue traveler bro says he has never seen a skin like his around here. Araji plays along claiming he got exiled and is just looking for the grind. The NPC instantly assumes he got totally wiped by the Demon King army and says it is just a super tragic vibe. Absolute perfect RNG misunderstanding for Araji. He just nods playing the victim and asks if there is any off-the-grid job he can take without dropping an ID. Naturally, he gets the most classic anime answer ever. Fast forward to a tavern. The bartender tells him to try adventuring. Araji asks what that even involves, and the guy explains they just grab guild quests to farm magic beasts. A random drunk nearby chimes in with a warning. You take one sketchy quest and you get instantly one shot. That is just the meta. The bartender smirks, pretty sure this kid is definitely not a noob. The drunk nods, saying that explains why he is doing a solo run. Araji shrugs, saying if it is just grinding beasts, he is totally down. He asks how to unlock the class. The guy says it is completely simple. Just hit up the guild downtown and officially register. They're super desperate for players, so they skip the whole ID check entirely. Araji notices the bartender knows way too much, and the guy admits he used to be a pro. Classic story, he took an arrow to the knee and had to permanently log off. He serves the kid his meal. Araji gets some decent food in his system and then wakes up the next morning feeling refreshed. Wait, what is this angle? Flashing the abs, trying to thirst trap the audience. Bro, seriously. Not even the saint got a sneak peek and now he is just throwing it out there. Down at the lobby, he books a few extra nights. The receptionist barely reacts to his face, which proves the general public has zero clue what the summoned heroes actually look like. Huge W for him. It lowers the amount of random haters hunting his bounty. Next stop, he spots the massive crest. The Adventurer Guild. He pushes the doors open with crazy swagger, stepping into a room full of heavy hitters and quest hunters. He spots the reception desk way in the back, walks right up, and says he wants to register. He drops a silver coin, and the lady asks for his info. He decides to keep his real name totally under wraps. Aragi doesn't want anyone tracking him down, so he just claims his name is Siren, a 17-year-old kid. He drops a fake sob story about demons invading his hometown. The woman buys it and starts the paperwork. Guild card stamped. She explains the whole system, and yeah, it is your classic rank A down to rank F setup. Stronger adventurers get those goated rewards, but obviously the missions get crazy hard. Since he's a total noob, he starts at rank F. He heads over to the mission board to see what kind of quests look hyped. He scans the board. Mostly just boring fetch quests for random herbs and weird plants. Only one actually involves hunting down some kobolds. He literally has no clue what a kobold even is, but whatever, he snags the paper anyway. Right on cue, some random NPC calls him out. This absolute discount gang rolls up saying they have never seen his face around. They tell him taking on kobolds is a death wish for total trash like him. Aragi is already super annoyed, wondering who these clowns even are. He just glances over sarcastically, thanks them, and says he really does not want to chat right now. The dudes get super salty about being ignored. Everyone else in the guild knows these guys literally just exist to start drama. One guy screams at our boy, claiming he needs a serious lesson on how things actually work around here. He throws a huge punch, but Aragi just casually raises an arm and blocks it like nothing. The dude yells at him to let go, but suddenly feels his arm lock up and starts desperately crying out for his squad. Another one charges in with this massive wild swing. A punch comes flying at Aragi from the left, but literally 2 seconds later, the whole squad is knocked completely out cold. He just strolls away, mission paper in hand. He realizes the adventurers in this town are completely washed. Compared to actual hero candidates, they are pathetic. Anyway, time to touch grass and start grinding those levels. Out in the woods, he follows the map tracks. In theory, there should be a whole enemy hideout right around here. The footprints on the dirt look super fresh. He sneaks through the bushes and realizes he is not alone. Looks like these mobs actually have some decent stealth stats. Could these be the kobolds? Suddenly, he senses major aggro right behind him, a giant dog monster holding a bloody sword. The beast swings wildly. Aragi dodges it instantly, realizing that weapon totally had to be stolen from some human. Right then, a second one tries to jump him from behind. He ducks, throws literal dirt in its eyes, spots a third one flanking and drops it with a sick reverse kick. The monster hits the dirt hard. Aragi snags the dropped sword and buries it straight into its shoulder. The dog beast just stares in pure shock, realizing its bro got cooked. 2 quick stabs to the chest and boom, down goes another. Aragi triggers his Eye of Judgment skill. Their stats are honestly garbage. Total breeze for him and completely perfect for farming some quick cash. Cut back to the guild. Everyone is staring as he drops a heavy bag of kobold ears right on the counter. He asks, "Is this enough?" The receptionist is totally stunned. She says yes, but seriously needs to confirm he soloed them. He nods. Honestly, finding those things was way harder than killing them. They had good stealth and his exploration skill is totally low level. The whole room starts whispering. Is hunting kobolds really that much of a joke? Some dudes cope by saying he must be faking it. Nobody believes a literal F rank could flex this hard on day 1. The receptionist stands up and says she will go grab his payout. Later that night, our boy is holding a fat bag of coins. He honestly bagged way more cash than he even expected. Hunting mobs definitely pays the bills. Right now, stacking up funds to survive is top priority, so he plans to chill in this city for a bit. He needs to figure out the current meta and just gather as much local intel as possible. But out of nowhere, some guy blocks his path. Aragi immediately asks if the dude has a problem. This blonde bowl cut introduces himself as Lyle, a rank B adventurer who claims he is the main guy managing the city guild. Our main guy asks what his deal is. Lyle just wants to know if he is really the adventurer named Siren, the exact same rookie who totally packed up his boys earlier today. Aragi calmly replies that he definitely didn't start the beef, but Lyle tells him to quit capping. No way his elite guys picked a fight with a noob and got folded like that. Aragi gets exactly what vibe we are on now. A second later, Lyle rushes right at him, yelling that he is about to teach him a brutal lesson. He throws a wild punch. Aragi slips it easily. Then a second swing, then a third. Lyle is straight up raging at this point. He screams that playtime is completely over. He stomps hard and throws a spinning kick, but Aragi literally just ducks and instantly sweeps his base foot. Lyle crashes flat on his back like a total noob while Aragi walks off. He admits Lyle is strong, but his moves are full of massive openings. Trying to recover, Lyle starts getting back up, yelling at him not to bounce. But the next second, Aragi is on him again, grabbing his arm and leg to lock him down. Aragi points out that Lyle seems completely clueless about fighting actual humans. That is probably what happens when you only ever throw down with wild beasts. Confused Lyle then asks why a guy with goated skills is out here picking fights with his crew. Aragi just replies that it was a total misunderstanding and promises to explain. Turns out Lyle is not actually the bad guy here. Cut to Lyle sitting at the bar, downing a drink, admitting he totally messed up. Then he glares at his lackeys, snapping that those jerks straight up lied to him. He says they deserve a serious beatdown themselves. The shaved head goons panic and start apologizing, claiming it was completely by accident. Their boss orders them to apologize directly to Aragi, and instantly the whole squad is crouched down, bowing. Aragi shrugs and says he does not care, it is already settled. What he really wants is to ask a few questions. Lyle agrees, saying since Aragi is letting them off the hook, he will answer absolutely anything. Aragi then explains that he is a traveler. He came here to grind for some cash to continue his journey. Lyle nods but points out that his power level is ridiculously overpowered. So what exactly is his endgame here? We are all wondering the same thing. Aragi replies he is bouncing between cities, collecting methods to travel to another world. The whole room is completely shook. Basically impossible. But the pink-haired guy mentions the heroes who came from another world, the hero candidates. So maybe, just maybe, pulling it off is actually possible. Aragi says that is exactly the vibe. He is hyped to learn how to reach the exact world those heroes originally spawned from. Lyle admits that is an insanely tough question. It has to be tied to magic, but that is all he really knows. Araji admits he knows this is not exactly basic lore, but he was hoping for at least one solid lead to point him the right way. Leo replies that there is some kind of sage hanging out in the city of Albana, and that might be his absolute best bet. Araji obviously has no clue where that is so. Lyle explains she is an elf woman who helps run things in that country. Hearing that, our main guy realizes the concept of elf sages actually sounds super familiar. He read in some lore books that they live deep in the forests, though most stories sounded like pure myth. They almost never touch grass or show themselves out here. Only a few are known to have contact with this specific sage. Lyle explains she has been alive for over a century with insane knowledge about the kingdom. Plus, she's an incredibly famous spellcaster with a crazy deep understanding of magic. For Araji, this sounds absolutely perfect. She's exactly the kind of top-tier expert who might actually know about interworld travel. But the orange-haired guy seriously questions if this sage is even alive. He has never heard any rumors and nobody has seen her, so the odds are extremely low. Lyle laughs and admits he honestly has no clue either. He apologizes to Araji, saying that is literally all the intel he has got. Araji thanks him anyway, saying it is plenty to go on. It is getting super late, so he heads out, but the squad calls after him super curious. They ask what he plans to do once he actually reaches this other world. Araji just says that is up to their imagination, then casually walks away. The very next day, he is already cashing in silver coins for completing another side quest. It has been a full week since he first arrived, and he is just stacking up money. The guild guys are all super friendly now, inviting him out for drinks, but he apologizes and says not tonight. They think he is kind of a buzzkill, but tell him they will catch him later. All week long, he has been digging up intel on this so-called sage. Her actual name seems to be Albana Carrot. A decade ago, she was a top-tier kingdom advisor. Now she is retired, living on the eastern border right where the country is currently throwing down with the demon army. So he has zero reason to keep hanging around here. It is finally time to track this person down. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, a serious meeting is underway. The purple-haired guy announces that for the next month he is fully responsible for training the heroes. He asks if anyone wants to complain about his methods. He is an 8th Order member known as Captain Heinrich. Midu speaks up, saying they have had zero issues so far and the captain is doing a goated job. The captain thanks him, admitting that really makes him happy since these heroes are insanely precious VIPs to the country. Hashimoto also thanks him quietly, thinking to himself how different Heinrich is from Leonora, even if the dude still gives off slightly sus vibes. Heinrich then announces it is time for the main topic. Yesterday's council meeting officially decided that all hero candidates are getting mobilized. Instantly, Midu asks if they are being sent straight to the front lines. The captain says yes. He adds that massive battles are popping off along the eastern border right now and they will deploy directly to the frontline fortress. Midu totally understands but asks Heinrich to strictly keep his promise. Heinrich promises that anyone not built for combat will not just get thrown into the meat grinder. Midu is super relieved to hear that. But the captain drops a reality check. They still gotta put in some serious work in the meantime. The kingdom isn't handing out free rides forever. If they want food and drinks, they gotta earn their keep. Midu thinks of that traumatized girl and gets it. Hashimoto asks for the game plan and Heinrich makes it clear time is up. Everyone ships out tomorrow morning, so they better pack up. Strolling down the halls, she is actually thrilled they agreed to the deal. He nods along, honestly expecting them to slap on way harsher conditions. Hashimoto swears things are going to be goated now that Leonora is out of the picture. These guys are chill, meaning way less drama to sweat over. The only thing living rent-free in her head is what that kid is up to. Midu looks stressed out. It seriously feels like their lives are about to hit hard mode. Now watch how fast this spins out of control. The heroes meet up with some fancy bishop dropping a massive bomb. The saint is dead. Nagas instantly snitches. He points the finger at that total dirtbag Aragi, one of the hero candidates with that completely broken power. The bishop asks where the kid is hiding. She flat out says the traitor bailed. The knights exchange looks. If that is legit, they need an inquisitor to handle this mess as soon as possible. But the bishop smirks, calling their story awfully convenient for the remaining heroes. Arashi snaps back, demanding to know what the old guy is getting at. The bishop plays it totally cool. He's not calling them liars, but maybe, just maybe, they all teamed up to permanently cancel Leonora together. One knight cuts in, telling the bishop that is absolutely not how it went down. He was literally right there and saw it all. The candidates were trying to stop the brawl and protect the saint. They even talked about sparing her before Aragi randomly one-shot her out of nowhere. The other knights back him up, swearing they witnessed the exact same crazy scene. With the whole squad agreeing, the bishop admits their story actually checks out. But then he asks the real question, is this Aragi kid actually that goated? Midu confirms it. The guy is an absolute beast who was hiding his power level the whole time. Just a single finger flick, and you are literally dead. The old man thanks them for the intel and leads the crew into another room. Weirdly enough, Kenzaki was spamming her ability in there. Midu gives her a nod even if nobody knows what her actual play was. She would have totally mind-controlled the soldiers, but does that mean she got to wipe them out later or just format their memories? Total mystery. Still, Midu is just glad it is over and Hashimoto is pumped they finally get to stop sweating about enemies everywhere. Plus, Aragi is going to do whatever sick stuff he wants anyway. They really need to go touch grass and stop obsessing. Midu laughs and totally agrees, but deep down he knows Aragi hardcore tanked all the blame just for them. And Midu, the guy who swore to save everyone, was basically useless. Anyway, cut back to the class president holding a massive squad meeting. He straight up tells them they are getting deployed to the front lines. Anyone who can fight is shipping out bright and early tomorrow. With an actual war dropping, people are completely freaking out. Things are getting way too real. Rina hears the whining and asks why they are panicking now. It is way too late time to lock in. Absolutely savage from her, leaving the background characters shaking. Another girl speaks up asking if they are the only ones getting thrown into the meat grinder. The class president breaks the news they are getting a night squad escort with Hinrich leading the charge. Right then the blonde girl everybody totally simps for chimes in. She asks if there are any updates on Shinju. The president drops a bomb that dude now has a massive bounty on his head and hunters are already tracking him down. Hearing that massive bounty news actually bums her out pretty hard. Before Kaki can actually dip, the guy tries to stop her to talk, but Nagasena instantly cuts him off. She flat out declares that traitor or not, the second they cross paths she is burning him to ash. Leaning against the wall, the blonde just stares out the window. She is super depressed, honestly wishing that criminal had kidnapped her instead. Next day rolls around exactly as planned. The student caravan starts trekking toward the front lines. Anarashi, total bad mood as usual. One girl starts whining about the endless walking, saying she is completely dead. A classmate quickly shuts her down. Their last break was literally just a minute ago, and they are marching until sunset. Soon, the rest of the class starts complaining too. Walking non-stop for 2 straight days is basically torture. Through all the whining, Root throws his hand up telling everyone to halt. The extras instantly ask Arashi what is going on. He tells them there is definitely a magical beast hiding behind those bushes. Total panic instantly hits the class. They are way too exhausted for this. A knight on horseback gets completely triggered, demanding to know why this kid halted the march. The rep quickly apologizes, backing him up. He senses magical creatures nearby too. The soldier riding with them claims he does not see a single thing. And honestly, even if beasts are there, they still have to follow his orders. That arrogant attitude pisses Arashi off. Violence is the only answer now. Being the resident tough guy, he grabs the soldier straight by the throat. He hoists the dude completely off the ground, establishing utter dominance. Everyone starts freaking out. The class president yells at Arashi to let him go, but he absolutely refuses to take orders from some trash NPC. But while they argue, something totally wicked starts moving. Arashi is forced to drop the poor soldier right back onto the dirt. He glares at the bushes. A bunch of Tremblown rabbits jump out, ready to pop off like they just binge-watched every Wolverine movie. The panicked soldiers recognize these monsters instantly. Time to lock in for battle. These psycho rabbits charge straight ahead, flexing some serious claws. The frontline soldier is definitely about to have the absolute worst day of his life. He throws his sword up to block, but it gets swatted away like nothing. Clearly, this kingdom needs better boot camps. That rabbit is completely ready to turn this dude into mincemeat. He just stares in pure horror. But luckily, a massive fireball randomly explodes right next to him. It is Arashi showing off his absolute love for violence. He's already out here crushing skulls with zero effort. That first rabbit gets sent straight to the afterlife. The terrified soldier, definitely needing new pants right now, thanks him. Arashi just tells the trash to stay out of his way. Flashing a super sick grin, Arashi goes right back to what he does best. Straight up thriving in the violence, throwing flaming fists to carve a brutal path forward. He screams with pure hype, completely wrecking every single monster in sight. The extras behind him finally exhale. If he keeps acting totally goated like this, they will not even have to lift a finger. But for Arashi, this is still not enough. Beating up random beasts means absolutely nothing compared to fighting that crazy protagonist. His mind drifts back to that dark night, standing there with a gun firing a clean shot right through the saint's head, blowing her skull away. That guy never actually feared Arashi. He barely even reacted to him. That freezing cold disrespect drove Arashi absolutely insane, until he learned the hard way that his rival was just built entirely different. But now, with literal explosions in his fists, he totally sees a window. He really believes this sick power makes him way stronger than any challenger. The class president suddenly notices Arashi zoning out, staring into space like he seriously needs to touch grass. Snapping back to reality, the bruiser just brushes it off. Getting back on track, he declares he hates taking orders from weaklings. Meanwhile, things are popping off at the Darius Kingdom border. Soldiers are guarding the walls heavy, but honestly, after that last battle, we all know they are kind of a joke. Captain Amelia from the Holy Order of Knights gives the hero candidates a super warm welcome. She's running the border patrol now, having just scored a promotion pretty recently. Hirik immediately asks what happened to the last guy in charge. Plot twist, the old captain straight up died a few weeks back. She really wishes these kids could just chill for a sec. But before she can finish that thought, some seriously bad news drops. The Demon King's army is rushing them super fast. The captain turns to the students. Trial by fire starts right now. The class president is actually completely ready for this. Staring down his classmates, he yells at everyone to gear up immediately. And honestly, she is absolutely eating this news up. He is itching to absolutely roast these mobs with his flaming fists. The fortress alarm starts screaming. The Demon King's forces are right on top of them. Looking at the horizon, a massive wave of nightmare fuel is charging straight in. The class president and his squad freeze up in pure panic. Heinrich screams at everyone to start blasting. They gotta wipe these things out before they close the gap. The archers lock in and the mages start charging up their heavy attacks. Seconds later, flaming arrows rip through the sky, totally blasting the monsters before they even touch the walls. But they just keep pushing. The damage literally means nothing to them. The class president is mind-blown by their insane HP. Captain Amelia barks a warning. These mobs are tanks, do not underestimate them. The guy is sweating, asking how they are supposed to speedrun enemies this broken. The captain just barks at them to follow Heinrich's lead. She is jumping right into the war zone to cause pure chaos. Right in the thick of it, Heinrich gets totally nostalgic. He just wonders how the old captain would have carried this exact raid. Just like me, the class president is just baffled by his chill vibe. Near the wall, engaged Rena calls out that someone is definitely already down there. Before the prez can even process that, a massive explosion goes off. Now the demons are the ones looking completely lost. They literally have no clue what is happening. Right then, our absolute unit reveals himself just standing on a mountain of bodies. A few other students are backing him up. The demons are super salty about this disrespect, but before they can even rage, boom, another massive explosion. Arashi literally could not care less about these mad demons. He's just going to wipe their whole squad off the map. While that chaotic raid goes down outside, some mobs breach the wall. They're just effortlessly one-shotting the poor soldiers. One mob is literally about to slice a soldier into sashimi, but right before the hit connects, the demon gets absolutely clapped. The class president actually clutched up and saved that random extra. But playing the hero just pulls way more aggro from the enemy mobs. But his sword is straight up goated. It easily slices through anyone trying to jump him, leaving nothing but a sick trail of dropped bodies. Feeling hyped now, he actually thinks he can take the W. His power level keeps scaling up. Hyping up his classmates, he yells out that this boss fight is actually winnable. They just need to stop camping and drop their fear. And honestly, those random extras start catching the hype. Charging straight to the front lines, the class president realizes he absolutely cannot hesitate now. Because if he starts throwing his squad wipes too. As their raid leader, he cannot be a noob, a harsh lesson he learned from our main guy. Instantly, the nerdy girl jumps into the chaotic fray, flexing her telekinesis. Her firebending classmate quickly tags in right behind her. The whole class is fully sweating in this intense battle. Fast forward, and endless demons are getting sent back to the lobby. The unlucky ones get totally shredded before they even respawn. The regular troops are shook by this insane flex. Right then, Hamrich orders his entire squad to drop tactical cover for the hero trainees. Following his orders, they push the lane hard. Outside, our absolute beast has already completely wiped his entire server of enemies. Yet the dude looks incredibly disappointed. Before long, the whole squad actually manages to tank that crazy wave of damage. Captain Amelia lifts her sword, shouting that the Demon King's army just got wiped, getting everyone in the zone super hyped. As the sun goes down, the class president is just zoning out. Hamrich walks up to casually check on the guy. I mean, this was his first real PvP event and his first massive W. But for the class rep, heavy lore drops like this are tough. A massive server-wide war like that is super risky. Even so, the captain tells him he hard-carried his entire squad. But he seriously cannot afford to slack because these mob bosses are insanely toxic. Even with the fodder mobs cleared, the high-tier bosses hit completely different. The young dude promises to keep that meta strat in his head. Way out in the villain base, the bad guys group up. The ones who survive the raid report their incredibly embarrassing L to the boss. The big demon boss is straight up raging, swearing he is going to snap his enemies for absolute payback. Meanwhile, our main guy is just chilling, walking through the woods. His main quest to unlock the Sage is almost finally complete. Out of nowhere, a crazy ambush drops. Tentacles lash out at him, but our guy's reflexes are goated effortlessly, dodging every single hit. Looking closer at the screen, he realizes those creepy tentacles are actually a monster's giant tongue. Scanning the trees, he spots some super weird baboon mobs. Right away, he flips on his eye powers, basically an AliExpress Sharingan. One quick look and he reads the entire stat sheets of these baboons. These mobs are total trash tiers. He grips his dagger to speedrun this fight. The monkey fires off another tongue strike. Another tongue whip comes flying. He dodges, but the creature actually follows up with a wild lunge, nearly catching our guy with its claws. He leaps back just in time. Weak stats, but their squad coordination is actually pretty sick. The beast shoots its tongue again, instantly regretting it when the blade slices it clean off. The mob screeches in pure agony. Our boy just keeps dicing it up with absolute precision. Desperate now, the monkey goes for one last hit. Total fail. His speed is just goated. One swift blade flash ends it entirely. The dead weight drops hard to the dirt. Watching that, the rest of the monkey squad totally pauses. He taunts them, getting scared already. Always finishing his quests, he wipes the floor with the rest of the pack 0 diff. Honestly, things get way sketchier the closer he gets to demon turf. These mobs shouldn't even be spawning out here. Time to push deeper into the zone. The real bosses are definitely waiting up ahead. A few kilometers later, he arrives at the massive Rurugana mountain. Up at the Reaper Wolf Peak, rumor says the legendary sage Yubana is currently hiding out. His memory map shows a tiny starter village parked right at the base. He keeps walking into the sunrise. Then he spots something totally messed up. The entire village is burning down. Panicking, he rushes over, guessing the Demon King army just raided the place. He gets there to find an absolute massacre. Demons just slaughtering NPCs left and right. This zone was supposed to be completely safe. Time to switch to stealth mode. Hiding in the shadows, he eavesdrops on the demon squad, dropping some heavy lore. Turns out this whole raid is going exactly to plan. Their raid boss says to pause and just enslave the surviving humans. But first, he demands to know if his grunts found any intel on Yubana. A minion reports the sage lives way up at the summit of Reaper Wolf Peak. For the demon commander, that sounds like a massive headache. Their main quest is bagging the sage no matter the cost. They plan to rest up tonight and start the climb. The demons look super nervous though, knowing that Peak is packed with insane wolf spawns. Even fighting smart, magical beasts, these demon foot soldiers seriously lack the skill. Supposedly, the 4 Divine Kings tamed a dragon once, but for these basic mobs, literally impossible. The commander has 0 magic skills himself. He tells his squad to stop overthinking the strategy. They only have one play. Just force it to work. That seriously hypes the army up. Get this, our boy realizes this demon military is actually built different. He completely hard focuses on that demon named Hector. The guy is clearly high-ranking. Finding elites like him is super rare in this army. Taking him head-on would be a major struggle. Hector suddenly gets that weird feeling of being watched. He glares straight at the rooftop hideout but spots absolutely nothing up there. Still totally paranoid, he barks orders at his soldiers to lock down the whole area. Our guy has to respect those completely cracked enemy instincts. As the demons sweep the village streets hunting for him, he has already started his escape, moving completely silently like a total ghost. Then another awful sight stops him. You hate to see it, villagers currently tied up as hostages. He hesitates for a split second, weighing his options, but he has to ditch the village and stick purely to the main quest. Time to finally hike up this mountain and find the sage. It takes a massive grind, but he hits the upper trail. The climb is brutal. Following these wild beast tracks, he can already tell the terrain is sketchy and super unstable. He needs to rush, but throwing caution away means death. Almost instantly, he senses something creeping right nearby. Looks like the rumors were dead on. The dangerous wolves are totally real. Pushing deeper into the woods, the aggro radius tightens. The pressure they leak into the air is just insane. A bone-chilling howl rips through the dark. A whole pack of Reaper wolves blitzes him. He just barely dodges the first strike, vaulting up a tree. These are the legendary Reaper wolves of the mountain. Anyone who goes missing up here usually ends up as their lunch. Once again, he fires up that AliExpress Sharingan. He closely tracks every single creature, scanning their entire stat sheets instantly. Mid-scan, one massive wolf just completely rams the tree trunk, shattering the wood. Free-falling toward the ground, he furiously calculates his next play. He pumps magic into a tiny leaf, turning it rock solid with mana, and casually flicks it at a wolf. Boom, an absolutely perfect hit. That beast is permanently disconnected from its neck. Our guy touches down, radiating some insane energy. He is totally in his element. The rest of the pack rushes him, but they are just asking for the exact same fate as their buddy. No matter what these mutts try, they keep getting absolutely folded. Half are already twitching on the dirt, while the ones still standing are visibly sweating and second-guessing their life choices. The kid quickly realizes that reinforcing his own body with mana is completely busted. He just has to do it on purpose. Leonora taught him that little trick. People who rely on divine protection usually have garbage mana control. That is exactly why they folded to her slavery spell back in the day. So our guy decides he is going to grind until he deletes all his own weaknesses. And this random wolf encounter is the perfect warm-up. His raw mana might not rival divine protection quite yet, but it is plenty enough to wreck these overgrown dogs. He keeps tearing through the pack, wiping out every hostile canine, moving like an absolute blur. He makes a beeline for the alpha. The low-level mobs cannot even track his speed. The boss lets out one sad howl before getting entirely silenced by his blade. With the fight wrapped up, he hears something pretty interesting. The second the alpha drops dead, the leftover wolves actually retreat. Turns out these things actually possess a decent amount of brain cells. The scrap was pretty entertaining, but as he strolls through the woods, he realizes those remaining wolves are actually still tailing him. Get this, it gets even weirder. There is some strange energy coming off those beasts. He can actually predict their exact next move. Right on cue, an attack comes flying at him from the blind spot, but he is totally aware of it. He casually sidesteps the first wolf and slices the second one clean open with his dagger. The poor thing gets absolutely shredded. Thanks to his boosted vision, our guy can literally see a full second into the future. After witnessing that absolute bloodbath, the surviving monsters finally realize they need to sprint for their lives. But he just flares his killing intent, ordering the pack to stay right where they are so he can keep farming them for experience. Give it a few minutes and there is not a single living wolf left anywhere near him. Brushing off the dust, he runs an appraisal check on himself, only to realize his divine protection is sitting at a tragic level 1. His appraisal skill keeps leveling up though, and that is the exact cheat code, letting him glimpse flashes of the future. Between the fighting and the hiking, his stamina is totally tanked. He parks himself on the ground to breathe, completely certain he is finally close to his goal. The second he drops his guard, the brush starts rustling. Judging by the heavy footsteps, he figures the Demon King's army might be crashing the party. He forces himself back up. No time for a break. Meanwhile, right near the mountain peak, a whole squad of demons has gathered. They are out hunting for the sage, but they stumble across an elven girl instead. They instantly assume she has to be the great sage's disciple. Hearing that accusation, the girl starts panicking hard, but the demon commander does not care one bit. He tells his grunts to wipe her out. She is battered and running on fumes, honestly unable to believe it is game over today. The demons creep closer, hyped out of their minds for an easy kill. She knows the worst is about to drop. The elf squeezes her eyes shut, but out of nowhere, our guy swoops in, catching her right in his arms. You know how these clutch rescues go. She has no idea what just happened, only that a human stranger saved her. Meanwhile, our guy is calmly scanning the whole battlefield. The demon squad is totally baffled by this random player dropping into their zone. He casually does the math. Aside from the big boss, a high-ranking demon, there are 10 low-level lackeys ready to throw down. Elf Girl keeps asking why he bothered saving her, but he straight up leaves her on read. The only thing he cares about is confirming if she is actually the disciple of the great sage Yubana. The girl slowly nods, yes. That is all the confirmation he needs. Meeting the sage is top priority. Plus, he already appraised her beforehand. Turns out she is a half-elf who casts enchantments. The demon captain, absolutely raging over the sudden interruption, loudly barks out that nothing changes. They are both getting packed up today, but our guy wants to save her simply so the sage owes him a massive favor. So clearing this mob just became mandatory. The demons rush him all at once, but he flares his red eyes, reads their future frames, and easily weaves through the strikes. For him, this is basically the tutorial. Time to show these demons they only have one life bar. He snatches a grunt by the arm, sending the rest into a complete panic, and goes wild, with his dagger turning the whole squad into messy humanoid puzzles. The few survivors are just frozen, absolutely traumatized by the crazy carnage. As long as he has that future sight active, close quarters combat is completely goated for him. The demon commander screams at his troops to stop griefing and use magic. The survivors instantly obey, spamming multiple energy spheres right at him. Seeing the magical barrage, our guy is genuinely surprised. Looks like the difficulty curve just spiked hard. But the elf girl is definitely not helpless at all. She drops a sick defensive buff, throwing up a wind barrier that deletes all incoming spam attacks, completely shocking our main guy by wiping the field. The elf drops a quick thanks for peeling, saying his stall strat bought her time to fully reset the local forest spirits. But the demon chief is still mauling. This crazy defense just made his whole quest way more annoying. Our main guy senses the actual boss is about to drop in. He tells the girl to farm the minions so he can try hard the commander. Since he is the only one with high enough stats for this boss, she listens up, though she is incredibly salty about being called Elf. She aggressively insists her real name is Mayor. Going all in, our guy launches his attack, teaming up with the sage's disciple. Honestly, the elf girl feels super ghosted since he completely ignored her name. Trading massive hits with this high-tier demon, our guy stays absolutely locked in. Their attacks are completely insane, the demon swinging a massive sword packed with straight unga-bunga muscle power. Both dudes are absolutely dripping sweat, practically running on empty. Finally, our boy spots an opening, but let's be real, his opponent is ridiculously fast. He basically almost landed a total one-shot in that exchange, and the demon is actually shook that his own attack failed to secure the outright kill. Even so, the monster is highly confident he stacked a ton of bleed damage on the human. Finally, our main guy experiences just how insane the scaling on a high-tier demon boss really is. Hector isn't even sweating this. He freely admits a normal dude would be toast by now, forcing our guy to totally lock in and strategize. He sizes him up again. The demon's sword skills are actually pretty goated. Losing his basic melee advantage, our boy decides it is time to switch things up. Watch closely, this gets pretty wild. Spotting that hesitation, Hector thinks it is an opening and rushes in like an absolute freight train. It is a really good thing our guy's red eyes can literally see the future. He dodges a fatal hit, but Hector keeps spamming heavy attacks, leaving gnarly cuts everywhere. Turns out seeing the future is kind of useless if you just keep taking chip damage anyway. Feeling totally hyped and cocky, Hector talks trash again right until he stares down the barrel of a 9mm. The boy dumps 15 rapid rounds straight at him. The shots rip through the air, but somehow this demon actually parries them with sick reflexes. Honestly, our guy is genuinely impressed. But even with those blocks, Hector is taking massive damage. Absolutely mauling from the pain, the demon totally loses it and charges back in for the kill. The boy fires off a few more shots, but Hector's speed is flat out breaking the physics engine. Terrible timing, the clip is empty. Making some space, our guy spams throwing knives instead, but none of them even manage to scratch the beast. Right then, Hector notices a weird little object flying at his face. A literal frag grenade. Boy chills for a second while Hector panics. The explosive hits the dirt and massive flames instantly roast the ugly dude alive. The crowd is totally freaking out over the explosion, but their captain barks an order nobody interferes with this one-on-one. Even the elf girl is shook. She seriously needs to know this guy's lore. How is a random human using crazy skills to trade blows with a high-tier demon and surviving? With zero ammo and no grenades left, our guy equips his knives again. Unsurprisingly, the demon is completely cooked but still breathing. Having zero clue about modern tech, Hector is visibly terrified. Screaming in pure rage, he tries to jump scare the whole crowd, literally vanishing into thin air. A second later, he teleports back and ambushing our guy with a crazy sword flurry. Once again, our boy realizes he has to pull out the completely broken skills. He needs to totally download Hector's moveset. Step by step, his focus hones in completely. Boom, weak point detection unlocked. Time basically pauses for him. He spots a massive hitbox right on the demon's neck and lines up the perfect critical strike. In a literal split second, the tables turn completely. He isn't the one bleeding anymore. Hector just stands there clueless, basically demoted from demon boss to a bloody decorative fountain. Fight over. Our guy realizes stacking future sight with weak point detection is a totally busted combo, but the stamina drain is just brutal. His body completely shuts down from the lag. The low-level demons are standing around trying to process if their captain actually just got clapped. One of the mobs says they should just gank the human while his energy is bottomed out. The elf girl tries to play support, but her spirits are glitching out from earlier. The demons rush in for an easy kill, but before they even touch him, a massive wall of fire drops down, totally vaporizing them. Our boy sees the sheer scale of that attack and realizes it completely dunks on Nagas. Right then, a woman rolls up to the battlefield saying sorry to the elf girl for dragging her feet. Mare drops a huge smile and calls her master. Finally, our guy tracks down exactly who he's been looking for. The gorgeous woman standing right there is literally the sage Ubana herself. She gives him a massive shout-out for saving her disciple. She is super thankful for the clutch save. The kid plays it cool, saying it was total luck, but he still needs to confirm if she is actually the sage Ubana. She instantly says yes, joking that she is basically a washed-up boomer compared to her prime. Tough break though, our guy is completely out of mana for his appraisal skill. But he knows one thing for a fact, this lady is incredibly goated. Fighting her right now with his current stats would be a total game over. The woman totally vibes that he hiked up this mountain for a specific reason. And yeah, that is straight up facts. He admits it. The sage totally called it. Seriously, nobody touches grass in a danger zone like this without a clear motive. She drops another huge thanks for saving her disciple. The elf suggests heading back home since those fresh bodies will definitely attract wild wolves. The sage is down for that and invites the kid over, figuring he seriously needs to chill. Completely running on fumes, he takes the offer. Hanging out with the sage now, he realizes his crazy gamble actually paid off. Sweating through that brutal fight was entirely worth the hype. Pretty soon they pull up to the lady's pad. Honestly, nothing really special to see here. Just a basic crib. Once inside, the elf bounces to grab a shower. Our main guy asks why the sage lives in the middle of literal nowhere. She says there are tons of reasons, but mainly she loves nature vibes and way too many toxic humans tried to heavily exploit her skills. Now the kid totally gets her hardcore isolation. Getting up here is a complete nightmare. Still, the sage admits very few people with his incredibly sick skill set ever actually managed to track her down. But she is not cold enough to ghost a random guest. Chilling on the couch together, she asks what the guy is actually after. The honest truth is he just wants to find a fast travel ticket back to his own universe. Those words instantly hook the sage, making her realize he got a Sekid from another dimension. He explains he is a hero candidate drafted to pack up the Demon King. Putting her teacup down, the sage points out that he has to be from the third generation of summoned heroes. That major lore drop completely floors the boy. It matches a leak Leonora briefly dropped. Sucks to say, but it looks like those older hero squads totally wiped against the Demon King. The sage explains the last massive summoning dropped 4 years ago and the original batch spawned 10 years prior. Every single drafted hero tried to speedrun the demon boss, but they basically got wiped out. The Holy Saint, Leonora, tried to run the gacha one last time, even though a ton of locals heavily protested against using the ritual again. The sage herself, totally one of those angry haters. Casually sipping his tea, our boy drops a bomb. If Leonora was an issue, she is cancelled now because he permanently logged her out of life. And pretty soon, running that summoning glitch will be literally impossible anyway. Now get a load of this. The sage is absolutely shook, realizing this kid clapped that woman. He explains there are plenty of dirty tricks to end somebody even when their power levels are crazy different. Oddly enough, the sage is totally here for this tea. She finds it poetic that Leonora got wrecked by her own NPC pawn. Finally, she gets his real motivation for wanting a fast travel ticket home. Ripping the band-aid off, she tells him it is completely impossible. Taking that heavy hit, the kid tries to process the brutal reality. Stubborn as hell, he asks if there is any hidden lore he can grind out. But she replies that kind of wild data got wiped from the servers ages ago. Same exact depressing spoiler Leonora dropped earlier. So now his only playable option left is catching the Demon King outside. Walking over to her shelf, the sage agrees maybe dark magic could carry him. Seeing a new quest line drop, our guy decides to hard focus that exact subject. As they wrap things up, the sage says sorry for basically being a useless NPC here. She totally admits she still owes him massive points for keeping her disciple breathing. Regardless, she really thinks he has the raw stats to pack up the boss. But watch his reaction here, sighing hard. Our boy admits he never wanted to carry this sweaty quest. Still, if there is zero other choice, he will completely body him. The absolute zero chill in his voice sends a massive shiver down the sage's spine. She feels genuine, raw panic hitting her. She realizes this dude is built completely different from anyone else. Whatever the case, the kid stands up and drops a thanks for the lore. He just asks her to ping the Adventurers Guild if any new updates drop. Honestly though, the sage is quietly freaking out inside. She really isn't sure if she can trust this guy with the secret lore she holds. After dumping the lore, the elf girl steps out of the bath totally refreshed. She tells our guy to touch grass and wash off the grime from their insane trip. Honestly, a hot bath sounds like an absolute top-tier idea right about now. But before he can even hit the showers, the sage drops a massive plot twist of her own. They both stare at her totally blindsided. The sage casually suggests that her disciple should totally join his party. The girl is shook and asks if that is actually okay. The sage just shrugs. She has 0 other students here, and maybe the girl should finally figure out her own main quest. Hearing that the girl looks totally stressed out, our guy, though, he instantly declines the invite. He absolutely refuses to travel with some loud yapping girl. Over on the eastern border of Aldora, the war is popping off, and that is his next spawn point. The weather is perfect today, and spoiler alert, he did not actually manage to travel solo. She explains this whole zone used to belong to the Holy Kingdom, making the vibes and climate way different than back in Aldora. That instantly triggers his memory of the massive Demon Kingdom invasion that utterly wrecked the place. The elf girl drops a map update. Right by this mountain is a huge hub city called Nutrat, surrounded by some smaller starter villages. Their little caravan is going to need a solid few days of grinding to actually arrive. He asks what actually happened to all the NPCs living here pre-invasion. She gets dark real quick. Half were totally wiped out and the rest became forced laborers. Only a handful actually made it across those mountains. Our guy finally realizes how totally busted some people's luck is. He would way rather fly solo on this quest, but having a walking wiki who knows the region's entire lore is a pretty massive buff, which is exactly why he tried so hard to dodge that invite yesterday. The girl went from being totally shocked to straight up salty. While these two literally beef, the sage is just grabbing popcorn. She then brags that her disciple has some seriously goated knowledge, stuff she learned straight from the master herself. Our hero wants a fact check on that. He also asks what the girl even gets out of tagging along with his party. The sage admits her disciple basically needs to touch grass. She wants to give her a chance to grind some real-life experience out there. She just refuses to let the girl solo the map. Our guy suddenly realizes he's getting stuck on babysitting duty. Dodging all responsibility, the sage claims she just does not have that young energy anymore. Even though her skin routine is flawless, her HP is actually running super low. Plus, an absolute Chad just showed up to save her disciple. So literally nobody else is better suited to party up with her. The mayor is super hyped and grateful for his help, but our MC is walking straight into a demon-infested aggro zone. This run is going to be crazy dangerous. Knowing that the sage asks what Mar wants to do, it is totally her call. The girl looks up completely locked in and ready. She decides right on the spot to follow him literally anywhere. But honestly, it does not even take a few hours on the road before she starts crying about having 0 stamina. Our MC reminds her that they literally just started. Mar has terrible physical stats since she maxed out her mage build instead. Seeing her stamina gauge flashing red, he decides to cut the daily grind early. Freaking out, Mar remembers his threat about dropping her if she nerfed his run. Setting up camp, the boy tells her to stop capping and chill. He is not ditching her over low energy. Then he tells her to be useful and help pitch the tent and farm some wood. Pretty soon, a totally insane starry sky stretches out above them. The girl quietly eats her rations while he just watches her genuinely curious. Eventually, he drops the casual vibe and goes full serious. Pay attention here. He warns her the difficulty spike from here is brutal. He flat out says he will do whatever it takes to get back to his own server. She definitely does not have to follow him that far. To him, Yubana dropping facts made sense, but he knows this girl has got to have her own hidden lore for actually tagging along. Picking her words super carefully, Mar admits her backstory is pretty rough. She drops the bomb that the Demon King's squad completely wiped her starter village off the map. Even though the server war is humans versus demons, nobody actually cares about the massive collateral damage. Those demons literally steamroll everyone. That is exactly how her whole family got wiped. She only made it because her dad pulled aggro as bait. Back then, her power level was 0. After the raid, she was basically left out to starve. That is when her master found and adopted her. Honestly, our MC does not really care about her tragic backstory. What he actually wants is her endgame objective. So Mar explains why she leveled up as a mage under that super noble master. Marin's ultimate goal is wiping out every single demon. She has been grinding for years for this exact moment. She is out for blood and fully determined to permanently delete whoever wrecked her family. Our boy is super curious and asks if she actually knows the culprit's name. Marin nods. Turns out it is Winberg. He is one of the 4 divine kings, an absolute beast who rules the wind and leads the demon army. Now the MC finally realizes she is basically just tagging along to track this guy down. But honestly, our guy has 0 interest in picking a fight with someone that goated. Marin explains that her master Yubana never once let her travel totally solo before. This is literally the first time she got the green light, and she still cannot figure out why Yubana decided to chill out and agree. Because of that wild curveball, she decides to just put her absolute trust in our boy. Getting that level of trust has him completely thrown off. He instantly remembers that heavy conversation he had with Yubana earlier. Yubana said Marin was so crazily obsessed with payback that she would rush straight into an early grave if left by herself. Seeing the MC completely zone out, Marin quickly apologizes for making things so heavy. She tells him to relax. She's not about to drag him into her messy revenge plot. That is exactly what he needed to hear. She plans to solo this boss. With that sorted out, he wraps up the chat so they can finally get some sleep. Marin stands up, tells him goodnight, and leaves the forest spirits on guard duty. When the fire completely dies down, he just sits there, overthinking. He knows those 4 divine kings are completely overpowered, but his deep thoughts get totally derailed by Marin loudly snoring nearby. He steps outside to touch grass and gaze at the stars. Beating that last high-level demon was insane, and the upcoming fights will be even sicker. He desperately needs to level up, but that is definitely not his only problem right now. Pay attention here because things get wild. Over on the Diggerara's border sits Fort Truss. High-ranking officers and hero candidates are gathering there. Now that the whole squad is together, this bald officer wants to launch a massive attack. The older officer across the table totally gets the hype, but has no clue where to start. Right then, the captain points straight at Fort Eris on the map. Humans used to own it, so taking it back is a solid play. Captain Heinrich thinks this plan is super reckless. He argues that flipping their whole defensive setup just because of one win is crazy. The bald guy gets cocky and straight up asks if Heinrich's platoon is scared. That little jab seriously ticks Heinrich off, but secretly the main captain actually agrees with the idea. The enemy thinks human fighters are a joke, so they will never see an ambush coming. After that meeting wraps, she asks Midu if his injuries are fully healed. The class rep promises he is back at 100% and ready to throw down. They stroll down the corridor together, catching up. Heinrich says they drop in tomorrow morning. It is super rare seeing Amelia flex this hard. The nerdy girl with her hair up asks if this will actually work since all those officers seem suspiciously confident. Midu totally backs the aggro strategy. Hitting them while they are still scrambling to organize is absolute peak timing. The captain reminds them that the whole run rests on their shoulders. They are betting everything on these hero candidates. Right then, the nerdy girl realizes it is completely do or die now. The captain promises full backup, but points out that these young recruits are basically the VIPs of this whole crazy mission. Midu suddenly gets a super bad feeling about this. By morning, the army is marching straight ahead, completely hidden by the heavy fog. Seeing the setup, Magus asks why they are pushing at dawn, since the sun might literally blow their cover completely. The captain quickly shuts that down. Demons have perfect night vision anyway. Shadows only nerf the humans. Midu then asks to double-check the strategy. Their tiny squad has one job: snipe the enemy commander, while the main army acts as bait for the demon horde. Right before the clash, he promises to frontline the platoon himself, but the rest of them have to buy enough time for the entire squad. His classmates instantly get the memo: time to team up. A soldier runs up, handing a message straight to the captain. The main force is already moving, the raid is officially live. Hyping himself up, Heinrich shouts that they are pushing forward right now. He and the hero candidates start full sprinting into action. The massive fortress raid is finally happening. Human forces absolutely rush the front gates. The demons inside are totally raging, but they are still about to get completely wrecked by Amelia's blade. That crazy brawl outside definitely grabs all the attention, but inside the tower, a top-tier demon is just chilling. The hero squad sneaks in, led by their class rep. They bump into a few random demon mobs on the way, but honestly, they catch hands instantly. The regular human troops are totally hyped seeing Midu fight. Still, Henrik tells the kid to stay frosty. It is super likely the big boss is camping right at the end of this hallway. Right on cue, a whole squad of demons spawns in. They are completely boxed in, and the students absolutely lose their minds. Henrik steps up, his guys will tank the aggro. This lets the class rep push forward without sweating the small fry. He calls out to Reina for an assist. She just roasts the demons with her fire magic, while the class president completely shreds the leftovers with his blade. Just like that, the strike team pushes through. They finally hit a seriously massive metal door. The kids step inside, totally stressed out, and boom, Midu is staring right at the final boss. This absolutely massive demon is posted up in a giant hall, just calmly waiting for his guests. The vibe check fails instantly. Arashi speaks up asking if this creepy old dude is actually the guy running the demon army. Stone Agaya flexes right back. He tells them he is literally one of the 4 divine kings. Just hearing that goated title completely traumatizes the students. Midu is leading this run and he can feel it. This boss's aura is on a totally different, unreal level. The demon slams his massive shield into the floor, zero stress on his face. Honestly, he looks hyped to test their power levels. Midu raises his sword and tells the squad to brace themselves. He knows he cannot look scared right now. If they wipe here, this whole campaign is a total bust. Most kids are shaking, but Arashi, he is genuinely stoked for a real fight. With the whole squad pulled up, the demon crouches. He slaps his hand on the floor, drawing a ridiculously huge magic circle. The humans freeze up as the floor literally starts moving. Solid earth pushes up, morphing right into humanoid shapes. Students are absolutely sick to their stomachs. Golems. Dozens of them just spawn in an entire stone army ready to stomp them out. Stone Agaya drops a super evil grin. He tells his fresh summons to absolutely humble these cocky kids. Sword locked in, Midu yells at his team to hold the line and lock down the area. A wind user actually slices right through a golem, shattering it like glass. Then Arashi jumps into the mix, fists literally on fire. His blazing punches connect, totally blowing the stone mobs into gravel. He is barely trying, even trash-talking the boss to spawn more. But Stone Agaya just stares at this edgy kid with pure disgust. Then right in front of them, the broken chunks start pulling back together. The students freak out as every destroyed monster completely regenerates. Arashi definitely did not see that coming. For the first time today, he actually looks rattled. And here is where it gets sketchy. These golems are deadly, and they finally go on the offensive. The rest of the trainee heroes rush in. They know they have to crack this boss mechanic, and the only way out is through. Chopping these things up is pretty easy. The real issue is they keep throwing punches even while missing half their bodies. This poor short-haired side character is seriously about to get sent to a whole new isekai. Luckily, the barrier girl drops a shield on him. It traps the golem, setting up the lancer for a clean counterattack. He stabs his spear right through it, thinking he secured the kill. Instead, he takes a brutal hit straight to the chest. Seeing him drop, the nerdy girl spams her magic, launching a barrage of rocks at the front line. She actually shatters one, but she freezes up to check the result, only to watch the mob just piece itself back together. Arashi is getting insanely tilted by this endless loop. Then he and Midu hear someone shout. It is one of the guys who binge reads manga and knows exactly how this trope works. He tells them the cheat code: ignore the mobs and just blitz the summoner pulling the strings. Popping his wind magic, he yells to leave these mindless mobs to the side characters. Midu and Arashi totally get the play and dash straight for the boss. Rocking some crazy agility stats, Midu just weaves right through the front line. Stone Agaya sees them coming. He feels completely insulted by the disrespect. He smacks the floor again, dropping even more magic circles. New rocks tear out of the ground, ripping straight through the air toward Midu. The kid dodges out of the way, but wait, the rocks literally curve mid-air, tracking his movement like heat missiles. He eats a direct hit, getting completely ragdolled. His squad is absolutely panicking right now. He goes flying across the hall, taking heavy damage. But somehow, his willpower is still totally off the charts. Arashi spots an opening. He sneaks right up on the demon and readies a crazy, devastating strike. A massive explosion hits. The other students ask if they finally caught a W. Dust chokes the entire room. Once it clears, they see the demon threw up a massive stone barrier to tank the hit. He weaponizes that same barrier, slamming Arashi right in the gut. The dude hits the dirt completely out of the fight. Stone Agaya is absolutely tight now. He yells out, "Is this seriously all these so-called heroes bring to the table?" While the class rep and the squad keep fighting Stone Agaya, our main guy finally makes it to the city of Neutrad. He and the girl are currently sneaking through the totally gross underground sewers. The girl is absolutely not vibing with this. It straight up reeks. But our boy tells her to hold tight. He promises they will hit the city center soon. With the city's insane security, taking the sewer route was actually a massive brain play. After walking forever, they spot a staircase heading up. They climb out into the upper city. It looks super weird and totally deserted. Suddenly, the boy goes on high alert. Someone is coming. They quickly duck inside a massive chest just as a squad of demons strolls past on patrol. One demon is pretty hyped about the gig, but his buddy complains. Working for the witch requires too much grinding for personal achievements, and he is just not feeling it. The two just keep casually yapping about their jobs. They walk right past our guy's hiding spot, completely clueless that humans are sitting right there. Mare notices the demons heading off. Our main guy knows exactly which witch they were just talking about. She is the demon princess and the literal ruler here. Mare confirms the facts. Apparently, this girl holds the title of the Space Witch. She's their ultimate target today. The sage dropped that lore, making it clear this witch could actually grant his wish. Now he just has to figure out a way to safely roll up on her. Going in without a solid game plan means aggroing way too many enemies at once. Mare is totally clueless too, so the boy decides they need to farm more intel first. He tells Mare to absolutely not go rogue. The girl promises to chill. Sneaking quietly through the streets, they realize this place is completely crawling with demons. Camping inside a building, they finally get a good look around. Mare is shook. The demons are actually just living totally normal, boring lives. Kind of a letdown. But to our protagonist, it makes perfect sense. Since they have actual high IQs, it naturally tracks that demons would build a human-like society. He suddenly points at something far away. Mayor looks over and spots human slaves walking among the demons. Real humans getting treated like total garbage by their masters. Seeing that genuinely breaks her. But our boy, he finds her shock pretty weird. From a purely logical angle, anyone with basic common sense expects demons to act exactly like this. And yeah, Mayor already knew this sick level of cruelty existed. But actually, seeing it in person fills her with pure rage and disgust. Our main guy realizes she is totally losing her cool. And here is where things go completely sideways. A mysterious girl suddenly drops in asking if they are demons. He has zero clue when she even spawned. He didn't sense her aura at all. Before he can even make a move, she tells them to chill out, swearing she is not here to throw hands. Still super on edge, the boy demands to know what she wants and how she even tracked them. Sneaking up on him should be literally impossible. This woman has to be using some high-tier demonic skills. She casually explains she has been hunting them ever since they walked right through her magical barrier. Mayor is completely stunned. She insists their path was totally clear of barriers. But the mysterious girl drops a bomb. Her demonic art covers literally every single inch of this city. Realizing she is using spatial magic, our guy instantly pops his appraisal skill. Her stats are absolutely goated. And her name, Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Boom! Our protagonist realizes he just stumbled onto the exact boss he needed to find. Getting slightly impatient, Isabel threatens to call the guards if they stay quiet. She demands to know why a human and an elf are teaming up because they definitely do not look like spies. Knowing a fight right here would be an easy game over, the boy decides to just negotiate. He tells Isabel it is a super long story. Luckily, she's bored enough to actually sit and listen. Within minutes, she gets the download. Our guy just wants to fast travel back to his original world. He tracked her down, hoping her demonic arts could pull it off. And guess what? Isabel confirms the sage's lore is 100% legit. The boy gets visibly hyped up. He honestly never imagined he would get good enough RNG to find the city's witch this incredibly fast. But the craziest part, she is just completely different from every other demon out there. Isabel drops some knowledge the tech could work, but only if she gets the exact coordinates to his home server. But right now, she admits she has zero clue where that planet actually is. Get this, hearing that our guy is just totally lost. The hard truth is, without the map data, fast-traveling him back to his original dimension is basically impossible. Still refusing to take the L, he stares Isabel down. He desperately needs to know if there is some hidden quest to find his home planet's coordinates. The witch explains the multiverse is massive. Pinpointing his exact server through all that RNG is insanely tough. Thanks to his Eye of Truth skill, the MC knows Isabel is definitely not capping. His appraisal skill got super buff lately. Now it is showing off some seriously sick hidden stats. The witch also mentions his own body is basically nerfing the spell, Since he spawned in with divine armor, her dark magic cannot even put a dent in that barrier. Our guy realizes this might actually be the admin's plan, that God hardlocked his fast travel until the Demon King boss gets completely wrecked. Isabel admits that theory actually sounds legit, though she does not have the magic stats to confirm if it is 100% real. The MC finally gets it, he is totally out of options. He really has to complete his main quest in this crazy server. Isabel clearly sees the pure hype in his eyes. He knows logging out will not be easy, even with some busted dark magic assisting him. And finally, Mare finally chimes in. She straight up asks why this demon princess is actually being so helpful right now. Isabel spills the tea. The kingdom is split into factions and she has her own personal endgame in mind. Immediately, a massive wave of dark energy floods the room, totally rattling our boy and Mare. Isabel pops a portal to dip out, warning them to stay low-key because making a run for it is about to get insanely risky. And just like that, she ghosts them completely. Exhaling hard, Mare admits she was low-key terrified. She genuinely thought they were about to get sent to the lobby. The boy realizes the Demon King's bloodline is absolutely goated. With his current stats, he would get absolutely clapped in a fight. Mare is just thankful the witch wasn't hostile. But for our guy, scoring this much blind luck means something way worse is dropping next, leaving him super paranoid. Seconds later, wild noises echo from outside. They rush to the window to find the city in total chaos, demons freaking out everywhere. The locals officially know human spies are in the zone. Panicking, Mare assumes they are completely busted. The boy instantly realizes the witch totally snitched on them the second she left the chat. Mare cannot figure out why the witch would sell them out, but honestly, it does not even matter. Figuring out her toxic motives is completely pointless right now. Survival is the only objective. Minutes later, they are speedrunning across the rooftops. Mob below cannot spot them, but our guy notices everyone is on high alert. Plus, these regular demons have some seriously sick power levels. Suddenly, he stops, totally startling Mare. They both crouch down low. He whispers not to move an inch, and honestly, check out what he just spotted. This new Manus signature feels exactly like the witch, maybe even more cracked. Our boy spots a super weird figure among the demons, definitely a high-tier boss. Mare recognizes him instantly. The boy is pretty shook by the name, but Mare is literally laser-focused on that guy right now. She never expected him to be touching grass here. Tagging along with our guy was definitely a massive W. Our guy asks if that is her actual revenge target. Absolutely fuming, Mare confirms it. That is one of the 4 divine kings. Hearing that the boy pops his appraisal skill, it confirms Wimber is an absolute unit and a ridiculously tough opponent. He desperately tries to chill his companion out. Taking a fight right here means they get instantly deleted. Mare knows the meta perfectly well. He is the divine king of wind, meaning his elemental hacks make him an absolute beast at tracking. They need to play this super carefully. Moving stealthily, they climb down from the roof. Meanwhile, Wimber leads the search party. Since he thinks these intruders are straight-up noobs, he is barely trying. But he is absolutely certain about one thing: when he catches them, he is crushing them himself. He also knows the human hero candidates are sweating it out on the front lines, desperately trying to keep their entire nation from collapsing. One of the regular demons actually asks if a divine king should really be chilling back here, with them hinting that Wimber should probably be carrying the frontline squad instead. The king flexes, saying this backline spot is way better for him. Let the basic units handle all that boring manual labor. Suddenly, his passive ability catches a weird vibe on the wind. Lord Wimberg officially locked onto those trespassers. I was totally shook, but our divine king just flexed that he literally read the wind to pinpoint their exact location. These rats thought they were being stealthy, but nobody hides from the boss. I was absolutely mind blown that Wimberg could track them just by catching a slight breeze. Dude is straight up goated. Getting a bit annoyed by my hyping, Wimberg told the squad to gear up. Honestly, he found it pretty hilarious that these trespassers waltzed in with that witch's blessing. Down below, the kid and Mayor were booking it, trying to dip out of the city until he suddenly yelled at her to freeze. Our demon boys were patrolling the block locked in. That edgy kid finally clocked that we were onto them, even if the boys lacked their exact coordinates. He definitely felt Lord Wimberg's sick wind aura swirling around them. Mayor started yapping about restless spirits. The kid instantly knew our boss was using a high-tier elemental tracker on them. Imagine the panic here. Things were getting spicy. Mayor could totally counter our radar, but that would just dox their exact spot immediately. He knew that was a massive L. They just had to keep running. Our squad swept the main streets while the kid sweated his way through the back alleys. Too bad we spotted them anyway. Mayor started crying about fumbling the bag, but the kid claimed they could still camp the terrain to get the jump on us. To pull that off, he straight up told her to play bait. She hated that plan entirely. While she stood there lagging, the boy literally parkoured up the walls onto the roof. Mayor started tweaking. Her mobility stats were absolute trash. The kid roasted her, asking if she even wanted her revenge, because crying like a toddler wouldn't save her now. After dropping that reality check, he just dipped into stealth mode. Our boys quickly noticed they split. Half the squad pushed Mayor's lane while the rest chased the kid. Gripping her staff, Mayor figured she only had one shot at this. She dropped a massive AoE fire spell. Our boys saw the flames and went entirely feral. The flankers quickly realized their homies just got utterly cooked. While everyone was panicking, that sneaky kid spawned right in the middle of our squad. Moving like a total sweat, he started one-shotting our boys. The squad had zero clue what hit them. The only thing they heard was his edgy blade whistling through the wind. One of our guys turned around confused by the sound, only to see his entire party wiped out right before the kid's sword sliced through his own neck. Facing the respawn screen, my guy called him a camper, but he got clipped anyway. Mayor kept spamming attacks, switching up her build to summon a massive tsunami of water to push our advancing boys back. She tried her hardest to zone them out. Honestly, it barely nerfed their movement speed, and at that pace the squad was about to completely overrun her position. Then she realized something incredibly sus. Our player count was dropping way too fast. One of our guys spun around tweaking just to catch a throwing knife to the dome from that kid who was straight up playing assassin in the backline. Grabbing his loot, the kid actually thanked Mayor for doing her job. She was the ultimate aggro tank. The witch was still mauling, knowing she almost got sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile, Lord Wimberg was absolutely raging. Those rats were still dodging us. One of my boys tried to apologize, promising to spam more mobs at them right away. But our king knew that was pure throw territory. You can guess what happens next. He decided to solo those scrubs completely by himself. Down there, the kid and Mayor kept trying to sprint. They finally felt the heavy wind boxing them in, and worse, they sensed insane boss music mana charging straight at them. Mayor instantly cast her own wind spirit. Right then, the kid looked up. Our glorious boss was literally hovering over the skyline. Lord Wimberg stared them down. To him, these tryhards were just sad little rats touching grass for the last time. Mayor glared up at Wimberg with pure toxic rage. Her entire revenge arc was literally floating right in front of her. The kid asked if she was locked in, and she claimed she'd been waiting for this boss fight her entire ruined life. Both of them sweated hard, prepping for the wipe. The kid muttered that trying to snipe Wimberg from a distance was an automatic loss. They had to burn all their cooldowns immediately and just try to speedrun the fight. Mayor okayed that totally cooked strat. She spammed her wind spirit again, throwing massive tornadoes straight at our divine king. Our king just watched the projectiles come in, thinking these absolute noobs were crazy for using wind attacks on him. He literally embodies that element. Every single one of Mayor's desperate shots completely missed the hitbox. He parried everything flawlessly. But that rat kid noticed Wimberg's massive defensive aura was kind of blocking his own line of sight. The exact second it clicks, he dodges a crazy incoming strike. He is genuinely shook, wondering how the enemy even attacked from inside that stealth barrier. This guy totally predicted the players would try closing the gap, thinking they could actually exploit a glitch in his elemental control. But with his insane wind radar, he never takes an L. Our boy realizes just how cursed this matchup is. Even if he finds a blind spot, the boss's cracked wind arts will completely wall him out. But Mare is right here, promising she will hard carry this phase. She drops another wind spell, but way more aggro this time. The demon stays chill at first until he detects something completely off about her magic. Mare knows his demonic hacks require totally precise wind control. She just needs to lag his control using her own skills. The boss instantly realizes his wind manipulation is getting completely nerfed and clunky. Our guy realizes Mare has literally been plotting this epic payback her whole life. He spots the opening and pushes up, but the demon is still tracking him. Our boy charges in with his blade, yet he still cannot close the distance. The boss just uses the wind to casually kite him through the air, leaving our guy raging hard. That is exactly when a voice tells him to just jump. Following the strat, the boy steps right onto the wind and launches straight at the boss like a rocket. The demon is totally mind-blown by this hack. Meanwhile, our guy is completely hyped to end this run, pouring absolutely every single stat point into one final swing. Now right in the strike zone, our boy uses his eye ability to predict exactly where the demon moves next. But curveball, the enemy's weak points totally start fading away. He definitely did not see that coming. Before he can even swing, a massive sword just materializes right in the demon's hands. Wimberg never thought he would actually have to draw his weapon on these random intruders. The protagonist quickly realizes his offensive run is officially over. Now he has to put everything into pure defense mode. His agility simply is not goated enough to block that insane spam of incoming attacks. Right then, Wimberg drops a major lore bomb. He is actually the guy who personally taught Hector his sword skills. But right after flexing that fact, the demon scrambles as a massive boulder gets yeeted straight at his head out of nowhere. That wild interruption forces both fighters to totally pause their heavy brawl. Falling back with Mare, they seriously need a new game plan. Up above, the demon just stares down at the rock and the kid's trying to compute what just went down. Tossing a rock that huge is sick. Now he catches on that the elf girl is actually dual-wielding elements. He remembers that the nearby elf village was supposedly wiped off the map ages ago. Then the math starts mathing. These two totally clapped Hector. Running purely on rage, Mayor confirms he is absolutely right. Flashing a slight smirk, the Divine King completely figures her out. This girl is a surviving local from that exact village. Mayor tells him she spent the last 10 years grinding for this one specific moment, just to totally wreck him. Thinking back to the massacre, the demon casually mentions it was quite the insane show. His toxic words catch Mayor totally off guard. He keeps bragging about how much fun he had watching the elves suffer at the end. The raw emotion they showed and their utter despair basically fueled his kill streak. He seriously loved seeing the pure hopelessness in their eyes. Hearing that messed up speech, Mayor totally loses it. The protagonist has to tell her to touch grass and ignore the bait because her skills are literally their only win condition. Snapping back to reality, Mayor decides to actually listen. Now it is fully on our boy to sweat the details. He is the type of dude who will play dirty just to secure the dub. Meanwhile, Wimberg realizes these kids are way more of a headache than he first thought. Plus, this human is somehow still breathing, which honestly should be a literal impossibility. There is only one logical answer. This kid has to be a summoned candidate. Eyes glowing, the protagonist claps back, saying the demon is completely sleeping on them in this fight. The Divine King replies he always tracks the top-tier warriors from rival nations, and this red-eyed boy definitely is not on that roster. That basically confirms it right there. He is totally an Isekai protagonist. Chilling in the air, the demon figures he still holds the high ground. No reason for him to sweat or rush things at all. But our boy knows the timer is ticking. He has maybe 3 minutes before his eye power completely runs out, and then it is a guaranteed game over. Mare then whispers she actually has a big brain strat to totally flip the momentum of this boss fight. Realizing her kit is actually useful, the boy warns her not to lag behind. Totally offended, Mare snaps back that he is the one who needs to keep up. Meanwhile, Wimberg gets super salty that his enemies are just chatting mid-battle like this, with pure rage in his eyes. The protagonist hypes up their next strike. On the flip side, the demon is actually super eager to see what kind of damage they can push. Spamming her wind skills, the girl straight up fastballs our boy at the boss. At the same exact time, she taps into earth magic. She spawns more spirits and yeets a volley of massive rocks right at Wimberg. Seeing the heavy incoming aggro, Wimberg barely even feels threatened. He uses his own wind hacks for defense, controlling the air to delete every single rock. But spoiler alert, that was just a massive bait. A second later, he's forced to desperately block a clean hit from the protagonist, who totally closed the gap while he was busy. Back on the ground, Mare never stopped her DPS. She literally curves the boulders midair, catching Wimberg completely off guard from the back. He definitely did not predict that glitch. His only play is dodging, but Mare just keeps the pressure on. Wimberg looks absolutely shocked as his magic shield gets fully broken by the crazy rock barrage. The protagonist finally spots an opening. He is so ready to plunge his blade straight into the demon's chest. Wimberg has to react frame 1 if he really wants to survive. Blood sprays everywhere as Wimberg realizes the crazy truth. The strike was never aiming for his heart, it was aiming for his sword hilt. The boy totally capitalizes, snatching the weapon away and claiming the loot before quickly falling back. Wimberg glares at him with pure rage, only to get smacked by more of Mare's rocks. The demon is actually stunned. Their big brain strat worked at all. But he makes it super clear a boss on his level is not going down that easily. Mare is absolutely terrified. Their wombo combo was completely flawless, yet the demon didn't even flinch. But for our guy, everything is still tracking right on schedule. Mare already tipped him off. Wimberg's sick wind magic actually has a blind spot. It literally crumbles against heavy earth attacks. If they cannot straight up smash his defense, she can still spam her own wind magic to totally mess up his control. Resoluti knows Mare basically dedicated her whole life prepping for this exact showdown. Even then, their best tag team moves fall short. Resoluti asks her for one single favor, just give him another window to land a hit. Snatching Wimberg's own weapon gets him completely hyped up for the kill. Holding that hijack blade means his next swings will do insane damage. Mare watches him completely lost on what his actual game plan is. Wimberg tries throwing shade, mocking that he is no real swordsman and cannot clutch a win just by looting his gear. But our boy does not even blink. He basically says everything is playing out exactly as called. He rushes straight and catching a wild barrage of wind spears to the face. But wielding that goated demon blade, he manages to parry every single projectile. His eyes lock onto every strike's trajectory, letting him instantly close that gap again. Wimberg is completely shook. He barely blocks the hit, and suddenly he cannot even track the kid's insane speed anymore. Resoluti just goes full aggro mode. He pushes the offensive non-stop, giving the demon absolutely zero room to even breathe. Spotting the opening, Mare summons the wind spirits back, totally wrecking Wimberg's midair balance. The demon is losing his mind trying to process how humans can fight this perfectly. Then Resoluti teleports right in his face to wrap up this boss fight for good. Wimberg takes massive offense to the sheer disrespect. Burning through his last drops of mana, he spawns a massive wind spear to skewer him, but that desperate final play amounts to literal garbage. One clean swing of the blade takes the demon's head straight off, ending the match. Running on 0 mana, our guy is practically collapsing. Wimberg never thought he would actually wipe here today. Bro, his head is literally detached and he is still yapping. Yeah, that is definitely demon behavior. Resolutely finally drops the huge reveal. His eyes actually let him copy enemy skills. He was ripping off Wimberg's sword moves the entire time. He did not really know the combos at first, making him kind of hold back. Wimberg finally clocks that these hero candidates are humanity's ultimate trump card. Resolutely then flexes that he unlocked this broken skill after beating Hector. Chuckling, Wimberg openly admits his own student was a complete idiot. Homeboy basically power-leveled his own enemy by taking the loss. With the boss defeated, our guy seriously needs to sit down and heal up. He just got a front-row look at how insanely broken the 4 Divine Kings actually are. 3 more of those guys are still walking around. And obviously the Demon King is going to be on a whole other level. Plus, the Demon King's own kids who supposedly rival Isabel when it comes to raw stats. His current build is nowhere near enough to survive that gauntlet. Mid-panic over his stats, he spots Mayor casually walking his way. She just wants to confirm the guy is actually dead. When Resolutely asks how it feels to finally clutch her lifelong revenge, she admits that after all that trauma, she just feels completely numb. She put her literal life on the line. And now with the credits rolling, she just feels empty but also incredibly relieved. Her village finally got their payback and she is finally free from her haunted past. Resolutely straight up tells her that having her in the party was a massive carry. Without Mayor backing him up, Wimberg would have totally floored him. The feeling is definitely mutual. She knows securing this kill was only possible with his DPS. She drops a genuine thank you for helping her clear this massive lifelong quest. He tries playing it cool, claiming it was all just pure coincidence and not worth the hype. But Mayor completely shuts that down. Joining his party was straight up the best choice she ever made. Without this exact run, she admits she probably would have totally crashed out and died for nothing. Resolutely then hits her with the big question, what is next? She hasn't even thought that far ahead and confesses she feels pretty lost. He just casually suggests she needs to pick up some new side quests. Elves have a ridiculously long lifespan after all, though being a half-human build means she won't outlive her master. For now, she decides to just keep co-oping this run with him. He questions if she is actually down for that since he is trying to solo the Demon King. But honestly, that is the exact reason she wants to stay. If they can delete the Demon King, way fewer people will get totally wrecked by tragic backstories. That makes the entire grind completely worth it. Even if he tries to kick her from the guild, she is staying. Hitting the road again, our guy admits they desperately need to farm some new clues. City reinforcements were about to pull up, and that was straight up bad news. Mayor totally got his vibe. He had officially accepted her, locking them on the same exact path. While those two sneaked toward the outskirts, someone was creeping from above. The witch Isabel was low-key shocked this random duo actually popped off. Wiping the floor with Wimber made her next plays a whole lot easier. Following that sweaty boss fight, the grind continued. Our boy eventually rolled back into Ubana. The wise woman was hyped to see them breathing straight up, admitting she did not expect them back this fast. Mayor wanted to spill the tea, but Ubana already knew what was up. She could easily tell her disciple wanted to stick with the guy. So the sage wished them a goated road trip. Ubana was being so sweet that Mayor actually got super flustered. Chilling over some tea, the sage asked our guy if he caught the latest updates from the front lines. Hearing that, he instantly wanted the full rundown. Apparently, the hero candidates got completely clapped, Midu included. Now our boy needed to know exactly who handed out that beatdown. Ubana explained that the absolute unit behind this loss was Stone Agaya, a top-tier executive for the Demon King. Mayor figured this guy had to be just as busted as Wimber, making him an incredibly toxic matchup. Our dude just wanted to know if his old squad had actually survived the wipe. Ubana confirmed they barely made it out alive, but getting wrecked like that left their mental state in absolute shambles. That made him question what the next play even was. His main quest was still dropping the Demon King, meaning he had to slowly chip away at the enemy ranks. Mayor asked if those other hero candidates were actually as cracked as him. He honestly wasn't sure, but raw stats do not mean a thing if they have zero game sense to back it up. Back at the human base, battered soldiers were getting patched up, including the broken hero squad. Midu tried dodging the VIP treatment, warning his teammate not to spam her healing abilities for too long. She fully knew the risks, but insisted on carrying the team's health as much as possible. Dropping that line, she went right back to fixing Midu up. Thanks to Henrik bringing backup during the fight, they had barely managed a clean escape. Still, the team's damage was completely brutal, and the worst part was not physical, it was the heavy mental nerf. After taking an L that hard, the heroes were completely tilted. Midu was incredibly salty, putting all the blame on himself. Way up high in the Arliss Fortress Stone, Agaya was checking his territory. but miles away, someone had already locked onto him. Yep, it was our boy flexing his completely overpowered vision. Mayor was baffled, asking how he could even spot anything from that far out. He explained that leveling up his appraisal skill gave him some pretty sick passive buffs. Mayor was amazed. Having a built-in telescope was just way too convenient. Even from across the map, he could totally tell this demon's stats were ridiculously stacked. Pushing his luck, he triggered the advanced appraisal skill to scan Stone Agaya for the deep lore. Turns out this boss had a broken mechanic, multiplying his defense right off his base stats. Since his appraisal hit level 4, he could finally pop the enhanced version of the skill, granting him crazy deep insight straight into his opponent's build. He scanned desperately for a weak spot, but Stone Agaya stood completely still, leaving him with literally 0 openings to target. That was a massive reality check. He was still way too underleveled to see the demon's true vulnerabilities. Check this out, if he could just hack that data, the upcoming fight would be a breeze. The data he did pull showed Stone Agaya was a sword main rocking earth magic plus a special trait that insanely buffed his tankiness. Mayor wasn't even shocked by that insane build, considering the guy was literally one of the 4 divine kings. She pointed out that earth builds are weak to water. That got our boy wondering if this world had a legit elemental weakness system. Mayor explained that it really just boiled down to the specific skills they equipped. Even if Stone Agaya spam-learned demonic arts, there was no way the dude maxed out every single skill tree. If she could read which ultimate he was queuing up, she could easily hard counter its weakness. So our guy decided to pull up to the fortress himself for better intel. Meanwhile, pretty close by, Midu stood spacing out at the horizon. He wondered how things would go if our guy was there, but quickly pushed the thought away. He had already sworn to hard carry the heavy responsibilities of the hero squad himself. His teammates crowded around him that day, just wanting to know what was going through his head. Reina calls him out for trying to solo all the trauma himself, which is honestly just stressing the class rep out. The blonde dude tells him to drop the gloomy look. Then the short-haired nerd steps up, reminds him they are in this together. Midu is completely shocked his squad still trusts him after that massive fail. Right then, Rena steps up, suggesting they team up just like the good old days. Walking past Midu, she hits him with a harsh reality check. He is such an idiot. Instantly, the blonde guy grabs his shoulder, telling him to trust his bros. Midu is lost. Real talk, he literally never even considered leaning on his party members before. Blonde dude points out they have all leveled up, so Midu does not have to hard carry anymore. Hearing that hype speech, Arashi joins the party, and several students quickly tag along. Arashi demands to know why Midu is looking so pathetic. They need to bounce back right now and absolutely wreck their enemies. The class rep is totally mind-blown by Arashi showing up, which just annoys the tough guy even more. Honestly, he completely hated finding out mid-fight that their power levels were basically trash. That is exactly why he is waiting on Midu to call the shots to demolish that boss. The blonde guy and Amaya are totally floored seeing the edgy dude actually cooperate. Hyped up, Midu rallies the entire squad to go absolutely crazy. That sick comeback energy is exactly what Arashi wanted. While everyone is chatting, Kanzaki watches from a distance. She is super relieved to see her classmates finally stop throwing and actually start working together again. Totally spacing out, she gets jump-scared by a super familiar voice. It casually drops, "A long time no see." It is the protagonist himself. He tells her to chill out and stay quiet. He is basically in stealth mode right now. Panic. Kanzaki instantly slaps both hands over her mouth. He already knows they totally threw the last boss fight, and Kanzaki confirms the massive loss. He asks for the enemy stat block, and she drops the lore. Now he knows that Stone Agaya is basically spawning and controlling huge golems. That demon's entire build is totally focused on crafting those rock monsters. Connecting the dots, he realizes Mare was actually spot on. Kanzaki is super nosy about who this girl is, but our guy just totally leaves her on read, thanking her for the intel. Kanzaki asks if he is finally going to log in and actually carry the whole war effort. For a second, he actually considers it. But honestly, seeing his old squad hyped up again, he decides to just stay goated in the shadows like usual. Over at Fort Arles, demons hold the perimeter while the hero candidates position themselves nearby. The short-haired girl brags about having hundreds of soldiers backing them up, leaving the pink-haired girl looking hyped. Yumi is right there too, swearing to go all out. She is locking in with the combat squad. Rita asks why the sudden class change. Yumi says her friends are getting absolutely wrecked, and as a hero, she absolutely refuses to just sit around. Still, she's kind of sweating the details. 5 days ago, she was literally doing chores and getting totally wiped out from it. It has honestly been forever since Kinoshita saw our boy. She totally vibes with what he is saying. But once she realizes who it is, she completely freaks out. She demands to know how he glitched into the building and if he is really the Shinju she remembers. She acts normal again, but is insanely mad. He literally sneaked into her bedroom. Skipping the filler, he tells her the frontline heroes are getting clapped and they desperately need her divine protection. Kinoshita is totally stunned since she is just a support class, but he tells her to chill. She has the exact stats they need. Still totally doubting herself, she asks how he knows. He reminds her she has always wanted to throw hands too. He drops a massive bombshell. Leonora, the absolute menace who traumatized her, is permanently logged out. Nobody is going to bully her anymore. With time, even that heavy mental damage is going to fully heal up. It is time to drop the NPC waitress act and lock in. He has always known she secretly wanted to carry the squad and help people out. Dead silence. Kinoshita just freezes up completely. Get this, he literally has all the cheat codes, leaving her completely shocked. Then he drops the truth. He just came looking for a top-tier pawn. Kinoshita reminds him he is actively wanted by the server admins, so him planning to join the boss fight is absolutely wild. He totally admits he cannot officially join the raid while being hunted, so he is just going to stay stealthy. Basically, he only spawned in to drop this lore on her. That is exactly why Kinoshita is hitting the front lines. She is completely locked in to do her best. Ren watches the other girls chatter. She already chatted with the main character and knows the entire goated game plan. Kinoshita being there is totally essential for landing those sick combos against the enemy. Our boy just wants his squad to try hard and not throw the match. Plus, he really wants to see if his classmates actually leveled up while he was away from keyboard. He tells her to slide that message over to Midu and she swears to get it done. Suddenly, someone yells out her name. The class rep runs up to double-check their strategy because taking an L today is just straight up not happening. Ren completely gets the vibe. The whole student squad quickly huddles up to talk strategy details. Mayor watches the group closely and asks our guy if his own strategy is way more high tier. He fires back that nobody levels up if they just get carried through the easy mode tutorials all day. His squad desperately needs a buff. Some of these kids have broken stats but zero idea how to actually play their class. That is exactly why he plans to basically completely ghost them. He drops tiny hints because surviving a real fight means you gotta rely on pure gamer instinct. Demons are heavily camping the fortress, but the human army is already rolling up to the gates. The hyped raid is finally kicking off. The captain orders a full push. Those demons gear up to fight and they are stupidly confident they will win. She knows they gotta clear a path for the hero candidates to breach the base. Obviously, the demon mob is not letting that happen easily. A completely chaotic team fight breaks out. Right in the middle of it, the heroes start slicing a path forward. Midu heavily hard pushes the front line. He easily spots the tower where Stonagaya is chilling. The demon boss smirks like an absolute troll, acting like he predicted these kids showing up. Stonagaya screams out at them, totally dripping with ego as he guarantees another easy dub. The giant fortress gate is shut tight. Suddenly, Arashi just totally nukes it into pieces with his skill. The rest of the hero squad pulls up beside him. Stonagaya is already waiting there with his Rocky Golem summons. Midu instantly tells everyone to execute the big brain strat, and lurking quietly in the shadows is our main guy. These hero kids are insanely hyped to secure a win. Across from them stands a ridiculous wave of stone golems. Midu pulls out his blade and yells for the squad to engage. Pushing forward, Rihanna asks Yumi if she is holding up all right. Still stressed out, Yumi says she is fine and instantly spawns a massive tsunami of water. Her sick water crowd control is the key to winning. Stonagaya clocks immediately that this broken water user definitely missed the last raid. His rock minions get completely washed by Yumi. Arashi tags in right after ready to totally roast them. His flaming punches are straight up deadly. Midu brings zero chill, absolutely slicing through everything in front of him. Everyone is sweating hard. Even the background NPCs are throwing hands. Seconds later, the entire Golem squad is literally reduced to gravel. But of course, the cheating mobs start healing up. But the ones hit by water just stay down forever. The whole crew realizes this new meta strategy is goated. Stonagaya completely locks all his aggro onto the new water girl today. Thanks to her big brain, those golem mobs are totally blocked from regenerating. The protagonist hypes Mayor up her strategy is playing out flawlessly. Her theory is literally goated, hit the joints with enough moisture and their limbs just straight up stop healing. Midu hypes up the squad, yelling out that these Rocky boys are officially done healing. That gets Yumi totally pumped. Shin follows up by unleashing a massive surge of water, dropping an absolute tsunami right on their enemies. The rest of the squad rushes in to press the advantage, dead set on wiping these mobs out completely. Stonagaya just gets more hype though. The counterplay is sick, but this boss is way too stubborn to back down. He traces out magic circles on the dirt and flexes hard, claiming his golems are just useless cannon fodder anyway. Lifting massive boulders into the sky, he promises to show them some actual god-tier power. Then he just yeets the entire payload right at our heroes. Before those rocks can connect, Mary steps up and hard carries using her telekinesis to totally block the incoming barrage. Stonagaya is absolutely shook. He cannot believe someone just hijacked his control over the earth. While he is still lagging from that, Ren drops her domination ability right on Stonagaya, locking his body down completely. Her crowd control skills are absolutely cracked, feeding Arashi the perfect opening to pop off. But before the fire connects, a massive wall of dirt shoots up and completely tanks the hit. That strike hits like a truck, but it still cannot break through. The demon smirks, pleasantly surprised his shield actually outscaled the kid's crazy fire. What he completely misses, though, is Midu burning his instant movement skill to teleport right behind him with his sword ready. He swings for a fatal backstab on Stonagaya, but the demon has crazy reflexes, somehow parrying the strike with his own blade. Even so, the hero squad just keeps sweating him relentlessly. The nerdy girl yeets the boulders right back at the boss, while Narumi uses her wind skills to wildly buff the counterattack's damage. Stonagaya is boxed in tight. No matter where he looks, heavy attacks keep spamming him from every single angle. But somehow, absolutely none of their hits can pierce his insane defense. Seeing that Yumi goes back to work bending the water and slamming his barrier with an absolute tidal wave of moisture. Stonagaya is totally trapped now, and he finally senses the danger. Once his earth shield gets soaked, its physical defense stats are going to plummet completely. Midu is sweating hard to end this fight right now, and Arashi is just as hyped to finish this boss off immediately. The two of them combo their attacks, perfectly landing a massive hit. For the first time, Stonagaya actually takes real damage from the squad. Even then, the boss firmly believes he can tank it. But catch this, guys, with the cheesy strat these humans are running. His armor is guaranteed to shatter sooner rather than later. He decides to risk it all, dumping every single point of defensive mana straight into raw attack power. Right then, a spark flashes in the protagonist's eyes. He spots the exact weak point and just snipes his dagger straight into Stonagaya's forehead for a one-shot kill. The impact is absolutely tremendous. Stonagaya faceplants into the dirt, writhing in pure agony right in front of everyone. The boss is officially dead, and the hero squad starts popping off. Midu and Arashi really just duo carried against that absolute monster. But standing right over the boss, those two boys know they definitely did not get the kill steal. Something else totally wrecked the demon's head at the last second. Arashi picks up the stray dagger from the floor and immediately knows exactly whose it is. Midu looks around for clues and spots a tiny crack up in the ceiling. He instantly realizes this whole save was totally the protagonist's doing. Arashi gets incredibly salty, hating that they just got bailed out by him. Narumi runs up grinning, totally hyped that their crazy plan actually worked out. Midu forces a weak smile and nods along. Deep down, he knows they completely owe this entire win to Kenoshi's hidden support, sniping the boss just a second before he could nuke them with his final desperate attack. Without the protagonist stepping in, the whole squad would have just gotten totally wiped. Mary calls the class rep out, wondering why he looks so stressed when they should be popping bottles for the win. Midu tries explaining, but she totally tunes him out, telling him to save it for later. These kids actually just packed up one of the 4 divine kings. They have been stressed out of their minds, so right now everyone just wants to touch grass and vibe. Midu watches his squad celebrating, taking a long second before letting the good vibes actually hit him. Finally, he just gives in to the massive wave of relief. But deep down, the rep stays pretty distant. His friends keep yelling for him to join the party. Instead, he just shuts them down quietly, admitting he was not the one who actually got the boss kill. They apologize for doing too much. One of the guys, a huge Arashi fanboy, already had a pretty good idea why his buddy was so salty. Being right in the middle of the action, he knew the actual truth. Even so, he told Arashi to just touch grass and chill. Our MC literally only snatched the final hit from their squad. The guys who actually backed that boss into a corner were Arashi and Midu. They should be hyped about that. Now Midu flexes the monster's chopped off head. He holds it high, screaming out their massive win. The demons watching are absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, the human forces go completely wild over the epic W. Out on the battlefield stands Heinrich, totally wrecked but breathing. They finally lock down the fortress. Outside, our boy watches the whole crazy finale. Even with Stonagaya down for the count, the body count on both sides stays pretty even. The MC knows these demon armies rely heavily on super charismatic bosses. Usually if the main guy gets clapped, the grunts can still hold the line just fine. Mare points out they saw this exact same vibe after clapping Wimberg. Not a single demon chased them after that fight. Pouring himself some tea, our guy drops a truth bomb that is the demon army's biggest fatal flaw. Looking a bit stressed, Mare asks if pulling that stunt was actually a good idea. He totally carried the team to victory, and she swears his main goal is just leveling up his squad. He explains the monster gave off some insane murder vibes right at the end. No way was he letting his team take damage. At the end of the day, a top-tier assassin stops the worst-case scenarios. Mare thinks he acts way too overprotective of his bros, and that low-key annoys him. He tells her to just drop the formalities and use his actual name. Getting super flustered by the sudden riz, she asks to just call him K, a quick nickname. He says that works, but immediately asks why she is blushing so hard right now. After that cute moment, he goes back to overthinking the W. 2 Celestial Kings are officially dead, but heavy hitters like Isabel are still out there touching grass. The grind to pack up the Demon King is barely starting. Meanwhile, a random girl looks totally knocked out and someone drops a snarky comment that she threw the match. She gets up absolutely raging. The demon who wrecked her is honestly amazed her mental state hasn't snapped yet. He orders the grunts to pass a quick message to the backup troops. The princess just got completely kidnapped. It is super over for the Beastmen Federation. A whole week goes by since the hero squad threw down. Thanks to their massive win streak, the Empire's morale is through the roof. Even the regular foot soldiers are genuinely hyped to do their jobs. The hero candidates are trending hard right now. They are basically the ultimate symbol of hope for everyone. Since they are so goated, the king officially summons the squad. He already got the tea about them dropping one of the celestial kings. He straight up dubs Midu a knight of the realm. Hanging with the squad post-ceremony, the class rep admits the whole formal thing was super draining. Mare is totally shocked she never pictured him sweating the small stuff. Captain Amelia roasts him, joking that he must be getting old to feel that tired. That is when Heinrich chimes in. Unlike them, Midu never got a fancy noble upbringing, but he's still totally cooked. Midu admits the whole flex had him kinda sweating. He's stressed over looking disrespectful to the king. Hygert quickly steps in, telling him to chill out. Now that Midu ranked up to knight, he has a ton of heavy chores to handle. He quickly realizes acting like a noble is zero fun. Heinrich claims he cannot complain about his own gig. He tells Midu to quit stressing over his new status. Amelia chimes in. The church holds a crazy amount of clout here too. After the big event, Midu officially joins the Royal Knight Order, taking the absolute boss seat over the 11th Division. Everyone calls them the Hero Battalion, basically the most cracked military unit in the kingdom. When folks ask if the church secretly runs the knights or what his title even means, Heinrich admits the politics are super messy. The state's power dynamics are basically spaghetti. But think about it, Midu is now on the same tier as the rich kids, meaning major headaches. Outside, our main guy catches the gossip about Midu ranking up. Ren literally spilled all the tea. Mare does not totally get the politics yet, but she assumes the rank up is a huge W. Obviously, the kingdom just wants to turn Midu into a massive flex for everyone. Handing him all that authority was the only real way to hit their goal. Mayor saw zero downsides to this goated strategy. Kai had to hit her with a reality check. After they pack up the Demon King, they still gotta go back home. This whole kingdom is just using them. When push comes to shove, they're getting played exactly like Leonora played them, totally expendable tools. Mayor promised she would stay on high alert from now on, but she had one more question. Who exactly was this girl hanging around him? Kai finally did the intros, explaining that Mayor here was a half-elf and a pretty sick spellcaster. But Ren did not care about her stat sheet. She wanted the actual tea on what kind of relationship they had going on. Mayor clarified she was just tagging along for the ride, but then flipped the script. She wanted to know exactly who Ren was to Kai. Hearing Ren drop a casual nickname totally threw Mayor off, leaving her standing there looking completely lost. Ren claimed they were friends, but Kai instantly shut that down, making her cringe hard. He made it crystal clear Ren was just a business partner. Mayor pushed harder. Were they always this incredibly tight back in their home world? The guy confessed they literally never spoke before. Plus, Ren already knew his entire vibe was purely about crushing the Demon King. Kai planned to keep moving in stealth mode, making Ren his official messenger to pass the word to the rest of the squad. Ren boldly asked if she could just party up with him instead, completely catching him off guard. Kai chewed on the idea while his heavy silence made both girls sweat. Eventually, he decided bringing her along was a terrible play. He needed Ren to keep tabs on the main group since most of them still totally hated his guts. Reluctantly, Ren took the massive L and accepted her mission. She did drop some good news though. Few classmates still thought highly of him, especially Midu. Kai admitted he wanted Midu to stand on his own 2 feet. The dude's power scaling was absolutely vital if they actually wanted to clear the Demon King. Ren had to ask, was he seriously planning to buff up all their classmates? He casually dropped that he already wiped out one of the Celestial Kings, though the boss fight was insanely brutal. Ren was absolutely floored hearing he duo queued it with just Mare. The half-elf chimed in, admitting they barely survived by the skin of their teeth. This totally blew Ren's mind. She knew taking down Stone and Gaia required the entire squad sweating bullets together. This half-elf traveling with Kai was clearly built different, and honestly, it was making Ren feel like total dead weight. Kai killed the vibe, warning them about enemies way more broken than the Celestial Kings. Threats they literally stood zero chance against right now. That is why he needed Ren tracking the classmates as they leveled up. He promised to check in soon, and Ren accepted her marching orders. Turning to Dip, he mentioned he was cooking up his own strat to melt the Demon King. Her one job was to leak that info straight to Midu. With that, he called Mayor to tag along, ditching Ren alone in the woods. At her current power level, she was basically a sitting duck. Right then and there, a spark lit up inside her. A crazy drive to finally grind some levels and get stronger. Meanwhile, with the Celestial King officially out of the picture, humanity went full aggro, launching a massive all-out offensive. Teaming up with the hero candidates now rocking the 11th Division badge, the army's morale was absolutely through the roof. This entire campaign was a massive win. They snatched back multiple fortresses and finally liberated the whole city of Neutrate. All this hype was only possible because they packed up Stone and Gaia, one of the top demon commanders. But also thanks to wiping out Wimberg, the guy completely carrying the Demon King's logistics on his back. The Holy Kingdom army had zero clue about that last part though. Riding high on this win streak, throwing massive parties basically became their daily routine. And you already know the hero candidates are heavily abusing this chance to finally chug down some real alcohol. Since the legal age here is 15, it is totally fair game. Even so, Mari kept playing the mom friend, loudly warning everyone that getting this trashed would not fly back in their real world. She literally snatched a heavy beer mug straight out of Narumi's hands. Poor dude. Midu watched the whole tragic scene and just cracked up. Ren, looking totally elegant for the party, noticed her squad still seemed super tense despite the massive celebration. Right then, Mari busted Ren with a drink too. The girls swore up and down it was just grape juice, a massive lie literally nobody bought. Amid the loud partying, Midu caught some wild rumors. Word was the enemy's chain of command was literally crumbling. Something felt incredibly off, like Major Lore was missing. Midu totally agreed his internal alarm bells were definitely ringing. No matter how you slice it, the demons looked way too weak right now. He seriously wondered if this was all just massive bait. Overhearing that, Ren told them to touch grass and stop overthinking, claiming demons were just brainless mobs. But for Midu, the real answer was completely obvious. Kai was putting in work from the shadows. Ren flat out refused to believe he could pull off something that goated. Ren hops into the chat right then, totally backing up what Midu just dropped. While they were sweating on the front lines, somebody else was straight up soloing deep in enemy territory. Everyone is absolutely floored. Ren spills the tea. Our boy actually clapped another Celestial King, which explains why those borders were looking so flimsy. The NPC characters are literally stunned. But honestly, Midu is not surprised in the slightest. He totally expected this goated behavior from him. Numi finally processes the info and realizes our MC is an absolute monster. Rina refuses to buy a single word of it, calling absolute cap. She asks Arashi for his take, but he's too busy stuffing his face at the banquet. Still, he remembers that dagger from the last raid. Keeping that in mind, he basically says he does not care how this ends. Mary is also super tilted. Even if the rumors are real, she holds a grudge. She joins Rina in trash talking the guy while Midu slides over to Ren for the inside scoop. Ren does not really have much else to share. All she knows is that he is using his own sketchy methods to ghost into enemy turf and hunt the Demon King. Our guy has been grinding this daily, fighting off aggro mobs that want to rip him apart. Totally skilled and completely ruthless. A massive hand lunges right for his face. Under this crazy spam of attacks, it looks like it is game over. Luckily, a fire spell blasts the area, nuking those enemies to ash. He tells Mare to chill, but she only jumped in to save his life. He thought he had his mana on lock, but the reality is he cannot even cast basic spells properly yet. Mare points out that his element is incredibly rare. Hardly anybody masters lightning. It is insanely hard to max out. If he had that divine buff like his classmates, this would be a breeze. Still, through non-stop grinding, he can barely wield that power. Mare points out he cannot unleash full DPS because he is too distracted by the mobs swarming them. This is exactly why magic is terrible for melee combat. It takes way too much brain power. But our boy is an assassin, so getting up close is his whole thing. Mare tells him to learn vanilla magic first before trying to mod his own style. The MC knows he has to level up. With his current stats, he has zero shot at beating the Demon King. Still, he gives Mare props for being such a solid teacher. She really soaked up a ton of lore from Yubana. She gets totally flustered by the compliment, but instantly, our boy goes on high alert. Get this, they are totally surrounded by deadly mobs, wanting a piece of him, and instead of panicking, the dude just smiles. Looks like training mode is starting early today. Treating this like a tutorial, he starts charging up lightning right in his palm. Testing the new skill, he blasts the horde. Electric bolts zap the beasts, but nobody actually drops dead. It only stuns them for a second. He realizes his build needs work because that damage output is straight up garbage. Mid-thought, a monster lunges right at him, but it just hits empty air. Punishing that whiff, he dashes in and spams his daggers, hitting critical spots every single time. The remaining mobs are terrified. Right now, it is way more optimal to just buff his daggers with mana and let them fly. That strat is absolutely lethal. Suddenly, a beast tries to gank him from behind. With cracked agility, he spins around and clean slices its head off. He grabs a branch to catch his breath, only to see more mobs rushing in with pure aggro. He lets mana completely flood through his system. The second they reach his zone, they get diced into a messy pile of pixels. Keeping an eye out, he spots one huge beast trying to chop down his tree, just bashing the trunk. Sadly, the spawn rate is just too high. The tree crashes down, forcing a quick dodge. Now he faces a massive army of beasts waiting to shred him. But one massive unit stands way taller than the rest, instantly grabbing his focus. That has to be the mini-boss. Eyes glowing, he decides this guy is about to be his personal crash test dummy. Mare is running on fumes, popping her flames because this wave just will not stop. The mobs just get instantly vaporized by her fire spells. Out of breath, she tells him they need to dip right now. This zone is too hot. He completely agrees. That is way more than enough farming for one session. The path is just totally covered in bodies. He and Mare push forward trying to speedrun their escape. She complains about having zero stamina while he notes that besides the crazy spawn rate, those enemies were seriously high level. This zone is honestly just not meant for squishy human survival. Mare drops the lore that demons can totally mind control low IQ monsters, making this map literally perfect for them. Our main guy finally gets why humans avoid this server entirely. Trekking deeper into the creepy woods, something insane catches his eye. Past the tree line is the actual high-level demon zone. The air is ridiculously thick with fog and packed with terrifying mobs. Meanwhile, on the other side, his teammates keep aggressively pushing the enemy border. They finally hit the ultimate danger zone, packed full of nasty monsters. And for the very first time, this whole run things actually start going totally sideways. These specific mobs are crazy lethal. The sweaty heroes and knights barely feel it, but the regular low-level troops are getting completely spawn-camped. It is an absolute disaster for the red shirts out there. Captain Amelia desperately tries buffing group morale, but Heinrich already accepts they are totally about to get boxed in and wiped. Demons and monsters are ganking them from every side. Midou realizes this entire trap has to be the work of a high-tier demon boss. He immediately spots a random horned girl. She is the one playing defense for this zone, and she is absolutely tryharding her job right now. She will keep spamming mob waves until the humans run completely out of stamina and then casually drop her main army to secure the team wipe. The regular soldiers completely panic seeing that demon army push up. Mu yells at Captain Amelia to call for an emergency retreat. She gives the green light and relays the order to her squad, leaving behind nothing but the bodies of the fallen. The demons pull up right after, and bagging this win is an absolute breeze. They were taking orders from Elsa, a totally goated strategist who plays it super safe. Thanks to her wrapping this up with zero sweat. One of the demons brags that the war against the Beastmen Federation is already in the bag, and that pretty soon they will focus all their aggro purely on the humans. Stomping the Beastmen was light work, but humans actually clapped 2 of the 4 divine kings. Meanwhile, our boy Midou is literally touching grass hiding in the bushes. Midou is totally shook by the insane intel those soldiers just casually dropped. That is some high-tier tea, and he definitely needs to lurk for more. Back in the city, though, the vibes have completely crashed. The church priests are sweating bullets, spamming heals on the wounded while heroes group up with the top brass. Captain Amelia drops the bad news since their last huge L every single zone they took back got wiped again. Mistre asks the knights if anyone has a galaxy brain strat. Crickets. Absolute silence. One boomer points out they urgently need to handle that incoming cord monster. Another officer complains he never expected demons to play this dirty. He bets his whole career this is the work of a seriously sweaty, high-ranking demon boss. Heinrich points out the enemy used to just unga-bunga their fights, but something clicked and now they are handing out heavy casualties. Some Mega Brain commander is obviously pulling the strings here. Midou is absolutely certain a demon is behind it. A knight chimes in saying his scouts snagged intel about an enemy commander camping out deep inside that forest. If they can somehow bait this boss out of the woods, they might actually clutch this epic comeback. But Captain Amelia knows dragging the whole squad through that thick jungle is straight up impossible. The other officers agree hitting the reset button on their formation is the best play right now. Sure, they snag some W's reclaiming land, but these recent back-to-back wipeouts are brutal. Their main quest was technically cleared at first, but with team morale absolutely in the gutter, keeping up that winning streak is pure copium. Right in the middle of all that yapping, Mistre reminds everyone their real endgame is packing up the Demon King. The knights are just looking at her like, yeah, good luck with that. Seriously easier said than done. So Amelia asks for a real strat. Embarrassed, Mistre suggests recruiting a giant wave of noobs, but the captain shoots that down as way too simple. Throwing a bulky army at them only ruins mobility. Midou jumps in, pointing out the actual red flag, the skyrocketing death toll. He is totally sick of watching NPCs get wiped out. Since raw numbers are useless, he says they should just buff their elite squads. Amelia completely nods along. But she hits him with reality. Even if they scour the entire map, the frontline guys are already their most cracked fighters. If they really want to level up the squad, they literally have to grind out training montages. It takes time, but it is the only legit option. The whole room vibes with that plan. And suddenly, Midou gets exactly why he has been feeling so burned out. His personal goals and what these guys want are entirely mismatched. The kingdom just wants to camp and hold the status quo, while the hero party actually wants to speedrun the Demon King, regardless of the heavy price. Hydra catches that doubtful look in our boy's eyes and straight up asks for his take. Midu realizes grinding for years to fight the final boss sounds miserable. He just wants to end this whole run immediately. Amelia breaks it down. Leveling up a maxed-out elite squad takes 2 entire years on a good day. That is just way too long. A knight admits that soloing the final boss is obviously the god-tier play, but after catching back-to-back losses, pushing deeper into enemy spawn points is basically straight-up suicide. Still, grabbing those recent Ws was huge for the server, unlocking several zones. Midu appreciates it, but he just cannot force himself to feel hyped. He and his crew literally just want to log off and go home. Hydrick watches him closely, totally sensing his bad mood. Once the meeting finally wraps up, they head out together. The captain gets why the kid is tilted, but Amelia is just operating on hardcore server reality. They actually need serious political clout to survive this mess, which doesn't just drop overnight. Midu completely respects that logic. Catching his stressed vibe, Hydrick tells him to stop overthinking the late-game stuff. That is when Midu realizes the knight completely read his mind. Hydrick reminds him to protect his squad, warning that trying to speedrun this mess will just end in an absolute wipe. That is why they need to drag this out and stall. Midu hears him loud and clear. It makes perfect sense. These hero candidates are already pretty goated, but honestly, they have insane potential to level up even more. Listening closely to the whole chat, Murray admits they are totally on the clock, but dropping a big brain strat beats getting clapped on the battlefield. Getting completely wrecked by Stona Gaia earlier, they only survived because Henrik hard carried them. He warns the squad about demons way stronger than those divine kings. He drops the apology, explaining he needs their firepower to finally boss wipe the demon king. Midu promises to grab the whole squad and drop the news. Rushing this is basically throwing. He refuses to let his homies catch a death screen no matter the weight. He is totally dead set on bringing everyone back home. Later, he rounds up the crew and spills the tea. The whole room is absolutely shook. Their hands are totally tied right now. One guy gets completely tilted, demanding to know when they can finally touch grass back home. Murray mentions it might take 2 years. That sounds like pure agony to them. Midu flat out refuses to throw lives away. Grinding up is the only legit play here. Arashi completely loses his mind at this. To him, this sounds like a totally sick joke. Midu explains he wants to speedrun the Demon King just as much, but their squad goals totally clash with the kingdom agenda. Look at this tension build up. Looking dead serious, he asks if Arashi actually wants to blindly rush the boss. Arashi is totally hyped for that. He views the kingdom as pure trash. Those nobles just treat them like disposable NPCs. But Midu knows that monkey play will get everyone wiped. They physically cannot keep fighting without kingdom buffs. Arashi hard disagrees, claiming they can easily clutch up with guerrilla strats. They just need to snipe the Demon King, not wipe the mobs. Midu gets the vibe but sees a massive throw. Going full aggro guarantees 0 survivors. Arashi claps back that they cannot lose focus. Even if it gets super sketchy, backing down now is major loser energy. Midu swears he will not let anyone take a loss, which is exactly why he dropped this big brain survival strat. Fired up, Arashi calls him a total coward. He swears he will literally fight him. Completely enraged, Midu raises his sword and shield, perfectly blocking Arashi. Bystanders are absolutely paralyzed by this random PvP match. Midu yells that they are supposed to co-op the boss. Taking down just one Divine King was already a sweaty struggle. They need to hit the training arc, not friendly fire. Arashi ignores the logic entirely. Before round 2 kicks off, both guys get instantly locked. Magical chains wrap them up tight. Ren casts the spell, yelling at them to chill out before they literally nuke the castle. Midu apologizes, admitting he totally lost his cool. Arashi just shatters the chains, barehanded, absolutely seething. Ren is completely shook. She dumped her entire mana bar into that spell. For Arashi, actual ranked combat is the only real way to level up. He knows for a fact that Midu secretly gets that vibe too. The yelling continues. Murray finally speaks up, siding with Midu. Rid backs the safe play. The fence sitters cave, admitting this server is actually pretty chill. Living here definitely beats taking an early game over, honestly. Corey, though, totally backs Arashi, which catches Rina off guard. Truth is, Corey understands that toxic grind set completely. She desperately wants to log out and go home immediately. Yumi cries that she feels the exact same way. Bawling, she admits her sick, fragile mom is all alone back in their world. She stresses out over her every day. Another guy in the squad totally agrees touching base back home is an absolute emergency. His parents totally ditched him. Now only his little sister is waiting for his return. Another girl chimes in. She wants out right now, too. No tragic backstory for her. She just has a normal family and refuses to make them wait 2 agonizing years. After that emotional info dump, Midu realizes this lobby is super complicated. Even Narumi wants out purely to reunite with his massive harem of girlfriends. Slowly, the whole chat turns completely toxic. These NPCs turned main characters are completely split. Team Midu or Team Arashi. Hearing the drama, Arashi drops his final answer. Arguing about this is completely pointless now. He's doing a solo run. Anyone ready to catch a body can tag along, and crazy enough, a whole bunch actually follow his lead, while the rest, way too terrified to push, just stay behind. Rina and Yumi watch the party disband completely stressed out, especially when Corey officially joins Arashi's chaotic squad. Mira asks Narumi if he is tagging along, but he totally bails, says he is staying neutral to act as a bridge between both sides. Ren just stays completely quiet, totally unsure what to do. Deep down, though, she really just wants to go back to her family. That night, the squad completely fractures for good. Arashi asks if everyone is hyped and ready. They are leaving this place immediately. But before they can even move, a mysterious voice echoes out. It warns them that things got insanely worse while they were gone. Arashi spins toward the sound. His eyes lock onto someone he has not seen in forever, our main guy. He demands to know what our boy actually plans to do after ghosting them for so long. Honestly, the MC showing up leaves the entire student roster totally stunned. One classmate quickly tells everyone to shut up so they do not draw any unwanted aggro. The muscle-bound dude tells Arashi to touch grass and chill, but Arashi snaps right back, says he has absolutely zero time to waste on useless scrubs like our guy. Funnily enough, our protagonist actually agrees with that take. He decides to just be honest. He literally wants their strength. Arashi is caught off guard, flashing back to what happened right after he left the meeting hall earlier. During that massive shouting match, our MC was literally spying on everything through the window. Marin notices just how sweaty and intense the classmates' argument got, but for our protagonist, both sides are actually dropping some valid facts. Just like Midu claimed, they absolutely cannot solo this whole thing, but then again, the kingdom's strat is way too passive. Arashi makes a good point about that 2-year time limit being legit, but his game plan, wildly reckless. Mayor asks what our protagonist would even do in a mess like this. He confidently claims there are exactly 3 routes to break this annoying stalemate. Option 1 is forcing a massive reality check on the high-level politicians running the kingdom. If they manage to pull that off, the entire military might eventually back the hero's main quest. Only problem, Midu would absolutely never greenlight a sketchy strat like that. Hearing this, Mayor wants the scoop on option 2. RMC explains they could totally hijack Arashi's idea, spamming hit-and-run guerrilla tactics to annoy the enemy forces. Based on the lore they gathered, mostly carrying thanks to Isabel, the demon realm is super fractured. There are endless ways to completely grief the enemies from the inside out. But honestly, Arashi lacks the brainpower for that, and Marin totally agrees. The guy's anger issues make it literally impossible, so she asks for the final option. Our guy says he is basing his real strat entirely on the wild intel he farmed. If his luck holds up, he could farm even more from other factions. That would basically force the kingdom off the bench to actually fight. Chilling around a campfire, he drops some heavy lore on the squad. The Beastman princess got straight up kidnapped. Arashi has zero clue why they should even care. Our protagonist breaks it down. This girl is an important leader's daughter snagged by the demon forces. He confirmed the leaks himself after, as he calls it, creatively interrogating a few demon mobs. Hearing that spicy detail, some girls look totally creeped out while others are morbidly curious about his methods. One dude even looks visibly salty, mostly because he is hopelessly simping for Mayor. Arashi still cannot connect the dots though. He genuinely cannot grasp why these beastmen matter to the hero's quest. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew gets insanely hyped. They really want to see this new race in person, convinced they are going to be super adorable. Our protagonist just keeps laying out his crazy master plan. Right down south sits the Beastmen Nation, a super famous federation. Up until now, that entire country has basically gone completely ghost during the human and demon war. Arashi finally catches on our MC wants to squad up with them, but he just laughs it off, calling the Beastmen massive cowards who are way too scared to fight demons. Mayor shuts that down, saying those tribal soldiers are insanely overpowered. Their physical stats and raw senses are completely cracked. If their stats are that broken, Arashi cannot fathom how they stayed neutral all along. Mayor explains that right now, the Beastmen honestly could never secure a massive victory totally solo. Plus, the Demon King's army always tunnels on humanity, but if these two nations actually party up, they might pull off a completely goated upset. After that lore drop, Arashi finally gets why the princess is key. Corey then chimes in, just rescue her and use her as a massive political bargaining chip. That is exactly the big brain play our protagonist wanted. Plus, he already stalked out their supply routes. He tells Arashi to act as the aggro bait, completely trashing those routes while our MC sneaks through the shadows. After digesting all that, one student wonders why these nations never teamed up earlier against a shared boss. But check this out, there is actually a massive reason why. Mayor says the Beastmen Federation completely hates the demons too, mostly thanks to non-stop brutal invasions. Humans totally rejected the Beastmen, called them a lesser species, and basically told them to touch grass, so an alliance is completely off the table. Our guy knows getting them to team up won't be a walk in the park. They seriously need some leverage here. He's fully aware that Beastman Princess is locked up right now. That massive kidnapping could actually become their golden ticket. Mayor Jumps and Beastman are totally goated when it comes to keeping promises. Save them, and they are officially locked in. The clearing goes dead quiet. To our main guy, this insanely risky plan is absolutely worth a shot. He knows Arashi has literally zero backup plans ready. Arashi gets totally heated, whining that our guy just showed up and started bossing everyone around. Before he can keep talking trash, another student steps up and tells him to listen. This whole thing is literal life or death. The squad glares at Arashi until he finally sits his salty self down. Fully backed into a corner, he finally asks for the game plan. The hero candidates pack up and roll out. One girl nervously asks if they are actually good. They keep pushing south, but our guy promises the Beastman turf is right down this exact path. Meanwhile, the demons drag their prisoners up a northern route. It cuts straight through the deep forest since these nations literally refuse to trade with each other. Barely any roads exist out here, which honestly makes pulling off a sick ambush way easier. The kid totally gets they are marching right into demon turf. An ambush could happen anytime, but he knows exactly how insane his own stats are, so he really is not sweating it. The journey might be packed with monsters, but their whole caravan is going to bulldoze right on through. It honestly blows his mind. They literally have Sorero Tomoko dropping her spatial protection skill to stash all their extra gear and items. Seriously, now even the random background NPCs are getting full names. Just need some patience. One extra walks up to our guy saying it has been a hot minute since they met. He actually remembers her skill. Our guy smooth talks her saying he never forgets the good stuff, and she instantly lights up. Then the absolute unit in the tank top jumps in with a few questions. He asks how our guy managed to sneak into enemy territory. Shrugging it off, he explains he wasn't always just chilling in this zone. He was actually grinding for clues on how to get back home. Super curious, the squad immediately asks what he finally figured out. Not mincing any words, our protagonist drops the bomb. Their only real ticket out is taking down the Demon King. So ever since then, he has been hoarding intel to actually make that boss fight happen. That is exactly how he found out about the Beastman Princess getting snatched up top-tier intel. Totally annoyed by the slow pacing, Arashi demands to know if moving like snails is fine when they are supposed to be setting up an ambush. Our guy actually agrees they need to speedrun this. He tells them to rely heavily on Soro, storing all their heavy supplies in her pocket dimension. It hits nighttime, but the whole student squad just keeps pushing deeper into the woods. Arashi suddenly gets a bad ping on his radar and yells for weapons out. Wolves are circling them. A wolf lunges straight at a panicked girl. But the muscle-bound dude finally proves those massive gains are not just for flexing. He decks the beast right in the jaw, completely shattering its teeth. A weak hit like that is basically a tickle against a physique built on pure gym grind and insane testosterone. He literally just swats the beast down right after totally finishing it off. Another student yells out that they are totally surrounded and gotta throw hands immediately. He drops a massive support buff on the squad, getting everybody totally hyped for action. The students completely rush the wolves, just wildly hacking and slashing away with their weapons. Even the usually useless girl actually manages to pull off a few totally sick moves. You know exactly how this goes. The squad is actually winning until one goofy wolf thinks targeting Arashi is smart. He immediately snatches it right by the throat. Arashi hates getting targeted by trash mobs. He literally roasts the wolf alive, just casually tossing the extra crispy corpse right aside. With the fight completely wrapped, he actually asks if any of his squishy teammates took damage. It honestly turns out the whole squad is totally fine. Our protagonist has basically just been totally away from keyboard spectating this entire fight. One totally huge problem remains. A massive beast suddenly just charges straight at them. That attack totally catches Arashi slipping, but Mare is definitely not just an NPC. She drops a seriously heavy flame spell, completely vaporizing the beast into a pile of burnt ash. The other heroes are absolutely hyped by her raw firepower. Arashi seriously hates getting bailed out, so he immediately starts complaining to our protagonist's fake wife. Since they obviously are not actually married, Mare gets totally flustered. She snaps right back that she would never marry an edgelord who refuses to drop his hood at night. Arashi only said that to totally troll her, and it absolutely worked. Mare is basically waiting for some props since she literally just carried. But our boy completely ghosts the topic and casually shifts the entire conversation. The other students are super salty about his crazy VIP treatment. They think he is totally insufferable even while casually pulling a gorgeous girl like her. The other girls immediately run over to Mare to basically act like besties. She shoots our boy a look, basically waiting for a green light, but he seriously could not care less. It is 100% her call. That tiny gesture is honestly so wholesome. She runs off to chat, finally leaving our guy alone, which is a massive W for his social battery. This specific spot they found right now looks absolutely goated. Arashi asks if the enemy squad is actually rolling through here, complaining he hates camping. But casually scanning with his AliExpress eyes, our protagonist promises the action is starting super soon. He literally already sees the demon squad rolling up from afar. Thanks to the absolutely busted stealth on those cheap eyes, our boy perfectly scouts exactly what kind of mob they are fighting. 15 mid-level guys, lots of low-tier trash, and some hidden inside the wagons. Oh, and one massive top-tier demon right in the center. Wait for it, this dude must have had the absolute worst puberty ever. He honestly looks like a deeply cursed internet meme walking around. Catching a glimpse of that ugly guy, even Arashi actually gets rattled, totally guessing that thing is the main raid boss here. Our guy locks it in, completely warning the squad to take this seriously. Sure, he is no Stone Agaya, but he is seriously bad news. Sweating a bit, Arashi demands the one-on-one fight to completely prove himself. Our protagonist basically hits him with a massive side-eye, secretly praying he actually does it. Carrying these absolute NPCs is getting pretty exhausting. Casually trolling a bit, he says the top-tier demon was totally Arashi's problem from the jump. The strategy is brain-dead simple. The hothead pulls all aggro. Once the enemy formation fully cracks, they just flank. All the side characters are honestly absolutely hyped for this play. The muscle bro literally plays medic, safely dragging out the wounded, while Mare drops massive AoE support for everyone. Arashi seriously has to lock in right now. The raid boss is entirely on his shoulders. While the squad throws hands, our guy plans to totally rat his way in and secure the princess. He flashes a signal, and then it is a literal free-for-all. You honestly want to survive, better throw down. You want to log out permanently, just stand still. Arashi tells him to completely chill, swearing the mission is a guaranteed dub. Hearing that crazy confidence, our boy is basically super eager to see if he actually backs it up. Everyone is literally only here feeding off of Arashi's absolute hype. A few NPCs get totally triggered, basically telling him to touch grass, but Arashi just aggressively barks at the annoying noobs to absolutely shut their mouths. The operation is a go, and the entire squad has to completely dial in. Meanwhile, Zaganda, the demon, intensely glares into the woods. Let us be real, he definitely cares way more about his terrible drip than any actual military tactics. His mobs are practically crying about zero stamina after basically marching forever. Zaganda violently screams they are almost at the checkpoint and forces the brutal march to continue. Absolute plot twist even, he is completely gassed, just flexing on his premium imported mount. His back is literally wrecked. That rigid saddle is an absolute torture device. All this weird guy truly wants is a completely chill afternoon tea break while getting a luxury foot massage. Now get this. While Sagana is literally daydreaming about a hot tub and an acupuncture session, he decides to go check on his VIP prisoner. He tells his guards to stay super alert while he rides ahead. But judging by his face, the soldiers know their boss just wants a break and maybe a manicure. Locked inside the caravan is Beastman Princess Xena, absolutely furious and refusing to break. Sagana strolls up to check her status. He casually drops that they are almost at the city where she is getting sold into permanent slavery. Her people will not be able to do a single thing about it. Xena snaps right back. She complains the ride has been shaking like crazy and calls the whole trip miserable, which Sagana really hates hearing. He tells her if her federation just plays nice and follows orders, she might eventually get let go. The princess literally spits back that his promises are pure garbage. While she is locked up, her people will never bow to a bunch of demons. Sagana gets icy. He tells her she clearly does not get her role in this war, reminding the girl she is a major leader's daughter. But Xena knows exactly what she left behind. She calls him a total clown if he actually thinks cheap talk will crush her people's vibe. That straight disrespect shatters Sagana's cool. Pure rage instantly sparks up in his ugly eyes. Going full goblin mode, Sagana grabs her clothes, ripping the top half right off her. In a completely deranged frenzy, this creep decides to go for something incredibly foul. Yet even facing that gross threat, the princess does not flinch. She just watches his gross stubby fingers reach out. But right before he makes contact, a massive blinding flash lights up the entire night sky outside. Zaganda straight up freezes. Total panic mode as he tries wrapping his head around this mess. Seeing his own demon squad losing their minds, it clicks. Humans are actually ambushing them, an absolutely wild plot twist. Dude never thought enemies would camp out right here. Another round of blasts hits hard, completely deleting his weaker troops instantly. Zaganda scrambles onto his horse to save his own skin, screaming at his boys to push back immediately. The whole forest turns into a massive chaotic war zone. These hero candidates are absolutely cracked, completely washing the demon army. His own squad is supposed to be elite tier, but they are getting absolutely stomped. Arashi just casually walks up asking if this guy is seriously supposed to be a high-level demon. Drawing his weapon with a sneer, Zaganda demands to know who this red-haired brat is. Arashi refuses to drop his name, saying the dude will not survive long enough to care. Triggered, the heavy demon screams about arrogant humans. He drops this massive destructive nuke that blows up the entire area. But honestly, the blast does absolutely nothing. Arashi is already countering with a brutal strike. Zaganda barely blocks it with his spear, puffing his chest out like he did something sick. The demon laughs it off. No way a scrawny kid beats him. His build is just way too small. Arashi realizes his hits are not dealing that much damage, forcing him to quickly dodge a nasty counterattack. Playing it safe, he scopes out his target. This demon is an absolute tank, maybe not Stone Guy level, but still highly dangerous. If Arashi actually wants to deal some real damage here, he needs to dump an insane amount of mana into his strikes. He has exactly 7 explosions left in the tank. Once he runs out of juice, it is basically game over. Going for a direct lethal strike straight to the heart is his best bet. Meanwhile, Zaganda scopes out the entire battlefield. Based on their crazy stats, these kids are clearly hero candidates. Knowing they already clapped other high-level demons, he needs to play it smart. Gripping his spear super tight, he gets ready to rush in on horseback. Using his actually decent observation skills, Zaganda quickly pieces the whole situation together. This enemy squad is literally here to rescue the captured princess. Luckily, he already parked several guards right by her. Those guards are completely locked in on protecting her, making this rescue mission insanely difficult for the humans. Knowing this whole fight could flip if he stalls, Zaganda decides to straight up delete the kid leading the charge. He rushes in with his spear, totally convinced this one hit ends it. Arashi narrowly dodges, but his outfit gets totally shredded. Even with a massively bulky build, this demon moves crazy fast, mostly thanks to that overpowered horse. Watch this setup. Arashi is hyped now because this heavyweight demon blindly wandered straight into a literal minefield. Seconds later, massive explosions pop off everywhere. That poor horse catches the worst of it, instantly dropping in the chaos. Banged up and totally dizzy, Zaganda finally realizes he got baited hard. Thick dust and flying debris completely blind him. Arashi basically used those explosions as a massive smokescreen. The blasts were not strong enough to get the kill, which was the actual plan. Now he just needs to jump out of the shadows and land one fatal hit. Only problem here is Zaganda already read him like a book. The demon lunges right forward, thrusting that heavy spear straight at his face. No chance Arashi dodges this in time. He tanks the massive hit square in the chest. His friends start freaking out, seeing their resident hothead get totally wrecked. Even bleeding out, Arashi forces himself up totally furious, yelling at the squad to touch grass and do their own jobs. Zaganda drops a nasty taunt, but deep down he is genuinely shook. The fact this kid somehow blocked that lethal strike on pure animal instinct is absolutely wild to him. Still, he watched enough to totally figure out Arashi's combat style. Whatever this kid touches goes boom. Keeping him at spear length basically guarantees an easy win. Spacing is literally everything here. Flashing a sly grin, Arashi knows this absolute clown just walked right into his trap. That heavyweight demon charges and spamming his heavy spear attacks over and over. Perfectly dodging every single strike, Arashi watches the demon get way too cocky. That arrogance is exactly the opening he wanted. His hand starts glowing bright, blasting a massive explosion straight from his palm. This whole fight is tracking exactly to his master plan. Hitting the demon with an energy surge so overpowered it looks straight out of a vintage 80s action flick. That overly bulky demon gets completely swallowed by flames and blasted into absolute pieces. Breathing a heavy sigh, Arashi realizes he actually leveled up from this fight. Mayor watches, totally impressed that this hot-headed fool somehow secured the win. Watching their main boss get clapped, the rest of the demons instantly revert back to being mindless beasts. The side characters lose their minds, morale spiking off the charts. Those no-name extras push forward, leaving literally nothing but bodies behind them. Meanwhile, our MC is already making some sick moves completely off the grid. He slips right into the caravan holding the princess, catching her all tied up. Sina jumps out of her skin, seeing a human just spawn out of thin air. She asks if he is here to play hero, and he casually drops a maybe. After a quick back and forth, he whips out a blade and slices her free. Getting her hands back, she immediately demands to know his endgame. He straight up tells her he wants the exact same thing the demons do to use her. That brutal honesty completely stuns her, but hey, no cap. Figuring she's doomed anyway, Sina decides fighting beats playing along. In a flash, her hand completely morphs. Partial beastification is wild. She swings for his throat, but he dips out of the carriage like lightning, completely ready to throw hands. The princess lunges right at him, swiping those heavy claws fast and hard. Luckily, his agility is goated, even if her crazy speed definitely caught him slipping. Watch this. He is seeing beastkin stats up close, but the second he busts out some lightning, the poor princess freezes up, totally stun-locked by the electric shock. She has zero clue what just hit her, guessing it has to be some crazy magic. He takes the opening, sweeps her off balance with a solid kick, and sends her crashing down. In one super clean motion, he completely pins her to the floor. Honestly, it is technically an arm lock, though. A real jujitsu main would have definitely flexed harder. After all, jujitsu is legit martial arts, while judo is just for sport. Even our MC is honestly hyped by how broken that electric strike was. Thanks to that massive buff, he totally disarms his opponent in mere seconds. Completely wrecked on the floor, Sina cannot fathom how a basic human is literally this OP. Holding all the cards, our MC asks if she finally grasps the massive power gap here. He gives her two choices, obey him or just be obedient. It is totally her. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, the hero candidates are just speedrunning the rest of the mob. One terrified demon tries to dip shaking as he wonders what these absolute monsters even are. They are worse than actual bosses. Arashi gives a casual order and his buddy makes glowing vines lash out from a tree, grabbing the demon's leg to shut down his escape. Totally freaking out now, the guy gets cornered by Arashi, who tells him to drop a message for the Demon King. Nothing personal, Arashi says coldly, your time is officially up. Later that night, the squad circles up around a tiny campfire. The demon caravan dropped tons of loot and food, getting everyone totally hyped. After pulling off that sick ambush, half the crew jokes they are basically bandits now. The princess, though, is absolutely stunned by the VIP treatment. Our MC notices she hasn't touched her food yet and asks what the deal is. Starving, she simply cannot wrap her head around them being this insanely nice. Arashi chimes in that decent food here is super rare, totally garbage compared to the meals they used to inhale back home. Our MC just reminds her she is still a quest item and it would seriously suck if she suddenly starved to death. Hearing that logic, Sina carefully takes a bite, completely mind-blown by how insanely good it tastes. Everything the dark-haired girl cooks is basically god tier, at least according to the hero squad. The mayor asks if her name is really Sina and how she got snatched up. She lets out this massive sigh, totally regretting her life choices right now. She says she bumped into the Demon King army while hunting in her turf. Honestly, those guys had literally zero business being in that forest. Almost like they totally knew she was going to be there. For our boy Arashi, the math is simple. The demons are definitely prepping an invasion, and grabbing the princess is just step one of their sick master plan. One of the girls asks if those fiends are trying to monopolize the entire Beastman nation. Sina drops a bomb, the demons want the whole continent. The real question is what these humans are going to do with her now. Arashi keeps it 100 and says she is straight up a bargaining chip. They need the Beastman Federation to actually stand a chance against the Demon King. It is a wildly ambitious goal, and Sina is legitimately impressed. But Arashi makes it clear he has his own personal beef to settle with that king. Arashi points out they literally cannot go home otherwise. That is when it finally clicks for the princess. These guys are the absolutely goated hero candidates. Laying all his cards on the table, Arashi asks for her take. Having her willingly help out would be way more clutch. Being super real about it, she admits she owes them big time for the save. Arashi completely brushes it off as pure luck though. Regardless, she insists a debt is a debt. Plus, to actually kick the demons out of her territory, she desperately needs some heavyweight backup. She heavily suspects a rat is already hiding among her officials. Rolling with her new squad, Princess Sina finally breaks out of demon turf. They make a beeline straight for the city of Nutrat. Over at the training grounds, Midu is sweating it out trying to catch up on stats when a very familiar voice totally interrupts his grind. It is Rina. Looking super annoyed, he asks what she even wants right now. Absolutely hyped, she says. Arashi and the squad are finally back at the gates. Midu just freezes up his brain, completely buffering from the crazy news. At first, the local guards are seriously not having it. They treat Arashi's crew like total deserters, demanding to know why these runaways showed their faces again. Arashi tells them to touch grass, he literally does not care. Those kingdom rules never actually help the hero candidates anyway. Seeing Arashi getting visibly triggered, these basic background guards decide to chill out slightly. Arashi says he has zero time for random extras and demands Captain Amelia. The head guard completely denies him, ordering his men to arrest the deserters on the spot. Arashi really does not want to throw hands today, but things are escalating fast. His musclehead buddy complains that Arashi, having zero social skills, always causes this exact drama. Before an actual brawl breaks out, magical chains literally pop from nowhere, tying up the guards. Ren steps up to the plate, genuinely shocked they came back so early. Her magic has the soldiers locked down, and one guy asks if she's going rogue too. Then our favorite smooth talker Narumi chimes in, telling everybody to take a chill pill. Just like that, Ren drops the chains, which is honestly expected. Narumi has maxed out charisma stats, just using his voice diffuses the whole messy situation. Arashi is absolutely baffled that these guards actually listen to Narumi instead of him. Narumi guesses they must have brought back some massive updates for the city, and Arashi promises to spill all the tea very shortly. Right now, they just need a proper room to talk. Later that exact same day, Arashi finally sits down with the Kingdom Brass. He is definitely not thrilled about this whole vibe. Hinrik, the ultimate diplomat, stays super friendly though. Some of the other knights look incredibly salty. Meyer tells Arashi to dial back the attitude, saying his arrogance is making the room awkward as hell. But honestly, Arashi gave up on this kingdom's etiquette ages ago. Still, Meyer demands he fake some manners since she literally went through all the trouble of dragging these officials out here for him. Letting out a dramatic sigh, Arashi kicks his feet off the table. Let the games begin. Watch this reaction, some random guard walks and escorting the Beastman princess right into the spotlight. The humans are completely mind-blown seeing her. Captain Amelia immediately demands to know why she is here. Sina steps up, dropping her identity as a top-tier daughter of the Beastman Federation. She explains the demons kidnapped her, but these crazy, overpowered guys swooped in for the save. Mew is totally shook. His own classmates actually fought demons and lived. Sina reveals those demons were camping her borders for a while. After getting dragged into enemy territory, Arashi and his squad basically pulled off a miracle rescue. Arashi finally drops his master plan, using the princess as leverage to fast-track an alliance because waiting 2 whole years sounds absolutely miserable. Captain Amelia gets the strategy right away. She admits an alliance was already on their radar, but with the princess currently secured, she absolutely has to check in with her higher-ups first. Arashi totally respects the honesty, though. Amelia stands firm. She is not risking half the hero roster over this mess. Heinrich jumps in, reminding them these heroes are basically the kingdom's goated trump card. Their vibe alone keeps the army's morale completely stacked. Still, Amelia admits teaming up would massively buff their odds of actually winning this war. That is exactly what Arashi wants, shutting this conflict down as soon as possible. Plus, it is honestly a pretty sweet deal for the kingdom, since the public just wants the Demon King totally wiped out. The captain mentions she was rescued and treated super well by the humans. She really hopes they will help scrub the remaining demons off Federation turf. Midu promises he will totally do his best to deliver. But then Heinrich brings up a pretty solid question. He wants to know how these kids even realized the princess got snatched. Arashi explains they interrogated some demons in a pretty creative way on the road. That answer somehow actually chills the captain out. A whole week flies by. Luckily, the kingdom manages to finally open up comms with the Beastmen Nation. Everyone is totally hyped about the news. Our main character, still grinding in the shadows, wants the download on the progress. Some random soldier tells him everything is going exactly to plan. A mini caravan of 4 students is heading out to set up diplomatic relations with the Federation, and naturally, Heinrich is the one-shot calling. He has got a few soldiers and some admin staff tagging along. Our guy asks how Arashi is handling everything. Turns out, Arashi prefers chilling at the front lines since diplomacy is basically his worst stat. With Midugon, temporary leadership of the hero squad just defaults right to Marin. After dropping the report, the soldier asks what our guy is actually planning next. Get this, turns out he is also heading toward the Federation, just definitely dodging the actual caravan. Once the squad is geared up, Heinrich orders his guys out. The road trip officially kicks off. Rina is already low-key dying even though they literally just left. Midu tells her they have to stay on horseback for a few more hours. Narumi jokes that he never expected her on this trip, making Rena instantly snap right back at him. She hates sounding lazy in front of the crew. She points straight at someone, claiming if left alone, he would absolutely do something completely unhinged. Midu is genuinely shocked to realize she means him. Narumi, of course, just grins from ear to ear. Rina does not hold back. She adds that Narumi is hardly reliable company for a quest this serious. That burn hits his pride super hard. Way back in the caravan, Rina mutters about her loud classmates. Knowing our guy is also heading to the Federation, she kinda wonders if he is creeping nearby. Heinrich catches her zoning out and starts getting a little sus. Honestly, watch closely. The little caravan is totally being tracked. Hiding in the tall grass, our main character observes everything right next to Mayer. Even with maps, he chooses to tail the group because he really needs to touch grass and learn this terrain manually. It is just a safer play. After hours of grinding the trail, the crew hits a thick forest. Rina is completely on edge, constantly scanning the trees. Seeing this, Heinrich asks why she is looking around so nervously. She dodges the question, just saying she is super paranoid about random monster aggro. Narumi tries to chill her out, reminding her that he and Midu are there to carry the team. That actually calms her down a bit. Heinrich then shifts his complete focus straight onto Midu. He points out that Arashi bounced back to the city just days after leaving. He admits the whole timeline still feels incredibly sus, especially how Arashi got the intel on the princess being snatched so insanely fast. Midu reminds him Arashi claimed he interrogated some demons, but Heinrich thinks the timing is way too smooth, way too convenient to be pure luck. Midu asks what exactly makes the captain so incredibly doubtful. The captain tells the squad someone out there must be farming intel independently, moving completely in the shadows. The look on the boy's face basically confirms it. He's absolutely sure they are keeping some major secrets. Narumi realizes this whole setup is getting sketchy, since the captain's suspicion is dead on. Plus, the kingdom still views our guy as a straight-up criminal. If the big bosses find out they are cooperating, the whole squad gets punished. That is when Rena cuts in, asking what kind of absolute nonsense the captain is cooking up. Henrik points out that half the party still needs to touch grass and figure things out. Being isekai from another reality, their link to this new server is still pretty glitchy. He also totally knows our MC is grinding in the shadows, the literal assassin of the saint. Midu asks what they'd do if that crazy lore was real, but the captain just flashes a massive grin claiming he is trolling. Still, trust me on this, the guy is clearly a huge narcissist, just stirring the pot to watch them all sweat. Narumi jumps into the chat pointing out that even if they chilled with the so-called traitor, they definitely still hard carried off his free help. Henrik brushes it off saying he does not even care anymore and nobody is getting banned. It was purely just him being nosy. Honestly, he even admits feeling pretty relieved that the saint got completely clapped. Narumi is completely thrown by how super casually he drops that kind of heavy nuke. And Henrik just laughs it off, admitting if he posted that opinion anywhere else he would get instantly cancelled. Based on Ren acting super sus the whole trip, Henrik is dead sure our guy is lurking nearby. Midu is totally shocked, completely out of the loop. Now Ren is fully cornered, literally sweating bullets. Being the secret messenger for our MC, she is terrified of accidentally leaking his whole identity. But our guy, having eavesdropped on the whole chaotic chat, decides staying away from keyboard is pointless now. He steps right out in front of the whole caravan. The princess speaks up instantly, telling everyone this is the guy who saved her life. Henrik is totally shook that his wild guess was actually dead on. Meanwhile, the soldiers instantly draw their weapons on the supposed traitor. Our guy, though, he is honestly pretty hyped that the captain connected all those dots with zero clues. Henrik flexes that he actually has his own underground network of snitches. He already knew Wimber got absolutely clapped by some sketchy dude in a hood. Our protagonist plays dumb, saying he literally never heard that name. Plus, he did not solo that boss, he had Mara, a goated spellcaster, carrying him. Rina takes one look at the girl and completely loses her mind. She screams at our protagonist, asking how he even has the audacity to show his face around them. Midu desperately tries to calm her down. She is having none of it. She roasts him for going soft loudly, reminding the whole squad they are staring at a literal traitor. Absolutely triggered, she demands to know what he has to say for himself, but he does not even try to cap. He just straight up admits he betrayed them all. Narumi tries to use his Riz to de-escalate the drama, but Rannis tells him to shut his mouth. Then she summons a massive fireball aiming right at her target. Our guy definitely did not expect things to escalate so fast. He glances over at Mayor, noticing Ren getting ready to buff him too. The flaming sphere comes flying in, but he tells the squad to stay completely out of it. The moment it hits, a massive explosion rocks the area. Narumi panics, totally convinced our boy just got cooked into a pile of ashes. Rina, though, she knows exactly what is up. If a basic attack like that could delete him, he never would have been such a sick threat to them anyway. While she is still busy staring at the smoke cloud, Rina gets absolutely jump scared. Our guy literally grabs her right by the collar, violently yanking her straight off her horse. The second she hits the dirt, she scrambles backward like crazy, panic, summoning even more fireballs to defend herself. But this time, our guy is completely done holding back. He unleashes pure lightning, absolutely shocking the furious girl. The damage is so intense, it forces her to drop her spells, leaving her totally collapsed and helpless on the dirt. Totally stun-locked, she screams at him, what kind of broken ability is that? The crazy part, he actually struggles to cast spells. Lacking that special divine armor, magic just does not come easy. But seriously, who needs raw talent when you can just grind insanely hard? He takes this exact moment to roast her. Despite having every shiny privilege handed to her, she is still garbage tier because she literally never touches grass to actually train. The whole squad is completely floored watching him effortlessly pack Rina up. Midu, spectating this entire fight, suddenly realizes our boy is not just insanely fast, he is highly optimized in combat and definitely unlocked a new skill tree. Barely standing, Rina stumbles up stubbornly, shouting she will never accept him. But to our protagonist, her validation has been literally worthless since day one. That just makes her rage harder since she absolutely hates being left on red. Noticing the vibe getting toxic, Ren summons magic chains to grab her friend, begging her to chill out. Later that night, everyone gathers around a simple campfire to finally talk. Henrik knows they are getting totally boxed in right now. He finally gets why our guy chose to straight up eliminate Leonora back in the day. He was pushed into a completely impossible spot. Midu totally got it, admitting our guy basically took the heat to keep the whole squad safe. Rhea wasn't buying it though. She called Cap saying he didn't do it out of friendship, and honestly our guy agreed. Keeping the saint alive was just asking for trouble. Ending her quickly was just the easiest fix. But the more he explained, the saltier Rhea got, straight up refusing to listen to some labeled criminal. Still, she had a couple other questions that actually mattered. She wanted to know if he was actually trying to find a legit way to get everyone back home. And obviously she needed the tea on the random elf girl sticking by his side. He admitted he had zero clues about getting back yet, and that the elf was basically tagging along because she wanted to. Either way, Midu pointed out they needed the whole squad to work together to catch the spies infiltrating the Beastman Federation. Heinrich was totally chill with teaming up, especially since he was the guy reporting back to the kingdom anyway. All he had to do was leave a few details out. The crew looked at Rhea terrified she might start beef, but she stayed quiet, realizing complaining wouldn't fix anything. Because at the end of the day, their main goal was identical. While the fire crackled and the group chilled, Midu pulled our guy aside into the forest for a private little chat. He wanted to know if spilling all this tea to the captain was actually a good idea. The whole Saint Leonora situation was wild, but Midu still thought Heinrich was a completely goated ally. Even so, our guy dropped a hard truth. Some secrets just cannot be handed over to anyone. Midu fired back saying he would take total responsibility for whatever happened next. Honestly, Heinrich was already putting the pieces together anyway. Keeping him in the dark would be totally pointless. To our guy, that was just how Midu handled his business. The next morning, the squad hit the road again. Heinrich gave the heads up that they officially crossed into Federation territory. The princess suggested speedrunning to the nearest tower, but right as she spoke, our guy sensed some uninvited guests pulling up. Out of nowhere, an arrow slammed into the dirt right in front of Midu. The kid tensed up instantly, looking around, only to realize they were getting absolutely boxed in. A beastman demanded to know why humans were trespassing. Now watch, every single word matters here. One wrong move and they get wiped out in a flash. Midu stepped up in a panic, trying to explain they were just there to ally up, not throw hands. The boss leading this ambush called Major Cap. Her crew just scoffed, calling all humans absolute trash and completely fake. Rhea quickly realized this negotiation was going to be a massive headache, while Narumi, being the ultimate optimist, somehow told everyone to chill out and stay positive. Then the princess finally made her grand entrance from the carriage. Every single beastman froze in absolute shock seeing Sheena. She explained the humans actually saved her, but nobody was listening. They were convinced the humans kidnapped her and decided to take their princess back by force. The blonde beast woman leading the charge went straight rage mode. Heinrich saw a fight was unavoidable and ordered his boys to defend themselves, but strictly no catching bodies today. Within seconds, the whole area turned into absolute chaos as both sides clashed. Our guy turned to Sheena, asking if she could hit the brakes on this mess. But the princess admitted that blonde warrior was way too hyped up to listen. She just asked them to knock her out without killing her, since most of these beastmen were basically noobs. Hearing that, our guy called out to Midu, telling him it was his time to carry. The kid's sword ready had been waiting for exactly that. With a few sick moves, he easily disarmed his first target and locked onto the next ones. Bro was so fast, dodging multiple enemies and landing super clean, precise hits. His eyes lit up, literal lightning surging through him like a crazy power buff. One by one, he dropped them cold, leaving the beastmen absolutely shook. Across the chaos, our guy yelled for Rhea to handle the archers camping the backline. Without hesitating, she sent her chains flying, tying up the archers before they could even blink. More beastmen literally dropped out of the trees, rushing in to save their princess. That is when our guy told Mayor to jump in. She flexed her wind magic, completely non-lethal, but strong enough to send dudes flying everywhere. Narumi just watched in awe, realizing this random elf girl was rocking the exact same element. Midu catches Rina going full pyro mode and immediately tells her to just stand down. Annoyed, she protests, but he reminds her that hitting anyone with fire magic means fatal damage and massive drama. Realizing he is completely right, she grudgingly stays quiet. Finally, the blonde beast woman realizes her squad is getting totally clapped by the humans. Midu insists they only came to talk with 0 kills, but she completely refuses to listen. She charges straight at him, slashing hard with her sword. Midu literally catches her blade with 2 bare fingers. The woman stares, completely shook. She cannot even pull her weapon free. And then, completely confusing her, she spots the princess casually strolling through the literal battlefield. Looking right at the blonde girl, Sheena tells her to hold up and actually listen. The misunderstanding completely cleared. The beastmen bow deeply, super sorry about the whole messy situation. Midu cringes a bit. He urges them up, insisting all this formal flexing is totally unnecessary. The blonde warrior had 0 clue she was straight up attacking the exact heroes who rescued the princess. Now she is drowning in absolute humiliation. Knowing how fragile the Nation Alliance really is, Enri completely gets why she acted so wild. The poor girl practically wants to punish herself right there, just to find some mental peace. But Midu very calmly suggests that if she truly wants to fix her massive mistake, she can start by being their guide, because the 2 races seriously need to discuss an alliance right now. After all, Sheena owes them big time, and the princess tells everyone loud and clear, show these humans massive respect. The blonde girl completely accepts that, promising to safely guide them straight to the capital. Actual tears well up as she admits how insanely relieved she is seeing Sheena safely back home. The princess is super stoked to be safe too. After that sketchy clash, the crew finally heads out. Their absolute main quest now is locking down that Beastman alliance. Several tribal chiefs run this federation, and every big move gets voted on by the parliament inside the capital city Mena. Midu is genuinely stunned by the insanely sick architecture all around them. The blonde warrior apologizes again, dropping the sad news that she can only escort them this far. She really wants to flex more gratitude, but breaking empire laws is strictly banned. For Midu, this is totally enough. From here, they have to reach the capital entirely solo. When the human crew steps into the Beastmen, city eyes immediately lock on. It is a seriously rare sight. Citizens completely stop and stare, super salty about the random visitors. Midu stays chill, soaking in all that heavy hostility. To our guy, this vibe check isn't too awful. Those glares hold way more than just pure hate. He senses fear, curiosity, and heavy tension mashed together. Mayor spots it too. These locals are not just mad, they are absolutely terrified. Narumi tries using his pure riz to fix the mood, but Henry points out they aren't fighters. They are just ordinary folks, completely unprepared for any smoke. Right on cue, someone randomly screams the princess's name super loud. A dude in flashy royal drip comes sprinting over, absolute panic written all over his face. It is her dad, boss of the feline tribe. Sheena instantly reassures him that she is completely unhurt. Completely overwhelmed with pure relief, he hugs his daughter super tight, admitting his heart has been totally wrecked since she went missing. The princess laughs softly, telling him he is squeezing way too hard. He instantly lets go, apologizing for totally losing his chill right there. Once he finally breathes, the guy notices the random squad of strangers just standing nearby. He quickly realizes these must be the absolute legends who saved his kid. Sheena instantly confirms it. Beyond grateful, he tells them to crash at his huge mansion as totally VIP honored guests. Stepping up properly, the boss introduces himself as Alto, Sheena's dad and the feline leader. With major dignity, he thanks the humans and promises to pay back their massive favor. Henry introduces himself as a Holy Kingdom captain and politely mentions there is something important he really needs to ask. Super hyped, Alto tells the captain he can ask for literally whatever he wants. And just like that, the whole crew gets dragged to a massive meeting room. Because honestly, guys, every single fantasy story eventually ends with everyone just sitting around a giant table talking. Henry drops the Human Kingdom's proposal for a legit alliance. Since Alto owes them for saving his daughter, he instantly agrees to the whole thing. Edgar the Wolf Chief admits these demon attacks are scaling up fast. The threat is getting way too real. Camila, the bird folk rep, thinks teaming up with humans is straight up Delulu. She claims everyone is forgetting their roots. Max, the fish folk leader, totally backs her up. His dad was enslaved and taken out by prejudiced humans. The dog tribe leader admits they owe major props for the princess getting rescued. He promises payback, but they simply cannot overlook the messy history here. Totally confused by this vibe, Alto hesitates. The dog chieftain reminds the room that humans started all this toxic discrimination separating beast folk from the normies. Camila and Max instantly hype this point up. Hydri claps back that the past cannot be forgotten, but right now they literally share the exact same goal, defeating these demons. Max absolutely explodes. He refuses to ever cooperate with bigots. Edgar calls for silence right there. He already got the intel that this war's momentum is majorly shifting. He genuinely wants to know what kind of team-up the humans actually expect. Hire takes a deep breath to drop the terms, but Midu speaks up first. Their game plan is to totally wipe out the demon realm and snag the king's head. His words hit so incredibly hard that the beast folk just shut up. Edgar actually starts to smile. He sees real truth in Midu's eyes and finds it super interesting. Camila asks what he means, so he drops the tea. The humans already hold the high ground here, so them asking for a team-up means they are either getting timid or insanely desperate. Midu claims dropping the Demon King is the top-tier quest. They definitely need every single ally they can gather, but Alto totally cuts him off. Just like Edgar noticed, they just want help to completely wipe the demons out. He was low-key suspicious about humans invading his turf, but he never expected such brutal honesty. Edgar raises his hand, backing this wild alliance since the demons are a massive headache. If the humans clap their enemies later, the beast folk are definitely next. So yeah, they really need to grab this chance and lock in a pact. Hearing that makes the students visibly chill out, but Camila still hard passes, warning they will never know when the humans might just backstab them again. Max instantly rejects the deal too, insisting humans are way too sus. The dog chieftain shares that exact vibe, saying this team-up throws their people under the bus. The princess definitely notices how much he has changed. He used to be an easy ally for humans, but lately his mindset completely flipped. Alta realizes way too many people here still need convincing. He admits making a heavy choice right now would be a massive fail. He also wants the full breakdown of this proposal. Alto decides he will personally host the human squad at his own crib. He did save his daughter after all. The princess stresses again that she is not changing her mind, and Max tags along. But watch closely, our guy scopes out the table, quietly sniffing out the real traitor. He coolly analyzes the dog chieftain, heavily side-eyeing him as a prime suspect. Following that high-stress meeting, the human crew chills at Alto's place with a massive feast. Getting totally wasted, Alto claims this feast is his way of paying back their goated save. Midu speaks for the squad and says thanks, while the girls curiously ask what kind of crazy food they are even eating. It straight up looks like bugs. Without missing a beat, our guy cracks open a shell and just scarfs it down like it is basic grub. Mars safely sticks to eating fruit instead. Apparently, elves in this universe are completely meat-free too. The beast folk there are totally vibing with Narumi, hyping him up to drink more since he is such a blast. Keeping her cool, the princess tells her dad to cut to the chase. He explains they seriously need to talk out the politics for their future, which instantly grabs everyone's focus at the table. According to the princess, the demons are pushing dangerously close to the capital, a glitch in the matrix that should be impossible. They literally tracked her exact location with insane precision. She is absolutely positive she got set up. One guy points out that an attack at the border makes sense, but right near the capital that is 0% a coincidence. At least that is what she wants everyone to realize. Someone argues if demons actually snuck in, they would have absolutely noticed ages ago. But the princess shuts him down instantly with one perfectly cold glare. Alto explains beast folk have an insanely broken sense of smell, making ninja demons basically impossible. Meaning a spy in their camp is practically 100% confirmed. Our main guy jumps in someone is definitely teaming up with the enemy, feeding them high-tier intel while wiping their tracks clean. Since he drops this so bluntly, a bunch of the beast folk take massive offense, their fur literally standing on end. Alto instantly commands everyone to chill out, reminding the room they are just theory crafting right now. Seeing his boss energy, the bystanders quickly apologize. Honestly, Alto really hates acting sus toward his own guild, but if that human had not grinded so hard to find his daughter, this absolute mess never would have started. He could not find a single breadcrumb of her out in those woods. The exact day she went MIA, his gut told him something was extremely off, like an insider was totally leaking their private server data. Hirik realizes just how incredibly sketchy this is. That mole might have already doxed their whole operation. Hearing this, Ren starts stressing, remembering how massive that earlier meeting was. Narumi then asks the big question, could one of the tribal chiefs actually be the imposter? Alto instantly shuts that down. The chiefs are literally building the nation's endgame, and he is not about to start useless drama over half-baked rumors. Getting the hint, the lower-level members realize they just need to stay muted. For now, Alto's biggest red flag is making sure the princess stays locked safely inside the mansion. She finds that super frustrating, especially after literally just getting back home. Midu quickly pings the group saying they still need to vote on this whole alliance thing. A super awkward silence drops over the room. Ella runs a hand through his hair, sighing out an apology. He really thought his squad would be way more hyped about the idea. Right now, only he and Edgar are actually voting yes. That has Midu sweating buckets. Without a hard majority, this alliance is absolutely getting cancelled. Negotiations just had to keep going to win over the other tribal leaders. Hirik totally understood the assignment and planned to use all his diplomatic riz to make it happen. Later that night, our main guy stood quietly looking over the city, totally zoning out. Princess Sina pulling up on him late at night definitely caught him off guard. She asked why he wasn't asleep yet, but our dude was locked in wanting more intel. Sneaking around a foreign nation was basically impossible though. Sina agreed his human scent would expose him in a heartbeat, so he asked Sina for a solid favor. Using his sick red-eye powers earlier, he checked out the canine leader's stats and realized the guy was straight up brainwashed. Dropping that lore dump left the princess absolutely shook. Our hero explained how his goated crimson eyes let him check anyone's character stats. Plus, beast folk definitely weren't as used to handling magic like humans or demons were. It was super obvious some demon had messed with his head. That is, when Sina finally realized the canine boss had actually been talking super weird lately. The dude had always been super hyped about allying with humans, so now she was wondering if she should go leak this crazy discovery to Alto. But our guy only had his personal skill as proof, so it was way better to keep this completely under wraps for now. Taking a seat, Sina mentioned her dad was actually warming up to the alliance after the humans completely saved his life. Hearing that, our MC agreed to talk with Alto eventually. But wait for it, his sharp ears picked up something super sus. Alto was eavesdropping the whole time, joking that the kids seriously underestimated beast folk hearing. Caught in 4K, our protagonist asked if they could just skip the small talk and get straight to business. Alto was totally cool with it. Negotiating with his daughter's literal lifesaver was a rare win. Besides, he had definitely noticed the canine leader acting completely out of pocket too. Because of that, he gave our MC the quest to find the truth, promising him full backup. In return, our guy swore to start farming intel the very next morning while Midu and Alto worked on sweet-talking the rest of the tribal leaders. That was the solid deal they locked in. Night properly took over the city, leaving things super chill outside. Meanwhile, that sketchy canine leader held a secret meeting to leak intel to a major boss, the demon Bright. Hearing the updates, Bright knew this situation was turning into a massive headache. Just when he thought he had the Federation chiefs on lock, everything flipped overnight. Slamming his fist down, Bright raged that humans crashing his evil plans was absolute garbage. Saganda was a straight-up failure. The guy fumbled the easiest job ever and embarrassed his whole race. The canine leader clapped back, saying the humans in their zone were absolutely shameless. They even pushed for an alliance, an absolute joke he would never accept. Bright loved seeing that toxic energy from his minion. They had to cancel this alliance from happening no matter what. Standing tall, the canine boss declared humans were the literal mortal enemies of their people. The next day, drama kicked off in the aquatic tribe. The fisherman chief sat on his throne with his squad ready for Alto's pitch. But right off the bat, he made it crystal clear, zero chance he was changing his mind today. Midu already knew that, but the guy still asked to speak his piece. Showing just a tiny bit of respect, the fish guy gave the green light, hyping Midu up. Then Hirik stepped forward to break down the Holy Kingdom's tricky situation. Later, they pulled up to the birdfolk leader's crib. The guards were throwing major shades, straight up refusing to let any humans pass. Narumi was getting super salty about it, but the guards were not budging. Even a VIP pass from Alto would not get the humans inside. Ren just stood there watching the whole mess unfold. She totally knew her mind control trick could force the guy, but it was a huge gamble. He might actually notice. In the end, Narumi took the L and said they would just try again later, leaving Ren actually shook. Narumi knew starting beef right now could make the whole nation their enemy, and that was just a straight-up game over. After hearing his chill reasoning, Ren finally told herself to touch grass and relax. Later that day, Sina circled back to our protagonist, and things were playing out exactly like he predicted. He was hyped to know what intel she managed to pull. She checked out the canine zone, and the vibes there were honestly terrifying. Everyone was giving heavy anti-human energy now, and the guards were super jumpy. It was dead obvious they were cooking up something nasty against their human guests. But our guy was definitely not about to just sit back and get wrecked. They had to get some hard facts and flip the situation fast. So that night, the MC and the princess head out to do some serious snooping. She just told him to stay safe out there. Under the radar, they slide out into the night to start digging. Honestly, the guards were completely clueless at first. The MC moves like an absolute ghost, total stealth mode, light on his feet. Taking point, the princess whispers that the boss room is right up ahead. She cracks the door open, but the place is totally empty. The head dog was probably chilling in his private room. Super convenient for them, giving them free rein to look for clues. But walking up to the throne, she totally freezes. She catches a whiff of the exact same scent from the guy who originally kidnapped her. A second later, yelling blows up across the mansion, panicking the princess. She bumps right into the canine leader, who is absolutely raging about a room invader. Shaking, the princess begs him to wake up and touch grass, but the guy is just completely checked out. She tells him a demon is pulling his strings, that he is totally out of the loop. He calls Cap, warning her to shut up because he is arresting her right now. Right after he yells, guards just flood the room. The leader loses his mind seeing trespassers, and his squad is totally hyped to bag the princess. Not wanting to get caught, she straight up bolts, yeeting herself through a window to freedom while angry guards scream in the background. Meanwhile, in some secret back room, a demon casually sips wine. He really did not expect guests wondering if the humans had actually sniffed him out. He had been sneaking around the capital like a pro. Sure, maybe they were onto him, but he definitely did not expect it this fast. But wait, everything felt fine until the MC spawned right behind his back, ready to give him a highly aggressive trim. The demon barely blinks before that blade flashes and absolutely shreds his clothes. 1 second later, the carpet is getting a messy new paint job. Back at the house, the dog boss is still raging over the break-in, but the princess parkours easily across the roofs. She also notices the MC has already ghosted the scene. Did he actually track down the demons? Then a totally familiar voice calls out. Standing with the guards is the blonde girl, the exact same one who met the human squad in the woods. The princess rushes over, asking why she is even here. The blonde says Alto posted her as lookout to keep things from going completely south. Spotting the cat tribe soldiers there just makes the dog squad madder. They still want to bag the intruder. Facing all that rage, the blonde turns to the princess to ask what the game plan is. The princess orders them to fight, but no killing allowed since these guys are just brainwashed and confused. Meanwhile, the MC has not quite managed to pack the demon up. The guy dodged the kill shot, but still took damage. And now the MC is locked in to finish this for good. He hurls his dagger, pinning it right through the demon's arm. Freaking out from the pain, the demon grabs the nearest flower vase and just yeets it at the boy. With a sick spin, the MC slices it clean in half, only to watch the demon bail out the window like a coward. No shot, he lets him slide. Now watch this. They are both tearing across the rooftops, locked in a crazy high-speed chase. Bright cannot let himself get exposed. That would attract way too much heat. Using his mind control hacks, he pings the canine leader. The guy realizes his boss is in trouble, but reaching him right now is practically impossible. Alto jumps into the clash, serving total cat and dog energy. He is about to beat his co-worker senseless. The dog demands to know if Alto even gets the situation. He refuses to forgive the princess, but Alto is not letting that slide. He is here to literally beat some sense into his buddy. That just makes the dog way angrier, but Alto completely tunes out the rants of this brainwashed fool. Running on pure rage, the canine lunges. Convinced violence is the answer, which honestly just gets Alto more hyped. The two start throwing hands mid-plaza, sending crazy raw power over the city. Watching this whole mess, Narumi realizes things are officially getting wild. Still, they cannot crash an internal fight. That would just ruin the alliance. Ren, though, is stressing hard over the MC. Narumi tries to chill her out, guessing he is probably grinding his mission hunting for demon clues. For Ren, teaming up makes sense since this boss fight is going to be brutal. But Narumi knows the truth, they would totally just sandbag him. So these poor side characters literally just have to chill and let the plot happen. Even so late into the night, someone is still out there hunting for our boy. Sprinting down the sketchy alleyways, Bright is hauling absolute trash to dodge his pursuer. Our guy realizes they are getting baited into a ghost town. Bright knows his injury is no joke. His arm is completely wrecked, making an actual fight basically impossible at this point. While booking it, a group of totally terrified women suddenly catch sight of him. Leaving zero loose ends, he permanently silences them in cold blood. Our MC knows he has to drop this demon before anyone else gets packed up. Pumping mana straight into his legs, he completely maxes out his speed. In literally seconds, he is back on the demon, faking a dagger strike just to launch Bright flying with a completely busted kick. Spitting up blood, the ugly beast finally realizes the blade was a total bait. Crashing hard into a brick wall, Bright knows he is cooked. This hero candidate power scaling is totally goated. Bleeding out and sweating bullets, the demon demands to know how he got exposed. Our MC flexes that his eyes have some absolutely sick tracking hacks. Bright curses his absolutely garbage RNG, realizing he just pulled the worst possible matchup at the literal worst time. But he still smirks, muttering that as long as he deletes this hero from the server, his master plan survives. Rocking that sick, twisted grin, he gets totally hyped up for his ultimate attack. But with his crimson eyes glowing, our MC already sees this cheap sneak attack coming from a mile away. Over in the main zone, the absolute turf war between cats and dogs is popping off. Some soldiers are super confused, wondering why they are basically doing friendly fire. The blonde girl tells anyone getting cold feet to literally go touch grass immediately. Right in the thick of it, the princess asks the canine squad if their boss is acting super sus today. That reality check makes some of them pause. The vibes are definitely way off. The princess quickly spots one specific guard who is definitely gatekeeping some major intel. He admits he has zero clue what his chief is smoking, but a job is a job. Then the princess drops a bomb. What if your chief is literally a demon's mind-controlled puppet right now? The squad overhearing this is totally shook, but the main guy barks an order telling his crew to ignore the fake news. Seeing the talk no jutsu totally fail, the princess braces for impact. Right before the brawl restarts, a crazy blue flash erupts straight between both factions. A human actually caused it, none other than our absolute goat Midu. He drops into the lobby with the wolf leader backing him up. Time to unplug this pointless clan war. Edgar showing up immediately brings the brain cells back to the whole squad. Miles away from that mess, Bright is finally defeated, or at least it totally looks that way. His body is completely wrecked and leaking bad. Our MC gets up close using his OP eyes to scan the demon's brainwashing specs in hyper detail. Turns out, Bright's mind control only triggers when both of his hands make direct contact with the victim's head. The dude is a major threat, sure, but not exactly a raid boss. Right on cue, our boy's crimson eyes catch a sudden flash. A spear flies straight for his head. Turns out a whole squad of demons just crashed the party. Barely even standing, Bright flashes this wicked grin. Everything is going exactly to his plan. He stalled for backup and his guys finally showed up. Figuring this out just makes our protagonist sigh hard. The demon starts flexing, bragging that no mere human is making it out of here breathing. But our boy just hits him with a stare full of absolute disgust, calling him a straight-up idiot. That completely wrecks Bright's ego, twisting his face in pure rage. Our hero already knew this dude was just buying time. Honestly, hunting these demons down one by one sounded super tedious anyway, but with all of them grouped up like this, he can literally wipe the floor with them in one clean sweep. That smug energy just pisses Bright off completely. Seething with pure hate, he hypes up his troops, screaming that this human is about to pay the ultimate price. Sure, they aren't boss-level demons, but these guys are elite grunts, and he totally thinks numbers mean an easy win. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he orders the all-out attack. Out of nowhere, a massive windstorm explodes outward, completely shielding our hero. Every single demon gets launched sky high, and these random mobs have zero clue what just hit them. Come on, did you really think our boy was soloing this fight? That is exactly why he brought Mayor along. Bright is totally unimpressed, though. To him, a 2 versus 1 still means absolutely nothing. Completely ignoring that toxic ego, Mayor casually asks the kid if he wants big rocks or small ones. Then she literally chucks a boulder storm at the mob, flattening demons into absolute paste. One guy barely blocks a hit and feels super goated for surviving. Yeah, until our boy instantly runs a dagger straight through his chest. He already knew these backup scrubs were complete fodder, absolutely mauling bright screams at his squad to close ranks. Meanwhile, one soldier steps up, getting totally buffed by his team's energy. It is a tricky illusion spell. Our boy cannot spot the real one, so he just aims and totally drops the clone, trying to hit him first. His aim is completely flawless. Nailing critical hits like that is basically a tutorial level for him. Another random grunt tries spamming wind magic, firing a super fast shot right at him. But before it even connects, Mare casually intercepts the attack, just floating up there watching the entire brawl. Flexing that calm boss energy, she summons the wind spirits to end this. Countless wind lances absolutely shred the poor dude to pieces. Bleeding out, Bright finally realizes he is just stalling a massive game over. Right then, Mare spots something sketchy up above, and our hero turns to check the sky. Up in the clouds, a squad of winged beastmen drops in. Leading the pack is none other than Camila. He definitely did not expect her to crash this server. Instantly, he suspects she might actually be teaming up with the demons. Camila straight up admits her human hate is real. I absolutely despise them, she drops the bomb. Seriously concerned, Mare wonders if someone brainwashed her too, but our boy honestly cannot tell since he has not popped his appraisal skill on her yet. There is a solid chance she is willingly helping the bad guys, which makes this whole mess 10 times worse. The demons are convinced they will hack the entire Federation soon, totally tilting the human war right into her hands. Finally catching a break, Bright actually chuckles seeing Camila show up fashionably late. She totally roasts him, saying demons can never catch a win by themselves. Bleeding and completely drained, he admits he is not turning down a carry. Flashing a toxic smirk, Camila flexes her crazy claws. She tells him he is super needy for a big bad demon boss. So yeah, our protagonist is staring down 30 flying enemies. This whole raid is about to get insanely messy. Down on the ground, Mayor looks stressed, but he just says they gotta pack up every single one of them. Camila orders her whole squad to dive bomb. The other tribes cannot ever find out what went down here. The winged beastmen swoop in fast claws out, totally ready to shred him. But right before they connect, this massive earth-shaking punch explodes nearby. Hold up, looks like we just skipped into a completely different boss battle. Alta is throwing hands directly with the canine leader. Their one-on-one looks straight out of an anime finale, pure Dragon Ball energy going crazy. The crazy shock waves from their punches are literally shattering windows and shaking the city trees. Alta is absolutely loving this brawl. Even with the dog going totally feral, he seems to be having the time of his life too. Then out of nowhere, the canine leader actually connects a hit. But Alta just flashes a super mocking grin. Compared to him, this dog needs to touch grass. One heavy punch to the jaw sends the poor guy crashing down, totally dazed and struggling. Wobbling back onto his feet, he feels incredibly weird. His brain fog is literally clearing. Slowly, Alta figures out that getting punched in the face is somehow acting like a factory reset for this guy. Waking up, the wolf leader is totally shocked if Beastman Chief got mind-controlled, but the princess steps up and confirms the crazy truth. A rogue demon actually infiltrated their base. Midu asks if they bagged the suspect yet, but the princess drops a no. RMC took that solo quest and is basically off the grid. Hearing that, Midu figures our boy is probably just out there practicing some ultra-violence somewhere in the city. Edgar, meanwhile, feels like this entire night is running on 2 times speed. His poor wolf brain is lagging hard. Cutting through the chaos, the blonde girl suddenly grabs the mic and the princess asks what is going on. The girl says she spotted a flock of harpies heading north, giving Edgar major bad vibes. Harpies never pull all-nighters. Catching on to the weirdness, Midu decides to solo queue and check the area himself. Now get this, Narumi and his top-tier waifus are basically binge-watching the city get wrecked from a safe distance. Ren is stressing out, totally wanting to jump into the server, but Narumi is spitting facts. They need to away from keyboard and stay out of the crossfire. Still, a bystander hypes up our MC, totally confident he will wipe the demons, and Narumi is 100% on that hype train. Sweating it, Ren asks the big question, what if our boy actually catches an L? Narumi has not even calculated that possibility. He basically binge-read ahead in the script and knows this arc gets a happy ending. But Ren does not have fourth wall-breaking hacks like him. She just wants to dive in and buff their protagonist. Rena totally gets the vibe, but she literally has 0 map markers for him, completely crushing whatever copium Ren has left. Clasping her hands tight, Ren tries pooling every single drop of MP for an absolute miracle. She just wants to be the ultimate support buff. Suddenly, a random voice drops straight into her head. It freaks her out completely, and her sudden gasp totally jump scares everybody else nearby. Thanks to her sick new skill, she links up with our main guy, even though he has 0 clue about his actual location. Honestly, this ability is incredibly goated. She hears his voice ringing right inside her brain, basically a totally hands-free telepathic FaceTime call. She asks for his location once again. He says he is up north and things are getting super messy. He definitely feels how bad she wants to back him up. The dude can literally read her mind, which leaves Ren blushing hardcore and totally flustered. Our guy is taking a major beating and tells her to drag the whole squad over fast. He needs backup as soon as possible. Reina hears Ren talking to thin air and figures she finally lost it. But get this, Ren explains her wild new power actually locked onto his exact spot. Time for the girls to crash this extremely chaotic party. Meanwhile, the Birdmen are absolutely raging, fully ready to shred our protagonist apart. Mayor spams her wind magic to hold them off, dropping a heavy barrier for defense. That works briefly until she pulls out a classic boomer trick, literally just chucking big rocks at birds. She pelts those poor flying extras, making them realize they are getting nowhere fast. But suddenly, some elite Birdmen roll up packing heavy bows. They let loose a crazy arrow barrage, but Mare flexes her wind magic again, deflecting every single shot. This just makes the enemies infinitely more salty furious that they keep taking massive Ls. One smarter dude figures out she relies on spirit energy, meaning the elf girl is totally going to burn through her stamina very soon. And yeah, she's actually hitting her absolute limit. Wind magic depleted, so she desperately needs to swap elements. The Birdmen realize this fight might drag, but Mare is not trying to win. She just has to stall for backup. Down below, demons are getting completely wrecked. Terrified mobs just watch their buddies get dismantled. Our main guy, though, he gives zero cares. He just trolls them harder, fueling their anger with his absolute savage efficiency. They try clapping back with dark magic, but nope. Camila decides to drop a hidden technique. Razor-sharp steel feathers slice the air, but our boy easily parries every single one. Sadly, one feather still tags his arm and it hurts like crazy. He needs a quick plan. Stressing over Mare leaves him distracted and Bright tries to cheap shot him, but the kid just summons a crazy lightning surge, frying that demon instantly. That elemental counterattack catches him totally off guard. With the dude paralyzed, our protagonist locks onto another goon, rushing straight at him. In a literal flash, he teleports behind the target, slicing the demon down right as the absolute idiot tries to strike his own general. Hitting the dirt, he looks even more busted up than before. Way too close. He feels his sanity basically shattering, possessing absolutely zero defense against that mental hit. Thankfully, Ren finally hits the battlefield, spotting his awful injuries. Reina and Arami pull up too. They scan the crazy chaos before jumping right into the brawl, utterly terrifying the surviving demons. Their boss is barely surviving while harpies dominate the airspace. Our guy orders his squad to sweep up the trash mobs, and they agree. He just begs Reina not to literally roast them alive, while Ren angrily asks if he actually plans on doing a solo carry again. Major PTSD for her. He is facing another Leonora-level boss fight. But things are way different now, and Ren is totally hyped. She drops her domination buff, massively boosting his stats. Camila thinks they are underestimating her. Bright warns her to be careful, that hooded kid is serious trouble. Flashing a completely psychotic death glare, our protagonist promises to make their end totally painless. A sinister dark aura violently pours out, scaring everyone. If Camila wore underwear, it would literally be vaporized right about now. Meanwhile, those Birdmen attempt to dive bomb the elf, but right before they hit somebody, yells out, "What do you think you are doing?" It is the cat tribe led by Edgar demanding some answers right now. Those extras look super confused, but their boss claims they are just obeying Camila, giving them major false confidence. They loudly announce that all witnesses must get wiped out immediately. Edgar just stares completely dumbfounded, while Midou instantly knows what is up. It is officially slicing time. Mare steps up yelling that the harpies teamed up with demons, which leaves Edgar absolutely speechless. She points down the block. Demons are jumping our MC over there. The princess is absolutely shook. Neither she nor the wolf leader saw this insane ambush coming. Minnie knows his squad is already rushing the main event, so he hangs back to back up the elf. Edgar is fuming. He never thought demons could infiltrate their turf this heavily. Since those grunts are just following orders, he wants to avoid unaliving them. Luckily, non-lethal takedowns are Midou's specialty. Pure Batman energy right here. He refuses to drop bodies, but definitely dishes out enough pain to make them reconsider their life choices. Meanwhile, at the main brawl, Bright and Camila realize they are completely cooked. Camila can barely track him. Our guy keeps glitching out, literally phasing across dimensions like he has zero ping. Bright cannot even process this dude's god-tier speed. Blood erupts near the demon's neck. But in a total buzzkill, our boy only managed a shallow cut on his arm. Camila screams at everyone to avoid eye contact. He is flexing a wild illusion technique. It looks highly suspicious, straight up ripping off a certain iconic ninja manga. You know the one. Our main guy instantly notices she has totally figured out his optical gimmick. He unlocked these sick illusions after his eyes evolved a massive power-up he bagged from beating Weineberg. Grinding levels against high-tier mobs made this trick completely broken up close. Camila is furious. This ability is giving her massive headaches. Bright realizes he has to fight this absolute menace totally blind. Staring down at his boots, she suddenly realizes the trippy illusions are gone. Since that gimmick is on cooldown, our boy goes back to basics. He shows the demon his speed is still straight up hacked. Reich tries glancing sideways but just catches a very personal introduction to our hero's dagger. The blade connects right near his eye. Our boy knows eyes always leak a fighter's next move. But from the looks of it, this dude won't be perceiving anything for a good while. Check this out. Hovering above Camila gets insanely salty over her useless demon ally. Our boy swears she is next. Raging, she screams she knows every human trick in the book. No way some edgy kid in a hood disrespects her. She swipes her claws, gets casually dodged, and then just spams a barrage of razor-sharp feathers at him. His knife work is too clean, effortlessly weaving through every single projectile she throws. Even without direct eye contact, this winged lady is adapting to his rhythm scary fast. Camila brags she doesn't even need vision, beast folk senses completely diff human ones. Our boy just smirks waiting for her next move. Are you just gonna flap around or actually fight? Stalling only makes things worse for traitors like her. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is locking down the rebels, pushing Camila's anger off the charts. She screeches about humans constantly ruining her meticulously planned operations. Our boy clocks that detail, watching closely as she triggers a complete beast mode transformation. He has zero clue what this power is, but beast folk go absolutely feral with it, trading their sanity for raw strength. Camila shrieks like a wild animal and zips through the air. Her moves are insanely dangerous now. He really needs to watch his back. He triggers his cursed eyes, reading her next moves. He sidesteps the first hit, but man, she is fast. Pure rage mode. She fires off her steel feathers this time. He knows this transformation can't last forever. Her animal instincts will eventually swallow her whole, leaving zero chance of ever turning back. Even so, his mana is running completely dry. He has to wrap this up fast. Scanning for weak spots, he spots the perfect finisher. If his power can't save him right here, it is absolutely useless. Lightning sparks all around him. He blasts it forward, punching straight through his target. Electricity fries Camila right in midair. Our boy goes totally sick on her, slashing non-stop until she crashes down to the dirt, super messed up. Yeah, zero chance she is ever taking flight after that beatdown. Her feral form starts wearing off after that brutal combo. She passes out cold, probably done for good. Only the regular grunts are left, and our guy is still hyped on pure vengeance. With the demons wiped out, explaining things to the beast folk gets way easier. The massive showdown between the heroes and the harpies is finally over. The remaining soldiers just straight up surrender. Now that the demon is toast, his mind control magic finally shatters. Morning breaks, and the shadow magic entirely melts away. A few days pass, and man, the author really loves this classic sitting around the table scene. Hygert asks what actually happened with the Harpy tribe. Edgar clarifies that not everyone got brainwashed, only the ones fighting right on the front lines. Still, you don't just join a war and walk off chill. Those fighters are definitely facing some heavy consequences. Our guy hits up the feline chief at his mansion. He needs to know what is going down with the dog tribe. Other big shots are here too. Bad news though, the chief is getting punished. Brainwashed or not, treason is still treason. The princess thinks his own sloppy mistakes caused this whole mess anyway, so he has to own up to it. Ironically enough, getting kidnapped by demons is actually a punishable offense in this kingdom. Meanwhile, things are getting totally weird in the fisherman district. Their boss absolutely refuses to believe the dog chief got brainwashed or that the harpies teamed up with demons. This is brand new info to him, and honestly, Narumi didn't even expect the guy to buy it. Hearing the truth completely shook him. Narumi starts sweating bullets when this massive shark dude suddenly lunges straight at him. Turns out it is just a giant bear hug. The shark admits these humans are actually goated. Because of their insane clutch, the whole nation is safe. He swears he will never forget it, locking in an alliance with them. Narumi asks if they are really sure about this, considering how super fast it happened. But the shark hates demons way more than he hates humans. Narumi quickly realizes arguing with this meathead is basically pointless. The guy only listens to his own vibe anyway. Fast forward a few days, the tribal leaders meet up to finalize the human alliance. He drops a massive thank you for the hard carry, admitting this is a debt he can never truly repay. Word also drops that the demons are packing up and retreating. The dog chief brings that update. Then they finally hit the actual main event. Alto announces the official alliance with humanity. Every single leader throws a hand up in approval, getting our heroes incredibly hyped. Immediate celebration mode. This completely flips the entire script of the war. Now they can finally head back to the capital. Ria double-checks their gear while Narumi admits he is just not ready to leave yet. The tribal leaders line up at the gate, promising to pull up and help whenever needed. Everything is totally settled. Looking at our boy, Mare asks what the next big move is. He says they have cleared all their main quests for now. All they can do is wait and see what drops next. The princess asks if he plans to hang around the Federation. And yeah, he plans to chill here for a few days. Going back as a wanted criminal would literally just invite trouble. The princess is absolutely thrilled, making Mare super jealous. But his endgame is still the exact same: defeat the Demon King and go home. When the time comes, he is rushing straight at his enemy. The princess promises she will back him up the whole way. Mare gets totally blindsided by that. Meanwhile, our boy just straight up asks what the princess is actually trying to achieve here. She brags that as her dad's only daughter, she'll inherit the tribe soon and needs to level up before then. He tells her the war is escalating and tagging along Shadow style would definitely give her some much-needed XP. But what really hooks her is his insane drive to solo the Demon King. She wants in on that raid. Pulling it off would be totally goated. Overhearing the hype, Altera steps up and asks to join his party for this run. Helter guesses our guy might not want dead weight, but hey, as a chief's daughter, her base stats are solid. For our protagonist, the real stress is the sheer danger this endless war brings to his crew. The princess, however, knows they must rush this quest. Grinding stats is not optional, it is mandatory. Helter officially states that if his daughter is locked in, he fully backs her play. Staring our guy dead in the eyes, the princess formally demands a spot on this crazy roster. His response: he will train her before they leave town. If she actually proves useful, she can tag along. His terms are set. Meanwhile, over in the demon capital, fire and sulfur choke the sky. A mob reports to the boss, 5th Princess Isabel. She boldly declares their revolution is finally kicking off. Securing the Beastman Federation alliance, our squad heads right back to the active frontline. To pull that off, they gotta meet Captain Amelia first, and tagging along from the Beastman Federation is their goated rep Edgar. Amelia instantly introduces herself since she is the boss running this whole front. The squad is completely clueless about their massive win, but teaming up these races is about to shift the meta entirely. Later that night, Midu tries to catch some Z's, but a wild messed up dream jolts him awake at 0:30. Mary is just standing there. She mentions he crashed super early and her random spawn in his room low-key jump scares him. She clears it up, he actually passed out in the lounge. She literally used telekinesis to drag his tired self to bed. Feeling super awkward, Midu apologizes for being dead weight. But Mary brushes it off. The only thing that matters is he survived. That right there is proof the negotiation was a total win. Hyped for updates, Midu asks for the tea on the front lines. Mary drops the intel. The enemy tried spamming attacks, but honestly, it was weak, zero real threat. She absolutely hates admitting it, but Arashi totally hard-carried their defenses. Hearing that makes Midu sigh in relief. They can actually count on that dude. He asks about Edgar next. Mary says the Beastman is totally knocked out, recharging after that insane trip. Tomorrow morning is the big strategy meeting to officially lock in this alliance. Midu knows Beastmen are absolute tanks, especially Edgar, whose power level easily clears his own right now. That hot take catches Mary off guard, but Midu doubles down. Those Beast Warriors are straight-up top-tier elites. With their backup speed running, the forest will be a breeze. Then they can finally push straight for the Demon King. Catching that intense look in his eyes, Mary asks the real question: is he terrified of what is coming next? Insane boss fights are dropping soon, and some hero candidates might get wiped out. Facing facts, Midu admits he is totally terrified. But if he pauses now, the whole squad shatters again, and that just guarantees more people bite the dust. Mary shifts gears, asking about their mysterious ally. What is the protagonist actually like in real life? Midu replies that the protagonist is a solid ally. The guy might be completely emotionally detached, but he's still pulled up and saved them. Hearing that, Mary flat out calls the protagonist selfish. Midu just smiles at that harsh vibe check. Honestly, he says he kind of wishes he could be as bold as the protagonist, or even Arashi. That totally shocks Mary. She thinks Midu is way more goated than both of them. But Midu respects how they never let anyone else script their moves. They just push forward, zero hesitation. Meanwhile, he is stuck playing it safe and touching grass. Now that they are getting deep, Mary asks the ultimate question. What is actually pushing him to go back home? At first, he plays dumb. He claims everyone wants out, so he is just following the mob. But Mary stares right through him. She already knows he is capping. But before they can unpack that trauma, Reina violently barges into the room. Spotting them alone together, Reina instantly assumes the absolute worst about this midnight hangout. Midu and Mary scramble to explain, but Reina is not having it. To her, they are massive liars, and Mary totally sneaked into the boys' dorm acting super sus. Mary desperately tries to explain the telekinesis thing. She was just floating him to bed. Reina is fuming. Mary is supposed to be the literal hall monitor of morals, not sneaking around after dark. The yelling match escalates from 0 to 100. Midu just stands there, watching the chaos unfold. The whole beef is so ridiculously funny he actually smiles. But hold that thought, real action is dropping now. Next day, Arashi and Edgar gear up for a sick clash. They both dive right in, but the Beastman has insane broken-tier agility. He dodges Arashi's every single swing. Then he punishes with a sword counter, basically giving the kid a fresh haircut. Arashi barely avoids catching steel. He instantly realizes this dude matches his own crazy speed perfectly. The beastman rushes in completely locked onto a finishing blow. Super tilted, Arashi yells out, "Stop treating him like a complete noob." He manages to hard block the wooden sword, leaving Edgar genuinely stunned. Magic. Arashi buffed his own arms with mana just to tank the massive hit. Using that insane buff, he shoves the weapon back, making the beastman stumble away. Even with the magic armor, Arashi's arm is absolutely screaming. Captain Amelia steps up and shuts the whole spar down. Strategy meeting time. Arashi groans he is super salty because the fight was just getting hyped. Edgar sheathes his sword. He totally agrees with the kid, but his job for the Alliance obviously takes priority. Despite raging about it, Arashi definitely respects the guy's crazy stats. Anyway, let us jump straight to the outer training grounds. Training arc continues, but this time it is a sweaty, full-on duel. Kai is rocking a dagger. Mary plays ref. Xena is standing there fully locked in and ready to go absolute beast mode. Mary drops her hand fight. Xena wastes no time hitting a partial transformation. Her arm morphs into this sick predatory cat claw. She roars and rushes Kai, but our guy is totally unbothered. He catches the strike clean and the scrap is officially on. We get swipes, dodges, and claws clashing across the meadow for an insanely long time. Kai is literally coaching her mid-fight, asking if that is seriously all she has. He tells her to swing like she actually wants him dead. Xena is totally out of breath, gasping that she knows. So she tries to wrap this up. Sneaks around back for a ninja finisher, but Kai does not even look. Just chucks a fat handful of gravel straight at her face. The girl is stunned, wondering where the dirt came from, and that is the exact opening Kai needed. He kicks her right in the gut, sending her flying. Mare rushes over, panicking, while Xena just lays in the dirt, groaning about her stomach aching so bad. She complains he is still completely ruthless. Kai feels zero guilt, telling her she is still way too gullible. And when Xena begs to know if she passed, he calls her pretty useless for now. Enter Rune. Bro is highly concerned about these training methods, fully convinced this is way too rough for his princess. But Xena shuts him down instantly. She says this is her choice and tells him to back off. Rune drops it and gets to the real point. The main Federation army is finally rolling out to squad up with the Holy Nation. Kai gets completely hyped. Things are finally popping off. It took forever because both countries wasted weeks arguing over the alliance contract before signing it. Rune is captain of the Cat Warrior squad, so he is heading out to the front lines. Kai decides to sit this round out. He has a side quest he really needs to grind first. Fast forward a month and things get wild. We are deep in some forest doing monster hunting reps. Kai is going full American style in a fantasy world. These orcs are about to taste freedom. Kai pops his ability right away. His eyes flash purple. He conjures energy bullets entirely from his head, running a literal magic FPS build. The beast charges in. Kai unloads 3 or 4 rounds center mass. The thing drops bleeding and shrieking, but it is stubbornly hanging on. So he double taps the vitals and it is totally lights out. Mare watches from a branch, low-key amazed, asking how he clapped it in only 6 shots. Kai breaks down his whole system. His magic runs on imagination, and since he knows what electricity is, visualizing lightning attacks is a breeze. But picturing the exact mechanics of a bullet, that was rough. He basically had to reverse engineer gun physics into a spell. Suddenly, Mare senses weird vibes. Sure enough, a massive tiger is camping in the bushes, drooling completely feral, staring at them like a free combo meal. Kai tells her to jump. He catches her, then casually charges a massive lightning orb right in his palm. It is crackling and glowing. Full anime power-up vibes. He yeets it at the tiger, shouting for the lightning spear to pierce their enemy. The chant is a bit cringe, but hey, it definitely gets results. That tiger gets absolutely cooked. Turns into a charcoal brick mid-roar while Kai catches Mare flawlessly before she even touches dirt. He admits mid-tier elemental magic is a cakewalk now, but the goated high-tier spells are still locked. Mare is just flustered in his arms, swearing that literally nobody levels up this fast. Then Kai realizes Xena is missing. Cut to her across the forest, standing over a dead monster like she just cleared a raid boss. Claws dripping, she screams Kai's name, asking if she finally passed the test. He checks the loot, nods, and confirms she is good. You can actually feel the vibe shift here. Kai stares off into the distance, dead serious. Time to push straight into Demon Kingdom territory. Cut to the actual invasion. The Allied squad, Holy Nation warriors, and Federation troops march out looking absolutely decked in top-tier armor. But the demons have insane numbers. Plus, the map terrain is a total nightmare, especially the first checkpoint, the Demon Forest. Every single step keeps the squad completely on edge. Then someone catches a scent. Edgar whispers that a mob of monsters is camping the right flank. Narumi is super skeptical. Hashimoto detects literally zero aggro, but Midu and Heinrich both back it up. They are definitely coming. And sure enough, a monster wave bursts out, fangs bared. Edgar calls the attack order and it instantly turns into a brutal stomp. Federation warriors make these monsters look like absolute fodder. Everyone else is just watching in awe. They are discovering in real time just how incredibly broken these beastmen's stats actually are. Midu is shook, telling Heinrich the mobs are getting wiped way too easily. Heinrich connects the dots. Humans could never sniff out those ganks. Having beastmen in the party completely changes the meta. Edgar is basically soloing the lookout role, swearing nobody will ever sneak up on his watch, and he fully delivers. Every single ambush gets pinged before it starts. Left side, right side does not matter. The enemy is constantly on their radar. The demons suddenly stop pushing forward, which totally wrecks the whole hit-and-run strategy that high-tier demon Elsa was trying to pull off. This was honestly the main reason their last invasion completely flopped. Nobody had a clue where these monsters were hiding. But with the Beastman squad joining the lobby, that is zero problem now. Within a few hours, the forest gets completely swept, bodies dropping everywhere. And lurking in the shadows, somebody watches this absolute massacre unfold, just raging and punching a wall. Cut to these demons camping in the bushes watching the wipeout. They whisper about how the plan was to gank the enemies while scattered, except the allied army is casually strolling through completely unharmed. The big horn dude asks how long they just have to camp out there. And the other guy basically shrugs, still zero orders from Elsa-sama. Guess we should dip. Right then, Edgar casually spawns behind them, telling them he is absolutely not letting them run away. The demon violently spins around to curse him out, but gets utterly speed blitzed before he can even finish talking. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Elsa is chilling on her observation deck with some wine. She watches her goated strategy crumble in real time and just mutters, "Yeah, this is bad." Suddenly, a panicking demon rushes up. He reports the scout team got completely wiped and the beastmen are acting way too overpowered. Elsa stays quiet and just grinds her teeth. Remembering Kai's squad humbling her minions, she groans about having to clean up Bright's massive blunder. Sweating bullets, the demon asks if they even have a chance to win here. Elsa literally just laughs. She tells him not to get it twisted. They are definitely cornered, but she is far from out of plays. High IQ over pure stats. They just need the enemies dead, simple as that. The minion bows down because honestly, what else can he do? Fast forward to the allied army finally hitting the castle. It looks super dark, ominous, and basically blocking out the sun. Edgar warns the squad that this is the main hub. Tons of mobs inside. Amelia plays the smart support, pointing out they have to capture this fort so they do not get backstabbed later. Plus, it works as a respawn point for backup. Then some dude rolls up on horseback looking super annoyed. He groans and says they should just rush it. Heinrich is completely hyped for this zero reason to let the enemies heal up, so they push forward. But check this out, absolutely nobody in the army realizes this castle is heavily stacked with demons waiting to gank them. The frontline groups up and nukes the front gate with everything they have. Demons immediately start spamming boulders from the high ground. The army straight up tanks the damage and holds. Once that gate officially shatters, everyone screams out to push forward. Arashi goes full pyromaniac mode, roasting demons left and right while calling them absolute trash. Mid-chaos, Edgar taps Midu right on the shoulder. He tells him they should go hunt the high-tier bosses together. Midu gives a solid nod and locks in. Back inside, Elsa is still casually sipping her drink. Then the door bursts open and Midu and Edgar strut right in. Elsa stands up insanely, slow, cool as ice. She tells them they finally showed up and the whole room goes dead silent. Midu grips his glowing sword until his knuckles turn white. He instantly clocks that this lady's power level is totally off the charts. Edgar backs him up without flinching. Yeah, she is a top-tier boss, no cap. Elsa raises one hand and a sick whip just slithers right out of her palm. Black and purple, totally covered in spikes, looking like straight-up nightmare fuel. She scans the Beastmen and the Chosen One. After brutally roasting them for playing it too safe, she randomly cracks her whip right at their faces. Mid-sentence, Midu barely yeets himself away in time. The whip obliterates the floor tiles, revealing a nasty trap right underneath wall-to-wall spikes and absolutely zero room for any error. Elsa is completely thrilled right now, bragging about how her traps are always ready to trigger. The ground keeps crumbling, literally trying to swallow them whole. Scrambling for his life, Midu activates his weapon's first form mid-fall. The blade stretches into a grappling hook instantly, grabbing the chandelier and pulling him out. Elsa clocks the save instantly, definitely low-key impressed. An expanding sword is a sick trick. But then she casually mentions his buddy just fell down the pit. Midu completely panics and rushes to the edge, fully expecting a game over, but nope. While Midu screams his name in shock, Edgar simply rockets back out of the literal death trap like it is nothing. Elsa is genuinely malfunctioning trying to process that. Edgar just gives a super casual shrug double jump bro. He literally just pressed the spacebar twice. Elsa is so completely tilted, calling that a straight-up cheat code and asking if every beastman is just built different. Edgar just smirks, claims he is built different, and calls for round 2. Both dudes rush her instantly. Elsa is not backing down though, whip cracking, she tells them to chill before she literally vanishes. Full teleport hack. She drops out of Edgar's sightline and spawns right behind Midu, except Midu is already waiting. He points his sword at her neck, caught you. She clocks it slightly too late, clicks her tongue, and slams a hidden switch that blows the ceiling wide open right over his head. Midu instantly braces sword up, expecting debris to drop on him, and that is exactly the opening she wanted. She cracks that whip straight into his gut while he is distracted. He drops super hard, totally wrecked on the floor. Edgar screams his name while Elsa just stands there gloating. She tells him whatever OP power he has is way too much for a kid. Then she gets weirdly deep. Since he is not even from this world, what is he even sweating so hard for? Midu hesitates, totally thrown off, but Edgar instantly spots her mind games and yells at him to ignore her. Elsa gets super salty. Her mind game got denied, so she turns back to Edgar. Whip raised exactly the window Edgar was waiting for. He calls the play, tells Midu to push, and they double team her. Midu flanks from behind while she is completely tunnel vision on Edgar. He goes for the ultimate kill shot, except she spins at the final second and hits him with a massive fake-out, acting all sweet and desperate, begging him to stop, and Midu actually falls for it. She drops the act, calls him a total noob, wraps her whip around his leg, and yanks him down like she is reeling in a fish. He gets slammed around the room like an absolute ragdoll. Edgar is completely losing his mind, screaming for his bro. Elsa finds it hilarious. She teases Edgar for simping this hard over a human, wondering if their bromance goes way deeper than she thought. Edgar glares absolute daggers at her, so Elsa simply yeets Midu straight into him. The impact is so savage that both guys get blasted clean through a solid wall, flying several rooms deep. Elsa is just standing there alone, staring down a hallway of completely wrecked rooms. Zero bodies in sight. She is totally hyped, figuring their mental is boom, leaving her free to solo the beastmen. But watch closely, the rubble shifts. A massive wolf steps out of the dark, setting off major red flags instantly. She watches it stalk closer, catching that glowing white fur. She realizes this is not some random mob, it is permanently stuck in wolf mode. She snaps her whip right at it, trying to spook it, but the wolf locks eyes and drops a roar that genuinely freezes her cold. It shatters her defenses, and then it just lunges for the kill. The next scene gets insanely bloody. We cut over to Florla's, the third prince's turf in the Demon Kingdom, and it is giving major haunted castle energy. Aqualia with her S-tier thickness stands dead quiet, staring at her crystal. She cannot believe Elsa got clapped, realizing these alliance members are straight up overpowered. Saganda, right Elsa, all her top people getting picked off. Aqualia is literally watching her whole squad get deleted in real time. She thinks to herself, this is exactly why she wanted them under her control. And also sick now, she is totally cornered. Out of nowhere, Leon Hart is literally stuck under a sheet of glass and cannot move. Still, he asks if she is okay. Aqualia immediately perks up, totally shocked he is worried about her. The man just smoothly replies that she is his fiancée, and that is literally it. She goes full heart eyes, thanking him for absolutely everything. But Leon Hart gets completely serious for a second. Elsa is dead. The Alliance is rolling up on Floralis in a few days. And yeah, these are the exact same guys who completely clapped Wimberg and Stone Agaya. Aqualia low-key wonders if she can actually win this fight. Then he drops the real intel. The Demon Kingdom's secret assassin squad is already headed to Floralis too, and he is putting her completely in charge of them. She lights up instantly. He pulls the whole hold the fort until I get back my beloved routine. She is basically crying absolute tears of loyalty at this point, hugging a glass statue and swearing to pay him back for his love. Cut over to Eisenhart, the actual capital. Down in the trading district, it is the usual absolute chaos. People fighting over stuff, random goons acting totally unhinged. Meanwhile, up in the nice part of town, Isabel is power walking down a red carpet. Her maid chases right after her, begging to know where she is going. Isabel just bluntly says visiting Alice. She heads over to see Alice, the fifth princess. Alice lights up the second she spots her and comes sprinting right in for a hug. Isabel holds on for a solid minute before catching herself and going full Sundara. She claims she totally did not come just to see her. She just had some free time. The maid just stands there smirking because everybody knows that is absolute cap. Alice, meanwhile, is just living her best oblivious life. She shows off a homemade flower crown, asking if it actually suits her. Isabel hits her with a super flat, yes, it suits you. Alice straight up pouts and makes her say it properly. Then she pulls out a second matching crown she made specifically for Isabel. Isabel just stands there asking if she somehow knew she was coming. Suspicious as always. Alice starts complaining that she literally never gets to go outside. Isabel almost says something but catches herself. Then she actually puts the flower crown on. Everyone loses it laughing because this woman never does anything remotely soft. She gets totally confused, saying she wore it just because she gave it, completely missing the point. Then Alice casually asks when the ritual to summon the evil god is happening. And the second she says that, Isabel's whole mood totally drops. Alice mentions hearing she will be sacrificed to the god, and she's weirdly hyped about it. Isabel just completely deadpans, "Yeah, me too." She does not know the details, but it will not be long. Alice takes that as a huge win since that means finally leaving the palace. Even the maid looks visibly uncomfortable now. Isabel just says she knows, turns around, and leaves without a single other word. Alice is left standing there asking if she is going home already. Isabel just promises she will visit again soon. She tells her to be good, walking off completely rattled inside. On her way out, Leon Hart shows up. He waves like they are old buddies, asking if she can still call him Big Brother. Isabel bluntly shuts him down, saying she lost that right. He just laughs it off. He asks if she has seen Alice. They both just stare at the door for a second. Because yeah, keeping a kid locked up all day just to feed her to a god is pretty messed up. Then Leon Hart, being the absolute worst, claims she will lose her mental stability. But hey, becoming a sacrifice is basically an ultimate honor. He even says he is kind of jealous, asking Isabel if she agrees. She just mutters yes and walks away before he keeps yapping. The maid trails right behind, yelling out for her to wait. But wait for it, this is where Leon Hart's whole expression completely shifts. The friendly Big Brother mask straight up drops the second she leaves. Now cut to the Dora Demon Kingdom, the third prince's territory. This place is basically the Beverly Hills of demon real estate, but right now the streets are absolutely packed. Our boy Kai weaves through the crowd, ducking into some sketchy inn. The innkeeper is just chilling behind the counter reading a newspaper. He asks how he likes the city, and Kai plays it totally cool. Kai says it is fine, just a bit tense. The innkeeper nods, explaining how humans keep pushing the border inward. This area is basically ground zero now. Everyone is strapped in for round 2. Kai brings up the 4 heavenly kings to sound reassured, but the innkeeper drops a total bombshell. 2 of them are literally dead. Apparently some random hero candidates just strolled up and deleted half the demon lord's top brass. No biggie, everyone is totally fine. Then the innkeeper pivots to what actually matters to him. The slave trade is drying up, all while some poor slave gets chewed out in the background. Kai is internally sweating absolute bullets here. Just great that he is currently traveling with 2 of those. The innkeeper hands over the room key, muttering that his business straight up dies if the supply chain does. Then he gets weirdly personal, asking if Kai's slaves are actually cute and of marriageable age. He realizes what he just said out loud and immediately tries walking it back. Cut back to the room where Marin and Xena are already posted up waiting. Xena takes one look at Kai's disguise, fake horn included, and roasts him for looking weird. Kai just sighs, yeah, that is the whole point. He cannot exactly stroll through demon territory looking normal. Xena sniffs him out, adding that his scent is completely off. Kai points out demons will not notice even if beastmen will. He is basically smelling demon-flavored at this point. Marin is not tracking the disguise logic at all. She just holds up her slave collar, like it personally offended her. Kai explains it is the absolute easiest cover since plenty of demons keep other races as slaves. They are just way too eye-catching. Marin asks if they really stand out, and Kai flat out says yes because they are too beautiful. Marin instantly short-circuits. A full system crash, stammering the word beautiful back at him like her brain completely blue-screened. Kai just sits there like he only stated a fact. Why make it a big deal? Xena refuses to miss the compliment train and immediately demands to know about her. Kai checks her out and admits she has the same vibe going, but ultimately those cat ears are just impossible to hide. Tough luck. Marin is still rebooting when she immediately gets hit with massive problem number 2. Slaves do not get separate beds. Kai says that is exactly why he booked the big room, asking what the issue is. Marin finds the glitch instantly. There's only one bed. Kai, totally unbothered, just tells the girls to take it. Mare steps up, saying he has trained for worse, though he mutters this is kind of embarrassing. Kai asks what that was all about. Xena tries smoothing things over and just gets a hand clamped right over her mouth. Mare shuts that sentence down instantly. Meanwhile, out in the 5th princess territory of Silbrook, a portal rips open. Isabel steps through looking absolutely traumatized. Her butler is waiting there, welcoming her back, asking about Alice. Isabel says the kid is fine, even brags about making her this cute little flower accessory. Except the butler immediately drops reality, reminding everyone why this situation is completely sick. Alice only gets VIP treatment because they are grooming her to host an evil god. That is literally the only reason. Isabel is visibly destroyed over this kid being locked up, but before she fully spirals out, the butler snaps her right back to business. Their underground crew is already gathered up. Time skip. Now Isabel stands before a massive hype crowd of loyal demons awaiting orders. With Wimberg dead, the heat on her finally dropped enough to make real moves. Everyone else is too busy getting absolutely clapped by humans to notice her cooking. Talk about goated timing. Somebody asks what the actual game plan is, and she drops it straight. Straight up revolution. She is taking down the demon lord and snatching that crown herself. The crowd goes completely feral, fists up, totally locked in. This rebellion has been brewing in the shadows for ages without anyone noticing. These demons fully believe their lives will upgrade under her rule, but while they lose their minds, Isabel is stuck deep in thought. She never cared about the flex of sitting on a throne. She just wants to end this war and keep Alice safe. She will risk it all for that kid, even backstabbing her entire kingdom. Scene switch. The streets are going crazy because the Count just rolled up. Count Castro, the third prince's local governor, marches through looking completely pissed off. The entire block drops to their knees for him. He's raging because Aqualia deployed troops without checking in first. He's basically shouting, "Excuse me, I still run this city." His lackey tries to calm him down. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings just got murked, so she is probably just super spooked. Plus, let us be real here. Her combat stats were always the weakest anyway. Meanwhile, Kai is just chilling in the crowd. Get a load of this guy taking mental notes, sizing up the city's governor instantly. Turns out these elite demon nobles are just coasting on pure clout. Their training is clearly a joke. Cut to nighttime. Kai just casually walks up and buries a knife straight into the Count. Kai wipes the blade clean, mutters that the guy got careless, then ghosts the scene like nothing happened. Xena has been putting in serious work too. She just wiped out the entire mansion and bounces back to Kai like a golden retriever begging for praise. She asks if anyone saw them. Kai pats her head, saying good job, but he points out they made some noise. If the Count wakes up, that is a total L. Xena just says if he wakes up, she will kill him again. Kai sighs, that is really not the point here. Anyway, this mission is far from over. Turns out someone is rotting in that prison, a human. Kai gets straight to business. Spill the tea, and he will get both of them safely back to the Holy Nation army. Fast forward a bit, Kai flips through the documents they handed over, and honestly, bailing them out was a massive W because Castro's captives had insanely good intel. The rescued dude straight up explains. They refused to be just regular slave labor, so they stayed low-key gathering all this data on the off chance someone actually came to save them. Xena asks if they were actually planning a breakout. The guy quickly breaks down the whole collar situation. Apparently, those things are magically rigged to flat-out delete you if you try running or fighting back. Just standard messed-up Demon Kingdom tech. Xena connects the dots instantly. Oh, so that is exactly why the collars Kai put on them are completely fake, right? Kai is super casual about it. Yep, zero magic, purely cosplay. The 2 former captives get dead serious, though admitting their 2 years under Castro was literal hell. That psycho tortured people whenever he caught a bad mood. Kai flips into tactical mode. He asks who actually bagged them, realizing these 2 are legit fighters, and finally gets the drop. They were taken by Prince Leon Hart's special unit. Basically, the Demon Kingdom's Black Ops squad packed with disgraced soldiers booted out for breaking military law. But they got secretly recruited anyway because hey, cracked skills are skills. The dude admits that even they, despite their elite training, got absolutely bodied by this squad in an ambush. He straight up says Aqualia might have the clout, but she is nothing next to the third prince. The girl chimes in this entire territory is basically the third prince's personal playground. Then we get a massive lore dump, and yeah, it is a lot to process. But here is the major takeaway: the Demon Kingdom is completely fractured. The first prince's squad used to be top tier backed by the military, but they totally fell off after their guy Wimberg bit the dust. The second princess and her high-ranking officials took a very similar hit when Stonaga died. Meanwhile, Qualia is out here fully capitalizing on the chaos. And the third prince's faction, they rely on merchants, lower-tier nobles, and that nasty assassin unit. Throw in a 4th prince plus a 5th and 6th princess all doing their own thing, because apparently everybody in this toxic family got a starter faction. The captive explains why losing 2 heavenly kings sent the whole kingdom into a downward spiral. Those guys were basically the goated NPCs holding the entire military structure together. Losing 2 is not just a body count, it creates a legit power vacuum. Kai asks about the final heavenly king getting intel on the fire boss. Flame Rise basically said nope to the civil war. He is staying neutral, ready to serve the winner, mostly since he is super tight with the current demon lord. The girl adds that honestly nobody actually wants a civil war right now, and Kai connects those dots immediately. Yeah, because they are all terrified of a bigger threat lining up outside. Kai wraps up the chat, having Xena escort their new intel sources back to Alliance turf. But before leaving, the girl drops one last heavy detail. She warns him that Aqualia plays incredibly dirty with constant sabotage, and that is exactly why the third prince's entire crew has such a garbage reputation. Right before they dip, Kai casually mentions he is not actually planning to fight the Water Heavenly King. That is definitely not his game plan. The guy is understandably shook. Wait, you just casually off to count. Are you secretly some overpowered hero candidate? Kai totally dodges the question, just saying he is heading deeper into enemy lines. His real plan is to stir the pot and wreck these guys from the inside. Cut to the very next day, the squad pushing through the dense woods. Midu leads the charge straight toward Forless City. Amelia points out this spot controls the entire east to west trade route across the kingdom. Capture this city and the entire campaign suddenly becomes a total breeze. Edgar chimes in it would not be shocking at all if one of the 4 heavenly kings showed up to defend it. Watch how fast this escalates. Over in Dodora, things are completely popping off at Forless City, a full-blown army clashing with a demon horde. The allied forces roll in super hot, grabbing an early lead. But plot twist, Forless City is a massive demon stronghold, so of course 8,000 demons are standing by, morale completely through the roof, screaming to crush those inferior bugs. Meanwhile, the allied side boasts 60,000 bodies total, but only 4,000 Holy Nation troops and 2,000 Federation warriors are actually built for this fight. The rest of the army is honestly just there for the vibes. Midu watches the chaos unfold, sweating bullets, wishing he could actually step up and lead these guys. Right on cue, Edgar swoops in, "Do not sweat it, I got this." And then he just starts howling like a maniac in the middle of the war zone. Everyone is low-key panicking. Then the dude's hair violently shifts from green to red. His body absolutely bulks up, claws extend, and full berserker mode is officially unlocked. The demons are just standing there looking confused. Wait, what just happened? That is the last foolish thought they ever utter, since Edgar literally deletes them mid-sentence. Turns out his whole go-to gimmick is a roar that debuffs enemies while buffing his entire squad. He hypes up the troops and tells Midu straight up, "Zero fear, aloud, it is contagious." Midu nods like he just got knighted. And yeah, that morale buff is totally goated, working exactly as intended since the allies are absolutely steamrolling now. Cut to the hero candidates finally clocking in for work. Rasha has hands radiating heat, complaining about no strong demons around. Right on cue, some mystery dude in a black robe and white mask spawns out of absolutely nowhere. Menu blocks an attack he never even saw coming. He realizes fast this guy hits different, definitely some high-ranking demon. Meanwhile, Rasha feels some crazy killing intent behind him. He spins to kick but gets blocked too, except this time it is a completely different masked dude. And this absolute idiot is genuinely hyped about it, like finally someone actually worth fighting. Edgar has his own masked stalker to deal with, demanding to know who he is and where he came from. But meanwhile, Amelia notices the pacing is totally off. Before she even finishes the thought, a black-robed guy is behind her, dropping a soldier instantly. Before his head leaves his body, Amelia clocks the assassin, demanding how he even got there. Guards scream out to protect the commander, but this masked guy just charges in like a total feral beast. They lock eyes for a second, and she realizes way too late where he is actually aiming. Slashed clean across the stomach, blood flying everywhere, but the assassin just walks off like it is a casual Tuesday. Guards are losing it. Midu hears the wild commotion spinning around, screaming her name while someone curses quietly. It is total chaos trying to get her medical help with everyone loudly yelling, "Do not let that guy escape." Meanwhile, this black-robed dude is casually sprinting across the battlefield, dropping 0 survivors. Off to the side, Shirori is desperately spamming heals, just trying to keep her squad breathing. With their commander totally down, the Holy Kingdom army morale absolutely tanks. Hinrik calls the retreat and everybody just bails. The demons do not even chase since they are completely gassed out too, just standing there confused, asking why they are running. One of them guesses something probably went wrong in their back lines, so they just regroup instead. And then night finally falls. Cut to a demon-guarded tent where Aqualia is interrogating one of those masked dudes, demanding to know why he did not just kill the commander outright. He casually explains that sure, she lived, but they wounded her extremely bad. And honestly, the girl is totally fine with that outcome. He adds that either way they saved them. Then the masked guy drops the actual plan. The enemy commander is out of commission for a long while. That is going to slow the alliance down incredibly hard. So what is next? She just smirks and says this is the perfect time to strike. Both sides are currently deadlocked. Time to cut those supply lines while it is dark. Then the scene shifts over to Eisenhart. And listen, the city is absolutely not giving cozy vibes. The whole place looks literally on fire, featuring a glowing castle right in the middle, total final boss spawn point vibes. Carriages are rolling up, dropping off massive goods while demons casually unload them at the gate. Meanwhile, Kai and Xena are just chilling in the distance, rocking full backpacks, looking like they're about to speedrun a sick bank heist. Kai just groans seriously. Just as expected, the base security is incredibly tight. Xena squints super hard, asking how he can even see that far since she is totally blind here. Then Mare drops the obvious question, what do we do now? And Kai is already super stressed. Blending in with disguises is not going to cut it because just like back in New, there is a barrier set up to sniff out intruders. Mare casually adds that this is Isabel's doing. Xena, having literally never met her, asks who she even is. Kai explains she's the one who set up the barrier that instantly flipped them to neutral. Xena just sighs at such a troublesome opponent. Mare is over here pouting with arms crossed, totally salty since she normally senses any demon magic residue. But this time she felt absolutely nothing. Now she is heavily convinced Isabel let them go on purpose, feeding them intel for some secret agenda. Cut back to Isabel's totally cold little flex from earlier. She said even the demon kingdom is divided into many factions and there is something she wants. This is very much villain with a secret plan energy. Mare reasons that even without Isabel personally involved, this is literally the demon kingdom home base, so there is definitely a solid barrier here too. She asks Kai for some time to consult the spirits about it. Kai, locking in with serious focus, says once the sun sets, they move on the capital and he is heavily counting on her. Back at the castle, the guard on duty just yawns. Bro simply got bored and wandered off, leaving our squad a genuinely prime infiltration window. Kai, Mare, and Xena creep straight up to the wall. Mare suddenly aggressively whispers to stop and everyone instantly drops to one knee. She has a hand on the ground picking up a faint mana trace. But Kai's assessment skill is totally useless here since it is not exactly a tangible object, which genuinely pisses him off. Mare cannot even tell whose miasma it is. The whole city is wrapped in this shimmering purple shield. She figures the barrier is probably scanning for the absence of miasma since literally only demons carry that energy. Kai is pretty impressed. He figures every city runs this setup to block out pesky spies. The mayor tries finding a workaround suggesting they might actually fool the system if they pack some miasma on themselves. And Kai pulls out this stolen device from Castro's mansion. He flexes about how grabbing a few random things from that place was a total big brain move, and now that hoarding habit is seriously paying off. Then he grabs the sketchy flute, hoping it might still have some leftover miasma completely trapped inside. Seeing that flute, Mare lights up like she just won the craziest loot roll and snatches it. Xena just stands there asking what a miasma device even is. Kai breaks it down. Same exact deal as human magic tools, just running on that spicy demon juice instead. Then Mare drops a wild twist. She can actually channel mana into it herself, something she was quietly grinding out while those two were training. She pulls this whole spirit summoning routine, hands fully glowing, walking straight through the barrier like an absolute boss. She turns back, grinning super hard. It worked, you two can go in now. So the other two follow her right through. Inside the city is just one massive chaotic market. Demons are literally everywhere, so our trio immediately throws on disguises. Kai plays a demon soldier now, holding chains and walking Mare and Xena like his literal slaves. Neither girl is exactly hyped about this. They stand around trying to act completely natural while totally clueless demons just casually pass by. Kai notes this place is way too huge and crowded to just casually wander. He figures the guard presence gets way heavier near the city center, so keeping distance is the ultimate safe play. Xena is internally raging over this whole slave cosplay gig and eventually asks the real question. Wait, aren't they supposed to be sneaking straight into the castle to assassinate the demon lord? Kai confirms that is the main plan. But first, they absolutely need intel on the capital because if their cover blows, they are totally finished. Fast forward 1 week. We're in Isabel's office with her just signing off standard paperwork. Just business as usual. When Kai shows up, she is honestly not even surprised. She just tells him she completely did not expect him to bypass her barrier and show up here. Then she smirks, adding how her boy has clearly leveled up super hard since their last meeting. Kai gives credit where it is due. That bypass was entirely Mare's handiwork. Isabel sets her pen down. She drops some praise, saying she is super grateful Kai totally clapped Wimberg. With him dead, she is off the surveillance radar and can finally move freely. Kai connects the dots instantly. That was her sneaky master plan all along. Isabel does not even try to deny it. She admits she heavily underestimated him, figuring he would just be a disposable pawn. But he has obviously outgrown that basic role. Now she actually calls him a valuable partner instead. She bets he totally came here digging for information specifically about her upcoming revolution. Right then, Isabel's entire vibe shifts, but instead of threatening him, she just flashes a confident smile telling him he absolutely passed her test. Then she slowly stands up and asks if they should head somewhere way more private to talk. After that, we hit a visual panel of pure SS-grade thickness. Then we cut right back to our boy. He is staring out the window while Isabel walks him through the map, plotting the exact route from Eisenhart straight to Cairo. Kai says they will literally teleport from the capital of Eisenhart to her city instantly. He flexes how her demon magic is always insanely powerful. But Isabel stays completely unbothered. She points out that spell burns a massive ton of energy, so she absolutely cannot spam it all day, then tells him to follow her. They relocate to this super private room, sitting down face to face. Some demon named Smith stands back there looking highly respectful behind her. And Isabel is honestly just vibing with her tea like this is not some hardcore war meeting. But watch closely, she sets it down and goes straight in. She demands to know how he scored info about the revolution, needing to take immediate action on this leak. Kai totally lays it all out. They literally infiltrated the capital a week ago and worked the dirty slums for sweet intel. Originally, he figured his real targets were the first 3 princes, since those guys are the ones actually throwing down over the demon throne. But Isabel was the ultimate wild card here. So he had his squad tail 3 of her soldiers and one totally cracked, leading him straight to the hidden weapons warehouse. She was heavily stockpiling for this big revolution. Isabel just casually replies, "I see." Then she calls over Smith, who immediately catches the vibe. He says he will warn their comrades to heavily lock down security. Kai skips the small talk, telling her he will be totally frank. He flat out asks if she wants to team up with the hero candidates. Isabel clarifies not the Holy Kingdom army, just you candidates specifically. Kai completely agrees, explaining he has zero actual pull over an entire national army. But the hero squad is a whole different story. Their real endgame has always been going back home, which absolutely means clapping the Demon Lord first. And honestly, whatever happens to this chaotic world after that is seriously not their problem. Isabel is honestly pretty shocked by this pitch. She asks if that means she gets a free pass to do whatever she wants once the Demon Lord is officially dead. Kai just casually shrugs. He tells her going home is not even guaranteed, they will not know until they try. Right then, Isabel drops a massive lore bomb. Hero summoning is actually just a magical contract with a god named Degrist. Once you fulfill the contract by flatlining the Demon Lord, heroes get shipped home. Kai is shocked because she played totally dumb before. She claims she just binge-read some ancient documents and got super curious after their chat. Kai presses her on if this lore is even legit. She just shrugs it off, but internally, Kai is connecting all the dots. This perfectly matches what Leonora told him. His intel is checking out. A god summoned them, and after the job, they go home. Meaning, as far as Kai is concerned, this world's fate is not his problem. Whether Isabel wants to burn the Holy Kingdom down or make peace, he is out. Isabel agrees their goals align, then drops her real endgame. Beat the current Demon Lord, take the throne, and build a world where everyone actually coexists. Kai is not buying this fairy tale pitch at all. He asks if she honestly thinks she can just pause the war overnight. She stands 10 toes down, says it is totally possible if she takes the throne and keeps their military power intact. Kai pushes back harder. Why not just fight for succession normally instead of running some wild rebellion? Isabel explains her dad, the current Demon Lord, is basically the most goated Demon Lord ever. Even if he steps down, he would definitely still run everything from the shadows. Plus, he completely hates humans, so he would never greenlight her peace treaty. Her siblings all want war too. She is literally the only one. Then she drops the actual plan. The Revolutionary Army alone just is not goated enough to win. But with the Allied forces already jumping the Demon Kingdom, this is her golden window. The catch: if outside heavyweights carry the boss fight, she is left at the kid table during peace talks. That is exactly why she has been ghosting outside backup until right now. She points dead at Kai. If the hero candidates personally back her, the math completely changes. Giving a quick bow, she locks in the official squad up between her rebels and the hero candidates. Kai and Isabel shake on it. They are officially war buddies now. Kai says they are counting on her while Isabel drops a harsh truth. The Demon Lord raid has to drop this year or their win rate straight up flatlines to 0. Watch closely deep inside the Demon Forest. The vibes are absolutely cursed. A supply convoy rolls right through the gloom. Escorted by the 7th Night Legion, Captain Henry is totally sweating it. He warns the crew that a cleared path does not mean they are safe. This is actually the Holy Kingdom logistics run heading straight from Neutrat to the front. With the High Demon Elsa totally packed up, everyone assumed this delivery would be a cakewalk. Nope. A whole squad of black-cloaked freaks just spawns out of thin air. Before anyone can even blink, they start swinging. One soldier screams for the captain to fall back. Another guy yells to leave it to them. Huge mistake. Literally 1 second later, both of those dudes get their heads completely deleted in one sick swing. Blood everywhere. Their bodies hit the dirt before they even realize it. The cloaked psycho just turns his back on the slaughter. The rest of the squad is totally shook, someone stuttering that Ben and Jack are just wiped out. Another soldier screams to watch out, realizing these guys are straight up high-level demons. Henry needs to touch grass because he just blindly charges in screaming. He yells at the Demon Lord assassins to respect his captain rank and not sleep on him. He gets an arrow straight through the forehead mid-sentence. The man drops instantly, blood absolutely pouring. And yeah, that is a wrap on Captain Henry. Cut to the castle right by the Demon Forest, the one they totally snatched from Elsa after everyone got wrecked and had to fall back. Inside, it is basically a triage zone with battered soldiers laid out everywhere. That includes their own commander, Amelia. She's flat on a bed, bandaged up like a mummy, barely hanging on, while some girl spams healing magic light literally floating from her hands. Midu and Henrik are hovering right there, stressed out of their minds. Midu finally asks for an update. Turns out this healer is Hano Shirori, totally hard carrying with the Divine Guardian skill. She says Amelia is clear of the danger zone. With regular buffs, she should be up and walking again in about 2 weeks. Midu visibly chills out, calling her an absolute goat since every other healer had already rage quit on saving Amelia. Shirori just casually brushes off the hype. She says it is just her job and Henrik trusts her with it. Amelia, pushing through the intense pain, manages to choke out that this is all her fault. Henrik shuts that pity party down immediately. He tells her to just rest up and stop stressing. He will run the squad for now, reassuring her the enemy got heavily nerfed too and has not moved since, probably still licking their wounds. Amelia relaxes a little at that. Midu and Henrik trade a super heavy look. Henrik tells Shirori they are counting on her before both guys head out. The second they step into the hall, Edgar is right there waiting for them. Midu calls his name in surprise. Edgar admits he totally eavesdropped on the whole thing, saying he is hyped. Amelia is alive, but 2 weeks of downtime is absolutely brutal. Midu turns to Henrik super tense, basically asking why he completely sugarcoated things to Amelia. Henrik keeps it real. He just did not want her stressing more than she already was. She needs to AFK and heal, and they will totally handle the supply drop mess themselves. Edgar drops the actual brutal stats. Rationing buys them maybe a week before everyone starves. Now brace yourselves for the real gut punch. Team 7, the entire Night Legion got wiped along with the logistics squad. Those masked tryhards that jumped Amelia also took down Captain Henry, a universally respected goat. Midu instantly connects the dots to those black-cloaked freaks. He guesses a party of at least 5 or 6 ganged up, honestly wondering if these dudes are a bigger boss threat than the 4 Heavenly Kings right now. Edgar backs that up hard. He fought one-on-one and they absolutely cannot slack off for a single second. Then he mentions his messenger birds just check back in. Neutrad is apparently already booting up a fresh logistics run, but the massive red flag is those same assassins are still camping the forest to gank the new supplies. That is exactly when Henrik lays out the master plan. They send Midu and Edgar to walk the new logistics crew through the woods, officially playing bodyguard, but they are totally just bait. The real goal here is to hunt down and wipe these masked assassins off the map, chasing them if they run. Both guys lock in completely super serious and accept the quest. Cut to the demon forest, completely packed with heavy fog and straight-up bad vibes. Midu guards the convoy from horseback, while Edgar and a squad of cat tribe fighters march on foot right next to another heavy wagon. The driver says the horses are totally cooked and they need to camp, then all absolute hell breaks loose. Edgar draws his sword and yells out that they are here. Before anyone can even blink, an assassin's scythe totally splits the driver wide open. Blood everywhere. These masked goons swarm out of the shadows to jump the entire convoy, sending absolutely everybody running in blind panic. Edgar instantly charges in to hold the line. One assassin kicks at the red-haired guy who blocks it with his arms, realizes he knows this dude, and just completely rages, throwing punches while yelling. And here is where things get completely wild. The resulting explosion totally lights up the whole area while Midu locks into a crazy sword duel. They exchange some heavy blows. Stats is stressing over how confusing this is, knowing he has to wrap this up super fast to keep everyone safe. Then the supply wagons burst into flames, thanks to a fire mage assassin camping up in a tree. Just as the guards start totally freaking out about their food getting cooked, Naomi clutches up with water magic, snuffs the flames, and throws a hyped fist pump. Absolutely goated move. Right before Corey spots danger and screams out a warning, way too late, an arrow absolutely nails Naomi in the side. Poison spreads, instantly dropping her completely. Corey sprints over to check her out, only to instantly become the next easy target. Arrows fly his way while he looks terrified, but before they hit, Rena blows the shots apart with a massive fire blast. She saves him, then totally squares up. Flame in hand, glaring daggers. Elsewhere in the woods, Sadie gets totally slammed into a tree trunk while someone else is slumped hard against another. He is way too wrecked to notice the assassin closing in until Hashimoto steps up, launching a massive barrage of magically controlled wooden stakes at the guy. This dude casually deflects every single stake without breaking a sweat, throwing Hashimoto completely off guard. She's just standing there, utterly mind-blown. Narumi jumps into the brawl, throwing streaks of blue light, only to realize this assassin is also a wind mage. That is terrible news, since he can just fly away whenever. Narumi looks down and immediately sees something that stops him completely cold. He screams out in pure panic right as the assassin rushes Hashimoto with his weapon raised high. Cornered with zero options left, she just mutters a tragic apology to everyone, throws her hands up to shield her face, and shuts her eyes for the final hit. Just when this is about to become a full tragic anime death, Kenzaki straight up yells out a command to freeze. And out of literally nowhere, 4 glowing chains yeet themselves from her hand, wrapping this assassin up like a total burrito before he can even touch Hashimoto. She is already in Hashimoto's mind, begging her to run. But Hashimoto's body just fully gives out. She can barely breathe before Narumi swoops in with that dramatic hero energy, literally scooping her up right in midair. You get one of those super cinematic slow-motion eye contact moments where Hashimoto breathes his name, acting like she cannot even believe he is actually real. Naomi is massively relieved. The girl is safe, but he flips right back into tactical brain mode. He knows if Kenzaki had not clutched up, she would be gone, so he stays focused. Then these random black glowing projectiles start spawning in the air like somebody is throwing some sick evil confetti. Narumi barely manages to whip up a crazy wind shield in time to shred them. Turns out some ground assassin is spamming magic circles at them, and this dude is genuinely shook that his heavy attack just got no-sold that easily. Narumi quickly clocks that they are not even aiming for him, they are specifically targeting Hashimoto. She full-on flinches in fear, pleading his name. But then Kenzaki cuts through all their panic, telepathically telling them to chill. This is purely a distraction. The exact second Midu and the team get the memo, the squad's morale does a complete 180. Sadi and Hai grab their weapons again. Narumi starts genuinely vibing with the wind currents to track all those incoming hits, and it flat out works perfectly. He dodges incredibly clean, leaving the assassin looking visibly rattled, while Narumi accidentally unlocks this absolutely goated wind-sensing power. That is basically the exact same tech one of the 4 Heavenly Kings actually uses. And somewhere off in creepy Voidland, Wimberg watches the whole thing with a little smirk, thinking this is getting super interesting. He is definitely bookmarking Narumi for later. Meanwhile, Narumi asks Kenzaki if she can basically turn herself into the squad's group chat to relay his callouts. She basically says, sure, weird request, but completely fine. Meanwhile, Rina is out here having the absolute time of her life, chasing the archer down right through a literal wall of fire. This dude is sprinting through the trees mauling right now. He seriously thought his demon's stealth magic made him a ghost, having zero clue how they keep finding his exact location. Turns out, Narumi's wind radar is basically a cheat code. He is dropping a live pin straight to Kenzaki, who tells Rina the guy is heading south through the treetops. And Rina just goes sick. She threatens to just burn him and the whole forest down. So Kenzaki has to tell her to chill and touch grass before she turns the entire map into a literal bonfire. With the squad finally locked in, every single attack is perfectly synced. The assassins start taking massive damage, now deep slashes and brutal hits. They are hardcore sweating because the squad officially clicked back into goated teamwork mode. Hashimoto is still watching from the sidelines. He shouts out that their hits hit hard, but there are definitely gaps if you pay attention. One assassin decides Hashimoto is clearly the main shot caller who needs to drop first. He sneaks up for the backstab, but Xiao intercepts at the absolute last second. He blocks it clean with his gauntlet, looking incredibly smug, bragging that a trash weapon will never pierce him. Then he literally punches the guy straight into orbit. This guy is totally losing his mind trying to figure out how they keep hard reading his moves when absolutely nobody is talking out loud. Meanwhile, they're just using telepathy. Midu casually drops another assassin with his glowing sword. The red-haired guy is locked deep inside his own insane fire and smoke slugfest. Edgar casually beheads someone. Up in the sky, Narumi's aerial fight is still popping off with streaks of blue light. His opponent finally starts bleeding out, but still aggressively refuses to take the L. Narumi reads the wind one last time and whispers, "Got you." He unloads a max-power wind spear straight through the guy. Absolute instant lights out. That is completely enough for the remaining assassins to dip through a magic circle. One calls the retreat despite their massive losses, but he smugly notes they hit their actual objective, basically torching the entire supply convoy. That night, around one depressing little campfire, the vibe is completely chalked. Edgar reports 80% of their food is totally gone, barely enough to get everyone home. Midu looks completely deflated and asks if they just flat out lost. Edgar tries to cope, pointing out they actually clapped 4 of the 10 assassins. 6 left and 2 are super low on HP. He raises his cup and says they will totally secure the bag next time. Kenzaki is definitely not buying this massive cope. She quietly watches everyone eat their sad rations, knowing one more loss like this means the whole army is completely cooked. Right as she sits in that pure dread, a voice suddenly pops into her head. "Kenzaki, can you actually hear me right now?" She turns bright red instantly, gasping out loud. "Shinju, is that really you?" Now check this out. Back at the castle, Kai and Isabel are still debating their game plan. Isabel drops the absolute worst deadline ever. Kill the Demon Lord this exact year or humanity gets totally wiped. Kai is not just blindly nodding along though, he really wants to know why. So Isabel finally drops the deep lore. She tells our boy that some insanely evil god named Alversta is getting fully revived. She tells him an outsider probably will not understand how completely cursed this is, except Kai already did all his homework like a tryhard. Turns out he binge-read this exact history back in Alpha Temple City, straight from this weird world's literal version of the Bible. The basic gist is that creator God Driss made the entire world. Everyone lived perfectly fine until evil god Alvarsta pulled up. He tried to take over, basically inventing demons as his personal army to start an ancient war. The creator god's counterplay was basically handing out random hero power-ups to normal humans. It clapped the demon lord of that era, locking the evil god away. That is the core lore Kai knows. Isabel is honestly super impressed. He actually did the reading. It saves her the giant lore dump, but she clarifies the story is mostly true, just a bit hyped up. With those evil gods, sealed demons got heavily nerfed. But here's the wild part. They have been quietly farming power again. Kai puts it together instantly, the seals are breaking. Isabel completely confirms it. She adds, her dad is literally building a massive temple for a ritual that will permanently shatter the seal, basically finishing up by the end of the year. Kai asks the super obvious question, what happens if they succeed? Isabel does not sugarcoat it. Demons get insanely buffed and humanity's survival odds absolutely flatline to 0. Kai is visibly shaken. Even though his lie detector skill stays quiet, his assassin instincts are screaming that she is definitely keeping secrets right now. He just shrugs it off though, since this entire setup is purely transactional. It is not a trust fall. He gets back to business, asking what the Revolutionary Army's next move is. Isabel says they plan to secretly back the Allied forces. They badly need outside pressure to nerf the Demon Lord's army. They just lack the manpower to solo this. Kai points out how insanely convenient this timing is for both of them. He tells her to lend him her power so they can hit the city of Forest first. Exactly 3 days later, thanks to Isabel's teleport skill, Kai's whole squad and her demon soldiers get absolutely yeeted straight into the demon forest, turning a 6-month hike into 0 travel time. But get this, that kind of epic hack catches up immediately. Isabel is completely wrecked after pulling that off, pale, sweating, leaning on a cane just to stand upright, admitting this skill heavily drains her. Mare is playing the ultimate hype woman over here, just totally gassing up how ridiculously broken that ability is. Kai is quietly doing the math in his head. He realizes this teleport hack deletes distance as a tactical concept, but it eats an insane amount of dark energy, meaning Isabel is effectively benched for a while. Still, with Mare Xena and her elite crew in tow, that is 7 high-tier demons on their squad. Plenty to work with. Xena still is not sold on this alliance, asking if they can actually trust these guys, but Kai says chill, they are useful for now. Kai goes quiet, closes his eyes, and telepathically pings Kanzaki. She's chilling somewhere else in the forest. She gets immediately flustered the second his voice hits her brain, blurting his name out totally embarrassed. Kai explains he was just testing the connection. Kanzaki confirms it works apparently through some shared subconscious link tied to their spirit guardian thing. Classmates only and limited range. That detail makes her realize something, and she panics, asking if that means he is actually nearby. Kai internally groans at how loud she gets, but confirms he wants to meet up. Kanzaki's mood flips to pure hype, telling him to just follow the telepathic trail to her location. Moments later, she spots him for real and lights up until she actually clocks who is standing right next to him. Isabel, a literal demon. Kanzaki goes pale, shaking, barely managing to point and squeak out that word. Kai casually introduces her as Isabel, 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom, and she just gives a flat hello. Kanzaki is totally spiraling and looks to Mare for backup, who just smiles and confirms this is happening. She whips back to Kai, sweating, demanding to know if he is betraying them all. Kai stays completely chill. He says he cannot betray anyone since he never picked a side to begin with, which only pisses Kanzaki off more, forcing Mare to step in. Kai finally drops the troll act and gets serious. He says they need to talk tonight, rounding up Midu Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya, telling them strictly not to let the Holy Kingdom know. That night, the 6 of them circle up around a tiny campfire deep in the forest. Kai lays the pitch out straight. Same goal, kill the Demon Lord. There is 0 reason to turn down extra muscle. Arashi gets immediately hostile, demanding why they would trust people this ridiculously sketchy. Kai does not flinch at all. He just points out that at their current pace, they cannot beat the boss anyway, and they are already getting wrecked by those masked assassins. Arashi grumbly confirms it. Narumi mid-bite adds that their supply lines keep getting torched. Holding the front line is getting brutally hard. Arashi is still fuming, bringing up how their own people sacrifice themselves fighting those guys. 4 out of 10 dead, 6 still out there. That is when Isabel casually offers to handle the assassin problem herself. The Revolutionary Army specializes in guerrilla tactics. Narumi looks highly skeptical. She points out these are high-level demons. They are fighting. Isabel calmly reminds everyone she is literally the 5th princess, framing it as her chance to prove she is goated enough for this alliance and testing if they are worth partnering with. That actually shuts everyone up for a second. Midu asks what exactly she wants in return. Isabel lays it out plainly. Once resupplied, she wants them to speedrun, taking down Aqualia before the 3rd prince's army reinforces them from the capital, because apparently those assassins stalling them was just to buy time for those massive reinforcements. Arashi asks if this prince is even strong. Isabel does not sugarcoat it at all. She tells him straight up they are completely outmatched right now, which somehow gets Arashi insanely hyped, ready to brawl. Hashimoto, still uneasy, quietly checks in with Midu. Midu thinks it over and lands on yes, genuinely relieved to have allies this sick, totally deferring to Kai's call. With everyone finally on board, Kai wraps things up. He says he will be working directly with the Revolutionary Army now, staying in touch through Kanzaki, then heads out. Then we cut deep into a super creepy forest hideout with the demon squad. Masks off, just vibing around a campfire. The The fire demon, basically the boss, is chewing his food and complaining about the massive mess they are stuck in. And trust me on this guy is the absolute worst. His resume includes arson, murder, and straight-up death sentences. The scarred-up dude next to him casually mentions his whole right arm is offline now and honestly sounds kind of impressed. Like, damn, those kids actually pulled it off. Plus, he is a total murderer because in this friend group that is basically just a personality trait. Then Falco steps up. The spear guy and career trader who apparently sparked a whole civil war for fun asks the big question. Who is running the show now that the old boss got clapped? The fire demon does not even blink. He taps his own chest, saying it is obviously him since absolutely nothing works without his fire. He totally dares anybody to argue. Rocky, the earth magic user, who is somehow also a serial killer combo, backs him up instantly. Zero hesitation there. And Fred, the dagger guy who is also a mass murderer, instantly agrees too. Shocking, right? Huge congrats. It is a unanimous vote among certified monsters. New plan is just the old plan. Jump the next supply convoy, totally starve out the hero kids, cut their food, and watch them crumble. The only warning is to watch out for Mito. He is the exact guy who already packed up their last leader. Masks go right back on. Wheels up in 1 hour. Cut to Marius, the archer up a tree on lookout duty. He tries talking himself down, telling himself to chill. It is just a random camp in the middle of nowhere. He thinks nobody is finding them. His gut says otherwise, though he spots someone creeping in way too smoothly for a random NPC villager. He rules out the hero squad because he thinks they are strong but super clumsy. A shadow moves, he panics and just fires blind. He is fully convinced he cooked somebody. He sits there nervous, waiting to hear a body drop. Instead, she just casually walks right out of the tree line holding his own arrow right between her teeth. Not a single scratch on her, and the dude's brain completely short circuits. That is the exact second Kai spawns right behind him. He goes completely deadpan, tells him he is way too slow, and just ends him with one clean hit before the guy even finishes spinning around. The man hits the dirt face first, completely choking on his own blood. Even while dying, he still manages to wheeze out that a kid got him. Like that is the part that actually matters right now. Kai just flicks the blood off his blade and drops some hardcore life advice over the corpse. You always gotta relocate after you shoot. That is Sniper 101. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew notices Marius has gone completely radio silent and they start gearing up. Right then, some completely random demon comes sprinting out of the bushes screaming for everyone to hold up. They assume he is the messenger sent from Aqualia and ask him what he wants. Instead, this guy casually claims he is from the Revolutionary Army here to clap the demon lord and build world peace. That just makes everyone way more confused because it still does not explain how he pinpointed their exact hideout in the woods. He casually drops the flex that their allies are literally everywhere. He name drops their entire supply line blocking mission like it is straight up public knowledge. And then he drops the real bomb. Isabel wants all of you to ditch this and come work for her instead. Just hearing her name sends the leader spiraling. Because if the fifth princess is actually teaming up with the allied forces, this is not a simple supply raid anymore. This is a full-blown coup he did not see coming at all. Everyone else panics too since siding against the Demon Lord is a straight-up execution ticket. And they are side-eyeing whether some random princess actually has the muscle to pull off a whole revolution. The purple demon basically just shrugs, yeah, my bad guys. Right before an entire wall of terrifying high-tier demons just materializes behind him, he calmly mentions he is under strict orders to absolutely body everyone present. More demons just keep spawning in from literally every direction. The assassins realize they are absolutely cooked. Their boss starts screaming to dip with the intel, but the revolutionaries are straight up like, nah. War criminals do not get a free pass to touch grass. It instantly turns into an absolute bloodbath. Up in the trees, Kai watches the chaos. He is honestly hyped seeing how cleanly the Revolutionary Army throws down. Meanwhile, Phalos. He is getting jumped 2-on-1 by high rankers. Then Isabel basically teleports behind him. She drops his name, exposing him as the Civil War mastermind. Bro literally freezes in pure terror, asking if she is actually serious about this coup. She hits him with the hard truth he is the only one worth keeping. Everyone else is straight trash. Then she asks if he still wants peace. And that is a wrap. Dude drops his weapon and instantly kneels. Zero hesitation. The old boss is hardcore mauling, watching his guys switch teams mid-fight. The final two assassins realize it is completely game over. Watching it all wrap up, Kai just decides Isabel has this in the bag. Time to finish the job. Thanks to Shinjo and the Revolutionary Army pulling off their stealth ops behind the scenes, the Demon King's dark unit gets fully wiped. Loot and supplies finally hit the front lines again. The boys are eating good for once, and morale is absolutely goated right now. Back in the war room, Edgar is low-key suspicious. He asks why the masked demon causing all that chaos just suddenly AFK'd. Midu keeps his theory basic. They lost 4 guys, so they rightfully dipped. Edgar nods along, admitting it is possible. But honestly, bro is not buying it. Henrik just stares at Midu thinking this guy cannot lie to save his life. It is super obvious Kai carried behind the scenes, but out loud he just pivots straight to business. Morale is peaking. Should they push the attack? Amelia is still healing up, so there is zero rush unless they get a massive reason. Well, they got one. Ninomiya drops the sick intel. The boss running the forest city is Aqualia, a literal heavenly king. Henrik is practically glitching, asking how they even secured this info. Turns out the captured demons totally snitched. Edgar admits that totally tracks. Having a heavenly king on defense explains why the place hasn't crumbled, even though Aqualia barely flexed last fight. Ninomiya explains Aqualia is way more of a stealth main than a frontline tank. He adds that the masked demon supply griefing was probably her big brain play. Hold up though, Ninomiya drops the actual reason they gotta speedrun this whole push. He warns everyone this zone originally belonged to Leon Hart and he is coming back. Edgar completely loses it because Leon Hart isn't some random NPC. He is the Demon King's actual blood relative, basically the third prince. Ninomiya confirms it. That is exactly why they cannot stall. This turf is his, so of course the guy is rushing back mid-crisis. Midu hypes the read, calling him totally reliable. Ninomiya is sitting there, internally dying of laughter. Midu is so horribly bad at lying that Ninomiya has to keep carrying his cover story. Edgar goes dead quiet. He brings up the one time he ran into the first prince, admitting he felt zero chance of actually winning that matchup. The whole squad is shook. Even Edgar didn't feel confident, and this dude literally never sweats. They have to fight these demon royals eventually, but one by one. Henrik almost asks where this sick intel comes from, then just figures. Kai's hard carrying again. Smash cut to Aqualia getting the news her entire elite assassin squad got deleted. She literally cannot compute this. She makes the demon repeat himself, and he just quietly confirms it. The minion explains that after getting totally ghosted for a while, he went out to check the area and straight up found the bodies himself. Major L. She hardcore spirals, screaming about who could possibly wipe an entire unit like that. Right then, another demon crashes the room, yelling that the enemy is pushing. Her reaction is just pure defeated logic. Like, of course they are pushing. Their supplies are back, and Leon Hart is 3 days out. If he finds out she lost the dark unit, she is literally cooked. Next thing you know, Homegirl hits full mental breakdown mode. Hands on her face, wailing that it is so over. The two demons beside her are sweating, unsure if they can even comfort a heavenly king mid-panic attack. That meltdown flips straight into pure rage. She screams about humans and beastkin daring to ruin her and Leon Hart's romance. She swears she will flat-out delete every last one of them. Before her minions can even tell her to chill, she just violently detonates. Back on the front, the Alliance army marches out. Midu is clocking the massive lack of high rankers on the field. They blindly push forward right as a literal wall of water spawns out of nowhere and slams the whole squad mid-march. Absolute panic. Someone screams about a tsunami on dry land. Fully submerged Midu barely processes that this is the Water Heavenly King's sick power right before he completely blacks out. Now watch this. Meanwhile, our boy Kai and the crew are just chilling in the castle. He checks his surroundings and says, "All right, let's see what you actually got." Xena turns around and asks Kai if they should bother helping the Alliance out again this time. Kai tells her to not even bother. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the battlefield is in absolute chaos right now. Aqualia lets loose this massive, insane tidal wave that does not even care about sides. It just completely yeets friend and foe alike clean out of the castle. Whoever survives washes up on shore, literally looking like they lost a fistfight with a washing machine. Kai watches from above, wondering what kind of terrifying magic this actually is. Isabel totally breaks it down. The girl is genuinely elite at massive, wide area control. She just never really seemed to enjoy the actual violence part. Xena is super confused why Aqualia would just nuke her own side too. Isabel throws out some theories. Maybe she finally just snapped. Or maybe turning it into a massive free-for-all actually helps her since it completely ruins human teamwork. Kai is not buying the big strategy angle. He points out that is cute and all, but it never fixes the massive power gap. Plus, there is zero chance this stops the hero squad, especially since she has absolutely no high-ranking backup left. Isabel casually fills in why her top 3 lieutenants are completely dead. Kai's crew already completely smoked all of them, plus they wiped Leon Hart's personal dark unit too, so yeah, it is totally over. She's basically just running on fumes at this point. Kai agrees the Heavenly Kings are still a huge threat, but he points out their own squad keeps leveling up too. And since they are on the topic, Isabel asks him for the full breakdown on the hero candidates. So our boy finally runs the entire roster. Arashi is our pure muscle brain going completely feral mid-battle. Top-tier offense and balls-to-the-wall courage. Dude is a walking berserker button. Rina's strength actually scales with her mood, which is sick. Gotta love anger issues as a literal power system. Meanwhile, Mare pouts on the sidelines asking if that is the chick who hates Kai's guts. She gets totally ignored, so we move on. Mary directs traffic from the back line using massive telekinetic range, but she keeps losing track of her own pieces because she is stiff as a board. Yoshi is our jack-of-all-trades lover boy. The guy lacks raw power, but his sharp instincts make him incredibly goated as support. Ninomiya is tossing out wide buffs from the rear. Smart, chill, and actually understands how everyone operates, a total rarity in this cast. Plus, Shior is handling healer duty way in the back. Hagen tanks the backline by turning parts of his body into literal steel. Then we hit Midu, and this is where Kai completely locks in. The dude is the real deal. A natural-born swordsman who treats training like a religion. Absolute main force material. Mare is totally shocked to hear Kai actually compliment someone. Kai just nods. Yep, he's exactly that good. Though not without his own issues, heavy foreshadowing there. Rundown complete, 40 total candidates. 14 lacked combat energy and got cut. That leaves 26 candidates sitting pretty at high-ranked demon level or above. Isabel is actually impressed, admitting it is not bad at all. She notes their odds just skyrocketed, gets flustered, and totally huffs to cover it up. Then the real fight kicks off. Aqualia makes her move, leaving Midu barely any time to process. She is right there before her water attack even drops on him. Zeroing in on him with a grin, she screams out Hydro Snake. A massive water serpent goes absolutely flying straight at his face. He throws up a shield in time, but the heavy impact totally rattles him. Dude just stands there wondering what kind of insane power this is. She refuses to let him breathe. Following up with a water cutter, she slices him before he can reset, sending him skidding across violently caving ground. Under intense pressure, he finally switches tactics. Hitting Sword of Evil boost mode, he slams a stake into the dirt to push back. Aqualia just calls this her domain and instantly freezes the entire battlefield around his legs. Dude is totally stuck. Ice creeps up his body while Aqualia closes in laughing, screaming for him to die. She unloads a savage point-blank water shot. He eats it direct. Blood everywhere. He staggers hard but somehow stays on his feet, busting right out of the ice. She is cackling now, yelling that dropping him is her golden ticket to victory. She loops back around for another Hydro Snake. Watching from above, Isabel lets out a totally confused, huh. Her trump card looks completely cooked, but Kai tells him to relax. Midu definitely has something brewing too. And sure enough, the dude straight up teleports exactly as her attack hits. Catching her totally off guard, he reappears behind her mid-chant. He raises his sword, calls down demon-smiting holy light, and brings it crashing down on her head. Check this out, a little backstory on Aqualia before we get back to her bleeding out on the floor. This girl hails from a big-shot water magic family. Apparently being a heavenly king is just a hereditary gig for them. But 2 of the 4 families recently lost their heads. Now they are scraping the bottom of the barrel for replacements, because heavenly king power does not just grow on trees, noble blood or not. So Aqualia basically got drafted into this high-tier job nobody else could fill after the old head kicked the bucket from illness. And honestly, besides being insanely thick, the girl was not exactly built different in the raw power department. Instead of leaning on strength she lacked, she went full spy and scheme mode to stop people from clowning on her fancy new position. Even her engagement to Prince Leon Hart was purely another tactical chess move to secure her spot. Anyway, back to her literally bleeding out on the ground. Her final words are a half-broken apology to Leon Hart right before Midu finishes the job. She is down for the count while her own demon lackeys stand around stunned, realizing Lady Aqualia actually just lost. The crowd goes completely nuts. Hashimoto and the squad hype up Midu taking the win. Meanwhile, Edgar acts super smug from a distance, acting like this was totally obvious. Back to camp. Arashi sulks in the corner, grumbling about how he could have easily clapped that fight. Nydia is honestly confused why Arashi actually stayed chill this time instead of jumping in like he always does. Arashi straight up admits Shinjo told him not to, which immediately throws us right into a quick flashback. Kai wraps things up with the group. He confirms he is officially rolling with the Revolutionary Army and staying in touch through Kaki. Then we flash back even further to the campfire. Kai pulls Arashi aside for Heavenly King's strategy and drops a massive bomb. He wants Midu to solo this whole thing. Arashi is completely shocked, demanding to know if Kai is actually benching him. Kai's entire logic here is that Midu desperately needs a solo win to build some actual confidence. The dude has been second-guessing himself forever since his squad always bails him out. Arashi fires back okay, but what if he loses? Kai is straight up ruthless about it. If he dies because apparently that is just all he was ever worth. Arashi looks pretty horrified at how casually Kai is gambling with his own teammate's life. But Kai shuts that down, reminding him this is strictly necessary for beating the Demon Lord later. Arashi just grumbles that fine, the plan is working, but he hates taking orders from this guy. Meanwhile, Midu is standing there completely shook that he actually soloed a literal Heavenly King. He remembers Kai's pep talk, hesitation straight up equals death. He just needed to trust himself for once. Midu was just like, cool speech bro, but how do I pull confidence out of thin air? Kai just claps back that his own results build that. Goes solo the Heavenly King, and yeah, that is exactly what happened. Mid-fight, Midu literally lets his leg get frozen on purpose, a wild gamble to bait Aqualia into relaxing, which is totally outside his usual super cautious play style. But he totally trusts Arashi's red on her strength and lands the finishing blow anyway. Risky as hell, based entirely on a pure guess, but it worked. Now the entire battlefield is cheering. Word is spreading that the Water Heavenly King just got totally dropped and demon soldiers start surrendering left and right because resisting is pointless. Isabel and Kai break down the fight like esports analysts. Kai points out that Midu always plays safe and predictable, which gets heavily punished by top-tier opponents. Watch closely because this crazy gamble is basically his very first flash of real killer instinct. Isabel is a bit more critical, saying he takes way too many risks. If that last hit had landed on him instead, this entire fight would have ended really badly. But Kai is just hyped with the win for now, watching the squad run in to celebrate. Meanwhile, Prince Leon Hart gets the crazy news that Aqualia is dead. He sits there stunned for a second before his attendant confirms it with a super quiet condolence. But Leon Hart's response is just ice-cold disappointment. He complains he never expected her to flop this hard, especially after giving her control over the demon's shadow forces. His soldier is pretty weirded out by that absolute lack of emotion. Leon Hart just shuts it down. No point mourning the dead. Then he immediately pivots to asking about Isabel. She's been acting super sus lately, and it is time they made a move. So now with Aqualia totally dead, the Alliance successfully snags her castle. Now their supply lines run perfectly clean from Nitrat right through the Forest of Evil, straight up to the enemy's front door. Over in the Demon Kingdom, people are straight up sweating bullets. Losing a Heavenly King and an entire city in one single shot is genuinely brutal for them. Back at the forest, everyone's patching up. Motono is hard at work on healer duty, running her light magic over a bunch of heavily bandaged soldiers. When Midu walks in to check on everyone, she says the wounded are finally stabilizing. Plus, she drops the bonus update that Amelia is fully healed now. Midu is super relieved to hear that. Just then, Amelia pops up saying it is all thanks to Motono. Motono immediately goes full flustered anime girl mode, waving her hands around like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Amelia just pats her head like a really proud big sister. Amelia announces she is back on active duty tomorrow. Then she drags Midu off to a serious strategy meeting with Henrik and Edgar to figure out what happens next. Midu is just nodding along to all this when Kaki's voice straight up teleports into his brain, zero warning. He is obviously totally shocked, but he plays it off like he just zoned out for a second. Amelia tells him to take the day easy since they have been fighting non-stop, and he just agrees. He says he will just chill at the barracks. Cut over to the actual secret assassin squad. Everyone is just lounging around waiting. Kanaki turns to Kai and says she got the whole crew together exactly like he asked. She asks if he's finally going to drop the master plan, but Kai just flat out ignores her. He turns to Midu instead and asks if he told the squad about their secret deal with the Revolutionary Army. Midu nods and confirms he leaked it the exact same day. Kai is pretty satisfied and says that is cool, makes things way easier. Then the guy literally pulls out a gun and lays down the law. Nobody leaks this intel. If they do, they are getting a quick taste of American-style freedom. Classmate or not, he does not care. Everyone is honestly a little rattled by that sudden threat mode switch. Narumi tells him to relax, swearing nobody's going to snitch, and asks what the actual plan is. With that scary intro out of the way, Kai gets straight to business. The next target is Leon Hart. The guy is currently posted up with reinforcements near his old city. He is hiding out in Verrier, probably scheming his next move and thinking he is totally safe. Kai has a simple plan. Hit him right now while his guard is down using a small elite squad. Before anyone can even agree, Kai breaks down the logic. Aqualia was part of Leon Hart's faction, basically running all the demon army's secret ops. With Forrest already gone, this is the absolute perfect moment to press that advantage. Plus, the Revolutionary Army wants Leon Hart dead too. The guy is basically running a massive spy network the size of an entire country, so both of their goals line up perfectly. Arashi immediately clocks that this smells like they are being used as tools. Kai does not even deny it. He admits the Revolutionary Army is going to feed Leon Hart fake intel from the inside to lure him out. Then they will swoop right in and finish him off. Arashi pushes further, asking if Kai is actually scared, and Kai answers completely honestly. The Demon King bloodline is way more dangerous than a regular Heavenly King, so even though he trusts his hero candidates, he is not willing to gamble on it. Arashi is still super salty, complaining they get absolutely nothing from this deal, but Kai just straight up ignores him and moves on. He says since this is a highly secret elite mission, he is only bringing the absolute best people, then starts calling out names one by one. Midu is in immediately nodding before Kai even finishes talking. Arashi is in too, obviously. Narumi is totally chill about it, just a simple confirmation. Rina gets called and acts super confused, like she was not just running her mouth 30 seconds earlier. Oki gives his usual stiff confirmation. Then Kai calls Motono and she just completely short-circuits. She is absolutely shocked. She is actually relevant to something important for once. 7 people total are heading out with Hashimoto staying behind to cover things on Amelia's side. Narumi points out this is basically their entire top roster, simply because no other students could keep up with a mission this intense. Later on. Now check this out. Kai is walking down some glowing hallway with Xena and Mayor next to him when Kaki comes sprinting and demanding to know why she got benched. Kai does not sugarcoat it at all. He tells her straight up that she would just get in the way. At this point, the poor girl is basically shattered, but this bastard keeps twisting the knife saying she is just dead weight the squad would have to babysit. That is when Mare steps in telling him to chill since she literally carried them last fight. So Kai does the classic backpedal. Okay, fine. She is super solid against mob enemies and does her job in group fights, but the second someone like Leon Hart shows up swinging raw magic power around, yeah, she is basically useless there. Meanwhile, Kaki is spiraling internally, wondering if her ability is actually mid. Kai tells her at least she knows it, then adds she has been carrying class comms, so that is something. Obviously, that is not the answer she wanted. She is not trying to be some supportive background NPC. She wants Kai to actually need her again. So mostly just to make her stop moping, Kai tosses her an actual job. With her crazy barrier plus telepathy combo, he is going to be the main shot caller. She will run tactics for the whole squad mid-fight since she can literally move everyone around instantly with zero lag. And his reasoning totally checks out too. Medito could not make a decision to save his life. Hashimoto is stiff as a board and Arashi just wants to punch things harder. Somebody actually has to be the brains of this operation. Kaki immediately flips into full simp mode, swearing she will blow his expectations completely out of the water. Kai just asks why she is so ridiculously desperate to be his little pawn, then shrugs it off, saying it works perfectly for him though. Now for a total vibe shift. Cut to where things are way less wholesome. This bastard is staring into his crystal ball when a demon commander rolls up asking why they have not budged in 3 days. He lays it out, the fortress already fell, so they got a dip. His castle is absolutely getting cooked by 60,000 troops. Meanwhile, Leon Hart does not even look up from his crystal ball. Yeah, he knows. The demon dude is just straight up confused. So Leon Hart explains how the Demon King's spies got tagged with a tracking enchantment right from the leftover magic on their own corpses. He can literally replay their deaths, but all of this is totally flying over the demon guy's head, so Leon Hart dumbs it down. He had to get close to their death spot for the intel. Then he flashes that signature unhinged smile and drops an absolute bomb. Isabel totally backstabbed them. Then casual as ever, he says he just wanted to confirm it, guessing they are tossing the forest to the enemy now. Back with our squad, Isabel hands Kai a bottle and he immediately side-eyes it. What the hell is this? So she explains how Leon Hart runs on some insanely rare poison magic. And this antidote is basically the ultimate counter to it, though Kai still does not trust it and scans the thing himself just to be safe. This stuff was originally brewed for emergency poisoning and only lasts 10 minutes, so whatever they pull off has to happen incredibly fast. Then the real plan drops. The Revolutionary Army already planted moles inside Leon Hart's squad, so they are going to feed him fake intel, bait him right into a spatial trap, and jump him at the transfer point. Since Leon Hart is basically a walking biohazard where one scratch equals instant full-body shutdown, nobody is exactly lining up for a duel, meaning fewer antidote doses needed. Meanwhile, Mito and Edgar are going at it in a sparring match, and the vibe is actually super heated. Edgar grabs the upper hand early and is about to land a hit when Mito teleports right behind him, but Edgar has seen that exact skill way too often and dodges instantly. Mito is definitely not done yet. He morphs his sword into a whip mid-dodge and tags him anyway. They trade a few more hits before Edgar ends up back on his feet. He coaches Mito that whip mode drops the sword's toughness, and Mito takes mental notes, immediately testing that flexible reach. Up on the castle wall, Henrik watches the whole spar, low-key impressed at how much these two have totally leveled up recently. Then Kaki comes sprinting in out of nowhere, and Henrik is just standing there like, what happened? She does not even pause to catch her breath before announcing she wants to learn battle command, leaving Henrik standing there completely lost. Henrik just flat out asks Kaki why she suddenly wants to learn tactical command, and she launches into this massive flustered ramble about getting advice on properly using her divine barrier. Henrik is internally hyped. If Kaki actually learned command, their entire squad's coordination would go up like 10 levels. He then asks who even gave her that advice. She catches herself mid-sentence, remembers she is basically under NDA about anything Kai related with the Revolutionary Army, and panics, lying that Mito said it. Total fail. Henrik clocks instantly that it was. Kai decides not to call her out, and instead just says he is genuinely happy she wants to level up. Hearing that makes her totally over the moon. She thanks him like 9 separate times, and Henrik agrees to start training her right away. Back at Kai's place, he is still nose-deep in scanning Isabel's antidote, muttering to himself how the poisons in this world work completely differently than back home. Sure is there too, apologizing that her healing protection only undoes status effects after they land, basically dead weight for any pre-fight prep. Kai just tells her not to stress it. She is still totally clutch for mid-fight recovery. Right after that, Mare brings up how Sheena went out a while ago and never came back, getting a little worried. Kai thinks it over for a second and admits, yeah, something is definitely off. Cut to the villain's side where Leon Hart is existing in full unsettling mode. Isabel shows up and he asks if she is surprised to see him. She calls him out, demanding why he's even there, and he practically smirks. Obviously, he followed her genius. Like he would ever let his own subordinate wander off into a suspiciously convenient meeting spot alone. Get ready for this. Isabel is internally dying. They were absolutely not careful enough. Then Leon Hart drops his whole massive detective reveal. Apparently, one of his top guys randomly started lying to him out of nowhere. So he force-fed the dude a poison causing pure agony, but guarantees he will not die. And that is exactly how Isabel's name got dragged into this mess. Now, Isabel is completely stuck. She cannot run since he will just blab everything about the Revolutionary Army to the whole kingdom. So her only play left is to literally kill him right there. She whips out her staff with zero hesitation and unleashes her goated ultimate move, Dimension Slash, an attack that straight up cuts through space. And Leon Hart just casually shrugs it off, calling it impossible to dodge, treating that ripped up section of space like a minor inconvenience. Isabel is genuinely shook because literally nobody survives that move. But this absolute lunatic is standing there completely fine, and being the totally insufferable show-off he is. He explains he specifically prepped for this exact fight, upgrading his poison magic until it literally corrodes space itself. So cutting through space means nothing when his venom is already dissolving the walls. Then he admits her spatial magic actually terrifies him. That is exactly why he kept eyes on her since they were kids, genuinely hoping he would never have to use these countermeasures against her. He calls it a shame it came to this. That does not stop Isabel from swinging again right mid-monologue, though. She drops a massive all-elemental attack and it totally disintegrates before even reaching him. Then he fires back with a venom spike. Isabel throws up an ice wall, but it cracks under the insane pressure. Right before it shatters, she is forced to teleport away. Leon Hart stands there muttering to himself, saying a poison-corrupted spatial rift is basically untraceable. He sighs about miscalculating. He admits Isabel is not someone to underestimate but stays super chill. He knows she will not expose the Revolutionary Army, casually predicting she will definitely return to finish him off. And through all of it, Zaina was perched in a tree the whole time watching everything go down. Then the scene shifts to Isabel teleporting into some random village looking absolutely wrecked. Her butler asks if she is good. She is incredibly relieved because with the immediate threat handled, she is left thinking about how her entire plan just totally imploded. He helps her up and drops the bad news. The Revolutionary Army's cover has been discovered. Isabel is not even that shook. She says it sucks, but honestly, they have been playing it super risky lately, so this was bound to happen eventually. She figures they are safe for now, though, since Leon Hart really is not the type to trust anyone else with big info like this. So he probably has not told anyone else yet, meaning they absolutely need to kill him before he gets the chance to open his mouth. Meanwhile, at Kai's place, he is literally vibing by the glass when suddenly Zena comes crashing straight through the window. Kai does not even blink, casually asking what happened. Xena explains she did exactly what he said, tailed Isabel, and saw the whole fight go down before filling him in. Mara pipes up, then asking if that means the Revolutionary Army's cover is officially blown. Kai tells them to touch grass and chill, saying it was bound to happen no matter what, which is literally why he sent Xena to spy on Isabel to begin with. Then he asks Xena if she managed to get Leon Hart's scent. She just pinches her nose and groans, "Do not even remind me. That dude seriously reeks." Kai immediately calls up Kaki. She jumps right out of bed thinking Kai somehow magically appeared straight out of her thirsty dreams. He tells her to get a squad together in 30 minutes because they need to kill Leon Hart right now. Cut to a bit later and Isabel has her entire squad completely assembled. She asks her butler if everyone is here. He confirms they are at least on their side, then asks when the hero candidates are supposed to show up. Isabel says the cat lady up in the trees keeping tabs on their exact location for Kai. And since the enemy already knows about this spot, they will probably swing by eventually too. She turns to Falco and asks what he thinks Leon Hart's next move is. Falco says the guy is naturally cautious, so him openly coming after Isabel like this, it means he sees her as a serious threat, which honestly probably means he already knows all about this hidden location too, right as he finishes that exact sentence. Get this, Leon Hart straight up spawns in. He calls Falco a traitor, telling Isabel he waited for her but got super bored since she took forever. Then he flashes this crazy unhinged smile and asks if she was waiting for someone special. Isabel does not waste any time rapidly ordering her squad to attack, Everyone chugs down their antidote potions and gets into position. Leon Hart looks genuinely shocked. He throws his arms out and asks, "Oh, so you were planning to fight me this whole time? Little sister." Isabel is quickly running the math in her head. The antidote gives them about 10 minutes of full immunity to even his absolute deadliest poison. But the massive problem is the hero candidates still have not shown up. Except then everything goes totally sideways instantly. Every single person who drank the antidote collapses straight to the ground paralyzed. Leon Hart looks at Isabel, kind of amused, guessing it just does not work on her. He is not shocked though, saying she and Alice are literally just built different even for a Demon King bloodline. Isabel is stuck trying to process why her entire squad just collapsed after drinking the antidote, and Leon Hart is clearly enjoying her confusion way too much right now. He asks her straight up, did she really think he would casually hand out something as wildly broken as a cure-all for his own poison to just anyone? Then he breaks down what actually happened. It was a mid-tier paralysis spell, not poison. He casually mentions nobody is dead since actually killing them was never part of his plan. Isabel aims her staff right at him and calls total BS. He literally just attacked them. No way she believes he wasn't trying to catch a body. Leon Hurt plays dumb, claiming he just wanted to hold her back and make a sick offer. He wants her and the whole revolutionary army to team up with him. He claims his cloud is getting shaky. His elite squads got totally wiped. Her fiancé, literally one of the 4 heavenly kings, is dead. Plus he lost his whole castle. So if he wants to actually become the next Demon King, bro absolutely cannot afford to keep bleeding power like this. Isabel is not buying a single word. She straight up calls him out, telling him to go touch grass and worry about the allied forces already invading his turf. Leon Hurt acts super shocked she knows that tea. He admits those allied forces and their little hero candidates are annoying, but he genuinely does not see them as a threat compared to that goated Demon King bloodline power. If the demon race actually popped off, this kingdom would be totally cooked. Isabel claps back that he is heavily sleeping on the hero candidates. He just smirks, claiming she sounds like she knows something he totally missed. In her head, though, she is hardcore panicking. If that antidote is useless, their entire squad is completely washed. Right on cue, her entire squad casually strolls up toward Leon Hurt like absolutely nothing even happened. Isabel screams at them to stay back since the entire zone is basically drowning in insane paralytic poison. But Shiori and Ninomiya just drop a sick purification spell called Sacred Veil. It instantly wipes every single trace of poison from the map and massively buffs the whole squad. The two share a look, bragging that together they can easily scrub out mid-level poison without even sweating. Stacked with the antidote, even high-tier poison will not touch them. Now they are hyped and completely confident they can actually box Leon Hurt. Right after seeing that Sacred Veil totally cancel out the paralysis, Isabel starts wondering if the exact same cheat code could work for her own crew. Because if it does, this entire matchup massively flips in her favor, which is exactly the clutch moment she has been praying for. Honestly, the odds are already kind of favoring them since Leon Hurt is currently flying solo out here. With the massive catch, this dude is insanely stronger than Isabel ever realized. Right on cue, he flashes that wicked grin, asking if she seriously thought she had seen his whole bag. Then he spawns this nasty purple orb that explodes outward into a massive shotgun blast of venomous spikes. Meadow reacts crazy fast, morphs his sword into a heavy shield, and throws up a wall to tank it. It holds up for a few solid hits before completely caving. The spikes shatter right against it, and Leon Hurt just aims blasting a raw, high-speed venom beam straight at the squad. It is totally about to one-shot Meadow, but Hannah dives right in front. He pops his iron body technique and literally shatters that spike into dust. Seeing how massively outclassed the team is right now, Meadow yells for Kaki to take over and start shot calling. Kaki instantly locks in, ordering Arashi and Narumi to dive bomb Leon Hurt straight from above. Arashi, being his usual toxic self, snaps back that she cannot boss him around, but then he charges in anyway, fully unloading his absolute maximum explosion skill. Leon Hurt literally just tanks it and laughs. He admits it honestly was not a bad hit, and it actually managed to sting him a little bit. Arashi is absolutely raging, though he can totally tell this dude is just trolling them. His massive attack barely did anything, literally not one scratch. Leon Hurt casually strolls out of the smoke. He tells them not to lump him in with those trash-tier, high-ranking demons. He has Demon King blood in his veins. Bro is literally built different. Now get this lore drop. All that flexing reminds Isabel that the Demon King's kids carry the evil god's blessing plus the Valdra bloodline. That massively buffs every single one of their baseline stats, defensive durability included, which is exactly why this absolute tank is still standing there looking completely untouched. Meanwhile, Shiori is busy keeping the entire team fully healed. Then Kaki yells out for everyone to chill. She points out that Arashi's nuke actually landed some real chip damage, so they just have to keep up the pressure. The entire squad unloads on Leon Hurt at once, but he pops a barrier right at the last millisecond. He admits that last hit actually stung, so he is not risking another open shot. Kaki is totally not folding though. She orders the team to go even harder. She tweaks their whole combat formation, telling herself internally that they absolutely cannot choke this right now. Flashback to exactly 2 hours ago. The whole squad is grouped up, and Arashi is being super toxic, blaming everyone else for letting Leon Hurt ambush them. Kai just tells him to drop it, saying the blame game totally does not matter. What actually matters is Leon Hurt is flying solo right now, which makes this the perfect chance to end his whole career. Kai adds that if he helps Isabel out here, he is definitely going to score some massive brownie points with her. Ninomiya totally catches onto his vibe, asking if Kai literally just used the Revolutionary Army as bait. Kai shakes his head, claiming that was never the plan. But yeah, he definitely considered it a super viable option. Narumi jumps in, basically saying the planning is cool and all, but how exactly do they expect to wipe a boss this insanely strong? Kai just nods back, admitting that is a super fair question. Get this, Kai says he will walk them through the strat. A few seconds later, the entire crew is just standing there completely stunned, thinking, wait, that is it. Rina is definitely not buying it either, straight up complaining that this plan is way too simple. And our boy just shrugs it off, saying complicated plans tend to fall apart over tiny issues. With that, Kai starts passing out assignments. Madu is running point on the ground and improvising as needed while Xena guides everybody straight to the target. Then, he turns to Kanaki, telling her to head back to the dorms since she's benched from the battlefield, but she stops him, nervously asking to take command instead. Kai is caught off guard for a second, but he actually agrees to let her try, warning her to only call for backup when things get absolutely desperate. It turns out he is actually benching Midu on purpose. He wants Kanaki to level up her leadership stats so she can properly pilot that shared blessing combo. Midu does not even flinch. He just accepts it, and Arashi basically says he does not care who is in charge as long as the actual orders make sense. Kai then tells Kaneki it is her job to get the squad to actually listen. She nods calmly on the outside, but internally she is absolutely freaking out. The scene shifts and Kai passes out antidote vials snagged from the Revolutionary Army. His system appraisal warns they are only a partial fix. It cancels out the lethal poison, but definitely not everything, so he already has the healers totally on standby. Shior is super confused how that works mid-fight, since purging poison with healing magic takes serious time to cast in the first place. Kai brushes it off as no problem and tells her and Ninomiya to combine their powers to juice up that antidote. They both just stare at him, completely dumbfounded. Why didn't they think of that? This is basically Kai hitting a goated new tier with his appraisal skill in real time. Mido watches and realizes Kai just unlocked a way better read on everyone's hidden potential. Kai also tells the squad to go all out and drop their Sacred Veil combo move whenever they need it. Cut back to the present day. Ren watches the showdown and realizes Kai totally predicted this exact wild situation. The boosted antidote buys 10 minutes, and Shiori and Ninomiya cannot hold the Sacred Veil forever. The plan was always to end things fast and clean, but the problem is Mido and the squad are already going absolute full send against their enemy. Mido and Kazaki are throwing down hard against Leonhardt. Mido actually thinks he finally cracked the guy's whole fighting style. This dude plays pure defense. He alternates between a low-cost basic barrier and a way nastier toxic corrosion shield. On offense, he throws poison needles that hit like an absolute truck. The entire squad is seriously struggling. Their mana reserves are already down to 70% and dropping fast. At this rate, they are completely tapped out in 15 minutes. Comms turn into complete chaos with everyone shouting over each other. So an overwhelmed Kazaki improvises a mana-powered pseudo-group chat. For a quick second, everyone is super surprised by what Kazaki actually pulled off. Then they start joking about how it's basically a Discord voice chat. That is until one hot-headed teammate tells everyone to shut up because of the noise. Kazaki agrees. Comms get locked to essential info only. With comms fixed, we jump back to the actual fight. Arashi charges Leonhardt, who fires a poison needle right back, but Mido slides in first with his shield. The very next second, Arashi lands a giant fireball straight to Leonhardt's face. The villain is completely stunned that this team is actually in perfect sync. Arashi drops back down with his arm gone completely black. He's absolutely screaming in pain. Ninomiya checks him out and immediately clocks the issue. Direct poison contact completely outpaces their antidote. Shiori starts apologizing immediately. She can boost the spell, but it will burn out way faster if she does. Arashi grits his teeth through the pain. Mido warns everyone that Leonhardt is probably coating himself in poison again and reminds them the clock is actively ticking. Meanwhile, Leonhardt is basically back to full health. He analyzes them right back, noticing the heroes aren't even talking out loud. Perfectly synced anyway. He just shrugs it off. He figures the antidote wears off in a few minutes, and then he becomes the one completely controlling this battle. But here's the crazy part. Leonhardt is straight up panicking now. He's doing mental math on how many minutes remain before that Sacred Veil buff wears off, because the moment that timer hits 0, the poison wins. Game over entirely no matter how good things look. Right now, things do look pretty decent since Kazaki is holding the squad together, but that can flip in an absolute heartbeat and Mito lays it all out for her. They are not just racing against that poison clock. Leonhardt himself hits like a truck and regular attacks do not even tickle the guy. Anything strong enough to actually hurt him gets blocked totally clean. Kazaki is kind of lost and asks what the plan even is. Right as Mito is about to jump back into the fray, one specific line just keeps looping in his head, "I believe in you." Kai told him that earlier today, and that is literally all the motivation the dude needed. We cut back a few days to when Kai first approached Isabel. He asked the group to team up with her in the Revolutionary Army. Honestly, it's a solid offer since they share the same goal of taking down the Demon King. But it is a super rough call for Mito specifically. Linking up with those revolutionaries basically means turning his back on his Beastman crew entirely. Xena Alto and Edgar are people he has actually gotten pretty close to. But the deal is just too goated to skip. Not for him, but for the entire team. More firepower means way better odds against the Demon King. That translates to better odds of everyone getting back home so the group is all in. Mito is a real team player, so he says yes too. Even though going home means absolutely nothing to him, there is literally zero waiting for him back on Earth. The scene shifts to Mito's brother having a birthday dinner. The little dude is having the absolute time of his life at this party. Then Mito walks in holding a gift and they just instantly tell him to go straight back to his room. Turns out he's the kid his late mom had from an affair. He's basically the family's unwanted leftover with zero real spot in that house. So yeah, it makes total sense. He's not exactly dying to go touch grass back on Earth. Why even fight if going home does absolutely nothing for him? Simple. He's fighting for his classmates. If everyone else wants it bad enough, he will just make it happen for them. At this point, he seriously does not care about getting approval from people who never even wanted him around. What matters right now is his classmates. They actually count on him. Them needing his help is what finally makes him feel like he is worth something. He is definitely not letting that slide back in the present. Mito just got completely juiced up by the ultimate power of friendship. Midu's strength shoots through the roof, a totally insane power spike. Leonhardt catches this instantly, watching Midu's stats go absolutely crazy while charging dead at him. Leonhardt chucks a point-blank poison needle, but Midu does not even flinch. The dude just keeps charging right through the attack, totally closing the gap. Seeing Midu get stupidly buffed, Leonhardt backs off into full defense mode. He figures he can just tank the damage until that poison wears off. He thinks this fight is a total freebie. Out of everyone here, only Midu and Arashi can actually dish out real damage. Everyone else is basically background noise to him. But that is exactly the opening Narumi needed. He gets Nanomiya to cast a buff, whips out a wind lance, and totally yeets it at a distracted Leonhardt. It catches him completely off guard, blowing through his barrier and knocking him back. He barely survives the hit. But then Arashi drops an apartment-sized fireball right on his head. And this time, that chip barrier finally shatters. Leonhardt just stares at his hand, totally shook that the attack actually got through. Turns out Arashi was cooking up some serious poison all fight. Now that antidote clock is basically at zero. Meg moves in for the kill. He channels holy light into his blade, firing a heavy slash meant to fully cure that poison. Even though the hit is not perfectly clean, it does not matter. He just keeps driving the blade deep to end Leonhardt right then and there. But right at that second, the antidote and the veil buff totally run out. Meg just faceplants super hard onto the dirt. Leonhardt sees this and thinks he won, gloating about how incredibly close it got. But right as he gets cocky, Xena comes flying in from behind. She is half transformed and she completely slices his face wide open. He is fully blindsided, wondering if she had been camping there the whole time, just watching everything unfold. Before he can even process that play, Kai teleports directly behind him and drives a blade clean through his heart. Now that he is about to kick the bucket, we finally get some backstory on this absolute villain. He is the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, and his whole squad was basically just merchants and bottom-tier nobles, nobody respected. Literally everyone hated his guts. If his poison ability was not so completely busted, his own people would have jumped him ages ago. That is the only reason the military never touched him. But his one massive weakness, zero actual military muscle. Which is exactly why he started losing territory the second the Allied army rolled up to his front door. He tried every dirty trick in the book, but nothing worked. He lost his castle, his money, and even his fiancée. Just like that, his empire completely crumbled overnight. Everyone who backed him just straight up bounced to suck up to another prince. His people abandoned his land for better options. But this guy did not even care. Why? Because he never trusted a single soul to begin with. Everyone was just a pawn. He only believed in his own raw strength. As long as he personally survived, he genuinely did not give a single damn how many people died under his watch. That is why he thought he could totally solo an entire beast human army by himself. Dude had main character syndrome so bad he thought he was invincible, And that is exactly why he is getting totally wrecked out here alone. Or so he thought. Back to the fight. Kai has a blade literally through this man's heart. Everyone thinks it is game over. And then this dude straight up yells out to not mess with him and totally flips the script. He whips out a toxic blade and just starts swinging like an absolute maniac. Xena is out here dodging for her life. Meanwhile, this boss is bruised to hell and cornered, but still yapping about his goated power level and calling them totally brain dead for trying to drop him. Meanwhile, Kai is literally just chilling, casually helping Midu stand up like absolutely nothing is going down. Midu asks how this guy is still breathing, and honestly, the squad and probably you guys too are thinking the exact same thing. Arashi is totally losing his mind too, screaming at Kai about why he hasn't finished the villain off yet, and Kai just does his signature move, leaves him on read. Then Leon Hart tries to launch another wild attack, but suddenly his vision goes blurry and he is confused as hell. He thinks to himself, wait, I stopped the bleeding, so what gives? He turns to Kai demanding answers, and Kai just casually drops that it is poison. Kai adds that the only reason this dude is even still awake right now is because some twisted god is basically hard carrying him with a blessing. 1 second later, the boss straight up face plants into the dirt. Kai finally breaks it down, staring into his soul to say, yeah, you are immune to local poison. But what if he brought some sick poison from a totally different dimension? He points at his blade, saying it is coated in something Leon Hart cannot even comprehend. The guy is still in pure denial. So Kai just pulls out the blicky and hits him with a few rounds of pure American freedom. And just like that, Leon Hart is completely cooked. With the big bad totally dusted, everyone finally breathes. Narumi wants to get hyped, but he is still locked up from the paralysis poison in his veins. So Shiori burns her final drop of mana just to detox the squad. Over on Kai's side, Xena walks up to praise his insane play. He tells her she did great too, but she is totally not buying it. She straight up asks if she was even relevant in that boss fight. Kai breaks down exactly why she was absolutely clutch against someone like Leon Hart. They needed a solid distraction to bait the guy into dropping his guard, making him think their ultimate move was gone. And that split second of slacking was the exact window Kai was waiting for. A little while later, once the poison finally wears off, Kai thanks Ninomiya too. The dude laughs, admitting he heavily panicked when Kai texted him to pull Sacred Veil off Midu's group and hard focus everything on him and Xena. Kai explains his Galaxy Brain strat, saying he needed to bait Leon Hart into dropping his guard completely. Renee immediately jumps in super salty. She complains it is easy for Kai to talk risks when Midu and the crew were taking all the heavy aggro. Kai just hits her with a deadpan stare. He asks if that is actually true, making her rage even harder. Then Xena points out Kaki, who is literally sitting in the dirt bawling her eyes out. Kai is lost and asks what the deal is. She admits feeling totally useless, whining that she choked in the command spot and fully failed as their leader. Kai just laughs it off and tells her to touch grass. It is her first real match, she will totally level up. Right then, Mare rolls up fashionably late, saying she was basically away from keyboard. Kaki demands to know where the heck she even was. Mare explains she was charging up a massive AoE purification spell and was almost done, but just missed the window to drop it. Then Isabelle struts right over. She mentions sensing through the spirits that Leon Hart is officially deleted. Honestly, she was seconds away from burning her mana on a teleport spell for a quick rage quit escape. Kai admits that is super sick to hear, calling it a solid backup policy in case his own big brain strat ended up flopping. Isabelle totally thanks him. She says the whole squad avoided a team wipe thanks to his god-tier planning. Then she asks if there is literally anything she can do to pay him back. Now that the main quest is cleared, Kai turns to Isabelle and asks about her next move. She says she is rushing straight to Verrières Castle to pack up Leon Hart's remaining goons. They might have leaked intel on her and the Revolutionary Army. Kai asks if she can even beat the clock. Isabelle just shrugs and drops a casual maybe. She is banking hard on the fact that Leon Hart was trying to recruit her guild, so he probably held back on any wild moves. Kai is not buying that cope at all and straight up calls her out for being delusional. Isabelle actually fully agrees here. She admits they have been playing super recklessly lately. It would not shock her if they got totally doxxed, but she is rushing Verrières anyway. Kai offers to join the lobby, but she rejects him flat. With Leon Hart dead, there is no high-level demon left to fight, so her squad can easily sweep up. Plus, Verrières is probably already in total chaos mode anyway. Right then, Falco logs in and asks Isabelle for full command to wipe out the prince's leftover mob. He promises to use his old assassin skills from the Demon Lord to speedrun the whole cleanup. Isabelle hesitates for a second, almost stopping him from going completely solo. But Kai tells her to let him handle it, so she finally gives him the green light. Kai. Watching this, he quietly notes that despite her insane power, Isabelle is still just a 15-year-old kid. She will be forced into brutal calls for the Revolutionary Army, whether she is ready or not. Isabelle is a little shook that Kai read her that perfectly, asking how he even knew. Kai brushes it off as a lucky guess. He adds that Falco is probably just trying to prove himself after doing absolutely nothing against Leonhardt. Isabel admits it is pretty unsettling watching Kai read people like that. Cut to that night. Everyone is chilling by the campfire when Kai strolls in. Midu hops up instantly asking if he actually talked to the Revolutionary Army. Kai sits down and confirms he did. Midu asks if he is reporting this to the Allied forces. Kai says, nope, not without more info first. Ninomiya points out that is not going to fly. Edgar or Heinrich will definitely catch on eventually. Kai tells him if either of them gets suspicious, just blame Kai for leading them there. But no matter what, never let it slip that they were talking to demons. That alone would completely torch the hero squad's entire reputation. Then Kai drops the real plan. Spread a rumor through the Demon Kingdom that the third prince vanished. Make sure it reaches the Allied intel guys too. Then try to take over Leonhardt's territory within 1 to 3 months depending entirely on how the Demon Lord's army reacts. Ninomiya agrees to keep digging for intel totally solo. The duo decides to slide back to camp before sunrise so nobody realizes they even dipped. While walking back, Arashi finally drops the million-dollar question. The whole squad has been desperate to know where the heck Kai actually scored that insane poison that dropped Leonhardt. The entire crew goes completely silent the second he asks. They all wanted the tea but lacked the guts to ask first. Kai answers like it is nothing at all. Oh, that is easy. He explains he always keeps suicide poison stash and a fake tooth, figuring some dude from another world would have zero resistance to it. Obviously, everyone totally loses their minds. Arashi asks why he even keeps suicide poison in his mouth anyway. Kaki blurts out that the answer is super obvious. Kai is literally an assassin. Then she immediately looks ready to vanish, realizing a second too late that was supposed to stay totally under wraps. Kai tells her to chill out since he pretty much outed himself the exact second he brought up the poison. And the guy just straight up trauma dumps about his family. The Iraqi family literally gets paid to do assassinations and they raised him from childhood to end lives for cash. Weirdly enough, nobody is actually shocked. Everyone kind of just accepts it because honestly with Kai it checks out. Renee actually calls him out saying that just makes him a straight up criminal. Mido tries defending him, reminding them that they have all ended lives too. Renee fires right back, demons are not people. She admits that wiping them out does not even faze her anymore. Mido keeps trying to defend Kai, but Kai tells him to drop it. He turns to Renee saying it is easier to tell yourself that just to stay sane. Renee pushes back hard, insisting it is just facts. Demons genuinely are not people. Shiori then hits Kai with a direct question. Does he actually want to head back to his original world? Kai is super confused why she is asking. She explains that since his family is an assassin, bloodline going home means they will just force him to do awful stuff again. Kai does not dodge the question at all. He tells her straight up, the Iraqi family is a whole lineage of assassins lurking in the shadows. Every single one of them is absolute garbage, and that is exactly why he has to return. He plans to wipe out every last one of them. Smash cut to the next morning and everybody is off handling their own business. Falco heads to Castle Verrier to scrub out whatever is left of Leonhardt and his crew. Isabel teleports straight home and Mido leads his squad back to the forest territory before dawn like absolutely nothing happened. Following the big plan, Ninomiya drops the news on the Allied forces Leonhardt is missing, so now is the time to push hard. The Human Beastmen Alliance jumps on the chance and completely steamrolls Leonhardt in his territory. Suddenly, the Demon King and his capital are basically within arm's reach. Word hits the Holy Empire capital and everyone gets mega hyped thinking this entire war is wrapping up. But over on the demon side, the vibe is completely busted. Everyone is sweating bullets, finally realizing they are actually taking an L. For the first time ever, they are terrified of the humans and beast folk they used to treat like total trash. The Demon King hears about Leonhardt vanishing and absolutely goes full final boss mode. He brews by the window, totally losing his mind with rage. Then he turns around and orders his servant to summon all his kids right now. Isabel gets the summons and panics, sweating bullets over whether the Demon King somehow figured out her betrayal. Falco talks her down, calling it a long shot and guessing they just need her spatial magic for some errand. They pace back and forth, tearing through every single worst-case scenario they can think of. Like, what if he knows about her secret ties to the Revolutionary Army, but she realizes dipping out now looks way more sus than just showing up. So Isabel marches toward the capital, swearing that if things go sideways, she will teleport out before anyone blinks. 3 days later, it is officially family reunion time. Except this toxic household straight up hates each other, and Prince Volker kicks things off with fake polite pleasantries. Princess Scarlet instantly shuts him down, snapping that being stuck in a room with them makes her sick to her stomach. Prince Lothar clowns her for it, and she claps right back by calling him absolute trash. Isabel sits quietly in the corner, realizing this is the first time the whole crew has been locked in one room since the Evil God Festival, and every single one of them is leaking insane magic. Someone asks if they can finally start the meeting, but the Demon King cuts in telling everyone to hold on. But get this, they are still waiting on someone. The siblings immediately assume he means Leon Hart, just casually chatting about how the guy is probably cooked. Scarlet chimes, and even if he is still alive, she will personally end him for fumbling their territory to the humans. Lothar turns to Sylvester asking if he is waiting on Alice. He adds that there is 0 points since she is just getting sacrificed to the evil god at the next festival anyway. Sylvester just points at the door and tells them it is definitely not Alice. Right on cue, Flame Rise struts in. He's the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, talking big about shredding entire armies like it is child's play. Scarlet is completely unimpressed, roasting him. She thought they were waiting for someone important, not just this clown. Isabel, on the flip side, is internally screaming. She can sense this guy is on the exact same power level as the rest of the family, which is honestly terrifying. Flame Rise casually grabs a seat. He asks Sylvester straight up why he called such a massive meeting out of absolutely nowhere. Sylvester announces they cannot let the lesser races keep running wild, so they are going to wrap up this entire war in one single move. Everyone gets completely blindsided, asking how exactly he plans to pull a flex like that off. So he drops the master plan, launch a massive surprise attack on the human capital, and snipe their leader directly. Lothar points out that most of the allied forces are currently stuck on the front lines, meaning the capital is probably left wide open. But the real roadblock is getting there without being spotted. Any major troop movement would immediately tip the humans off. That is when Sylvester literally points at Isabel and announces his daughter can use spatial magic. Isabel immediately tries to dip out of this, arguing the human capital is way too far. Teleporting a whole army that distance is just straight up impossible. Sylvester tells her to chill out because they are not sending an entire army. He is just sending an insane elite squad to eliminate the Pope. Plus, he already has something prepared to totally boost her magic reserves for it. Then he wraps up by telling everyone this mission could totally flip the entire war in their favor, which is exactly why fumbling the bag here is not an option. So Isabel drops the absolute bombshell. Her dad is literally cooking up a wild scheme to teleport an elite squad straight into the Holy Kingdom capital to take out the Pope. I is genuinely hyped. He admits if this works, the whole front line totally collapses into chaos. But then he asks the obvious question, is teleporting that far even possible? Isabel explains it is all thanks to magic crystals. These rare stones store insane amounts of power, and the Demon King has been charging 1 daily just for this mission. Mare asks if you can even use someone else's stored magic like that. Borrowing mana is usually a complete nightmare, but Isabel has the answer. She is literally the Demon King's daughter, so their magic signatures match closely enough to actually make it work. But Mare keeps digging. How do they get back? Turns out the crystal is way too big to carry, so if it gets smashed during the mission, that is it. Absolutely no ride home. This means Isabel has to hold the teleport gate open the whole time as one continuous spell, meaning there is a super hard time limit on this entire operation. Kai asks how long they have. Isabel says she is still doing the math, but figures 1 hour max. Xena thinks an hour is nowhere near enough time to wipe out the capital leadership, especially since that place is the Holy Knight's headquarters. And the security should be insane. Kai completely disagrees. Most of the actual elite knights are stuck on the front lines. The capital is only left with scrubs who cannot handle a squad this totally stacked. Isabel backs him up. She claims in 1 hour that city could be reduced to ash. Mayor totally panics, asking if they are sending a whole army, but nope. The crystal caps the headcount at around 15 people. So instead, they are sending an absolute heavy hitter lineup. First Prince Volkar, second Princess Scarlet, fourth Prince Lothar, and Isabel herself. Plus, one of the actual 4 heavenly kings named Flame Rise alongside some heavy backup. Xena and Mare start totally freaking out because they are talking about the Demon Lord's own kids plus a heavenly king. They ask if these guys are even as strong as Leon Hart. Isabel says they might be even stronger. Mare turns to Kai for answers, but our boy says it literally does not matter to him at all if the city burns. But if that actually happens, it will trigger 2 highly messy situations he does not want. First up, the alliance between humans and beastmen on the front lines is already super shaky. If this attack goes through, humans will want to pull back immediately while the beastmen want to push forward. The demons could easily exploit that crack. Second, there is a whole city right next to the capital packed with innocent civilians who will definitely catch strays in the blast. Either way though, Isabel genuinely wants to help, saying she owes Kai that much, but she cannot just refuse her dad's direct order. Doing that gets her and everyone else branded as rebels instantly. Xena just sighs because honestly, staying under the radar was never really an option at this point. Falco jumps in to explain the Revolutionary Army stance. Yeah, getting exposed is basically inevitable when you are plotting a coup, but there is 0 reason to turn down the Demon King's order either. The whole point of this rebellion is to get Isabel on the throne and end the war. They definitely do not want to risk that massive goal over this. Kai asks if that is true, even if the human-beastman alliance totally falls apart. Isabel turns the question right back, asking if he actually has a solid plan. Kai thanks them for the intel and goes quiet for a second. Then it completely clicks. He has a wild idea for the revolutionary army. Very risky, but the kind of risky that could flip the whole war. Now check this out. Jump ahead 3 days and Kai stands before his hero classmates, laying out the Demon King's entire massive plan. Naturally, the room absolutely explodes. Someone immediately wants to warn the civilians. Han tries playing peacemaker, arguing the neighboring city is not technically the target, so the casualties should be pretty low. Renee shoots that logic down instantly. Low is not zero. The cities are basically right next door to each other. Plus, there's a solid chance some of their own classmates are stationed right there. Midu totally backs off and suggests they head straight back to the capital themselves. That is when Arashi steps in and shuts the whole idea down. He says, just send a messenger, their friends will be fine. Then he drops his own crazy plan. Since the demon elites are about to be gone for a whole hour, why not use that exact window, storm the Demon King's castle, and take him out while nobody is home? Hashimoto immediately loses his mind, pointing out that civilians in the capital would get absolutely cooked in the crossfire. Arashi just shrugs. He brings up their Revolutionary Army alliance, and Hashimoto instantly roasts him alive for it. You are already branded a total traitor, yet you keep playing the fake ally. Plus, a harsh reality check. Innocent lives dropping is not just some acceptable cost of doing business. They look to Mito for the final call. He desperately wants to save his classmates, sure, but he cannot save everyone, flat out calling Arashi's whole strategy entirely reckless. Kai fully agrees, burying Arashi's idea dead with one single unarguable fact. Isabel's teleport window only lasts 1 hour. Even if they successfully raid the castle, the enemy squad would just teleport right back mid-fight. Instead, Kai finally drops his real master plan. The demons are betting their entire run on a surprise strike with a tiny 15-person crew. So the hero needs to pull the exact opposite move, building an absolute juggernaut of a defense. With Isabel feeding them inside intel, they will know the exact date and time before the strike even launches. That is Kai's ultimate logic. If they gear up early, those demons are walking straight into a massive trap like moths to a flame. Teaming up with the Revolutionary Army means they can wipe the Demon King's entire core squad in one clean sweep. Then he barks the final order. Everyone is ditching the front lines right now, heading straight back to the holy capital to prep for war. So Kai's squad finally rolls into diggers. They look completely wrecked, like they survived an entire war just traveling. Mayor dramatically complains about the brutal journey, but Zen instantly shuts it down, telling the girl she literally rode a horse. He actually ran the whole way. Meanwhile, Kai just stands there staring at these blissfully happy civilians. He is totally thrown off because this country almost got deleted off the map days ago, yet nobody realizes it. Everyone is out shopping, just vibing and living their best life with zero clue how close they came to dying. Mayor is the only one actually using her brain here. She points out Kai is literally a wanted criminal, so casually strolling around like he owns the place is wild. Kai totally agrees, but the thing gnawing at his brain is how stupidly easy getting inside actually was. They dropped a bribe on the guards and strolled right in without a single question. Tell me that is not a massive, glaring red flag. So rather than pushing his insane luck, Kai makes the smart play. Ditch the horse's hideout at a sketchy inn, lay low for intel, and wait for Mito's squad. Mayor immediately questions if all that paranoia is actually needed. Everything looks so perfectly peaceful, what could possibly go south? That is exactly Kai's concern. He still has serious threats living rent-free in his head. One major heavy hitter from the Demon King cult plus a rogue holy knight who essentially put a massive bounty on his head. The dude is fully expecting a dagger in his spine the absolute second things get loud. Meanwhile, over in Castagloin, the Beastman-Human Alliance throws a massive war council and Rune stands up front, dropping an absolute bombshell. She claims the Demon King's army plans on using spatial magic to warp an elite squad straight into the capital walls. Except she is secretly panicking because this is entirely fake. Zen fed her the script and she is praying to God nobody catches her desperate bluff. Amelia and Edgar smell Cap right away, calling out that there is zero chance the demons could actually pull a stunt like that. The whole thing reeks of a cheap fake-out bait to make them pull troops away from the front line. Sitting on the sidelines, Mito and Ninomiya are quietly losing their minds. This is the exact crazy setup Kai warned them about. The exact mess he promised to handle, but they cannot just yell out that their boy has secret inside intel without completely blowing his cover. Amelia still refuses to buy it. She argues that if this threat was legit, High Command would already know, making this an obvious scam, just another cheap distraction tactic. But Henrik pushes back. He asks the heavy question, what if this insane rumor is actually true? The capital sits entirely undefended. The whole place burns to the ground in minutes if nobody steps up. Amelia backs his play. She knows they cannot just sit on their hands and gamble the kingdom because if the capital falls, their grand plan to wipe the demons vanishes with it. Amelia suggests kicking it up the chain, but someone else instantly shoots that down. Going to leadership usually just means those cowards scramble to save their own skin instead of sending real backup. Amelia fully admits it is a terrible plan, but staying dead silent is not an option either. Reporting wins by default even if they catch hell for it later. Then Mito jumps right into the conversation. He points out the hero candidates have strong capital connections, making them the absolute most logical choice to send back. Heinrich and Amelia are instantly on board with this idea. The main army is still battered from the last siege, and they desperately need bodies holding the front line anyway. Heinrich agrees their troops are basically running on empty. While deep in the background, so yeah, this entire fake invasion plot totally has Kai's fingerprints all over it. His master plan is cooking exactly how he wanted. Lilia greenlights sending the hero squad back but drops one massive condition: 0 repeats of that Archie disaster. Nobody defects or everyone is absolutely cooked. The final call is set. Only the hero brigade heads to the capital. Everyone else stays put and holds down the front line. Hashimoto starts whining, but Amelia instantly shuts him down. You just do not send troops out chasing sketchy intel. They would just get wrecked by high-level demons anyway. She chills everyone out, reminding them the strongest guy alive, the Knight Commander, is hanging with the Pope, so they are golden. Meanwhile, back in the capital, we jump to this massive library. Kai tracks down Kaiichi Kaburagi, one of the non-fighters from his old crew, who immediately demands to know what he wants. Turns out Kaburagi has been grinding as a royal researcher this entire time. Partly for the bag, partly because he is secretly searching for a way to send everyone home without actually fighting the Demon King. Kai asks for updates. Nope, total dead end. The exact same wall Kai already slammed into. Taking out the Demon King remains the only ticket home. Kaburagi asks if that is really all Kai wanted. Kai shakes his head. A massive battle is about to pop off right here in the capital. He tells him to get every non-combatant to safety immediately. Kaburagi has 100 questions, but Kai totally cuts him off. The full lore drop comes later. Right now, he needs a massive favor. Since Kaburagi has the king's ear and knows how the backrooms actually operate, Kai needs him digging up some serious intel. Kaburagi is sharp. He catches on instantly, cracking this knowing little smile. And guys, Kai is officially fishing for every single detail on the Demon King cult. Scene jumps to the church. Cardinal Emily asks the Pope if her intel is actually legit. Is the Demon King really planning to invade the Holy Capital? The Pope admits they have no idea if the leak is real, but they have to prep for the worst. Oscar cuts in, claiming it is already handled. They did all the necessary prep, calling the hero candidates back to deploy and protect both the capital and the VIPs. Emily jokingly asks if Oscar, the most hyped knight alive, really cannot fend off a simple invasion all on his own. Oscar is dead serious, now telling everyone they absolutely cannot risk fumbling this bag. Then Emily pivots to the Pope with a crazy pitch. He asks what she wants and she drops a bomb with a straight-up smile. Maybe they should just talk things out with the Demon King. The entire room absolutely loses their minds. Church members start yelling, asking if she needs to touch grass. Emily just plays innocent. She points out they already took back their old turf, so what is even the point of grinding this war anymore? The Pope shuts the chaos down fast. He tells her the reason is simple: wiping out the demons is literally the whole point of their church. He goes off on a massive rant. Demons are totally unholy, absolute haters of the creator God, and there is zero chance for peace. Period. But Emily pushes back hard. She argues the scriptures literally say God wants world peace, and honestly, demons are not really that different from them anyway. Sure, they look a bit weird and speak some different language, but they share the exact same land, just simping for a different god. She suggests they just vibe together and preach love instead of throwing hands. She straight up asks the room, is this not exactly what God wanted? The Pope immediately counters. Sure, the Holy Book talks about peace, but that peace definitely never included unholy freaks like demons. Oscar jumps into the chat, totally roasting her. He says talking to the Demon King is straight delusion, a pipe dream only idiots like Emily actually believe. But Emily stubbornly keeps pushing. She begs them to at least try chatting. Maybe both sides could find common ground, because endless beef is just going to turn everyone into absolute savages. That is when the Pope officially has enough. He snaps, telling her to shut her mouth, or else she is going to face some heavy consequences. Emily instantly backs off, apologizing fast. But she quietly whispers that maybe one day they will all get along before dipping out of the room completely. Once she leaves, the Pope and Oscar head down the hall. Oscar is just ranting, saying Emily has completely lost the plot. Pope totally brushes it off. He argues that summoning those absolutely goated heroes with divine blessings is hard proof. God wants these unholy demons canceled forever. Emily's whole mindset is basically a sin. Oscar is low-key stunned. He wonders how someone with takes that hot even managed to build up a fanbase. The Pope just admits it is all because she is super persuasive. She basically yaps a huge game about fake scenarios, and enough gullible followers actually buy into her hype. He adds that all these soft ideas about peace talks are total cap and it is never going to happen. Sure, her little fan club keeps growing, but they still make up less than 10% of the entire church. So the vast majority is still totally hyped to wipe the demons off the map. He only tolerates Emily because she technically serves their god too. Oscar then name drops the Demon King's cult. The Pope instantly calls them complete heretics who got easily brainwashed by the enemy. Oscar mentions this shady cult has been super active lately. It is forcing them to split their squad to handle the mess. Super annoying, since these cultists are draining manpower right before the Demon King drops a massive invasion on them. The Pope warns him to keep that talk on the down low so the locals do not completely panic. Oscar figures these constant wars are bankrupting the Demon King anyway. But honestly, it hardly matters. That cult has human simps doing all their dirty work completely ready to become cannon fodder on the front lines. Now here's where things get super spicy. The Pope actually suspects they have a rat inside the church, ordering Oscar to dig deep. Finally, he asks about Kai. Oscar admits they have not found a single trace of him, totally blaming himself for fumbling the bag. The Pope tells him to chill out and stop stressing. What happened to Lenora was not on him, but Oscar insists he is totally at fault since he promised her dad he would keep her safe. And since Kai is the one who took her out, Oscar feels he has to personally hunt this guy down and end him. Pope reminds him Kai is some weird foreign anomaly hanging around the hero candidates. They seriously need to track him down and delete him fast. Oscar swears on his life he is going all in on this search for Kai and the cult. Meanwhile, over at a legit demon cult meeting, the members are stressing. These heroes have leveled up insanely fast since dropping in, making regular cult grunts totally useless in a fight. And guess who the boss of this demon cult is? Emily. I mean, we all totally saw this plot twist coming right. She tells her squad to stay hyped and lays out the ultimate master plan. The second the Demon King starts his invasion, they are backstabbing every single hero. Cut to Mito and Ninomiya riding hard for the capital. Ninomiya figures they can finally chill a bit since the city is pretty much in view. Mito agrees, knowing Kai is already there handling things. Back with Kai, Kaburagi straight up asks him, "Are you here to talk about the Demon King's cult?" Back to the library, Kaburagi explains that lately non-combatants keep getting jumped by cultists. That is exactly why nobody goes out alone anymore. He says even though they are technically just non-combatants, they are not completely helpless. Most of these cultists causing drama are just low-level amateurs. So folks have managed to defend themselves so far, but the vibe is still super on edge. Kaburagi adds that if high-ranking cultists ever crash the party, the non-combatants are absolutely doomed. That completely catches Kai off guard. He demands to know why Kaburagi never reported any of this to the church or the hero squad. Kaburagi says they cannot just go crying to Mito every single time something breaks, especially since Mito and the crew are busy. They are out there risking their lives on the front lines. Plus, the danger level was low enough that they could handle it themselves. He also mentions the Holy Kingdom itself has not even managed to get this cult under control. Before Kaburagi can even explain why Kai finishes his sentence, a high-level demon definitely infiltrated the cult. Kaburagi nods, admitting he actually has a suspect in mind. Kai demands a name. Kaburagi says he is almost positive it is Cardinal Emily, leader of the church's so-called moderate faction. Kai asks what that faction is even about. Kaburagi explains it is a group genuinely believing they can negotiate peace with the demon race through simple talks. Lately, they've been recruiting folks who just want to touch grass and end the war. He calls it a crazy, naive idea that only works in their heads. Kai thinks it over. The theory actually tracks. A demon cultist he interrogated earlier hinted at that exact same thing. Cardinal Emily is absolutely plotting something. The problem, Kaburagi points out, is that they are outsiders with literally zero credibility. So, they cannot just go around throwing wild accusations at a high-ranking church official without massive blowback. It could totally trash the church's reputation and actively hurt the soldiers grinding on the front line. That is exactly why nobody has made a move yet. Kai tells him to drop the stress and let him handle it. You already know what time it is. He will wipe out the threat before any fighting hits the capital. Kaburagi points out Kai is making it sound way too easy. Getting close to a cardinal, let alone taking her out, is going to be insanely tough. Kai just laughs to himself because assassination is literally his goated specialty. And honestly, even if he got caught red-handed, nobody would even blink. He is already branded a traitor, a massive sinner, and a saint killer who crashed the summoning ritual. Bro has zero left to lose. Kaburagi admits the logic totally tracks, but he still highly doubts Emily is the actual mastermind behind this whole mess. Kai asks if he's got more intel, and Kaburagi's like, "Yeah, I suspect the real mastermind is one of those knight captains in the capital. We just don't know which one yet." Meanwhile, Mito, Ninomiya and the whole crew finally roll into the capital and stand before the Pope. The Pope, all serious, asks if the rumors about the Demon King planning to infiltrate and attack the Holy Capital are legit. Mito confirms the intel is, he fully trusts the gut instincts of anyone who actually survived the front lines. Oscar cuts in. He asks why the hero candidates randomly came back to the capital. Their whole job is beating the Demon King, so returning just delays that goal. Plus, nobody even ordered them back. The hero totally suggested coming back solo. Before Oscar finishes, the Pope interrupts. He claims it must be tied to whatever Mito left behind in the capital. This basically confirms a massive attack is actually dropping soon. So that completely explains why the candidates rush back. Mito doubles down. They have rock-solid proof of the invasion and know the exact timeline. When the Pope asks for specifics, Mito tells him it goes down in exactly 3 nights. We cut to the training grounds. Mito gets formally introduced to Oscar and the other Holy Knight captains who all lead their own distinct squads. One of the captains acts super friendly. He hypes up the hero candidates for their frontline work, says he is totally stoked to fight together, and offers a handshake. Watch closely. The exact second they shake hands, both dudes instantly size up each other's raw power. Mito immediately realizes Oscar is just built different. He is on a whole other tier compared to the other captains or literally anyone else. He honestly thinks that if Oscar had just been out on the front lines, the whole war would have been an absolute breeze. Then Fatty asks Oscar if they even need these hero candidates. All the squad captains are already back in the capital, so they have way more than enough firepower anyway. Oscar shuts that down fast. He tells Fatty to just be grateful for the extra muscle, adding that frontline combat is way harder than civilians think. Hearing this nonsense, you really gotta wonder how this clueless dude ever got promoted to captain anyway. The captain gets super offended and challenges Mito to a friendly sparring match to test his skills, and Mito totally agrees. But honestly, the guy's mega confident expression makes Mito wonder if he has some sick hidden trick up his sleeve. So Mito decides to play it smart and stays on guard. The captain charges in, first hyping himself up and declaring today is the day a hero candidate learns what real strength is. The captain swings, but Mito casually sidesteps it. He wonders if that is seriously it or if the guy is just trolling. The captain talks himself up, insisting he is not weak at all, then throws a second wild attack. Mito dodges it effortlessly. He follows up with a quick strike to the back of the guy's head, dropping him face first right onto the dirt. Mito is honestly completely stunned at how weak the guy turned out to be, half wondering if this whole match was a meme. Watching Mito drop the big guy in literal seconds makes all the other captains lose it laughing. Charlotte rushes over to check on him while Oscar scolds Gray and the boys for cracking up. Mito turns to them and asks if a dude like that is seriously a goated captain of a Knight Order. Gray and the squad explain the lore. The Second Order is basically just a dumping ground for noble families with nowhere else to go. And the big guy happens to be a duke's second son. He is technically ranked first in that order, which is the only reason he got the captain title, despite having 0 actual combat skills. Mito asks why the dude was acting so hyped then, and Gray says he seriously needs to go touch grass. He has only ever trained in super easy conditions and built up massive fake confidence from it. Oscar teases Mito for totally hitting a nerve, then admits that honestly, all the captains in the first 3 orders are out of touch with real combat. Their jobs keep them stuck safely inside the capital and away from the actual front lines, still looking right at them. Mito gets the feeling that despite being rusty now, these guys absolutely survived some brutal fights back in the day to even reach captain rank. A few hours later, Mito is walking alone through the capital streets. He is thinking about how sick it feels having solid allies completely confident they can hold the front line. But watch this. Out of nowhere, a whole squad of cloaked Demon King cultists totally ambushes him in an alley. Mito draws his sword instantly, warning them that no matter how many NPCs they bring, they cannot beat him. The bearded leader of the group just smirks and agrees, straight up admitting Mito is on a whole other level. Mito asks if they are seriously from the Demon King cult and what they even hope to gain by killing him. The leader, acting completely unhinged, explains they want to take his head as proof of loyalty to join the Demon King army. He adds that Mito catching so many recent Ws caused some weak believers to rage, quit the cult, and the true fans straight up executed those traitors. Mito asks why they are even bothering with this, especially since the allied forces already pushed the demon army back so far. And that is when the cultist drops an absolute bombshell. They already know the demon army is planning to raid the capital in 3 days. They want to hand over Mito's head as a gift to secure their spot in that major attack. Mito is completely shaken, realizing top secret intel somehow leaked. He decides right then he cannot let any of them walk away alive. Mito gets ready to finish them off with 0 mercy. But the leader smirks again, telling him he cannot just ignore this. He snaps his fingers and way more cultists suddenly spawn in. One of them holds a knife right to a hostage's throat. It is Yuko Tsukushiro, Mito's classmate attendant number 19 in the hero's non-combatant group. The cultist threatens to drop her the second Mito moves. Mito completely freezes up. He is sweating hard frantically, trying to calculate if he is even fast enough to save her before that blade hits. Meanwhile, Kai has been binge-watching this entire mess unfold from a nearby rooftop. He pulls out his gun and straight up shoots the guy holding Yuko. With her finally safe, Mito instantly uses Shukuchi to blitz right into the fight. He snatches Yuko out of the cultist's grip, carrying her safely to a nearby roof and checking if she is all right. Kai tells Mito to get her back to the dorms, saying he will deal with the remaining cultists himself. But Mito refuses, insisting he wants to finish this run personally. He refuses to let anyone who hurt his friends just walk away. He declares that any threat to his classmates gets permanently eliminated. Zero exceptions. Kai just lets him have the kill steal, taking Yuko off his hands and telling him to wrap things up super fast. Right before Mito leaps off, he pauses and asks Kai something. Did he actually use Yuko as bait on purpose to lure out the Demon King cult hiding in the capital? Kai totally brushes it off, saying Mito is just overthinking things and that he cares way too much about his friends to pull a stunt like that. Mito takes the answer at face value and takes off. Now, completely alone with the remaining cultists, Mito does not hold back for a single second. He unleashes a massive attack called Infinity, wiping out every last cultist in one epic pillar of light. Meanwhile, heading back to the dorms, Kai's mind is already somewhere completely different. He realizes the main cult forces completely ghosted the ambush today. Getting the actual masterminds to show their faces is going to be way harder than he originally thought. After wiping the floor with those cultists, Mito meets up with his squad back at the dorms. He tells everyone he actually bagged a few cultists alive and they are currently locked up in the Night Order custody. Kaburagi instantly shuts down any hype about that being useful. Those guys definitely will not snitch, he says, and even if they do spill the tea, the higher-ups will bury that intel forever. Mito checks in on how Tsukashiro is handling the whole hostage nightmare. Kaburagi explains she's trying to play it cool, but she is heavily rattled, currently chilling in her room with Shinjo. Kaburagi then drops a heavy apology, taking the blame for this entire dumpster fire. He admits he should have just let the heavy hitters handle the combat from the jump. But the bad vibes do not stop there. Ninomiya drops an absolute bombshell. He wrangled all the non-combatants for a quick head count, and somebody is straight up missing. Yumino never came back. Kaburagi bets a separate cult faction snatched her up. He warns them this is not just some random crazy fans touching grass and acting out. This is a highly coordinated kidnapping pulled off by absolute pros. And honestly, this whole mess triggered simply because the heroes returned to the capital. Now they are on a ticking clock. The only non-combatants left in the capital are Umino, who got snatched, and Tsukashiro. The rest of the crew is grinding safely over in Temple City Alpha. If they drag their feet on this, it will be game over. Ninomiya mentions he already sent Narumi ahead. Being the speed demon of the squad, he is off to guard Temple City Alpha. Meanwhile, the main quest here in the capital is rescuing Umino. That means hunting down and totally wiping out every single Demon King cultist hiding in the city. And they have less than 3 days before the actual demon army crashes the server, deep in his mind. Ninomiya is stressing hard. They are basically fighting a two-front war right now, inside and outside, which is truly the worst possible RNG. Meanwhile, Kai hangs with Tsukashiro, telling her she did a solid job. Sitting on the bed, she pouts, complaining she thought she would actually be useful this time. Kai tells her to chill and stop being so hard on herself. When she asks if Yumino is safe, Kai just nods. They are doing everything to track her down. Right then, Kaki telepathically slides into Kai's brain. She's already chatting with Shinjo and drops some absolutely massive news. She locked onto Umino's location. Turns out, right before getting bagged, Umino stayed telepathically linked to Kaki. So Kaki essentially tracked her IP address straight to the source. Since Umino is still conscious, they can literally just talk to her. Over to Umino. Tied up somewhere totally dark, she is understandably freaking out. Everyone checks on her status. Kaki confirms she is locked inside some creepy dungeon, but completely unharmed. Nobody has laid a finger on her. Kai asks Kaki if she has the exact coordinates. She confirms it, but there is a major catch. Umino is not stashed away in some random alley. She is literally held hostage right inside the capital, specifically inside the Third Night Order's personal dungeon. Hearing that, Kai flashes back to Kaburagi, mentioning a corrupt captain. You can see the math finally mathing in his head. Now they have hard proof. The captain running the show is Fletham, head of the Third Night Order. He is the cult leader. Kaki basically says that explains everything, instantly forwarding the data to Mito. Meanwhile, Kai decides he is pulling off the rescue mission solo. He heads straight for the Third Order's headquarters, going full ninja mode across the city rooftops. Back over with Fletham, the guy is having a terrible night. He violently grills Vice Captain Elvin about their broken connection to the demons. Elvin totally panics. He swears it is not their fault, blaming Lady Aqualia dying, since she was apparently their one and only lifeline to the demon forces. Emily jumps in, saying they managed to hide the captured cultists so far, but people are definitely getting suspicious and their whole operation is way too loud now. Fletham viciously cuts her off. He snaps that he obviously knows. He starts completely spiraling, wondering if the deal Aqualia promised them even still exists. The deal to trade a hero candidate's head for a demon upgrade might be dead with her. Emily breaks down the new strat since calling the demon spies directly is totally busted. Once the demon army officially invades, those demons will be forced to make contact themselves. And if the cult wipes out the current hero candidates before that happens, they secure their demon status. The only issue: these hero candidates are currently goaded with absurd power, strong enough that even their elite knights are getting completely clapped. So what is the actual play here? Fletham drops the strategy. The heroes are totally clueless about the real enemy, and the cult holding hostages gives them massive leverage. Speaking of hostages, cut back to the dungeon. Kai smoothly slides in completely undetected, untying Umino. She is absolutely shook that he bypassed all that security so insanely fast. Meanwhile, Kai tells her he promised to get her out. If he could not pull that off, they literally would not even be talking right now. He tells her to hurry up and move, but right before they escape, heavy footsteps echo out. Someone is coming. It is Fleelum himself casually strolling in to check his hostage, only to find a totally random intruder chilling in his dungeon. He instantly recognizes Kai. Kai calmly asks if he runs the Demon King cult, and Fleelum does not even bother denying the heavy accusation. Dude admits it outright. Then he goes on a whole rant. He calls Kai the legendary Saint Slayer and his shady lurker, genuinely wondering why Kai is even doing this. Before Kai can speak, Fleelum goes full villain monologue. He claims people exactly like Kai are the only ones stopping the Demon King from totally taking over. Kai just pulls out his dagger and tells him he really should not have asked. So Fleelum stands there looking super cocky, basically saying he has no clue how Kai found this hideout, but getting caught means it is completely game over. Kai just brutally claps back, asking if Fleelum seriously thinks he has the free time to be dealing with him. And boom, right on cue. Absolute chaos completely explodes upstairs. Turns out the hero candidates are straight up raiding the barracks from above. Some panicked cultist suddenly bursts in screaming about the attack. Fleelum is completely losing his mind over this. Meanwhile, Kai just casually asks why he is so surprised. Him being down there obviously means someone already snitched. Fleelum finally connects the dots way too late and starts screaming that Kai ruined everything. He pulls the classic cornered villain meltdown. Kai basically tells him to stop wasting time. Go fight the hero candidates upstairs. That is literally your only shot at surviving this mess. Fleelum does not take that well at all. He screams out asking who Kai thinks he is, then blindly charges in to grab the hostage. Kai blocks it without even breaking a sweat. Then out of nowhere, a massive lightning bolt rips straight through the room. Every single cultist drops dead instantly. Turns out Mito booked it down there insanely fast, way quicker than expected because Kaki fed him the route telepathically. Kai just nods, cool, you made it, I am out. He totally dumps the trash cleanup duty onto Mito. He grabs Mino and dips, leaving Flem behind to get absolutely wrecked by the hero candidates. Once Kai bounces, Mito stands there shook. Using the hostage as bait to lure the cult out worked exactly how Kai predicted it would. Mito orders Flem to surrender right now, confirming they already have solid proof this barracks is the cult headquarters. Flem refuses completely. He is fully cooked on pure fanaticism at this point. He insists the citizens will always trust a local knight captain over some weird outsiders. He straight up announces his vice captain Erwin is holding the surface while he personally drops Mito in the basement, charging in like a man with an absolute plan. Meanwhile, up top, Arashi is absolutely shredding through the barracks solo. He internally confirms the bait plan worked exactly as intended. Erwin steps up, calling him crazy bold for raiding a night barracks, and Arashi just brushes it off like, how should I know? I was told to go on a rampage, so that is exactly what I am doing. This absolute musclehead has zero strategy. He is purely vibing on violence. Right then, Kaki telepathically hits up Arashi. Umino is completely safe, so wrap up the surface and go help Mito downstairs. That is exactly the hyped update Arashi wanted. He cracks his knuckles going, finally I get to go completely all out before popping off this goated skill called artillery. It literally rains massive explosive beams straight from the sky, completely flattening the entire barracks. The dust clears up and somehow Erwin literally claws his way out of the rubble. He barely survived by throwing up earth defense magic at the exact last second. He admits he absolutely did not see that coming, grudgingly gives props to whoever acts as the actual brains behind the hero operation. Then he tries to flex, threatening that even with the base gone, the cult has backups for exactly this kind of wild situation. Arashi just shoots back, yeah, not a problem, man. We have backups for your backups too. And you can see his face just completely drop. Now we cut somewhere else entirely. Cardinal Emily is walking down some sketchy dark street with her cloaked escort. She mutters about the whole situation spiraling, wondering if she can even cover up this total mess anymore. Terrible timing because right then, everything goes totally sideways. Her escort gets sliced down out of nowhere, and standing right behind the wreckage is Kai. One brutally clean swing later, and Cardinal Emily has her head flying right into the night sky. Catching zero remorse on Kai, Yume straight up asks him if Emily really was the big mastermind behind the entire cult operation. Kai just casually nods, wiping blood off his sick daggers like it is absolutely nothing. He clocks that crushed look on her face and asks what is up. So Ume explains how she got moved into the non-combatant group. She started using her modern knowledge to upgrade the city infrastructure since Earth tech is basically light years ahead of this fantasy world. Her knowledge was straight up revolutionary here. That is actually why all those other non-combatants scored jobs too. Kai is just like, cool, but why are you telling me this? Ume keeps going. Turns out she grew genuinely attached to the capital citizens and really wanted to make things so much better for everyone. She busted her ass working on this stuff, but when she pitched a sick plan to help the slums, the higher-ups shut it down instantly. They treated those slum people like they should not even exist. The single person who actually listened and agreed to help out was Emily. She went as far as personally dragging medical supplies and straight-up necessities down into the slums herself. Kai tells her that is probably just because Emily wanted to brainwash the poor, recruiting them straight into the Demon King cult. Ume is totally gutted hearing that. She really wanted to believe Emily was just a genuinely good person, but Kai is absolutely not having it. Nah man, she was straight up running the cult intelligence network the entire time. Meanwhile, down in the basement, Mito and Fletham are still going at it hard. Fletham tries justifying his insane treason. He yells about how serving the Demon King was the only real way to save the people who needed it. Mito is not buying a single word of it, blocks his strike, and asks why a guy this strong is even simping for demons in the first place. Fletham instantly snaps back. Did you seriously think I was on the same level as rookies like Amelia or Henrich out on the front lines? Do not lump me in with them. Mito presses harder and Fletham just straight up unloads his entire trauma dump. He was out there in the trenches way before any heroes even showed up, watching his squad get fully slaughtered while human territory kept shrinking. He only made captain because everyone stronger than him died first. But the ultimate breaking point was the day the Demon King actually touched down on the real battlefield. Fletham gets full PTSD flashbacks just talking about this dude. This Demon King did not even bother using magic or a sword. He just casually swung his hand and completely one-shotted their Grand Commander instantly. That was the exact moment Fletham realized humans were basically just ants trying to fight a literal god, and he completely broke. Mito is still not buying it though. He points out that helping the Demon King obviously is not going to save humanity. So Fletham explains he struck a shady deal with Lady Aqualia. If the cult wiped out those hero candidates from the inside, the Demon King would totally let humans live on as demon citizens. Mito flatly drops that he is the exact guy who killed Aqualia, which completely explains why the Holy Kingdom intel has been so messed up. Fletham gets absolutely furious, points his blade straight at Mito, raging about how much insane trouble these hero candidates have caused them. And then Mito just asks, how exactly are humans even supposed to get turned into demons if the deal still actually stands? Fleth claims he has receipts. He brings up a former human researcher who literally turned himself into a demon and joined the Demon King's squad. Mito totally remembers this guy Steady. He recalls him definitely being out there commanding demons at one point. Fleth explains Steady used his own body as a test subject, ending up as a totally failed demon. But after he kicked the bucket, the Demon King's army swiped his research and actually perfected the whole human-to-demon process. Mito is visibly shook by that. Fleth adds they were supposed to cop fresh test samples soon, but Mito and the crew completely wrecked their supply chain by taking out Aqualia. He is completely mauling now. Fleth ignites his sword and charges. He screams they are all way weaker than the Demon King anyway, so fighting him is pure suicide. Then he dives in, desperately trying to humble Mito. Cut back up to the surface. Arashi is having the absolute time of his life spamming explosions on Erwin. The guy desperately throws up earth magic rock domes just to survive the insane barrage. Arashi eventually gets completely bored. He points out Erwin is busy stalling while his own teammates get totally butchered elsewhere. He asks who is actually backing him because if they lose today, Erwin is completely cooked either way. Erwin is seriously rattled. He admits he figured they could hold out longer. But the hero candidates clearly got way more goated on the front lines than expected. Arashi reactivates his explosion magic and gets ready to end this, but Erwin throws a last-second earthquake, trying a desperate sneak attack with his sword. Except Arashi literally just grabs the blade bare-handed. Watch this absolute disrespect. He casually asks what the guy is planning to do without any weapons. Cut back down to the basement. Fleth is going full unga-bunga, swinging this massive blazing fire sword straight at Mito. Mito somehow manages to block it and tries to create some distance, but Fleth is right on his tail talking absolute trash about not letting him escape. Mito is sweating actual bullets. Every single swing from this guy throws off ridiculously insane heat, and he quickly realizes something. Trying to box a human blowtorch in close combat is a totally garbage idea. So Mito pops his elasticity skill. Fleth just casually sidesteps it and throws a massive fire slash right back at him. Mito throws up his demon shield to tank it, but then things go completely sideways. The guy's fire attack is just way too overpowered. It totally shatters. Mito's shield breaks like cheap glass. Those flames are literal milliseconds away from turning him into extra crispy KFC. So our boy makes a split-second gigachad play. He pumps all his mana into his left arm. He literally sacrifices it to tank the blast, keeping the rest of his body from turning into complete ash. Fleth is actually pretty impressed. He praises Mito for the quick thinking, but then drops the smug villain line. He wishes him good luck swinging a sword one-handed. But honestly, Fleth is in a bad spot, too heavily stressing about his crew up top. He knows they are definitely weaker and are probably getting completely overwhelmed. Mito, meanwhile, is having the exact same thought. He wants to wrap this up immediately, so he decides to pull the most reckless big brain move of his entire career. He pops his modified ground counter ability, suddenly spawning a whole squad of Mito illusions. For a second, Fleth is super confused. He wonders if Mito is using shadow clones, but his battle IQ kicks in. He realizes Mito is just spamming a high-speed teleportation spell, totally trying to catch him lacking from a blind spot. So Fleth basically says, screw it. He unleashes a massive slash, instantly wiping out all those fake afterimages. He smirks thinking he just packed Mito up, but wait for it. He realizes the last one was also a fake. The very next second, the real Mito materializes and completely bodies him with a clean heart strike. Fleth hits the floor, absolutely bewildered that he just got out finessed that incredibly hard. Mito stands over him looking super proud. He realizes all that hellish training with Edgar is finally paying off big time. He genuinely leveled up. Meanwhile, up on the surface, Arashi is just casually bullying Erwin. Like Erwin is sweating his ass off. He is throwing absolutely everything in his arsenal. And Arashi is just dodging and swatting away attacks like they are annoying mosquitoes. Arashi is literally yawning at this point. He is completely bored, basically telling Erwin they are totally done here. Arashi is super disappointed by the absolute lack of hands this guy possesses. Erwin is just coping hard, aggressively cursing and looking around, praying his captain shows up. Right on cue, Kazaki strolls in and shatters the man's whole reality. He tells Erwin to stop stalling because Mito just smoked his captain down in the basement. Erwin is in pure denial. Then Mito literally walks through the door carrying Fleth's unconscious body over his shoulder, casually apologizing to everyone for taking so long. And before Erwin can even process his captain getting completely packed up, Kazaki drops the absolute nuke. Oh, and by the way, Cardinal Emily is actually super dead. Erwin's brain completely blue screens. The captain got folded. Their political sugar mommy literally got her head chopped off. The entire master plan is completely cooked. Arashi just looks down at him, clearly thinking the guy is an absolute clown. Bro totally belonged on the front lines as pure cannon fodder. But right when you think it is completely good game and over the actual cavalry pulls up, Captain Gray and his whole squad roll right onto the scene. Gray takes one look at the totally nuked barracks and Fleet Thelm passed out cold. He instantly jumps to the absolute worst conclusion. He straight up assumes the hero candidates just went completely rogue. Gray demands some answers. But before Mito can speak, Gray totally loses it. He draws his lance and charges, screaming he does not care about excuses, since they obviously trashed the barracks. But Arashi is having absolutely zero of that massive disrespect. He steps right in front of an injured Mito. He tells him to sit this entire thing out, he will personally handle the captain. Nanomiya starts seriously panicking. Fighting Captain Gray is definitely not part of the game plan. But Arashi has some goated logic right here. Smacking this dude hard enough will literally reboot his brain and chill him out. Arashi winds up a massively explosive strike. He is fully ready to blast Gray to the next zip code. But right before they actually clash and plunge the kingdom into a literal civil war, Oscar steps in. He cleanly intercepts the attack and completely stops the chaos. Then he turns to Gray and tells him to hit that like button. Seriously guys, help Mamoru drop some sick juicy content. Smash that cheeky little bell. I am totally out.